gaze at his fractured self and couldn't help but complain, "What's the matter with you? Can you stop talking about her already? And what the hell do you mean I'm getting sidetracked? Are you crazy?" The white-robed Adam slightly raised his hands in surrender. He shrugged and said, "I'm just saying, that's all." "Well, keep it to yourself," said Adam, his lips curling into a wide grin. Strapped to his back, the mimic mumbled in bewilderment, wondering who Adam was even talking to. "Jeej." "Oh, shut up." Adam and his fractured self snapped in unison. Then the two looked at one another. Silence ensued for a brief moment, and then, "Ha ha ha," both laughed out loud simultaneously. As for the mimic, he couldn't help but whimper in fear. "Jeej." The two made their way to a tall, broken structure nearby. It had the air of an important place, perhaps once a center of learning. If that were the case, Adam might be able to uncover valuable knowledge within. By the way, the white-robed Adam began. His expression turned solemn, and he continued, "That dream you had. Do you remember any of it?" Adam frowned, yet his lips curled into a wide grin. "What dream? What are you talking about?" The two climbed over a large pillar that blocked their way. Then they dropped down at the base of the grand staircase leading to the massive building in front. Even as the laughing god whispered words of madness in his ears, Adam kept his sphere of resonance active, constantly scanning his surroundings for threats. The white-robed Adam's expression turned grim. "You know, the one you had before seeing Marin for the first time. Do you remember it? I can't explain why, but I feel it was important, like it held clues to your future. Our future." Adam stopped in his footsteps. He lowered his head and thought deeply. This dream happened more than 4 months ago. He could recall that it was a terrifying dream, a nightmare even, but couldn't quite remember its contents. "I don't know," he murmured. "I saw a gateway, an arched gateway, and a river. I don't remember." He turned to his fractured self and asked with a deep grin, "Do you?" The white-robed Adam scoffed. "How can I know something even you don't? Are you even listening to yourself?" The next moment, he lowered his head and muttered softly, "But it was a strange dream, that one. Whatever." Adam waved his hand dismissively and climbed the stairs. "If it were important, we would have recalled it, don't you think?" With that said, he finally entered the massive, dilapidated building, and as fate would have it, it was exactly what he had been looking for. Meanwhile, the white-robed Adam glanced at his departing back and murmured, "Well, that's the thing with dreams, isn't it? You're not really meant to remember them." The building was vast but in ruins. Tall bookshelves could be seen lining the walls, but many of them had either collapsed or were leaning at strange angles. Adam approached one such bookshelf and retrieved a book from it, but the moment his fingers brushed against the cover, it crumbled away. Of course, he muttered under his breath, exasperated. Who knows how many thousands of years these books have remained in that state? No magical spells could last for that long. The white-robed Adam sighed. And without the protection of magic, the books were bound to be reduced to that state. The few books that did remain, however, were little more than rotten bundles of parchments. Their pages had long since been eaten away by mold and insects. "But not all is lost," said the white-robed Adam with a faint smile. He gestured to the far end of the first floor. "Take a look at that." Adam had already noticed that place earlier through his sphere of resonance, but he still hoped that at least some of the book might have survived the cruel onslaught of time. Watching another book crumble to pieces in his hand, he shook his head and heaved a helpless sigh. Then he walked towards the other end of the building. "So a place of learning, eh?" he murmured as he walked. "Looks like it," said the white-robed Adam as he looked around. "We're fortunate that there are hardly any beasts in this city. Otherwise, who knows what those animals might have done to this place." "Indeed." Adam nodded, his lips curling up. Suddenly, he stopped and glanced at his fractured self. "You know, you're not such bad company after all." He paused for a moment, then sneered. "At least when you're not lecturing me." The white-robed Adam's lips curled into a mischievous smirk. "Where do you think I get that from?" Adam shook his head and turned away. "Cheeky bastard," he muttered under his breath. On the other side of the floor, faded murals stretched across the cracked stone walls and floor, the images displayed on them either broken or incomplete. Piles of rubble filled the floor, and thin shafts of sunlight filtered through the gaps in the ceiling, illuminating the dust floating in the air. It was now evident that this place had once been a grand library, but time had stripped it of nearly all of its knowledge. Adam appeared before a faded mural and pressed his palm against the wall. He focused the sphere of resonance over the specific wall and studied its grooves and ridges, trying to paint a picture in his mind. A few moments later, he couldn't help but frown. What the hell? This mural depicts a global war." That was indeed the case. The mural before Adam depicted a great war, where magi from all the other continents united against Faepor. It's like starting to read a book from the last page. The white-robed Adam rolled his eyes. "How about reading the murals starting from all the way over there?" He pointed at the leftmost section of the wall. "Of course I know that," Adam barked. He walked to the other end, his charred expression shadowed by a frown. "But is that how Faepor ceased to be? When all the other magi united against them? How very strange." As he walked towards the far left end of the chamber, Adam recalled the tales he had heard of Faepor back in Ulir. One in particular came to mind. A story about an elven seer. Legends say that thousands of years ago, even before Faepor had reached its golden age, an elf gifted in the school of divination was born. She rose to become a powerful magus and played a key role in guiding Faepor to its future glory. She had foreseen several calamities, allowing the great city to prepare for them and avoid these disasters one after another. The people of Faepor admired her deeply. Her accurate prophecies earned her the unwavering faith and loyalty of the Magi. On her deathbed, the elven seer gave one final prophecy. Darkness would one day blot out the skies, taint their lands, and consume Faepor along with everyone in it. Initially, the people of the city took her warning very seriously, making numerous preparations for the eventual calamity. But as time passed and no catastrophe arrived, their vigilance faded and their hubris grew. Then when they least expected it, the prophecy came true. Calamity struck and Faepor was lost. Now all that remained of that glorious ancient civilization were scattered ruins, glorified tales, and faded murals like the one Adam had just found. It was only now that the youth realized that the elven seer's final prophecy spoke of a global war, where the rest of the world united against Faepor and brought about its annihilation. With a heavy heart, Adam stopped before the first mural. It depicted the tale of Faepor, a mighty civilization that had united the four great races of the world into a single, mighty empire. He took a deep breath, then pressed his palms against the wall. Focusing the sphere of resonance on the mural before him, he finally began to study it. The story began with the fracturing of the first great civilizations. The elves held their kingdoms in the forests, the dwarves ruled vast empires underneath the mountains, the humans maintained loose city-state confederations along the coast, and the gnomes thrived in scattered hill communities. Each culture was strong in its own domain, but divided from the rest. Then, about 7,000 years ago, from the shattered pieces of these four civilizations, a visionary group of magi emerged. They sought unity where others only saw division. Through diplomacy, conquest, and arcane authority, they brought the four great races under a single banner. As time went on, the empire expanded quickly. Trade routes connected distant regions across Tron. Fragmented kingdoms of the bygone era were absorbed, and the principles of magical governance spread across the lands. At its heart, the Magi raised a capital city unlike any other. It was a city of marble halls, beautiful spires, and enchanted streets. That city came to be known as Faepor, and it would go on to become the greatest civilization Tron had ever seen. Faepor welcomed its golden age 500 years after the great capital was established. It became the greatest civilization the planet had ever seen. Grand arcane academies were established, teaching every school of magi and even exploring the three great professions of herbalism, artificing, and runesmithing. In those days, artificers created constructs and artifacts that remained unmatched even in the current age. The great empire developed advanced infrastructure such as teleportation gates between provinces, aqueducts powered by elementals, energy harvested by nature, and skyships that could travel around the world. Cultural unity flourished greatly when the four great races came together. Humans learned nature-related rituals from the elves, dwarves adopted magical metallurgy, and gnomes took the study of illusions to great heights. The Magi came together and invented hybrid spells, combining racial traditions. 1,000 years after the four races had united against the banner of Faepor, the civilization had reached its peak in size, stretching to every corner of Tron. Its influence spread even into the spirit world, with binding contracts forged between the Magi of Faepor and the hidden entities of the world beyond their own. Gradually, the Magi grew overconfident. As if forming contracts with unknown entities of the spirit world wasn't bad enough, the upper echelons of Faepor had even begun experimenting with fate through the school of divination. Moreover, they even dabbled in the cycle of soul reincarnations, believing they could perfect existence itself and find immortality. Several great artifacts relating to these esoteric fields were crafted at the time and eventually lost or destroyed. But the laws of the universe are fair. Every boon demands a price. About 5,500 years ago, cracks started to emerge in the once glorious civilization of Faepor. Arrogance and corruption had crept into the ruling council of Magi. Over time, factions emerged, each hoarding secrets and competing for arcane dominance. Rebellions broke out in the far reaches of the empire, fueled by resentment of Faepor's strict magical oversight. Catastrophic magical accidents began to occur. The Magi's hubris grew unchecked, leading them to dabble in forbidden magic and to reach out to unknown hidden entities of the spirit world for greater power, things that should have never been disturbed. The lands were scarred by mana storms, magical beasts twisted into abominations, and a few provinces of the empire were outright destroyed by failed arcane experiments. Centuries later, the collapse of Faepor had begun. Civil wars between Magi factions escalated into conflicts that spanned continents. Faepor's experiments with the spirit world destabilized parts of the material world, tearing open rifts and portals to hostile worlds. From these breaches in reality came the orcs, the goblins, the trolls, and other monstrous humanoids, spreading chaos across the lands. This was the final straw that sealed their fate. At last, a series of apocalyptic battles shattered the Empire's cities in Mabai. The capital of Faepor, too, was destroyed. The civil war lasted for centuries and came to an end about 5,000 years ago, but by then, Faepor had ceased to exist. The great civilization had fractured, splintering into scattered kingdoms, warlords, tribes, and small communities, just as it had been before Faepor's rise. History, it seemed, had a strange way of repeating itself. Standing before the mural he had first seen upon arriving, Adam's charred face showed a look of utter surprise, and he couldn't help but let out a drawn-out curse, dragon shit. Many questions popped up inside his broken mind. So that's how the goblins, orcs, and the other bastards came to be. I always wondered if the first magi brought them to Tron when they initially arrived, but it seemed that was not the case at all. Material world, which was the universe itself, had countless planets and diverse species. Just as Mirandor was the cradle of humankind, there was a planet for the elves, another where the dwarves were born, and so on and so forth. Naturally, there were also worlds ruled by orcs, goblins, trolls, etc. That is why magi had to be extremely cautious while dealing with the spirit world. Getting lost in the mystical dimension was dangerous enough, but experimenting carelessly could be even worse. One simple mistake could lead to a rift being torn open in the fabric of reality, leading to distant planets in the material world. That was how the orcs, goblins, trolls, and other humanoid monsters managed to arrive on Tron. The spirit world, after all, was like an ethereal blanket draped over the material world. It was the plane magi used for teleportation. As such, a rift connecting two planets in the material world was not entirely out of the equation if an experiment with the spirit world went awry. And that was exactly what happened on Tron. Those stupid bastards, Adam remarked, shaking his head in disdain. This is the basic rule of summoning magic. How could they be so careless? Even I wasn't this foolish as a child. Could they have really grown so arrogant as to ignore basic safety precautions? Pathetic. His lisp curled into a grin as he listened to the whispers of the laughing god. Drowning the mad ravings with great difficulty, Adam scanned his surroundings once more. After making sure the area was safe, he sat on the rubble, staring thoughtfully at the large mural before him. Although much of it was faded or broken, it still helped him gain a better understanding of the history of Faepor. But there was one thing that stood out, something that the murals hinted at, yet never fully revealed. There's no mention of the greater universe, said the white-robed Adam, who stood beside the real Adam, arms crossed as he studied the mural before them. Adam nodded absent-mindedly. Exactly. He thought for a few moments, then added, maybe this place used to be accessible to the general public at one point in time, so they never mentioned the existence of other worlds beyond our own. The white-robed Adam shrugged. Ah, conjectures, conjectures. And there's another thing, Adam said after a brief pause. The mural begins with the fracturing of the first great civilizations. If this is what I think it is, then, the white-robed Adam completed the words for him, then the magi of these first great civilizations must have been the ones who came from the greater universe. Indeed. Adam nodded with a solemn look on his charred face. Now we just need to confirm the exact timeline of their arrival. Then, hopefully, I can learn something about the place they came from, and the place I will one day go. Mirandor. In the topmost floor of the dilapidated library, inside a spacious room that once served as the observatory, a human, an elf, and a mimic gathered around a small fire. The room was circular, and its domed ceiling was cracked, revealing the starlit night sky. Broken apparatuses of brass and stone lay scattered across the floor. A simple glance could tell that they were the remnants of telescopes and star charts long ruined by time. Dust and moss covered most of the walls, and several large windows had shattered, allowing the cool breeze to enter the chamber. Rubble was piled in the parts of the room where the ceiling had collapsed. Adam, Marin, and Jeej sat around the small fire, its glow casting long shadows across the forgotten chamber. An eerie silence settled in the room, with each of them seemingly lost in their own thoughts. It was unknown what the mimic was thinking, or if it was even capable of thinking in the first place. Marin simply looked at the burning embers in a daze, her emerald eyes reflecting the dancing flames. Adam sat cross-legged on the ground, his face hidden by the shadow of the hood. Meanwhile, the white-robed Adam stood behind him like a guardian spirit, scanning the room and everyone else in it with his dark eyes. Suddenly, Adam's calm voice broke through the silence. So did you find anything worthwhile? No, Marin shook her head, her gaze still fixed on the fire. Not really. Adam nodded ever so slightly. Then he asked, any beasts we should be worried about? At last, the elf turned to him and answered with a faint smile, there is a place deep within the city that the beasts seem to avoid. I believe there's a powerful creature residing there, probably a monocore-level beast. So long as we don't go anywhere near that place, we should be fine. Adam's lips curled into a wide, unsettling grin. The laughing god whispered, and he listened. His mouth parted and closed several times, and it seemed that there was a lot he wished to say. But in the end, he simply said two words, I see. Standing behind him, the white-robed Adam had an indifferent look on his face as he silently gazed at the elf. Meanwhile, Marin deeply looked at Adam, her emerald eyes gleaming with hints of concern. She hesitated for a few moments before ultimately asking, "What are you doing here in Mabai, Adam?" "I have watched countless adventurers come to this place. Most of them died, while only a few made it out alive. Those who survive usually snatch a few treasures from the periphery and leave this forsaken island. But you plan on going to the very heart of this island. Why?" Adam's shoulders trembled, slow at first and then vigorously. He covered his mouth and burst into a manic fit of laughter. Seeing such an abrupt reaction caused Marin's heart to turn cold. She couldn't help but feel a chill crawl down her spine. No matter how many times she witnessed this with her own eyes, she could never get used to it. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Adam bit on his tongue. The coppery taste permeating his mouth brought a sense of soberness to his broken mind. He waved his hand dismissively and added, "Yeah, it's just. I sometimes get the urge to laugh, and never mind, it's complicated." Thinking of that damned mask, Adam's heart was filled with grievance. Oh, how much he wished he'd never retrieved that mask to begin with. Damn it, he cursed it out aloud. It should have at least come with a warning sign or something. "Put it on and you can never take it off." Something like that. That damn bastard. The more Marin heard Adam speak, the more confused she became. At last, she couldn't help but ask, "What? Just what are you talking about, huh?" Adam turned towards the elf. "Was I thinking out loud again? Oh, never mind then. Don't pay attention to what I say. It's nothing. Anyway, what were you asking earlier? You did ask me something, right? Or was I imagining things again?" The elf deeply looked at Adam, then sighed helplessly. "Yes, I did ask you something. Why are you here on this island? What is your purpose?" Adam tilted his head and repeated her words. "Why am I here?" He thought for a long time, muttering under his breath, "Right, I was burned. Then I fell. Then I drowned. Then I woke up on a turtle. Then I climbed a big wall. Then I arrived here. For what? That's right, I have a plan. I must see it through." Marin's lips twitched incessantly. "You burned, you drowned, you what?" Adam waved his hand. Details, forget about it." The elf deeply looked at the youth, then asked in a somber tone, "What is this plan of yours? Do you mind sharing?" The moment those words left her mouth, the white-robed Adam's eyes narrowed, a cold light flashing in them. He bent over, then whispered in Adam's ears, "Careful." Adam's aura changed in an instant. If earlier he radiated a hint of madness and unpredictability, now he emanated a cold and predatory vibe. His charred lips parted, and he coldly asked Marin, "Why are you so curious about what I intend to do here?" The elf couldn't help but frown a little, wondering what could have brought such a change in demeanor from Adam. I don't know," she murmured. "Instead of leaving this island, you intend to head deeper into it. I just found it strange, that's all. I was just curious. You don't have to answer if you don't want to." Adam had focused the sphere of resonance entirely on the elf. He was able to clearly notice her subtle change in facial expressions, her body language, and her peripheral thoughts. It was strange. Only after he'd lost his eyesight was he able to see so clearly. In the end, he couldn't help but sigh. Forgive my cautiousness. I've just been through a lot, that's all. Anyway, I do have a purpose in venturing deeper into the heart of Mabai. I can't tell you, not yet." Marin nodded. "It's okay, I understand." She raised her head and glanced at the twin moons in the starlit sky. "It's almost midnight. We should rest if we want to be up early tomorrow. You sleep first, I'll keep first watch." But right at that moment, Adam interrupted her, his voice uncharacteristically cold. "What do you know about the Cult of Bones?" Somewhere in the continent of Nahua, the jungles were dense and sprawling. The thick canopy blocked most of the sunlight, leaving the forest floor dim and humid. Gargantuan trees with wide roots towered above, while thick vines and creepers hung like impenetrable curtains. There was so much moisture and humidity in the air, it felt suffocating even to breathe. Moreover, the constant buzz of insects and the distant calls of beasts constantly echoed in the air. Rivers and streams cut through the forest, their banks crowded with thick vegetation and the occasional beast that stopped by to satiate their thirst. Visibility was low beyond a few dozen feet, and each step was obstructed by tangled roots, thick ferns, and thorny bushes. The jungle was as dangerous as it was vast. Despite it all, three figures, a human, a gnome, and a beast journeyed forward relentlessly. Berger comfortably sat atop Blackie and enjoyed the flavor of tobacco as he smoked from his long wooden pipe. The mysterious Black Wolf was calm and collected, as if he wasn't treading through one of the most dangerous places on the continent, but a tranquil backyard. Edward, however, he cursed under his breath, hacking at the thick vines obstructing his way forward. Agitated, he threw the twin machetes to the ground, then turned around and glanced at the gnome with an aggrieved look on his face. "Old Man Berger," he called out, "can't we just, fly or something? Must we really do this? It's getting tiring. We must do this," said the grumpy old gnome with a flat expression. "Why?" Edward was exasperated. He'd been doing the same thing for months now. Meanwhile, the gnome was happily puffing on tobacco. "Because I said so," Berger replied, unamused. Edward bit his lower lip in utter frustration. He wanted to curse his heart out. But in the end, he turned to Blackie and urged, "Come on, say something." The wolf tilted his head, perplexed. What do you want me to say? Edward was dumbfounded. Say that you want to just fly away. I'm tired of cutting down trees already. I've been doing the same thing for who knows how many months now. I thought I'd come here and fight bad guys. Not this, Blackie sighed. So young and brash and naive. Are you seriously not taking my side in this? Edward asked, wide-eyed. He gritted his teeth, then looked towards the gnome. Old man, tell me something. Are we lost? Berger rolled his eyes. Boy, you must take me for a fool. Edward looked at the gnome with squinted eyes. With a dubious look on his face, he asked again, no, seriously. Are we lost? Berger deeply looked at the blue-eyed youth. The next moment, his hand turned into a blur, and pow, gah, Edward fell to his knees, massaging his head. What was that for? Boy, you are disrespectful to your elders. Berger harumphed. He took a puff from the long pipe, then added, we're headed in the right direction. Now shut up and do as I say. Edward's eyes became teary as he felt the pain on his forehead. He couldn't help but wonder what was that just now. I couldn't see him coming at all. Damn it, it hurts. With a heart full of grievance, he rose to his feet and continued to clear the path ahead. Seeing the youth on the verge of tears, Berger's lips curled into an amused smirk. He exhaled a cloud of smoke to the side, then said, the sun is setting, boy. Find a place to camp. Edward glanced at the gnome with pursed lips. Then he turned around and grumbled, fine. The gentle crackle of burning wood echoed softly as the three sat around the fire. Of course, the duty to set up camp had fallen to Edward, who wasn't the least bit happy about it. But it's not like he could allow the gnome or the wolf to do something like that. They were both like family to him and were his elders. As such, he had to be the one to do it. Still, Edward didn't miss the chance to express his dissatisfaction. Tearing a large chunk of meat with his teeth, he watched the old gnome with squinted eyes. Berger casually read a book as he sat leaning against Blackie, who was sprawled behind him with his eyes closed. Edward's eyes narrowed with each passing second until finally Berger said to him, do you want another beating? The blue-eyed youth immediately looked away. I didn't say anything. Berger sighed and put away the book. He packed fresh tobacco into the bowl of his pipe, lit it, and drew in a long breath. Exhaling a cloud of smoke upwards, he said, we're getting closer to our destination. Within this week. We'll reach our destination within this week. Edward's eyes lit up. Finally, don't get too excited, boy, the gnome reprimanded. We might have to fight against powerful enemies there. Don't worry about it, old man. Edward grinned. I've never shied away from a fight. You should be terrified, said the elderly gnome, his tone grim. There's a possibility that we may have to face a monocore-level existence. More than one even. Edward's grin froze. Old man, he called out, his voice barely a whisper. You still haven't told me what we're going to do. Why have we come here? When Berger had reached out to the blue-eyed youth months ago, he had said that they were going to set out to help Adam. Initially, Edward thought that he would finally be able to meet Adam and Nashua, but that couldn't be far from the truth. Even now, he didn't truly know what it was that they were doing. Just that it was going to help Adam greatly. As such, he agreed to join the gnome without hesitation. But now, after realizing that he might have to possibly face off against multiple monocore magi, he couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. He wondered what it was that Adam was doing that involved even monocore-level existences. Snap! Berger snapped his fingers and created an invisible barrier around them. He then looked Edward in the eye and solemnly said, we're going to save the world, boy. Forgotten City, Mabai. The aura around Adam changed abruptly. Though his charred face was hidden in the shadows of the hood, one could still feel the coldness emanating from it, and in the depths of his dark, hollow eyes, madness flared to life. You sleep first, I'll keep first. Watch. Marin was about to rise to her feet when suddenly, Adam interrupted her. His lips parted, and he muttered in an ice-cold voice, what do you know about the cult of bones? In that moment, he focused the sphere of resonance entirely on the elf, looking out for even the most minute of changes, be they in her facial appearance or body language. If she were to lie, he would immediately know. Marin immediately froze in her movements, a frown gradually appearing on her fair, beautiful face. She intently looked at the youth and asked, the cult of? What? The cult of bones, Adam repeated, his jaws clenched tightly together. And don't you even think of lying to me, Marin. If you do, I'll know. Behind him, the white-robed Adam sighed. He shook his head and murmured, so it's finally come to this. Adam turned his head, a dark expression on his face. Come to this, what the hell do you mean? The white-robed Adam shook his head. I told you, didn't I, talking to this. Elf isn't going to fix things. The hell are you talking about? Adam snapped. Damn it, can you stop talking in riddles for once? The white-robed Adam sighed helplessly. He walked to the side and leaned against the wall. He crossed his arms, then looked towards Adam. I told you once before, said the white-robed Adam. Talking to her will only make things worse. And trust me, it has. What the fuck are you talking about? Adam growled, his aura radiating utter madness and fury. Right at that moment, Marin chimed in. Adam, who are you talking to? Her voice was laced with apprehension. Why, you're scaring me. No one. Adam roared as he turned back around, facing Marin again. But when he saw the state she was in, his heart ached. The elf's eyes were wide with fear as she crawled away from the fire. She pressed her back against the wall at last, casting a trembling glance at Adam. Seeing her reaction, the white-robed Adam sneered. Don't fall for it. Just shut up for a moment. Adam turned towards him and yelled in frustration. Just one moment. Just shut the hell up. The white-robed Adam simply shrugged in response. Then he slipped into silence. Meanwhile, Adam, the real Adam, inhaled deeply, trying to keep the madness at bay. The laughing god continued to whisper, and he continued to listen. Despite it all, he drowned the ravings of the mask and focused his attention on Marin. He slowly raised his hands in surrender, a gesture that he meant no harm. I apologize for my behavior, he said, his lips gradually curling into a wide, unnatural grin. Now, allow me to repeat my previous question. He paused for a moment as he took a deep breath. Then he continued, what do you know about the cult of bones? Marin's hands moved on their own, clutching at each other until she found herself hugging her own body. In the 4 months that she'd spent with Adam, she had never seen him like that. She knew that Adam was mad, but she never once thought that he'd hurt her. But today, for the first time, she truly feared for her life. I don't know what you're talking about, she replied in a low, shaky voice. What is this cult? I don't know anything. Hearing her response, Adam couldn't help but frown. He focused the sphere of resonance even more intensely on the elf. Then he repeated his question, what do you know about the cult of bones, Marin? Answer me. The elf covered her ears in panic. Stop screaming at me. Just, whatever you're doing, just stop, please, I beg you. I don't know anything about this cult. You must believe me. I swear I don't. The frown on Adam's face deepened. Based on what he sensed through the sphere of resonance, he knew that Marin wasn't lying, but she also wasn't telling the truth. What is happening? His hand involuntarily reached out for his head as he suddenly felt stabbing pain lancing through his brain. I don't understand. What's going on? The white-robed Adam heaved a long, helpless sigh. He looked at the perplexed Adam and softly said, hate to say, I told you so. Adam turned to him and muttered in a trembling voice. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Told me about what? The white-robed Adam shook his head helplessly. Then he muttered under his breath. I guess today's the day that you finally realize your folly. My folly. What? The more Adam heard his fractured self speak, the more perplexed he became. Just what the hell are you talking about? Suddenly, the mimic, who had been keeping quiet all this while, started loudly calling out to Adam. Jeej, the youth grimaced in pain. He gritted his teeth and roared, stop it, Jeej. Not now, please, just stop it, Jeej. The mimic listened to Adam's words and quieted down. At least someone listens to me, Adam murmured, his lips curling up into a wide, maniacal grin. What was I talking about? Yeah. He then turned to his fractured self and asked coldly, are you going to tell me what's happening or not? The white-robed Adam shrugged. What's there to say? I told you the girl's trouble. Adam gnashed his teeth in frustration. Seeing that he was unable to get a straight answer out of him, he turned towards Marin, who was still sitting on the ground and trembling in apprehension. Marin, you're lying to me, he said with a raised voice. I need you to be honest. Tell me, what do you know about the cult of bones? This is important to me, do you understand? So just tell me the truth. I need to know this. Please. The white-robed Adam shook his head and sighed again. He looked at Adam and said, are you sure you want the answer to that, old sport? You can't handle the truth. Just forget about it and go to sleep. I promise you, when you wake up, it'll all be. Suddenly he was cut off, but it wasn't Adam who interrupted him, and it wasn't the mimic either. Marin's fearful expression was replaced by a mask of indifference as her gaze shifted from Adam to the white-robed Adam. Her lips parted and she coldly said, shut up. Marin turned to the white-robed Adam, the fearful look on her face replaced by a mask of indifference. Then her lips parted and she coldly said, shut up. The moment those words echoed in the circular chamber, Adam's body trembled. In that moment his world shattered. His perception of reality crumbled away in an instant, the fire burning in the center of the room threw long, shifting shadows against the walls. They twisted and writhed with every flicker of the flames, stretching into strange, distorted shapes that seemed almost alive. The constant movement of the shadows made them unsettling, an ominous reminder of the things of the dark lurking just beyond the edge of sight. Or perhaps these dangers were just an illusion of the mind. Sometimes there were 4 shadows, other times there were none. Sometimes there were 2, other times there was but 1. Marin's cold voice continued to echo inside the chamber, pressing an unbearable weight on Adam's fragile, broken mind. He turned to the elf, his jaw wide from utter disbelief. For a long time, he didn't even know what to say. To be precise, he couldn't even form a proper, coherent thought. The laughing god continued to whisper, and Adam continued to listen. The ravings of the faceless mask drowned his shattered mind as his lips slowly curled into a wide, unnatural grin that twisted his charred face into a horrific imitation of what a face should have looked like. At last, he murmured, wait a minute. You can see him. Marin turned to him, her indifferent expression giving way to a conflicted look. Her emerald eyes gleamed with complex emotions. It seemed that there was a lot she wanted to say, but in the end, no words escaped her lips. But then she smiled. She raised her head and glanced at the twin moons in the starlit sky. It's almost midnight, she said. We should rest if we want to be up early tomorrow. You sleep first, I'll keep first watch. What do you think? Adam stumbled on his feet, putting distance between Marin. He pointed his trembling finger at her and mumbled incoherent words. No, no, know you what you can see, no. What is happening? Who are you? Marin deeply looked at him and displayed a warm and gentle smile. Then she said in an even voice, I am you. Adam collapsed to his knees, his body trembling uncontrollably. He clutched at his head so viciously that his finger almost dug inside his skull. He hoped the pain would bring a semblance of sanity to his broken mind, but it didn't. Instead, he felt the urge to laugh, and so he laughed and laughed and laughed. The echoes of his crazed laughter reverberated through the room, spilling outside into the night and drawing the attention of powerful beasts. But Adam didn't care. He didn't care at all. He simply laughed. When Marin saw the state he was in and his gradual and eventual descent into madness, she couldn't help but frown. She deeply looked at Adam, her eyes flashing with concern. Then she cast her gaze towards the white-robed Adam, who was leaning against the wall with arms crossed and casually observing the turn of events. What the hell's the matter with you? Marin snapped. Aren't you going to help, do something? The white-robed Adam glanced at her, a carefree smile on his face. There's nothing you or I can do. This is all your fault. Marin screamed in frustration, the frown on her face deepening with every passing second. If you hadn't placed a seed of doubt in his mind, he would have never questioned me. He would have never suspected me. Heh, the white-robed Adam scoffed, his dark eyes flickering with amusement. I placed a seed of doubt, that's rich coming from you. Marin's eyes narrowed. What are you insinuating? The nonchalant smile on the white-robed Adam's face vanished. His face was now colder than the deepest pits of hell. He looked toward Marin and said, his voice dripping with indifference, you are the embodiment of his longing for companionship in a life marked by isolation and madness. You were born from the yearning for connection. You represent the warmth he was denied and the bond he secretly craved. Every word the white-robed Adam said thundered in Marin's ears, and with every word he spoke, he took a step closer to the elf. 1 step, 2 steps, he slowly marched forward. His words turned sharp, and his tone became colder as he continued. I allowed you to exist because I believed you might bring a sense of warmth and joy to his life. And for a time, you did. But the cost was too great, I suppose, that even rationale and logic can sometimes make mistakes. Marin's eyes flashed with apprehension as she backed away, until there was no more space behind her. With her back pressed against the wall, she looked up to see the white-robed Adam looming over her. It was my fault to allow you to exist for so many months, said the white-robed Adam. I see it now that your very presence is a danger to him, to us. The more he indulged in your company, the more he risked losing himself. With you, Marin, he would have chosen to stay in a blissful illusion, forgetting his purpose here on this island, but more importantly, his grand pursuit of the pinnacle of magic. He would have traded destiny for comfort, purpose for peace, and lived out his days in ignorance. Happy but never whole, the white-robed Adam stretched out his hand, then gently placed it on the elf's head, much to the latter's shock and horror. That is why, Marin, the white-robed Adam whispered as he leaned closer. You must cease to exist, for you are a nuisance. A soft gust of wind swept through the room, causing the fire to sway gently, and then Marin was gone. Adam's mad laughter still echoed through the crumbling walls. The white-robed Adam turned to him and sighed. His lips curled into a faint smile, and he whispered, Don't worry, old sport. Everything's going to be all right. The first rays of the sun filtered through the window, illuminating the circular chamber. The fire in the center of the room had long gone out, leaving behind nothing but burnt cinders. Outside, the sound of birds chirping and the faint noises produced by beasts echoed through the forgotten streets. Inside, Adam's deranged chuckles relentlessly reverberated within the broken walls. An eventful night had passed, and a new day had arrived. He hadn't slept at all. He couldn't. The youth kept rocking back and forth as he miserably sat on the ground, muttering to himself, No, nothing. Nothing is real. I don't know. Real, ha ha, ha ha ha. It's all fake. Jeej, the mimic walked up to him with its tiny legs. Its voice was laced with sadness, concern, and even fear. For the last several months, it had witnessed Adam speak to imaginary people around him, an act that greatly confused him, and his confusion kept increasing day after day. But it knew that something had changed yesterday. The mimic's sentience was low, but even it could sense a profound shift in Adam's behavior since last night. And so it walked up to him and nudged against his hand. Jeej, it called out to him. Nothing. Nothing is real. Nothing at all. Adam kept mumbling the same words over and over again. Suddenly, he felt something brush against him. He turned his head, only to see the mimic standing right beside him. Adam's lips curled into a wide grin and he murmured, You aren't real either, are you? Jeej. The mimic lowered itself, feeling slight sorrow. Then it turned away and walked to the corner of the room. There it sat down silently, facing the wall. Ha ha, ha ha ha, I knew it. Adam laughed out loud. I knew it, you're not real. None of yous. His laughter came to an abrupt halt when he realized something. Expanding his sphere of resonance, he observed his charred, trembling hands. He tilted his head in slight confusion and muttered under his breath, Am I real? An eerie silence descended in the room, and Adam's lips curled so wide that they nearly tore apart. He retrieved the blades of fulgrim from his back and pointed the tip of the blades straight at his stomach. His jaws gradually widened, and a hoarse laughter full of grief and madness escaped from them. "Only one way to find out," he said. "Only pain is real." His heart started beating faster and faster. The laughing god continued to whisper words of madness. Adam continued to listen to them with full acceptance. And then, he thrust the blades straight into his stomach. But right as the blades were about to pierce his charred flesh, the strangely familiar voice whispered, "If you die, so does Valerian." Splat! The blades did lodge themselves inside Adam's stomach, but not entirely. As pain radiated from the wounds and spread to every inch of his being, he couldn't help but let out a stifled groan. And then he laughed. "It hurts, haha, ha, it's real, I'm fucking real." After the laughter came the dread. Feeling fear grip his heart, he laughed out even louder. If it wasn't for the strangely familiar voice, he might have really thrust the entirety of the blades straight inside his intestines, which still hadn't fully healed yet from the previous injury. As beads of sweat rolled down his burnt flesh, he raised his head and observed the area by the window. There, sitting casually on the ledge, was a tall man in pristine white robes. He had broad shoulders, raven black hair, and was the very image of what Adam once was. The white-robed Adam gazed at the scenery outside the window and continued, "If you die, Anna will mourn. So will the old man. And so will Fatty and Lisa and your foolish disciples. But more importantly," he then turned to Adam and spoke in a solemn voice, "your dream will forever be unfulfilled." Blood poured out of Adam's stomach. He lowered his head and simply smiled. The mimic rushed towards him, then opened its mouth and spat a roll of cloth bandage. "Jeej," it screamed frantically. Adam glanced at the rolled bandage, then at the mimic. At last his lips parted and he spoke in a trembling voice, "Jeej, you're real right, Jeej." The mimic kicked the bandage towards Adam. Observing the mimic's actions, Adam's lips quivered. He picked up the bandage and began tending to his wounds. "The mind is a formidable force," said the white-robed Adam, his voice gentle and soothing. "It is both a tool for survival and a trap of its own making. When left in isolation, stripped of companionship, it can weave illusions so vivid they feel indistinguishable from reality. In the face of loneliness, the mind protects itself by conjuring voices, faces, and even entire personalities to fill the void. These imagined figures may begin as comfort, a way to cope with the void, but they can grow into something more: companions, confidants, adversaries, lovers. Psychologically, this is both a defense mechanism and a betrayal." The white-robed Adam approached Adam and sat down beside him. He then turned his gaze towards the blue skies outside and continued, "It is proof of how desperately humans need connection, and how far the mind will go to provide it what the world refused. Loneliness is one of the greatest threats the mind seeks to counter. Not to mention, you're already mad in your mind. It is stronger than you think. Well, if you want to get philosophical, then this shows how powerful and adaptive the human mind truly is. It blurs the line between reality and imagination, creating illusions that serve a vital purpose, preserving your sense of self." The white-robed Adam turned to Adam and offered a faint, reassuring smile. Then he placed a hand on his shoulder and added, "The mind is a paradox. It is fragile, yet it is also strong. Fragile because it cannot endure utter isolation. Strong because it can construct entire realities to keep itself from shattering. But I think the mind is a beautiful thing." Adam listened to everything as he pressed the bandage against his wounds, preventing more blood from spilling out. The ravings of the faceless mask, the tribulations from the previous night, and the realization of what his fractured self spoke about all weighed down on him. Soon he started to lose consciousness. Sleep was right around the corner, and just before he drifted off to the realm of slumber, his lips parted and he softly said, "Little minds are subdued by misfortune, but great minds rise above them." It hadn't been long since Adam fell asleep, perhaps only a few hours, when he was once again woken up. But this time it wasn't because of the voices inside his head or the ravings of the faceless mask. No, the danger had grown, though not within him. He doubted his madness could worsen further. The threat was external, and it had become extremely dire. The growls started low, almost like a soft rumble, then quickly grew louder and harsher. They were deep and guttural as they rolled through the air. It was rough and jagged, and it seemed that the sounds were clawing closer and closer with each passing second. Every second they grew sharper, stronger, and more urgent, echoing off the abandoned streets of the city and making the ground tremble. The beasts in the city were growing restless, impatient, and circling closer than ever before. They were drawn by the sound of laughter and screaming, their hunger and malice turning the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Adam woke up with a start, his charred body drenched in a layer of cold sweat. The guttural sound of beasts had become as loud as the whispers of the laughing god inside his head. Perhaps louder. What is happening?" he murmured in apprehension as he glanced around. Is this a dream?" The mimic was by his side, screaming frantically. Jeej, what's going on?" He reached out for the chest, trying to pat its wooden head. But the next moment the mimic transformed into a leather rucksack and strapped itself onto Adam's back. It then opened its mouth, revealing its rows of razor-sharp teeth, and screamed, "Jeej, Jeej." Adam instantly became paranoid, wondering what was happening around him. Why did the air suddenly feel so thick and full of tangible threats? Why was the city engulfed in the growls of fantastical beasts when it was supposed to be relatively empty? Just what was going on? His heart beat furiously as he tried to gather his senses. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled deeply as he tried to calm down his emotions, but nothing he did helped. And right at that moment, the strangely familiar voice echoed directly inside his mind. "It's not looking good, old sport. Where are you?" Adam blurted out. "What's happening to me? Is this real? Am I dreaming? What's happening?" The white-robed Adam was nowhere in sight, yet his voice echoed inside Adam's mind nonetheless. "We need to leave." Noticing the sense of urgency in the voice, Adam couldn't help but panic. He involuntarily gulped and, without hesitating for a second further, expanded his sphere of resonance. When he observed his surroundings, his heart nearly stopped beating. There were hundreds of beasts surrounding the building. Then, through the window, Adam noticed something that made him shudder to his very bones. A giant eye with a yellow iris and black vertical pupil stared coldly at him. The moment the owner of the gigantic eye noticed Adam's gaze on it, its vertical pupil constricted, radiating intense bloodthirst and dark hostility. Adam, on the other hand, slowly found his lips curling into a wide, fearful grin. A highly dangerous and powerful beast was staring right at him. Before Adam even knew what he was doing, his instincts took over. In the next instant, a small black stick appeared on his palm. He aimed it straight at the giant eye and whispered in Snackatung, "Expand." Boom! In an instant, a thick column of black pillar tore through the building at a crooked angle. One end of the pillar slammed onto the ground on the western side of the building, while the other side jutted out from the far side, bursting straight into the HIISSS. The other side of the black pillar had viciously driven deep into the eye of the beast, which turned out to be a monocore-level serpent. The force of the attack sent the gigantic snake reeling, its head thrashing in pain and agony as blood spewed from its ruined eye in thick streams. Despite the pain from the surprise attack, the beast did not waste time to retaliate. With its other eye gleaming with fury and bloodlust, the serpent whipped its massive, scaly tail at the building with full force. The impact shook the structure to its core. The walls broke apart, the beams splintered, and chunks of stones and debris rained down as the entire place collapsed. This building, which once used to be a place of learning, was now nothing more than rubble, destroyed by the wrath of a seething serpent. And amidst the falling stone and debris, a figure cloaked in dust and madness burst forth like a shooting star. Adam flailed his limbs frantically as he plummeted towards the ground. "Close, close, close, close." He cried, repeating the same words like a lunatic, his lips curling into a wide, unnatural grin. And he observed his landing spot below, his grin stretched even further. A sea of beasts awaited him, their eyes clouded in a strange daze, yet their very figures radiated pain, anger, and bloodlust. And before Adam could even react, he plunged into the horde of beasts and was instantly swallowed by the tide of claws and fangs. Meanwhile, when the colossal serpent behind him took notice of this turn of events, the rage in its heart finally subsided, albeit very slightly. Then it shifted its attention to the black pillar embedded into its eye. The pillar, it was strange and unsettling. It attracted the serpent in ways it could not explain. For a fleeting moment, the thought crept into its mind, if it could somehow absorb the black staff into its body, then maybe, just maybe, its power would grow. For there was one thing that it knew for certain. The staff was no ordinary object. It was a remnant of a kin far stronger than itself. But before it could act further, its other eye narrowed, and it shifted its attention to the spot where Adam had been engulfed by the beasts under its control. And then, something spectacular happened. A typhoon of steel and power erupted as chains whipped through the air, ripping flesh and bone, reducing beasts to blood paste. At the heart of the chaotic storm of chains and blades, Adam emerged, drenched in blood and madness. Without even turning around, he stretched out his hand, then spat with a crooked grin, "Shrink. Return." HIISSS. The staff of calamity ripped free from the serpent's eye, drawing out a fresh torrent of blood and agony. It spun in the air and shrank at a rapid pace as it moved towards Adam. Then, just as the staff settled into his hand, it disappeared. Without a moment's pause, Adam broke into a run, his deranged laughter echoing through the streets of the forgotten city. But the colossal serpent wasn't done with him yet. No, it had only just begun. With a thunderous hiss, it commanded the horde of beasts to pursue the madman. No matter what, it would kill him and reclaim the mysterious staff. Within the dense jungles of Nahua, where danger lay at every corner and death was just a step away, for the unprepared, Berger, Blackie, and Edward had finally arrived at their destination. The towering, blue-eyed youth stood inside a large clearing, breathing heavily. His body was drenched in sweat and blood, and arcs of lightning snaked across it from time to time. He glanced at the corpses of the massive, black feline creatures around him with a dark frown on his face. Spitting a mouthful of blood to the side, he turned around and glanced at Berger and Blackie, who were observing everything unfold from the edge of the clearing. "What do you think, old man?" Edward asked, his voice slightly hoarse. "This has got to be the place, right? Surrounded by dozens of corpses of these mystical jaguars, ranging from Mana Foundation rank to the Mana Vortex rank, it was clear that he was extremely tired. Though his body was riddled with scars, Edward appeared relatively fine. Meanwhile, Berger casually smoked from the pipe as he sat atop Blackie. He glanced at the beast corpses littered on the ground with narrowed eyes before shifting his attention to Edward. Then he said in a slightly stern voice, "Your mana control is pathetic. What's the matter with you? Just because you have abundant mana in your reserve, you think you can waste it however you please." Edward resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He plopped down and sat on the corpse of a giant jaguar behind him. He conjured a water flask from his storage artifact and drank large mouthfuls of water. Then he replied casually, "Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Anyway, this has got to be it, right?" Berger snorted in slight frustration. He knew very well that the boy was ignoring his remarks once again. It would seem that he'd need to beat some sense into the boy. A good old beating always did wonders. He shifted his attention towards the giant structure looming in the near distance, his eyes flickering with grim solemnity. He took a long puff from the pipe and nodded. It should be. The pyramid rose in a step-like structure, each tier stacked above the other until it reached a flat summit. The entire structure was built from massive stone blocks. It must have been once smooth and decorated, but now the surface had weathered into rough gray and brown colors. Vines and patches of moss crept across its surface, giving it a wild, overgrown look, though in some places ancient carvings were still visible. They depicted giant serpents winding down the sides, jaguar heads, and sun motifs. Most of these carvings were worn and faded, but enough details remained that hinted at the pyramid's original grandeur. Despite thousands of years' decay, the pyramid stood solid and imposing. Some sections of outer stones had collapsed, leaving gaps and jagged edges, but the core of the structure remained intact, dominating the dense jungle around it. The three had come across several such pyramids in their long and arduous journey. Most of them had turned out to be far smaller and empty. It wasn't what they were looking for. But this one, it was likely that this one housed one of the 6 portals according to Adam's calculations. So then, Edward rose to his feet, dusting his hands. His lips curled into an excited grin, and he asked in an eager voice, "Shall we head in then? There's bound to be something exciting inside, considering the number of beasts that were guarding the pyramid." Of course, Edward didn't know that they were looking for a portal. All he knew was that something of great importance lay inside, and that it was most likely protected by an even powerful creature. Blackie slowly made his way through the littered corpses, not even casting a glance at them. Then he arrived beside Edward and nodded. "Good job, Eddie." "Heh, of course." The blue-eyed youth puffed out his chest, his lips curling into a smug smile. Meanwhile, Berger gazed at the pyramid with a solemn look on his face. More specifically, he was studying the carvings of the various magical beasts carved across the stones. "Tell me, boy," he began, "what kind of beasts did we encounter on the way here?" Edward frowned, wondering if the old man had suddenly developed some memory problems. Of course, he couldn't say that out loud, afraid that the smoking pipe might leave a dent on his forehead. So he said seriously, let's see. There were those strange sun-like wisps that shot out. Fireballs and then these shadow jaguars. Though there were only 2 types of creatures guarding the pyramid, their numbers were unlike anything we've encountered before. Berger hummed in acknowledgement. He took yet another long and steady drag from the pipe, his eyes narrowing as he studied the carvings of the 3rd kind of fantastical beast on the stones. "Very well," he said. "Let's go inside." The gnome turned to Edward and solemnly added, "Stay behind Blackie, and no matter what, do not engage. Understood?" Edward was slightly taken aback by that warning, but nodded nonetheless. Then the 3 of them walked towards the pyramid, and with vigilant looks on their faces, finally entered the ancient structure. The interior of the pyramid was dark, and the air felt oppressive. Narrow shafts of light filtered through the cracks in the stones, but they did little to push back the shadows. The walls were rough and damp, the carved stone blocks etched with faded glyphs and worn patterns that hinted at ancient history. Air smelled of dust, age, and something reptilian. The 3 of them came to an abrupt halt when they noticed something huge in the center of the chamber, and suddenly, the vast shape stirred. The moment Edward's gaze landed upon this entity, his heart skipped a beat. He felt primal fear well up in his heart, and he couldn't help but involuntarily take a step back, his eyes trembling with horror. Meanwhile, Berger and Blackie had grim looks on their faces as they gazed at the colossal creature. It was a feathered serpent coiled in silence, its massive body filling much of the floor. Its scales glimmered faintly in the dim light, green long feathers spreading outwards like a cloak. The serpent's head rested low, its yellow eyes half open, and it was staring right at them. Somewhere in the depths of Mabai, Adam vaulted from one tree branch to another, quickly making distance from his pursuers. After several minutes of high-intensity sprinting, he finally found a relatively safe spot within the crown of a towering tree. Then he quickly poured mana into the stealth cloak and the stealth boots and activated their enchantments. Jeej. The mimic, who was in its rucksack form, spat the water flask out, offering it to Adam. The youth grinned from ear to ear as he grabbed the flask. Good boy. As he greedily drank the water, he expanded his sphere of resonance to the maximum output and observed his surroundings. In the far distance from the tree line, flocks of birds scattered all at once. They burst forth into the air in every direction, their wings beating frantically. They were in a complete state of panic as they fled. The sky above was filled with their chaotic movements. A deep rumble spread across the ground. It grew louder with each passing moment. Dust rose into the air, forming thick clouds that reduced visibility over the horizon. Bestial silhouettes moved within the haze. There were hundreds of them, and behind them loomed the colossal body of the one-eyed snake. Its gray scales caught the light of the sun, and its serpentine head towered above the horde of beasts. Every movement of the serpent pushed the beasts forward, as though it was driving them with its will alone. In a way, it was. In the 2 months that Adam had spent running away from the serpent and its horde, he had realized a few things about it. First, the serpent was a mighty beast with strength equivalent to a monocore magus. Second, its main magical ability was derived from the School of Enchantment. This ability was what allowed it to compel lesser beasts and make them do its bidding. That was the reason why all kinds of different beasts were following the serpent's orders. These creatures would happily ride into a suicidal charge. Worse yet, they would obediently offer themselves up as food for the serpent if need be. Third, the serpent was utterly adamant about capturing Adam. More precisely, it was interested in the Staff of Calamity. Or else, it would have never bothered to pursue him for 2 months straight, traveling hundreds of miles away from its lair in the Forgotten City. And lastly, no matter the circumstances, the serpent was always able to accurately pinpoint Adam's location. Otherwise, just based on the stealth-related artifacts he wielded, the youth would have long since disappeared from the beast's clutches. Damn it, Adam cursed under his breath. He figured he only had a couple of minutes to rest until the horde arrived. Then, once again, the game of cat and mouse would begin anew. He knew that the serpent wanted the Staff of Calamity, and he also had a theory as to why. But there was no way Adam was going to part with it. It was a highly valuable artifact that was second only to the Eternal Soul Lotus. Besides, Lord White had gifted him this artifact, so he couldn't bring himself to abandon it. But more importantly, he was simply too greedy to part with such a valuable artifact. So the only thing he could do now was run and hide and repeat the process over and over again. If only I could use spells, he muttered in grievance. But right at that moment, the strangely familiar voice scoffed. Even if you did have access to spells, you wouldn't be able to defeat such a mighty creature. Neither could you exile it to the spirit world. It's simply too big in size. Your best option is to flee spell or no spell. Adam's lips curled into a wide grin. Right as he felt the urge to burst into laughter, he viciously bit the tip of his tongue. Cursing inwardly, he grimaced in pain. Then there's only one way, he murmured. Indeed, said the familiar voice belonging to the white-robed Adam. Adam took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and pressed on with his escape. Several days later, Adam arrived at the edge of a vast swamp. The air was thick and humid, filled with the smell of wet earth and algae. Shallow pools of murky green water were scattered across the marsh, surrounded by reeds, floating plants, and fallen logs. The type of trees that grew here changed drastically. Instead of towering trees with verdant leaves and thick trunks, Adam found mangrove and cypress trees growing here, their shapes making it difficult for Adam to vault across. However, he had already achieved his objective by making it to the edge of the dark swamp lands. He observed his surroundings and noticed insects buzzing and tiny frogs croaking, their faint sounds echoing across the wetlands. Beneath the normal sounds, however, a low and steady vibration hummed through the murky waters. When Adam expanded his sphere of resonance to locate the source of these faint tremors, his lips curled into a wide, maniacal grin. At the largest pond, the surface rippled relentlessly in a slow, steady rhythm. Underneath the surface, Adam could feel a titanic presence. Its size alone made it clear it was far more than an ordinary creature, and the mana fluctuations radiating from it made it the perfect target. The sound of the beast horde approaching from behind grew louder and louder, prompting Adam to act quickly. He took a deep breath and summoned the Staff of Calamity. This better work, he mumbled. Gathering strength into his upper body, he hurled the staff straight towards the largest pond in the swamp. While it was mid-air, he commanded it to expand, transforming it into a towering pillar. With a huge splash, it crashed into the pond and began to sink. Slowly, it submerged deeper and deeper until it finally stopped, part of its massive form still visible above the water's surface. A few moments of tense silence descended upon the wetlands, and then the surface of the pond rippled violently as something massive moved beneath the water. With a sudden surge, a colossal frog's head broke through the surface of the pond, its cold eyes scanning the swamp. Finally, its gaze settled on the giant one-eyed serpent leading a horde of beasts into its territory. As for Adam, he had long since disappeared. Adam had long since activated his stealth artifacts and escaped the swamp, which was about to become a brutal battlefield. Hidden in the crown of a tree, he observed everything unfold in great anticipation and nervousness. Please, 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 he muttered under his breath. Please get rid of this vile snake for me. He knew he would not be able to deal with the snake and the horde all by himself, and so he had to borrow help from someone else. And that someone else just so happened to be this giant toad that was slumbering in the depths of the pond. The beasts residing in Mabai were extremely territorial creatures. Adam knew that the giant toad would be furious to see the snake encroaching upon its territory. Given that the Staff of Calamity was embedded in the pond the toad resided in, it was certain that the snake would do whatever it took to acquire it. Similarly, the frog would also do whatever it took to drive the serpent out of its home. Adam hoped that the two would kill each other. At the very least, he wanted the snake dead so he could finally relax a little. The ravings of the faceless mask were bad enough. He didn't need an angry mana core level beast constantly pursuing him for his duration on this island. And so, with bated breath, he watched the great battle that was about to unfold soon enough. On the one side, the one-eyed serpent commanded its army of beasts and surged towards the swamp lands. On the other side, the giant toad emerged from the pond, its titanic body no smaller than the serpent's. It let out a sundering croak and called forth its army. And then, one by one, frogs of all shapes and colors emerged from the swamp, ranging from the Mana Foundation rank all the way to the Mana Vortex rank. They were all obedient to the call of the giant toad, but more importantly, they were enraged that an outsider had dared to invade their territory. Within a few minutes, the swamp became a chaotic battlefield as the frog army faced off against the serpent's horde. Thousands of frogs, ranging from large to enormous, spread across the ponds and marshes, their numbers amplified by the terrain they knew perfectly. They leapt from mudbanks, dived into the murky waters, and used every natural obstacle to their advantage. Meanwhile, the serpent's army surged forward. It was a mix of beasts of every kind, including but not limited to wolves, bears, reptiles, armored insects, and other monstrous creatures. They crashed into the swamp, but the unfamiliar terrain slowed them down significantly. Despite the difficulty in movement, they charged forward nevertheless, their expressions full of mad frenzy. Much to Adam's surprise, the frogs struck with coordination. They acted no differently than an army of human warriors. What was even more startling was that each of them had a weapon in hand, mostly clubs, maces, and makeshift spears. Giant frogs jumped forward, their jaws snapping and limbs smashing, while the smaller ones harassed at the edges, pushing the invaders into traps or sticky marshes. Water splashed and mud flew as the two sides collided, but the home ground advantage ensured that the frogs were in total control, forcing the serpent's beasts to fight defensively despite their variety and strength. Moreover, the beast horde was also significantly outnumbered. A large chunk of them had either perished or become food for the one-eyed snake in the 2 months that they relentlessly pursued Adam. Seeing that its horde was gradually losing, the serpent finally decided to strike. In the far edges of the marsh, hidden in a tree, Adam watched with rapt attention, desperately hoping that the snake suffered a cruel defeat. Better yet, he hoped the bastard would outright die. At last, the battle of titans had truly begun. The colossal one-eyed serpent and the giant toad collided in the center of the swamp with earth-shattering force. Water and mud exploded outward as the frog lunged, its massive limbs slamming into the serpent's lithe body. The serpent retaliated, whipping its body and tail with incredible speed, smashing trees and churning up the swamp in a violent fashion. Each strike sent shockwaves through the water, splintering the logs and tossing debris into the air. The toad croaked loudly, opening its maw to bite, while the serpent struck with fangs and crushing coils, each attack matched by a counter from the other. The battle raged for hours, with neither side backing down. The frog wanted to drive the invader away, while the serpent wanted to retrieve the giant black pillar. Birds scattered from the surrounding trees, and smaller swamp creatures fled as waves of water, mud, and mana shockwaves radiated outwards. Countless frogs and beasts died as collateral, but neither of the titans stopped. The fight was bloody and relentless, both creatures using strength, size, and magical abilities. Yet neither side yielded, turning the swamp into a chaotic battlefield and a horrifying graveyard. After the 12-hour mark had passed, the flow of the battle finally shifted. The colossal serpent coiled tightly around the muddy swamp, its bloodthirsty eye fixed on the massive toad. Suddenly, with a deceptive strike, it rushed at the toad, landing a brutal strike that seemed to end the battle. The frog staggered from the strike. It was heavily wounded and profusely bleeding. Its movements gradually slowed down against the serpent's relentless assault, but even in its final moments, the toad fought back. Summoning all its remaining strength, it struck the serpent with a devastating attack, its jaws clamping on the snake's neck with crushing force. The blow rocked the serpent's massive body, leaving it wounded and teetering on the edge of death. Both titans lay battered, the swamp around them littered with the remnants of their armies. But in the end, the light in the toad's eyes dimmed and it breathed its last. As for the serpent, though it was grievously wounded, it still managed to survive. With great difficulty, it turned towards the large pond that had once been the home of its slain enemy. With an expectant eye, it hoped to see the magical item that it had so desperately sought. But the Staff of Calamity was gone. Its pupil shrank as its eye gleamed with rage, hatred, and helplessness. It was in an extremely critical condition and knew it could no longer chase the human. Then, all of a sudden, a giant shadow loomed over the one-eyed snake. It weakly raised its serpentine head, only to see a towering black pillar descend upon its broken body like a strike of judgment. Its eye flashed with terror, and it quickly tried to flee, but before it could even move an inch, judgment had arrived, and it was delivered by a laughing madman. Boom. The battlefield fell silent at last. Both titans lay dead. The frog's hulking corpse was half submerged in the pond, its body riddled with injuries that spewed blood and poison. As for the serpent, its massive body lay coiled and broken. Its serpentine head had been smashed into a pulp by Adam. The snake was a tough creature with strong defenses. It took the youth a couple of tries to hammer the snake to death with the enlarged staff. And now he sat atop the corpse of the serpent, chewing on its raw flesh with a delightful smile on his charred face. Meanwhile, the mimic had already burrowed inside the snake's corpse, planning to eat until it was utterly full. "Not bad," said Adam with a wide grin. "Not bad at all." As he observed the wetlands around him, he noticed the ground was torn apart, littered with gouges, shattered trees, and pools of blood that mixed with the murky water. The armies that had clashed here were now reduced to scattered remains. All the beasts controlled by the serpent had been slain. They were already outnumbered to begin with. As for the toad's army, countless frog bodies floated lifelessly in the waters, while mangled carcasses lay piled along the edges of the swamp. The stench of death hung thick and oppressive in the air. The once lively swamp was completely devastated. Trees had been uprooted, the ponds had turned into muddy craters, and the land itself looked scarred and unnatural. The only sounds left were the buzzing of insects, the slow drip of blood into water, and the croaking of toads. Quite a lot of frogs had survived the battle. Now they were all feasting on the corpse of the giant toad that had once ruled over them. Noticing this, Adam's lips curled into a wide, unnatural grin. "The law of the jungle," he murmured. "Well, it's the same in human society as well. The strong prey on the weak, and the weak do their best to cling to the strong until they themselves can stand on their own. The only difference is that humans hide it all under a mask of lies and sophistication. While out here in the wildlands, everything is raw, primal, and without pretenses. We humans are not too different from these beasts. We just wear fine clothes and put on a facade of civility. Deep down, we're all the same." Coming to that conclusion, he burst into a fit of laughter. The nearby frogs shuddered at the sound of his deranged laughter and quickly made distance. No one wanted to be anywhere near the madman. Adam's laughter came to an abrupt halt when he sensed something strong and profound near him. A moment later, the mimic emerged from the serpent's corpse, except it had something settled between its jaw, displaying it as a trophy. "Jeed, Jeed," it called out excitedly. The youth turned to him and saw a glowing white sphere tainted with a purple hue, clutched between the mimic's jaw. He focused the sphere of resonance on it, and his breathing grew heavy. The amount of mana radiating from it was nothing short of spectacular. "A mana core," he exclaimed. "Jeej, Jeej," the mimic spat the glowing sphere onto Adam's lap. Then it jumped around in joy, seemingly very proud of what it had found. Adam held onto the sphere and murmured, his tone laced with fascination. "It's that bastard's mana core. Incredible. This is the first time I'm personally seeing what a mana core looks like." Of course, he'd seen and felt the same sensation plenty of times in the memories of the experts, but this was different. It was surreal. But soon, his happiness and excitement turned to bitterness. His lips curled into a brilliant smile and he said, "It's a pity I can't conduct a ritual to absorb the mana inside this core. And Val's asleep too. I guess he won't be needing this as well." Grief engulfed his heart and laughter escaped his lips. "If it's not absorbed soon enough, the mana inside will dissipate into the atmosphere," he murmured. He turned to the mimic and said with a smile, "You, eat it." Jeej, the mimic shifted, slightly confused. "Eat it, you idiot." Adam thrust the mana core straight down the mimic's throat, causing the latter to gag in protest. The mimic gazed at the madman with an aggrieved expression, but Adam simply laughed in response. He waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Your physiology is a bit special, so you should be able to absorb it. You'll be thanking me later. Don't ever say that Adam Constantine is not magnanimous." The truth was, Adam was incapable of absorbing the mana from the core in his current state. Firstly, due to his inability to use spiritual energy at the moment, he would not be able to conduct ritual magic that would have allowed him to refine the mana from the core and help him absorb it into his own body. Secondly, and perhaps more importantly, because of the constant ravings of the faceless mask assaulting his mind, he was incapable of practicing mindfulness. The process of mindfulness that allowed a magus to absorb mana into their body required a calm state of mind, after all. And his mind was anything but calm. Due to that, Adam hadn't been able to practice mindfulness in the past year and a half. As a result, his arcane progress had stagnated. In fact, until his soul was fully healed, he doubted he could absorb mana into his body. Thinking of his woes, he couldn't help but reveal a brilliant smile. He then turned to the corpse of the giant toad and watched the smaller frogs devour its corpse. There's another mana core inside that thing. I wonder what I should do with it, he muttered under his breath. A long time later, he chose to leave that core alone. He was the one to bring calamity upon this land. He was the one indirectly responsible for the giant toad's death. Leaving its mana core behind felt only right. Perhaps one of its kin would claim it, grow stronger, and take its place as the new ruler of the marshlands one day. Adam rose to his feet and prepared to leave. Don't ever say Adam Constantine is not magnanimous, he screamed at the frogs, causing them to shudder in terror and scatter away. The following moment, a gust of wind blew and he disappeared from sight, his crazed laughter still echoing in the air. The interior of the pyramid lay in ruins. It was an utter and complete wreck. Broken stone blocks and collapsed walls littered the floor, covered in dust, debris, and dried blood. Massive green feathers, torn and bloodstained, were scattered across the chamber. At the center lay the corpse of the giant feathered serpent. Its body stretched across the ruined hall, its scales cracked and shredded. A few plumes of feathers still drifting in the air painted a macabre and gory scene. It was something Edward had never witnessed in his life before. Pools of blood had seeped into the cracks of the stone floor, staining everything in a dark red. The air, which was already oppressive and heavy to begin with, now felt utterly suffocating. Broken carvings and shattered statues were half buried beneath the rubble, as if the very pyramid itself had collapsed under the serpent's final moments. Edward had witnessed it all, from the very beginning up until the moment the feathered serpent breathed its last. Oh, what a glorious battle it was. He had never seen something so spectacular before, a battle between mana core magi. It was his first time witnessing such a breathtaking scene. He watched Berger expertly weave illusions in the air, scenes that were indistinguishable from reality. He saw Blackie shrouded in darkness, slipping in and out of shadows. Finally, he witnessed the might of the feathered serpent. It was a grand battle to behold. Yet the serpent could not hold its own against the combined might of Berger and Blackie. Truth be told, Edward knew that the gnome had majored in the school of illusion and thought that it was one of the weaker branches of magic. But after witnessing how Berger had fooled the senses of the serpent on more than one occasion, allowing Blackie to deal successive critical blows, he realized something very important, something that deepened his understanding of magic. There were no strong or weak schools of magic, only strong or weak magi. Boy, come out here, the gnome suddenly called out to him. Why yeah, Edward snapped out of his daze and came out of hiding. He walked across the ruined chamber, his gaze shifting from blood-stained feathers to ripped-out scales. Finally, he arrived before the unmoving corpse of the serpent. Sitting atop it, Berger casually smoked from the pipe, almost as if he hadn't just taken care of a might mana core-level beast. As for Blackie, he was devouring the flesh of the serpent with great relish. It wasn't every day that one got to dine on the meat of a mana core-level beast, after all. Edward couldn't hold in his curiosity any longer and asked, "Old man, how did you do it? How did you turn your illusions corporeal?" Berger arched an eyebrow. "Did you witness the entire battle?" "Of course I did." Edward grinned from ear to ear. "A battle between mana core level beings. I wouldn't miss it for the world." The grumpy old gnome shook his head in disappointment. "Looks like you're unafraid of courting death, or perhaps you're just ignorant." He paused for a moment, took in a long drag from the pipe, then added, "Always remember, Eddie, the mere shockwaves from a battle between mana core magi are enough to gravely injure others, even if they're mana vortex magi." Yes, of course." Edward nodded, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. "Anyway, how did you do it? I really need to beat some discipline into you," Berger scoffed. He inhaled another drag, savored the flavor of tobacco, then exhaled to the side. He then continued, "Ideally, illusionists use shadow magic to turn their illusions corporeal, but I use smoke. It's something that I've researched and developed over the years. I suppose you could call it smoke magic." There was a hint of pride in the elderly gnome's eyes as he waved his hand and conjured a large pipe made out of nothing but the smoke he'd exhaled. With another gesture of the hand, the pipe flew towards Edward and smacked him in the head. Edward didn't have time to express his grievance. He was completely fascinated by the application of smoke magic and how the model component of the spell transmuted the state of matter from intangible to tangible. "Principles from the school of alteration?" he asked, his tone laced with curiosity. Berger replied with a faint nod. "Indeed." Right at that moment, Blackie's voice echoed in the dimly lit chamber. "Found it." The gnome turned towards him, his eyes flashing with hints of excitement. He saw a glowing sphere clutched between Blackie's jaws and couldn't help but reveal a smile. "After our work here is done, I'll set up a ritual magic and then we can absorb the mana from the core. What do you say?" Berger asked as he hopped down from the giant snake and walked towards the wolf. Blackie threw the mana core at the gnome, then said in an even voice, "You should absorb all of it by yourself. You need to consolidate your rank." "Are you sure?" Berger was slightly taken aback. Blackie nodded. My mana absorption rate is significantly higher than yours. Absorbing the mana from the core or not makes little difference to me. The gnome deeply looked at his old friend, then nodded. Very well then. At that moment, Edward cleared his throat and shamelessly said, Old man Berger, if you're so intent on sharing the mana core with someone, then how about including me? How fool, the mana inside the core is too potent. It's not something you can absorb, Berger reprimanded. Gah, Edward grimaced with tearful eyes. Why can't you use words, damn it? Must you always resort to violence? The gnome rolled his eyes, then turned around. He gazed at the giant arched door that seemed to lead further underground. Conveniently, the door was also just big enough for the feathered serpent to move through. Gesturing at it, Berger said, the flow of mana there is odd. Blackie nodded with a solemn look in his eyes. He then turned to the gnome and asked, It's likely the portal is down there. Then his expression turned even more grim and he added, And it's likely there's another enemy down there. We must be vigilant. Portal? Edward asked in confusion as he gently rubbed his forehead. What are you two talking about? What portal? And there's another enemy down there. The gnome did not answer for a long time. He intently looked at the giant doorway, his eyes flashing with a calculating light. At last, he turned around and instructed the blue-eyed youth, I'll tell you everything. But first, dissect the corpse. I need the scales, the flesh, and the internal organs separated. The entire body is filled with valuable medicinal ingredients. Nothing can be wasted. Understood. What? Why me? Edward was extremely aggrieved. But before he could complain any further, the smoking pipe of judgment had viciously landed on his head. Pow, unruly child, Berger roared. If not you, then who? Get to work. Land of Indus was vast and diverse. It was both a country and a continent, and always remained independent from worldly affairs. Fertile river valleys stretched across the lands, complemented by waterways that supported farmlands and bustling cities. In the north, the lands rose into snow-capped mountains, rich with minerals, whereas the central plains were warm and fertile, perfect for agriculture and settlements. The lands in the south were home to river deltas and abundant fishing grounds. The people of Indus were resourceful and inventive. They were excellent in architecture, trade, and irrigation. Magical beasts inhabited the continent's wildlands, elementals dwelled in sacred groves, and all sorts of mystical locations sprawled across the lands. Magic was integrated into daily life, enhancing agriculture, construction, and craftsmanship, making both the people and the environment feel alive with a wonderful and homely energy. The prosperity of Indus was largely due to its rulers, who were powerful magi. Their strength and mastery of magic made them formidable enough to deter foreign powers, ensuring the country's safety from any invasion. At the same time, these rulers were just and righteous, governing their people wisely and maintaining order across their lands. Under their leadership, both magi and mortals flourished. Agriculture, trade, craftsmanship, and arcane research all advanced steadily over the years, and the people of Indus were able to thrive without reliance on other kingdoms or empires. The rulers balanced power with fairness, creating a society where innovation, magic, and daily life prospered side by side. As a result, Indus became largely self-sufficient, a continent where the strength of its rulers protected its independence, and the justice of their rule nurtured the well-being of all who lived there. But that was all going to soon change. With the advent of the planetary alignment set to take place in the next 100 years, many of the cult's plans would begin to be gradually expedited, and that included the civil war that would soon take Indus by storm. The dark clutches of the Cult of Bones reached all across Tron, and so, it was no surprise that they had grand designs for the continent of Indus too. Europa had long since served as the primary base for the cult, where they operated from the shadows. In the time since the establishment of this clandestine organization, Yenlu had been secretly conquered by them as well, their rulers reduced to mere figureheads. Within the next decade or so, Indus too would fall under their control. Then all that would remain would be the continents of Ulir and Nahua. Eventually, they too would fall for the schemes of the cult. It was inevitable. In a secluded region of this country, two powerful figures had gathered. They were both mana core magi, one belonging to the Cult of Bones, while the other hailing from the royal family of Indus. Marden enjoyed the breathtaking scenery as he stood atop a verdant hill. Sipping on wine, he watched as the sun slowly dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow across the land sprawled out before him. Fertile plains stretched outwards, dotted with clusters of brick structures and remnants of stone buildings. The rivers reflected the fading light of the sun, winding through the ancient ruins like a silver, glowing ribbon. Scattered trees could be seen on the terrain, and raised platforms were occupied remnants of a long-forgotten civilization. The final sunlight highlighted the geometry of the abandoned streets and buildings, giving a clear sense of the organized urban planning that the ancient magi had developed. The ancient magi were truly wise, Marden muttered with admiration. He gestured at the ancient ruins sprawled before him and asked, was it the dwarves? Indeed, said the middle-aged man standing beside him. He had dark hair, brown eyes, and a tan complexion. Dressed in lavish blue robes, he carried the aura of someone who had held a seat of authority for a long time. This was the third prince of the Vassaran Empire, the royal family of Indus. His name was Devraj Vassaran, a powerful mana core magus. Devraj gazed at the sprawling ruins before him and continued in a dignified voice. Before Indus, before even Faipur, this land belonged to the dwarves. Here they forged the empire of Drakmar. It was said to be an age of stone and steel, when their forges burned without end and their halls stretched deep underneath the mountains. Marden cast a side glance at the tall, broad-shouldered man beside him, concealing the utter boredom in his eyes. Before the man could go on to spout more nonsense about the ancient dwarves, he interjected, "That's nice. Anyway, what is the status at the royal court?" Devraj turned to look at him. He observed him deeply for a few moments, then nodded. "It is proceeding all according to plan. And what about that man who has been hindering our plans?" Marden asked, frustration evident in his voice. "His Majesty will be dealt with when the time is right," Devraj murmured, his voice low. Marden's lips curled into a faint smirk, his eyes sparkling with amusement. He took another sip from the goblet, then asked, "Do you not have any misgivings about taking the life of your father?" Those words rang like thunder inside Devraj's ears. For a brief moment, his eyes gleamed with conflicting emotions, only to be replaced by firm, cold resolve the next instant. He turned to Marden and said in a solemn voice, "It needs to be done, and it shall be done." "Very well," Marden nodded. "I don't doubt you." For a moment, he felt as though he had found a kindred spirit in Devraj. But the next moment, when he noticed the haunting spirits of his deceased kin clinging to him, he couldn't help but give birth to a dark feeling of schadenfreude. After a moment, he continued, "Well, the poison we gave you will work as long as your father consumes it with his meals. The poison will take his life when he least expects it, and then—" He turned to Devraj and added with a confident smile, "You will be king." Devraj silently nodded, his gaze distant and churning with dark emotions. "Well then." Marden put away the goblet and the wine jug and prepared to depart. "It was nice catching up with you, old friend. I have other matters to tend to, so I shall take my leave." With that said, he cast a set of hand seals and his feet soon left the ground. "Where are you headed?" Devraj asked with a slight frown. He had hoped to discuss more about the cult's plans, but it seemed that would not be the case. "It's a secret," Marden said with an amused smile. His figure turned into a blur as he shot into the night sky, and in the next heartbeat, he disappeared behind the clouds. Soaring past the cloud, Marden felt the crisp wind brush against his face. This was despite him coating his body with a thin layer of mana, or else flying would have been really troublesome. He lowered his head and glanced at the landscape below, which looked no different than a painting that had come to life. He couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. "Not bad," he said. "So this is how you find purchase, eh? It will be easier for my future plans." As he breathed in the fresh air high up above the clouds, his mind couldn't help but wander. He thought of the relationship between mana density and the laws of flight. In different worlds, the density of mana directly influenced the natural laws governing flight. On a planet with high mana density, the atmosphere is saturated with mana particles. These particles created resistance, much like a thicker medium, making it harder for spells related to flight to generate lift. To counter this, Magi expended more energy to push against the denser mana field. Conversely, on a planet with low mana density like Tron, the medium offered less resistance. Flight became easier, requiring less mana to maintain altitude or speed. Regardless, soaring above the clouds was one of the best things a magus or any person, for that matter, could experience. Of course, unless they had a fear of heights. Marden's smile slowly faded away when he thought back to his meeting with the Prince of Indus. Although the latter showed great ambition, Marden couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt while looking at him. It was true that Devraj Vassaran was an ally of the cult and greatly supported their plan for world domination, but at the same time, Marden couldn't help but wonder. When the time came, could Devraj really swing the sword that had already been unsheathed? Thinking of this, his eyes flashed with a peculiar light. He retrieved a skeletal worm from his storage artifact. After imbuing mana into it, the worm came to life. Marden brought it closer to his lips and spoke in a solemn tone. "I sense hesitation in the man. Devraj might not be up to the task when the moment truly comes. This might jeopardize our plan. It's better to be cautious. Prepare the contingency." With that said, the skeletal worm slipped into the spirit world, carrying the message to its recipient. And it was none other than Marden's close friend, Leland Hainam. After sending the message, Marden's lips curled into a smirk. His eyes flashed with a calculating light, and he wondered that should dispel any lingering doubts the Lord may hold towards me. With this, everything will finally fall into place. Despite Marden slaughtering his entire family, he could still feel that the cult leader harbored slight suspicions towards him. This was the Lick's nature. He was a magus driven to madness, making him paranoid and suspicious of everyone and everything around him. Yet still, he needed close aides he could confide in. He needed people whom he could trust. After all, he couldn't conquer the world alone, and that's where the inner circle came in. But the cult leader's meaning of trust was twisted. The elders of the inner circle were all magi whom the cult leader trusted. But then again, that was only possible because he had direct and complete control over them. But not Marden. Marden was the only elder not to practice necromancy. As such, the cult leader did not have complete control over him. This was exactly the reason Marden was able to remove the Lick's hold over him with the help of the bloody ritual he conducted back in Ravenfell. However, with how much he had accomplished in the Battle of Ravenfell, he was certain that the cult leader shouldn't have any reason to doubt him, and with his recent action, he hoped to further solidify that trust. But Marden knew the cult leader very well. It was good to be cautious, but not overly cautious like the Lick. A man who trusted no one believed that only his own judgment was reliable. At first, that might look like strength. The man would avoid betrayal, keep secrets safe, and rely on his own abilities. But over time, that lack of trust would isolate him. Without trusted allies, the cult leader bore every burden alone, making him slower to act and easier to overwhelm. He enslaved capable people who would never have supported him, leaving him surrounded only by sycophants or by no one at all. When a true crisis arrived, and it will one day eventually arrive, the Lick would have no one to watch his back, no one to warn him, no one to stand beside him. His hubris, the belief that only he is worthy of his own trust, blinded him to the truth that no great endeavor was ever achieved alone. In the end, his downfall would be caused not by his enemies, but by the very walls he built around himself. The Lord has gone mad for a long time now, Marden thought with a grim look on his face. What is his agreement with the devils about? If the planetary alignment is within the next century, and he already knows the location of the teleportation gate, then why work with the devil in the first place? Marden had had a lot of time to deeply think over this matter. He had come up with several theories, but there was one that was more convincing than the others, one that he believed was not that far from the truth. Could it be? He wondered, his eyes gleaming with a calculating light. The devils provided the Lord with the secret to becoming a Lick and attaining immortality, and in return, the Lord had to sacrifice this world to the devils. He also mentioned to me something along the lines of, it was better for my kin to die by my own hands than to become soldiers for the devils in an eternal war against the demons. Is this the deal the Lord had struck with the devils? Immortality in exchange for billions of lives. The more Marden thought about it, the more it seemed to make sense. His lips slowly curled into a cold smile. His lips parted and he softly murmured, "Oh, we'll see about that." Soon, he had arrived at his destination, the secret portal hidden in the heart of Indus. The giant arched door that led further underground lay past the corpse of the feathered serpent, all the way on the other side of the vast chamber. The entrance gave way to a tunnel, narrow and carved from weathered stone, but if one looked closely, they would find that the tunnel was carved by something more forceful and primitive. "Say, old man," Edward began in a low voice as he gazed at the ceiling of the tunnel. "What are the chances that the feathered snake used this tunnel to travel back and forth?" The tunnel was dark, and the only source of light was an illumination spell, a small orb of light cast by the elderly gnome. Berger, mounted atop Blackie, observed the tunnel with squinted eyes. Then he said in an even voice, "Highly likely." The walls were rough, covered with faint carvings eroded by time. The air inside was damp and heavy, carrying the smell of mold and earth. The illumination spell revealed thick roots pushing through the ceiling and cracks, as though the jungle itself was invading the structure. Blackie's dark eyes gleamed with a mysterious light. Suddenly, he paused in his footsteps and sniffed the air slightly. "I sense something down there," he began. His words caused Edward to stiffen. Berger's face, meanwhile, was shadowed by a grim expression. "But I don't think it's alive," Blackie concluded. Hearing his words, Berger couldn't help but frown. He closed his eyes and expanded his senses outwards. A long time later, he opened his eyes. He muttered softly, his tone laced with slight confusion. "It seems to be dead, but it's also alive." Edward had an incredulous look on his face as his gaze shifted between the gnome and the wolf several times. He couldn't help but wonder if the two had finally lost it. Alive, dead, also alive, why can't you just pick one? He thought to himself. As the trio continued their journey, the tunnel started to slope downwards. The floor became uneven and slightly slippery. Water dripped from above, forming shallow puddles along the path. Insects scurried into the cracks, and faint scratching sounds echoed from shadowy corners. Edward's back was drenched in a layer of cold sweat. He involuntarily started to walk closer to the giant wolf, his hand reaching for the dark fur on his back. For some reason, Blackie forbade Edward from mounting him, and so the blue-eyed youth had no other option but to walk side by side. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, the tunnel opened up to a vast underground chamber. The ceiling rose high, lost in perpetual darkness, supported by massive stone pillars carved with motifs of serpents and geometric symbols. The moment the three arrived at this underground chamber and gazed at what lay before them, they were utterly stunned, even Blackie and Berger. They were startled by what they were seeing. At the center of the chamber lay the remains of a colossal snake, this one bigger than the one Berger and Blackie had just recently slain. This amissive snake's body coiled tightly around a black pedestal. The serpent's scales were dulled, its flesh degraded, revealing nothing but the skeletal frame. Its jaws were slightly open, exposing broken fangs. The pedestal it seemed to guard was polished to a dark gleam. It was the only thing that looked out of place inside this ancient underground chamber. It stood in stark contrast to the pale, ruined serpent that wrapped around it. Shadows clung to the curves of the snake's body. Although this mighty creature had long since perished, its remains still emanated a tough and unyielding vitality. That was why both Berger and Blackie felt that the creature was alive but also dead. But something probably even more shocking than the remains of this colossal serpent was the goodness arcana. Edward blurted out an exclamation. Such high density of mana. What the hell is this place? Is this paradise? The mana density was unlike anything the trio had ever felt before. Just by practicing mindfulness here could save a magus year's worth of gruel training. Their advancement speed would increase rapidly if they were to absorb the mana here. Where is this mana coming from? Edward asked, wide-eyed. Or could it be that the pyramid is gathering mana from the outside and funneling it here? Blackie and Berger had a solemn look on their faces, their gaze fixed on the black pedestal the dead serpent was guarding. Say, Blackie, Berger began, casually dragging a puff from the pipe. If this creature were alive, what were the chances of us defeating it? Blackie remained silent for a few moments, carefully observing the carcass of the mighty predator. At last, he replied with a simple word, slim. Berger hummed in acknowledgement. This one seems to be far stronger than the one upstairs. To think that it would radiate such an aura even after death. The gnome's gaze followed the blood stains on the ground, closer to the pedestal. He then continued, and it looks like our friend here tried to find the mysteries behind the mana density in this place. Indeed, Blackie nodded as he slowly walked towards the serpent's corpse. It would appear that the serpent got a little too greedy. He turned his head ever so slightly and asked the gnome, did Adam mention any way to bypass the pedestal's defense mechanism? Oh, the boy was meticulous, said the gnome as he took flight and hovered above the pedestal. Very, very meticulous. Berger's expression turned solemn, and he began weaving a series of complex hand seals. At the same time, his mana engulfed the entire black pedestal, forming an invisible dome around it. Edward approached Blackie and couldn't help but ask, what are you guys talking about? And what is old man Berger doing? With his gaze still fixed on Berger, the wolf patiently explained, the source of the thick mana density in this chamber is that pedestal. This serpent tried to uncover its mysteries and died in the process. Now, Berger is doing the same, except he won't meet the same fate as this silly snake here. After a few long, tense minutes, Berger finally exhaled a breath of relief. With the final hand seal completed, the black pedestal trembled. Then it split in two, revealing a spiral staircase that descended deeper underground. With that said, he ventured down the stairs. Meanwhile, Blackie transformed into a smaller version of himself and hopped onto Edward's head. Then he said in a stern voice, go on then. What are you waiting for? All right. Edward gulped nervously. He nimbly climbed over the serpent's corpse and reached the base of the staircase. He took a deep breath, then finally began his descent. Marden's expression turned ruthless as he swiped his hand in an upward diagonal angle. An arc of blood materialized in the air, and in the next moment, cleanly severed the giant bull's head from its body. With a soft thud, the mana core level beast's head fell to the ground, the light in its eyes slowly growing dim. Meanwhile, its body lost balance and collapsed shortly after. It twitched for a moment or two before ultimately falling still. Marden exhaled a heavy breath and finally lowered his hand. His appearance was a little haggard as he had to battle this powerful beast, but in the end he came out on top. He was currently inside a vast underground chamber. It was dimly lit, and the air was thick with the scent of earth, blood, and decay. Near his feet lay the corpse of the giant bull he had just slain. Its massive body was motionless as it lay sprawled across the cracked stone floor. Its muscles hung loose, and dried blood stained the ground around it, forming dark puddles that reflected the dim lights from the glowing fungus and moss clinging to the walls and ceiling. A familiar black pedestal rose from the center of the chamber. Its surface was smooth and polished, absorbing light rather than reflecting it, giving it an ominous presence. It had mysterious runes carved on its surface. These symbols might seem foreign to others, but Marden knew exactly what they were. These runes were written in the language of the devils, a harsh and guttural tongue born from shadows and flames, Infernac. This is the problem with places with high mana density like this, Marden muttered under his breath as he crouched beside the beast's corpse. In the next instant, he thrust his hand straight through the flesh and retrieved the mana core inside. Wiping the blood of the core, he continued, it will always attract powerful creatures, drawn to its abundant mana. This was the secret location in Indus, where one of the 6 portals was located. After dealing with the mighty bull, he approached the black pedestal. With practiced ease, he weaved a series of hand seals, causing the pedestal to slide sideways and reveal a staircase leading further underground. Hands clasped behind his back, Marden descended the staircase. From time to time, he would press on a certain point on the wall or weave a simple hand seal to deactivate any defense mechanisms. As he did so, he couldn't help but sneer. He thought to himself in disdain, how paranoid can a person truly be? If the Lord was so cautious, couldn't he have placed a loyal guard at every portal? At least they could have helped fend off against the occasional magical beast that might wander here, drawn to the rich mana. Soon his lips curled into a cold smile. But it's a good thing he didn't do that either, or it would have become truly hard for me to enact my plans. Whistling a merry tune, he continued his way down. The staircase descended steeply, carved from dark stone worn by the ravages of time. The air grew colder and heavier with each step. Marden had to deactivate several defensive barriers and other hidden traps. Activating them would directly alert the cult leader. Although in doing so, there would have been no problems because the Lick already knew that Marden was visiting the 6 portals around the world to strengthen the rune magic fueling them. Still, he wanted to avoid alerting the Lick. At the bottom, the staircase opened into another chamber, this one far bigger in size than the one above. The ceiling arched high above, disappearing into the darkness, supported by massive stone pillars. Here, the mana density was exponentially higher. Just breathing the air here felt wonderful to Marden, his gaze fixed on the thing at the center of the chamber. At the center stood a large portal, its surface constantly shifting and pulsing with otherworldly energy. Dark red light radiated outwards in waves, casting strange patterns across the floor and walls. The floor was covered in complex, mysterious runes carved in the infernal language. Just the complexity of it was mind-boggling. Marden couldn't help but wonder how much time it must have taken the cult leader to establish not just one, but 6 of these portals all across the globe. He observed the complex array of runes, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "The Lord is truly a knowledgeable being," he murmured. The next moment, he took a deep breath and began reinforcing the runes. The work itself wasn't particularly time-consuming. It was the travel between multiple continents that would consume most of his time. That was why he told Leland that by the time they met again, several years or even up to a decade would have passed. Still, Marden had enough time to go around the world and ensure that the portals were structurally stable. While he was working on the runes, he suddenly raised his head, his gaze shifting to the enormous portal that hovered in the center of the chamber. His eyes squinted as he intently observed the shifting surface of the portal. His lips slowly curled into a smirk, almost as if he could already see what lay beyond the portal. Marden shook his head and resumed his work. "All in due time," he murmured. "I must be patient." A similar portal, all the way on the other side of the world, hummed with life. Standing before it, Edward had a look filled with utter disbelief etched on his face. For a long time, he didn't know what to say. At long last, he looked toward the elderly gnome hovering in the air beside him. Then he gulped nervously and asked, "This portal. This is the source of the abundant mana." Barriger had a grim look on his face as he nodded. "To be precise, the source is what lies beyond this portal. The mana you're sensing is simply leaking from the other side." With a trembling voice, Edward asked, what's beyond this portal?" Berger remained silent for a long time, the expression on his face darkening by the moment. At last he said in a grim voice, "The plane of sin, the home of the devils, the 9 hells of Inferno." Edward sat at the edge of the chamber, his gaze fixed on Berger, who was cautiously disarming the traps and other defense mechanisms. The knowledge that he had just been made privy to turned his world upside down. Until a few minutes ago, he had been living in ignorance, oblivious to the fact that his home world was under extraplanar threat. More importantly, he had unknowingly come in touch with this secret more than 2 decades ago, when he was still a mere Mana Foundation magus. After a long time, he turned to Blackie, who was comfortably lying on the ground beside him, and asked, "So you're telling me, one of the portals is right underneath Hand City, and me, Lisa, and Adam had almost visited that place while we were still kids?" Blackie's ears fluttered ever so slightly. He opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the elderly gnome. Then he answered in an even voice, "That vampire I killed back then, he was similar to the feathered serpent we fought earlier." Both were drawn by the abundant mana emanating from the portal. Edward didn't know how to even react. To think that everything was connected was simply astounding to him. He gulped involuntarily, then asked again, "And what about Headmistress Godfrey? You're telling me she's always been in cahoots with the cult?" Blackie heaved a long, heavy sigh. "Indeed," he began. "Believe it or not, she sent you 3 to die all those years ago. Berger has confirmed this through her memories. Her intention was clear." Edward didn't know how to feel about that. It would be an understatement to say that he was affected by it. He felt utterly betrayed and heartbroken. Helene Godfrey was a respected individual in Moon City, loved and admired by all its residents, especially the students of Clover Academy. But in the end, it turned out that it was all a facade. Edward learned that Helene's motive, from the very beginning, was to find promising young candidates from the Southern Federation and secretly raise them as cultists. Anger bubbled inside his heart, his palms clenching into fists. How dare she? He spat through gritted teeth. Suddenly, he thought of something, and he couldn't help but ask, "Does Adam know about this?" Blackie turned to him, looked him in the eye, and solemnly said, "Eddie, it was Adam who found out about Helene's betrayal. He was also the one to uncover the truth about the portal underneath Hans City. Subsequently, after studying that portal and conducting thorough research, he learned that there were 5 other portals just like it around the world. Adam was the one who put this all into motion." Edward lowered his head, his lips curling into a bitter smile. "I see," he murmured. "I'm not surprised. It's just like him to carry all the weight on his shoulders." He paused for a moment, then asked again, "When did he learn about all of this? I mean, how did he even uncover this conspiracy to begin with?" "I'm not certain," Blackie said, shaking his head, "but something changed after the Blackshore incident. He must have learned something during that battle. Instead of returning to Ravenfell at the time, he set off on a journey to the Southern Federation. And that's when he learned about all of this: Helene's betrayal, the portal under Hans City, everything." Edward's heart churned with tumultuous waves. He couldn't even begin to imagine what Adam must have gone through. The weight of all that knowledge must have crushed him, yet he never once bothered anyone else with it. He couldn't help but wonder, if he were in Adam's shoes, could he bear such a heavy burden all by himself? "How does old man Berger know about all of this then?" Edward asked, his voice low. "If I recall correctly, he should have been in seclusion around the time the Blackshore incident happened." "Adam never disclosed this to Berger to begin with," said Blackie, his gaze still fixed on the gnome. "He never got the chance." The wolf paused for a moment, then continued, "I suppose Adam must have realized that a great calamity was about to strike, or perhaps he must have had a feeling that great misfortune was about to befall him. So he went against his distrusting nature and divulged those secrets to his grand master, Gerald Acadia." Edward still couldn't quite believe that the gnome's mentor had been none other than the former Emperor of Acadia. That fact alone made Adam's arcane lineage quite remarkable. Blackie added after a brief pause, "The former headmaster of Saratoga was also in on this. Together, the 3 of them came up with a plan to foil the cult's schemes. But from what I know, the entire plan was Adam's idea. That is why this clandestine operation of ours is named after him. Operation Constantine." Edward murmured. In hindsight, it was a fortunate thing that Adam disclosed his plans to Gerald Acadia and Marcus Blackwood. Considering what happened to him during the Battle of Ravenfell, I don't know how things would have unfolded if he hadn't divulged his plans. "So what exactly is the plan?" Edward couldn't help but ask. "We know that there are 6 portals on Tron and that they connect to the 9 hells of Inferno. How are we going to destroy them and prevent the devils from invading our world?" Blackie remained silent for a few moments, his dark eyes flashing with a peculiar light. He then turned to the blue-eyed youth and asked a question of his own, who said anything about destroying the portals. Edward's eyes narrowed, a deep frown appearing on his face. "WH, what do you mean? Aren't we going to destroy this portal? I mean, isn't that why we're here? How else are we supposed to thwart the cult's plans?" Blackie deeply looked at the youth, then simply said, "You'll know in due time." But it was impossible for Edward to suppress his curiosity. However, Blackie interrupted him, his voice stern. "You should focus on more important matters for now." Edward protested. "What could possibly be more important than saving our world?" Blackie sighed, then lay back down. "Look around you, Eddie. Look where we are. Don't you think this is a golden opportunity for you to practice mindfulness and get stronger?" Edward opened his mouth to protest, but a moment later he swallowed his words. He exhaled a helpless sigh, then murmured, "Fine." He then closed his eyes and started practicing mindfulness. 6 months later, Edward found his arcane progress had advanced by leaps and bounds. The progress he had made in this underground chamber in these past months would have taken him years above ground. If he could, he would have simply preferred to stay in this mana paradise until he formed a mana core and advanced to the next rank. But of course, such a scenario wasn't possible. After all, Berger had finally finished what he had come here to do. And today, Edward would finally learn what the true objective of Operation Constantine was. Carving the final rune on the floor, Berger exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and finally stood back up. He stretched his upper body, grunting in frustration, My back. Is it finished?" Blackie appeared beside him, curiously gazing at the final rune symbol the gnome had just completed. "Yes," Berger nodded. Glancing at the floor full of runes carved with the Infernac language, the gnome couldn't help but feel a sense of achievement. Considering how greatly his actions had altered the fate of the world, if only a little, felt quite accomplished. But he knew that all of this had only been possible because of Adam. Truth be told, his own knowledge of rune magic wasn't so great so as to alter the function of the portal. Surprisingly, Adam's attainments in rune magic were great enough to make the impossible possible. Moreover, all of this was done without alerting the cult leader. The gnome sighed. How does he even know all of this? He should be in his 30s, yet he knows things that would take an arcane scholar hundreds, if not thousands of years to comprehend. Blackie shook his head. The boy is full of mysteries. He then looked at the gnome and said with a faint smile, "It's what drew you to him all those years ago when he visited your herb store, is it not?" Berger's eyes flashed with reminiscence. He said with a faint nod, yes, those were the good days. Finally, Edward couldn't take it in any longer and blurted out, so what's going to happen now? Are we destroying the thing or what? Berger turned to the blue-eyed youth with a raised brow. Such a fine thing the cult leader has established. Why would we destroy it? Then what? Edward asked with bated breath. What are we doing with it? You lack patience, boy. Berger scoffed. He then turned to the portal, his eyes flashing with seriousness. He took a deep breath, then slowly started to weave a complex set of hand seals. His motions were slow at first, but soon his hands turned into a shadowy blur. The mysterious runes etched on the ground flared to life. They glowed with a blinding white light that spread across the vast chamber in brilliant lines and patterns. The air resonated with mana, vibrating against the walls and sending dust trickling from the ceiling. Edward watched everything unfold with bated breath, his fists involuntarily clenching. Then, what he saw next caused his eyes to turn wide as saucers. At the center, the portal pulsed violently. The reddish glow that had been seeping from its surface flickered, then slowly started to shift in color. Soon, the crimson glow gave way to a deep, dark blue that spilled across the chamber, painting the stone in cold shades. The atmosphere grew heavier, the mana became denser, and the transformation of the portal continued. It was a good thing that Berger had deactivated all the trap mechanisms all those months ago. Or else such a strong reaction from the portal would have surely alerted the cult leader on the other side of the world. After what felt like forever, the transformation was finally completed. The first change that Edward noticed, apart from the change in the portal's color, was the fall in mana density. Moreover, the density continued to plummet rapidly. What is happening? He yelped in surprise. Why is the mana? Meanwhile, Berger and Blackie sighed in relief. The former retrieved his pipe and took a long drag from it. It's a success. Good work. Blackie nodded. What is going on? Edward's incredulous words echoed in the chamber. The elderly gnome grumbled. He turned around and spat. Boy, you sure scream and panic a lot for a magus of your station. Blackie shook his head, sighing helplessly. He's still a child, Berger. Huh? Edward's gaze shifted continuously between the gnome and the wolf. What? However, the gnome cut him off. He grabbed the youth by his collar and grinned. You wanted to know what we were going to do with the portal, eh? Then he positioned himself, his grin turning wider. How about you see it for yourself? The next moment, before Edward realized what was happening, Berger hurled him straight into the portal. Seeing the strange turn of events, Blackie was a little speechless. He then shook his head and walked towards the portal. I'll go check on him. With that said, he too jumped straight into the portal. Berger's work wasn't done yet. He altered the runes on the ground, employing an illusion over the place. This was done to make it look like nothing had changed. After activating the illusion formation, he cast one final look at the chamber, then muttered, 1 down, 5 to go. Then he stepped inside the portal. Berger exited the portal on the other side, appearing in a similar underground chamber. He looked around and nodded. Well, this needs some work. He then climbed the stairs and arrived at a smaller chamber. Berger and Edward were waiting there for him. While the wolf curiously looked around the place, he couldn't help but state, more than 20 years later, back where it all first began. Meanwhile, Edward had a shocked expression on his face. When he looked at the vast chamber, memories resurfaced inside his mind. For a long time, he didn't know what to say. In truth, he couldn't believe what had just transpired. Berger walked up to him, a playful smirk on his face. Now do you realize, boy? Edward snapped out of his shock. He turned to the gnome and managed to muster a few words. Old man, don't tell me this. Yes, Berger nodded, casually taking a drag from the long, wooden pipe. Exhaling a plume of smoke to the side, he confirmed Edward's speculations. We are underneath Hand City. Walking through the familiar, colorless tunnel, Edward felt a surreal feeling bubbling inside his heart. Back when he was still a Mana Foundation magus, he was unable to see things clearly. But now, as a Mana Vortex magus, he was able to observe the mysterious runes expertly concealed on the walls. So you're saying these runes on the wall, they alter the appearance of this place? He asked, his tone laced with a strange mix of emotions. Have you heard of the Shadowmere? Berger asked, casually smoking from the pipe. Edward nodded solemnly. The dark echo of the world, yes. The gnome exhaled a plume of smoke to the side, then said, this tunnel is made to look like it has a connection to that place. In case someone stumbled here by chance, they would think of Shadowmere and not the 9 hells of Inferno. Simple but quite an effective diversion. The trio finally arrived at the end of the tunnel. Without halting, they passed straight through the wall. The next moment, they were met with the warm yet blinding rays of the sun and a cacophony of sounds. They had arrived in a secluded alley in Hand City. Looking around at the people going about their day, Edward couldn't help but sigh. Back here again. He then turned to the elderly gnome, who had just finished casting the final hand seal of the spell. Seeing that, Edward frowned a little. What tray you? The words got caught in his throat when the next moment they turned invisible. Ah, I see, he nodded. The trio continued to head deeper into the city. The youth didn't know where they were going. He was simply following the gnome. There was a lot on his mind and he couldn't quite think straight. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, Old Man Berger, what about the thing down there? Aren't you going to work on that? Not yet, boy. The gnome waved his hand dismissively. That place in Nahua was in a highly secluded region, so he could work there with little need of concealment. But here in the city, there are many factors to consider, the most important of them being the presence of cultists. Edward's expression turned solemn. He couldn't help but subconsciously scan the crowd of people around him. They were currently walking through the bazaar district, and there was an abundance of shady people and pickpockets there. Every other person seemed like a potential threat to him. Calm down, Berger's voice drifted into his ears. There are more efficient ways of rooting out those snakes. How so? Edward asked with an arched eyebrow. Within the hour, the trio had arrived before the entrance of a grand building. When Edward read the sign above the gate, he couldn't help but frown. What are we doing here? The gnome scoffed. Well, what do you think? A strange feeling emerged in Edward's heart, but he quickly shook his head. He thought to himself with some certainty, no, that shouldn't be possible. The trio entered the Clover Academy branch, completely concealed from the senses of all the professors and students inside. Soon, they arrived on the topmost floor and were now standing before the door to an office. By now, Edward had realized what was going on and who they were meeting. His brows had creased together to form a dark frown, and his jaws had clenched tightly together. He clenched his fists so hard that he felt his nails dig into his palm. He turned to the gnome, who was still nonchalantly smoking from the pipe, and spat through gritted teeth, "Old man, don't tell me." However, his words got caught in his throat when the door to the office suddenly opened. Then, the figure of an elderly woman with an amiable face and a gentle smile appeared before the trio. Helen Godfrey glanced at everyone present, her gaze finally settling on Berger. Then she said with a warm smile, "Welcome, old friend." Edward's eyes turned bloodshot, flaring with anger. He took a step forward, roaring, "You damned snake, you're still alive. I'll kill you right fucking now." Blackie blocked the youth's path. He stared at him with solemn eyes. "Calm down, Eddie. How can you ask me to calm down?" Edward spat through gritted teeth. "Move out of the way so I can kill this traitor this instant." Edward. Blackie's eyes narrowed, his tone carrying a dreadful weight. "I said, calm down." The blue-eyed youth suddenly felt a vast feeling of alarm overwhelm him. He couldn't help but shudder at the wolf's words, and yet he did not back down. He gritted his teeth and overcame the fear. Then he took another step forward. "Why are you stopping me?" he said, gnashing his teeth in rage. "This doesn't make sense." Blackie's tone softened a little, and he said in an even voice, "You need to learn to control your emotions, Eddie. I'm stopping you because Helen has already been dealt with." "What?" Edward couldn't help but frown at those words. "Dealt with." He turned to the traitor, who still had a warm smile etched on her face as if she hadn't heard a thing he said, then turned back to the wolf. "What are you talking about? Berger has cast his magic on her." Blackie sighed, then made way for the youth. "She's already under his control." "She what?" Edward was stunned. Seeing the unchanging look on Helen Godfrey's face despite what Blackie had just revealed, Edward couldn't help but feel a bit incredulous. He then turned to the gnome and asked, "Old man, did you really?" Berger scoffed in response. "Boy, you are too temperamental. Remind me to beat some discipline into you. You are in desperate need of it." With that said, he strutted inside the office. When Edward witnessed Helen not reacting to anything they said, and in fact making way for the gnome to enter, he felt more certain of the possibility that perhaps she might have really been mind-controlled by Berger. Still, that did not make him hate her any less. He walked right up to her, looked her in the eye, and said with a cold, malicious smile, "You sent me, Adam, and Lisa to our deaths, huh? We looked up to you, we respected and admired you, yet you betrayed us all. When this is all over and you've outlived your usefulness, mark my words, I will be the one to kill you." Without casting another glance at her, he stomped inside her office. Blackie followed after him, shaking his head helplessly. Meanwhile, throughout the entire encounter, Helen's expression remained unchanged. She closed the door, then turned around. With the same friendly smile on her face, she asked, "So, gentlemen, how can I help you?" In the heart of Mabai, where the canopy was so thick that sunlight barely filtered through, a pack of vicious wolves had gathered at the base of a towering tree. The pack consisted of mana liquefaction-level beasts and was led by a giant wolf at the mana vortex rank. They all had hunger and bloodthirst gleaming in their predatory eyes as they glared at the cloaked figure crouched on one of the thick branches. Crazed laughter echoed through the area as Adam faced the pack of hungry wolves, taunting them. "What is it, little pup? Can't climb the tree, can you? Ah, what a pity." The wolves, seemingly understanding the madman's words, grew even more ferocious. One of the more restless ones couldn't control its bloodlust any longer and rushed towards the treetop, agilely climbing the trunk with the help of its sharp claws. But before it could reach anywhere near Adam, a cold light flashed in the air, followed by the sound of chains dangling. Then, with a muffled thud, the headless body of the wolf plopped to the ground, blood oozing from its neck, forming a dark puddle underneath its twitching body. Laughter once again echoed through the air. Come on, just a little more. You can do it." The pack of wolves growled, their eyes flashing with anger and hatred. They cast a long look at the ugly human, then turned their attention to their deceased kin. Hunger overcame them, and they began devouring its corpse. But not the alpha. It glared at Adam with murder in its eyes. But in the end, it turned around and disappeared behind the trees. Seeing the obvious turn of events, Adam once again felt the urge to laugh. And so he laughed and laughed and laughed. The laughing god continued to whisper, and he continued to listen. Soon his laughter died down as he observed the remains of the wolf he had just slain, as well as the few other wolves who were foolish enough to climb the tree earlier. His lips curled into a wide, unnatural grin, and he murmured, "What's the point of these stealth artifacts if I end up giving away my location simply by laughing?" That was exactly what had happened to him ever since he arrived on this island. It had been a year and a half since he'd arrived here, and 2 years since the Battle of Ravenfell had ended. Finally, after overcoming countless trials and tribulations, Adam had arrived at his destination, the heart of Mabai. If it wasn't for his constant fit of manic laughter that drew the attention of nearby beasts, he would have arrived at his destination sooner. After all, the physical speed of a mana vortex magus was great to begin with. Adam's speed was even more so, considering the 3 cycles of physical augmentation he had undergone. But it could also be argued that if it wasn't for the stealth cloak and the stealth boots, he would have taken a lot longer to arrive here. Mabai was filled with powerful beasts, and every wrong step whispered the promise of death. These wildlands were countless times more dangerous than the murky mountains in Ulir. Regardless, he had finally made it. He heaved a long, heavy sigh and muttered with a faint smile, "We've been through a lot, haven't we, Marin?" There was no response, only the occasional chirping of the birds and the growls of distant animals. Adam's smile widened. "Right, you're not real, you never were." In the next moment there was a response. Jeej, the mimic who was in his rucksack form and strapped to the youth's back, shifted slightly. Adam turned his head ever so slightly and offered a warm smile. "Yes, Jeej, I hear you." Jeej, the mimic chirped happily. "Fine, let's head to the top then." Adam nodded. Then he quickly scaled the tree and arrived at the topmost branch within a minute. It was a very tall tree, and he had to constantly look out for any sly predators that may have made it their home. From the top of the tree, the view stretched endlessly. Up above, the sky was dyed in brilliant shades of orange and purple as twilight engulfed the world. Below was a dense sea of green canopy, the treetops packed so tightly together they looked like rolling waves of leaves. The air was slightly humid, carrying the calls of distant birds and the rustle of hidden wildlife. And far in the distance, rising above the endless green, stood the ancient ruins of a long-forgotten city. Broken towers jutted from the jungle like the sharp teeth of a colossal beast, and crumbling stone walls were half swallowed by wild vegetation. Moss and roots covered most of the structures, but their outlines still told of a once great architecture, now claimed by Mother Nature. The ruins of the city were not silent, however. Shadowy figures emanating powerful auras moved along the broken streets, their shapes half hidden in the mist in the fading light of the sun. They prowled between shattered walls and collapsed towers, lingering like the memories of the past. Their movements were slow, deliberate, and unsettling, almost as if they were bound to the ruined city. All around the city, massive craters scarred the stone and earth. Some were wide and shallow, while others were deep and jagged, filled with stagnant water or overgrown vegetation. And at the center of it all lay the biggest crater, so deep that its pit was swallowed by darkness. The sheer number of these craters hinted at the scale of destruction, a battle so great and devastating that it forever reshaped the lands and the world. Even after thousands of years had passed, the scars remained, marking the place as a graveyard of a forgotten war, a forgotten empire. The lost city of Fapor, Adam muttered under his breath, a profound feeling washing over him. He felt awe and unease at the sight of the ruins. This was once the greatest magical civilization in Tron, now reduced to rubble and scars of war. He felt reverence, but he also felt dread. If such a powerful empire could fall, what hope did others have? Yet beneath it all, his heart was gripped by excitement at the secrets and artifacts that might still lie hidden in the ancient ruins, waiting to be uncovered. His lips curled into a wide grin at that thought. He took a deep breath, then silently made his way towards the forgotten city. Adam moved cautiously through the dense jungles, slowly making his way towards the outskirts of the city. He had to take utmost precaution because this ruin was undoubtedly the most dangerous place on this island continent. Whenever he felt the urge to burst into laughter, he viciously bit his tongue. He couldn't care less about biting off his tongue completely. What he was about to do was of great importance. He could not afford to make any mistakes. The closer he drew, the more dangerous the land became. He could feel it in his bones. He didn't need the sphere of resonance to tell him about the great dangers residing within the forgotten city. Tracks and claw marks on trees warned of powerful beasts that prowled the area. At times, the ground shook faintly with their distant movements. During such times, Adam would quickly climb the trees and activate the enchantments of his stealth artifacts. Sometimes he silently vaulted from one tree to another, while at other times he kept low, using roots, boulders, and trees for cover. When he spotted a massive beast moving through the foliage, he held his breath and waited, watching until it passed. At one point, a winged beast circled above the canopy, forcing him to crawl under the thicket of vines until the sky was clear. In times like these, Adam actually felt a little appreciative of the faceless mask. This divine relic might have pushed him to rock bottom, but at the very least, it helped him conceal his mana fluctuations and even his presence to a small degree. And this was him without actively using the mask. This passive ability was something he found out during his journey through the wildlands. Scouting carefully, he noted collapsed walls and buildings, and broken towers half swallowed by the jungle. Between them, powerful beasts wandered as if they owned the ruined city. Their sheer presence made every step forward a great risk for the youth. Only by patience and silence did he manage to reach the edge of Fapor, and after days of silent observation, Adam finally pieced the pattern together, and he didn't like it one bit. 3 mana core level beasts had made the city their territory. Each ruled a different section of the city, and together they turned the city into a fortress that no ordinary intruder could even hope to survive. And at the center of it all, within the largest crater, surrounded by the domain of the 3 powerful mana core level beasts, lay his objective. There the concentration of mana was at its peak, so dense it almost distorted the air. That was where the portal lay hidden, dragon shit. Adam cursed under his breath, his heart full of grievance. Perched on a towering tree beyond the outskirts of Fapor, he couldn't help but think of turning back and hiding somewhere. The last time he faced a mana core level beast, he had only managed to make it out alive because he got lucky. He was fortunate to find that giant toad, who just so happened to be in his way. He also got lucky that the toad drove the one-eyed serpent to the brink of death before Croaking Pun intended away. In that manner, Adam had been able to deal with not just 1 but 2 mighty beasts at the mana core rank. But now, after learning that the lost city of Fapor was home to 3 powerful mana core level beasts and an army of other beasts, he didn't know what to do, and that wasn't all. High above the shattered skyline, a vast shadow swept across the ruins. The air rippled with the vibrations of the beast's enormous wings, each stroke striking up clouds of dust from the broken streets below. It was a mighty griffin, its feathers gleaming like polished bronze and its leonine body rippling with muscles, circled slowly overhead. Its golden eyes scanned the ruins with predatory focus, shifting between 4 points, the domains of the 3 strongest beasts and the large crater in the middle. The aura the griffin gave off was suffocating. It was so dense with mana that Adam knew in an instant the beast was unmistakably at the mana core rank. Every beat of its wings seemed to press down on the city itself, serving as a silent reminder that it ruled the skies above the forgotten ruins of Fapor. And every time it hovered closer to the city, 3 vast presences flared to life. 3 mighty wolves, each radiating the oppressive aura of the mana core rank, stood atop fractured ruins and fixed their burning eyes on the circling griffin with intense hostility. One was gray, one black, and the other white. The 3 had come to tacit understanding. Together with their packs, they would rule Fapor's ruins and allow no outsiders to invade their mana-rich paradise. That was how they had managed to keep the ancient ruins from falling into the claws of other beasts in the past. Their unity was their greatest strength. Unlike solitary magical predators, these wolves strived on instinctive coordination and pack discipline. The 3 alpha wolves embodied the pack mentality on a greater scale. Despite their differences in magical nature and temperament, they shared a mutual understanding born of necessity and survival. By uniting their strength and their packs, they forged a balance of power that kept the rival beasts at bay. In the ancient ruins of Fapor, their cooperation was what ensured their dominance. Witnessing the silent confrontation between the 3 wolves and the griffin, Adam suddenly felt the urge to laugh. But before he could do so, he thrust his hand inside his mouth, causing himself to nearly gag. Taking deep breaths, he finally calmed down a few moments later. He couldn't help but grumble under his breath. 4 mana core level beasts, how am I supposed to deal with them? How do I get to the portal? And I even do it. This is just impossible. If it were 1 beast, he could have easily managed to deal with it through his schemes. If it were 2 beasts, things would have been highly risky, but Adam was still confident in coming out on top after intense planning. But 4 beasts at the mana core rank, that was simply suicide. If the world knew that a young man at the mana vortex rank was entertaining thoughts about confronting 4 mana core level beasts, they would surely think that he'd gone utterly mad. But I'm already mad. Haha, Adam burst into a fit of crazed laughter, but he was quick to cover his mouth viciously and then bite his tongue to force himself to calm down. As blood trickled down from his lips, he fell into deep thought. How do I do it? How do I do it? He kept repeating the same phrase over and over again, his attention shifting from the griffin to the 3 mighty wolves. The ravings of the faceless mask assaulted his mind, fueling his madness. Amidst the crazed whispers of the laughing god, the strangely familiar voice echoed inside his mind. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself and not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither your enemy nor yourself, you will fail in every battle. Adam's lips slowly curled into a wide, crazed grin. Of course, he murmured, victory lies just beyond fear. He slowly rose to his feet as he imbued mana into his stealth artifacts. I'm the man who will one day reach the pinnacle of magic. How can mere mana core level beasts stop me? With that said, he slowly disappeared from sight, making his way into the nearest collapsed tower. Its base was half buried under rubble and thick, overgrown roots. The bottom level was overrun with wolves, their low howls echoing through the hollowed-out stone. Adam kept his distance, climbing to the higher levels where cracked staircases and leaning walls still held together despite the thousands of years of decay. He chose to make this place his temporary home. Dust coated the floor, and broken glass from windows and lanterns glowed faintly in the dim light. It seemed like just another broken tower until his hand brushed against a wall. Would you look at that? He whispered, his lips curling into an excited grin. He expanded his sphere of resonance, ensuring the wolves below were oblivious to what was happening above them. After confirming, he pressed the wall ever so slightly. The stone groaned and shifted, revealing a narrow gap. Suddenly, the wolves below perked up, their tears twitching. Adam's heart nearly skipped a beat, but after a few seconds, the beasts returned to their usual activities, ignoring the faint sound they had heard earlier. Heaving a sigh of relief, Adam stepped inside the secret passageway. Adam found himself inside a small chamber, untouched by time. His breathing turned heavy when he realized what this place was. Tracing his fingers across the objects in the room, his speculations gradually turned to confirmations. The chamber was compact but densely packed with remnants of magic. Shelves were lined against the walls, filled with tomes, scrolls, and crystal balls and tablets. Some were destroyed with age, but others were surprisingly intact. What caught Adam's attention the most was the faint scent that permeated the chamber. The air smelled faintly of herbs and chemicals, a lingering taste of the experiments conducted by a magus millennia ago. In one corner, a stone workbench was cluttered with herbalism instruments such as glass vials, flasks, a mortar and pestle, and small metal tools. Some still contained dried residues of potions, while a few rare bottles glowed faintly, as if kissed by magic. How is this possible? Adam exclaimed in a hoarse voice. Many of the things here should have long since been destroyed by the ravages of time. In fact, most of them had, but a surprising number of them had persisted through time, preserved in an impeccable fashion. The floor was scattered with parchments. These notes were written in Old Lunari, and several partially completed concoctions could be seen sealed in glass jars. This is incredible, the youth murmured, tracing his fingers against the characters written on the page. This magic, how did the magus manage to magically preserve most of the things inside this chamber? His voice was suffused with excitement. He felt like he had once again become a child running through the halls of Clover Academy, learning new and fantastical subjects regarding the mysteries of arcana. Adam was utterly thrilled. As he focused his senses to the maximum, intently observing even the tiniest details inside the chamber, he finally realized how the items inside were preserved to such a degree. Strange runes were etched into the walls and the floor, faintly glowing as if they were a living, breathing entity. I see, he murmured, his palm pressed against the cold wall. Rune magic, school of alteration, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. The rune magic siphons the mana from outside and fuels the magic inside the chamber. The magic preserved the objects within, and more importantly, it suppressed any sound or smell that may originate from the room. Realizing what that meant, Adam took a deep breath and laughed. He laughed and laughed and laughed. A magus tower, he muttered in joy. I can't believe I found a magus tower, one belonging to a herbalist, no less. The chamber was both a personal library and a potion-making station, a place of knowledge and experimentation frozen in time, preserving the essence of the magus who had lived and worked here thousands of years ago. Surreal feeling washed over Adam as his knees buckled and he collapsed on the ground. He lay on his back, a happy smile on his face. For the first time in so long, he could finally relax without fearing for his life. Goodness arcana, he muttered, his tone full of choking emotions. In the jungles, I couldn't even take a dump, fearing a leopard might eat me. But now he could finally relax a little. It was ironic, really. He found the safest spot in Mabai in the very heart of its most dangerous place. The events of the past weighed heavily on him, each memory pressing like a boulder on his chest. The madness, the battles, the fleeting moments of terror and victory, they all collided in his mind, drowning his thoughts in a relentless tide. Slowly, the fatigue seeped into his body, numbing his senses and the ravings of the mask, and for the first time in what felt like ages, he surrendered. He gladly welcomed this moment of respite. Sleep finally claimed him, pulling his exhausted mind and body into the depths of slumberland. When he awoke, he had never felt so refreshed, not even before the time he turned mad. Stretching his limbs with a lazy expression on his face, Adam couldn't help but smile brightly. He remained on the floor, lying on his back for a long time. Hey, Jeej, he called out, how long did I sleep for? The mimic, who had now transformed into his base form a large wooden chest into him, and yip, Jeej, of course. Adam's lips twitched. I totally understood what you said. Jeej, Jeej. The mimic jumped on his tiny legs. There were no windows inside the secret chamber, so it was impossible to know how long had passed outside. Not that it mattered to Adam. He had all the time in the world to deal with the beasts in the portal. Still, he felt like he must have slept for at least 2 days. Feeling energized, he rose to his feet and then walked to the mimic. Come on, hand me the smoked fish strips, he said, extending a hand. Gee. The mimic opened its chest lid, revealing a row of razor-sharp teeth. Then it spat out a few strips of meat that landed straight into the youth's palm. Adam didn't care about the food having been stored or that it had been coated by the mimic's saliva. Food was food. Besides, he couldn't be bothered to care about such things in the wildlands. He was already used to eating raw meat. This much was nothing. Munching on the fish meat, he walked up to the bookshelf. He observed that some of the tomes and parchments had been claimed by the weight of time, but most of them were in good condition. Once again, he couldn't help but marvel at the genius of the magus who had employed rune magic to preserve this room. He reached out for a random book and let his fingers trace the surface of the leather cover, attempting to discern the title by touch. Finally, when he was able to learn the title of the book, he couldn't help but be surprised. Is fortune finally smiling upon me without making me go through any life-threatening trials? He exclaimed. The next moment, he burst into a fit of laughter. A long time later, he finally calmed down a little and sat down on the ground, his back comfortably leaning against the wall. He flipped the book open, tracing the letter with his fingers as he read in a joyful mood. The title of the book read, A Brief History of Tron. 10,000 years ago, the first magi journeyed across the ocean of stars and arrived from the distant world of Mirandor. They were low-born, exiles, or simply seekers of a new life, leaving behind the dangers and the rigid hierarchy of their homeworld. Some were driven by ambition, while others were motivated by their need for survival. But they all shared a singular goal, to colonize the untamed world of Tron. They scattered across the lands, planting the first seeds of civilization in regions rich with mana. Although the mana density in Tron could never hope to compare to the mana density in Mirandor, it still offered them safety. These pioneers built small enclaves, forming primitive kingdoms that rose and fell in rapid succession. Despite their fragility, they maintained access to Mirandor through the teleportation gate they had built on Luna. At the time, they still had mana crystals with them, which they had brought from their homeworld. These magical crystals were what fueled the long-distance teleportation between Tron and Mirandor and allowed them to travel back and forth, bringing knowledge and resources. On the Great Wall of Mabai, colossal statues of magi and paladins were created, standing as both guardians and symbols of their dominion over the land, as well as their lineage from Mirandor. 1,000 years later, the first great civilizations emerged. In the deep forests, the elves built Nalarum, a magocratic kingdom famed for rune magic and the manipulation of natural mana, its lands now known as Europa. Beneath the mountains, the dwarves forged the empire of Drakmar. They were masters of enchanted metal, magical engineering, and underground fortresses. Today, these lands are known as Indus. Along the coastlines, humans formed the city-state confederation of Urandralis. They were the early pioneers of sea travel and trade, with regions such as Ulir and Nahua once forming a single continent. As these powers expanded, competition over mana-rich territories led to the first great conflicts known as the Mana Wars. It brutally devastated the lands and their people. Drakmar, driven by greed, mined rare and valuable crystals from the ocean depths, inadvertently awakening the horrors from the deep that annihilated their empire, scattering dwarves across Tron and leaving the mountains scarred. The survivors of these early civilizations fought relentlessly against the deep-sea horrors. Elves, humans, dwarves, and gnomes waged war across forests, mountains, and coastlines. Entire regions were left desolate, populations were decimated, and landscapes were scarred for millennia. In time, a fragile truce was formed. The Magi would rebuild on the surface, and the dwellers of the deep would retreat to the ocean's abyss. The world above began to heal slowly, yet the memory of devastation forever echoed all across the lands. 2,000 years later, from the ashes of the Mana Wars, visionaries among the Magi united the scattered people, the humans, elves, gnomes, and dwarves, into a single civilization, Faepor. Towers pierced the cloud, libraries were packed with otherworldly knowledge, and cities came alive with magic and innovation. The civilization became a beacon of power and culture, a place where Magi thrived, creating a golden age that would last for thousands of years. Faepor's name became synonymous with supremacy, magic, and wisdom, leaving a grand legacy that would echo through the annals of Tron for millennia to come. But no empire could last forever. 2,000 years after its founding, even Faepor fell, crumbling to dust like all the great civilizations that had risen before it. Heaving a long, heavy sigh, Adam finally closed the book and tossed it inside the mimic's mouth. He massaged his temples, a deep frown on his face. That took longer than expected. He murmured, massaging his temples. The constant ravings of the faceless mask relentlessly assaulted his mind, making it extremely difficult to concentrate and read. As such, what should have taken him an hour to read took a few days. But this book was very informative, he said with a solemn look on his face. He finally learned about the great civilizations that predated Vapor. He learned where they originated from and how they met their ends. After reading the entire book, countless more questions popped up inside his mind, each one more serious than the last. Adam already knew that the first Magi arrived on this planet from Mirandor, but what he didn't know was that these ancient Magi had regular access to Mirandor. They'd occasionally use magic crystals to fuel the teleportation gate on Luna and travel back and forth between the two worlds. In doing so, they were able to not only bring more Magi and knowledge to Tron, but also send a vast amount of resources back to Mirandor. That was the whole point of cosmic colonization, to relieve the pressure from the home planets by sending part of its population to distant habitable worlds, and then channel resources back from these new colonies. But somewhere along the way, travel between Mirandor and Tron ceased to exist. Perhaps the Magi had run out of mana crystals, or perhaps an unknown, unforeseen force had intervened. Whatever the cause, the Magi of Tron found themselves completely cut off from the greater universe. After that, the Magi of Tron had no other option but to rely on the planetary alignment of their stellar system in order to fuel the teleportation gate on Luna. The book mentions only one such instance, when people from this world left for Mirandor using the planetary alignment. Adam mumbled, a dark expression on his face. He began drawing imaginary numbers on the ground, calculating the exact number of years. The ancient Magi used the planetary alignment to leave Mirandor sometime before the fall of Vapor. According to the notes inscribed in this book, that was the most recent recorded planetary alignment. The first recorded alignment was during the Dawn Age, when the first Magi arrived on this world. The founder of the Twilight Brotherhood mentioned in his journals that the next planetary alignment was still thousands of years away for him. If I assume he arrived on Tron after the fall of Vapor, then that means. A dark expression appeared on Adam's charred face, and in that moment, a lot of things started to make sense to him. He finally understood why the Cult of Bones, which had hidden in the shadows for millennia, had suddenly become so active. It was because the next planetary alignment was fast approaching. In that moment, he realized that he may not have all the time in the world to deal with the portal, as he had once assumed. His lips parted, and he softly muttered, "The next planetary alignment is approximately in 90 years." In the dark chamber, Adam sat cross-legged on the ground. A dark frown shadowed his face as he pondered deeply about what he had learned just now. The next planetary alignment was only 90 years away. That fact fostered a sense of grave urgency in his heart. 90 years, he murmured. Will that be enough time for me to become a monocore magus? Becoming a monocore magus was absolutely necessary if he wanted to leave this world. That was the minimum requirement for long-distance teleportation to begin with. Otherwise, his physical body would not be able to bear the strain. But that wasn't the only issue. It went without saying that, as he was right now a mad mana vortex magus, he had no hopes of defeating the cult leader. So not only did he have to advance to the next realm and form his monocore, he also had to heal his fractured soul. The latter bore significant importance. Without his soul fully healed, he would not be able to practice mindfulness. Without practicing mindfulness, he would not be able to advance. All of Adam's planning had crumbled away. Even after consuming the soul fragments within the mysterious space of the White Lotus, it would still take him several decades to heal his soul. And then, it would take him several more decades to advance to the next arcane rank. But he only had 90 years. Regardless, I have to overcome these monocore-level beasts and reach the portal, he muttered to himself. That part of the plan remains unchanged. But my destination, however, he had passed on the responsibilities of altering the rune magic around the portals located in Ulir and Nahua to Berger. As for the rest of the portals, he would have to shoulder those responsibilities alone. Because of what happened during the Battle of Ravenfell, there were not that many people he could trust less than a handful. He couldn't even trust the Twilight Brotherhood. Adam had planned to alter the rune magic powering the portal in Mabai, and then head to the other side of the world Indus, Europa, and Yenlu. Truth be told, his next destination was Indus because it was the closest to Mabai, but now things had changed. I need time, he murmured, massaging his temples as the ravings of the faceless mask drowned his mind. Time. In that moment, Adam knew he had to change his next destination. The thing he wanted to avoid the most ended up becoming the very thing that he now needed the most. The magic of coincidences, huh? Adam's lips curled into a wide grin. Or am I just overthinking? Either way, I have no other options. Damn it. Just a while ago, he was wondering how fortune had smiled upon him without him having to go through life-threatening trials. But now, I just had to jinx it, he sneered, shaking his head. He abruptly burst into a fit of manic laughter. The mimic shuddered at Adam's actions. It quickly strutted to the corner of the room and settled down there, facing the wall. A long time later, Adam finally calmed down a little, yet the grin on his face remained. "Okay, I know what I need to do now," he said. With that out of the way, he thought of what he'd read in the history book. There was one thing mentioned in it that truly caught him by surprise. "The horrors of the deep," he murmured. "So there's indeed an underwater arcane civilization on Tron. Thousands of years ago, there had been a great war between them and all the surface dwellers. In the end, they signed a truce, ensuring no future conflicts between the two parties." Adam never would have guessed, even in his wildest imagination, that this was the reason why the civilizations before Faepor had met their demise. Suddenly, he thought of something and muttered, "I remember Lord Tebu mentioning that the planet was inhabited by only beasts before the first Magi arrived. I wonder if he was also referring to the dwellers of the deep. I wonder if he is also one of them." In the thousands of years since the fall of Faepor, there hadn't been any instances of deep-sea creatures emerging from the depths and attacking the people living on the lands. Adam believed that the truce still held together, but at the same time, he also couldn't help but designate the deep-sea creatures as potential threats. He remained silent for a long time. At last, he heaved a long, heavy breath and shook his head. "I can't be bothered with that problem at the moment, one thing at a time." Finally, he thought about the rise and fall of the various empires. He stroked his chin and muttered, "The Dawn Age lasted for 1,000 years, where the first Magi arrived and countless kingdoms rose and fell in succession. The Age of Civilizations lasted for about 2,000 years, where Nalorim, Drakmar, and Urandralis rose and then fell after the war with the deep-sea horrors. The Age of Faepor lasted for 2,000 years as well, beginning with the rise of Faepor and ending with its collapse due to civil wars. All these empires couldn't last more than 2,000 years. He paused for a moment, his lips curling into a smile. Then he continued, "But according to the history of the Akkadian Empire, it was established around 2,500 years ago. Somehow, the empire managed to last longer than the magical civilizations that came before it. Although it isn't as illustrious as Faepor, its reign still lasted longer than it, and if no great misfortune befalls them, the Akkadian Empire may yet endure for several thousand more years. The former Akkadian emperors, they were truly remarkable people." Thinking of Gerald Accadia and his sacrifice during the Battle of Ravenfell, Adam's heart was engulfed by pain and grief, yet his lips curled into a brilliant smile. "Old on Accadia," he whispered, "don't worry. I'll do my best to uphold the grand legacy you've left behind." Adam kept low to the ground, the rubble of the ruined city hiding his presence as much as his stealth artifacts did. He crouched in the shadows of a broken wall, eyes fixed on the outskirts of the city where the weaker wolves roamed. These were the underlings of the three great wolves that ruled the city. They were leaner, stronger, and far less disciplined. He watched as they paced along the broken streets, sniffing through rubble, snapping at one another over scraps of food. The black-furred wolves were the most aggressive. They were quick to bare teeth even among their own. The white-furred wolves moved differently. They were more coordinated, sticking close together in twos and threes, their senses sharper than the rest. Whereas the gray-furred wolves filled the gaps, neither as feral as the black wolves, nor as disciplined as the white wolves. But they held their numbers, swarming in loose groups that gave them strength through sheer presence. These wolves circled the city's outskirts, never straying far from the ruined city. They moved as though they were guided by the will of their alphas. Each howl, each movement seemed to contain meaning and purpose. Adam noticed this all with rapt attention despite the constant ravings of the faceless mask. He studied their habits, how they marked their territory, how they responded to distant howls from their alphas, and how they kept the ruined outskirts under constant patrol. They weren't rulers like the three great wolves, but even these small fry were dangerous in numbers. After studying their habits for days, he realized that each pack consisted of at least 1,000 wolves. He knew he was treading dangerous ground. One wrong movement and those predatory eyes might turn towards him, yet it had to be done. He needed to study them and come up with a plan of action. Time was of the essence. As the days passed by, he slowly learned more and more about them. Thankfully, the stealth cloak and the stealth boots concealed his presence to a great degree. They were grade 4 artifacts after all. Though they consumed a lot of mana, they were well worth it. Adam learned that the black wolves were more like scavengers. They rarely hunted in groups, preferring to pick at carcasses left behind by stronger beasts. When they did hunt, it was abrupt and messy, pouncing at prey with raw aggression, often injuring themselves in a frenzy. Their innate magical ability allowed them to go into a berserk state, increasing their strength momentarily in exchange for losing their sanity. The white wolves, on the other hand, were organized hunters. They worked in small units, cornering their prey and striking from multiple sides. Their kills were clean, and they shared food within their group instead of fighting over it. Their innate magical ability allowed them to invoke the element of ice. Lastly, the gray wolves were opportunists. They didn't hunt as effectively as the white wolves, but they followed other beast trails and attacked weakened prey. In large numbers, they overwhelmed targets through attrition, wearing them down bite by bite. Of all the wolves, the gray ones were the most troublesome, according to Adam. Their innate magical ability allowed them great defense. Thus, they were quite hard to kill. All three kinds relied on the river that cut through Fapor. The black wolves went there recklessly, drinking in the open. The white wolves approached in formation, keeping watch for threats. Meanwhile, the gray wolves arrived in packs, chasing away the smaller beasts before drinking. At dusk and dawn, the river became crowded as each group came down in turn, never overlapping, each respecting the other's time at the water. Considering the black wolves' wild and reckless nature, Adam could only assume that the reason they were so docile within the city had to do with their alpha controlling them. Still hiding within the shadows of the broken wall, he watched as the three types of wolves gathered at the banks of the river. Some were playing in the waters, while others were quenching their thirst. His lips gradually curled into a crooked smile as he focused his senses on the flowing river. He followed the river upstream and realized that it flowed from the western side of the city. Gradually, a plan started to form inside his mind. Although the consequences of doing so would be utterly dire, he had to do it nonetheless. Now that he had formulated the foundations of one plan, he had to start thinking of contingencies. He was facing not one but three monocore-level beasts after all. Not for a single moment did he believe that his plan was foolproof. Having made his initial report on the habits of the three types of wolves, he chose to return to his temporary base inside the broken Magus Tower. But not before carrying some specimen with him. The chamber was dark as usual. Adam did not require any lighting anyway. It wasn't like that would have made any difference to him. Three wolf corpses, black, white, and gray, lay on the stone table. These belonged to Mana Foundation-level beasts. They were the easiest for Adam to deal with, and they'd do the job. Given that the anatomy of the wolves was the same, with the only difference being their levels of mana reserves and strength, studying the corpse of a Mana Foundation-level beast would work just fine. Each of the corpses had been cut open cleanly, exposing their internal organs. Adam stood before the table with a wide grin on his face as he murmured, it's been a while since I've had to do something like this." Meanwhile, the mimic, standing in the corner of the room, trembled uncontrollably. The grin on Adam's face widened unnaturally as he prepared to inspect the corpses one at a time. The black wolf's organs were dense, showing signs of a strange crimson energy saturating its insides. The white wolf had traces of frost mana spread through its lungs and heart. The gray wolf's organs were reinforced several times more than its counterparts. Just as he was carefully comparing their hearts and their mana pathways, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the surroundings. And then, the sound of countless wolf howls echoed through the ruined city. Adam's back was drenched in cold sweat, thinking that he must have been somehow found out. But the actual cause of this disturbance was something far more grave. A fourth mana core level beast had appeared on the outskirts of Fapor. Adam froze as the chamber walls trembled with a low rumble. Dust fell from the ceiling, and the corpses on the stone table shuddered from the vibrations. Standing in the corner of the room, the mimic couldn't help but scream in alarm. Silence. Adam brought a trembling finger to his lips, commanding the mimic to stop yelling. Despite the rune magic preventing any sound or smell from escaping the chamber, Adam couldn't help but feel extremely afraid. Something massive was stirring outside. He strapped the mimicno in his rucksack form around his back, then activated the enchantments of his stealth artifacts. With careful, silent steps, he slipped out of the hidden chamber, making his way through the ruined staircase until he exited the tower. The ruined cityscape spread before him. The sun was about to set, painting the sky in shades of indigo. As twilight wrapped around the world, a vast presence arrived on the outskirts of the forgotten city. Against the fractured skyline of crumbling towers and collapsed arches, a monstrous silhouette slowly moved. Its sheer size dwarfed the ruins it passed, each step echoing like rolling thunder. As it drew closer, Adam was able to finally observe its frame. It had broad shoulders, long claws dropping against the ground, and a thick pelt riddled with scars. It was a bear, but it wasn't just any beast. It was a powerful creature at the Mana core rank. Adam's heart sank, and his breathing turned ragged. He suddenly felt the massive urge to laugh, but he instantly bit his tongue, nearly tearing it in the process. Hands pressed tightly against his mouth, he watched the ominous battle unfold. Across the broken streets of Fapor, the wolves answered with angry snarls. The white, black, and gray alphas emerged from the shadows, their eyes blazing with fury and their fangs glistening with a cold light. Behind them, their packs, each 1,000 beasts strong, stirred restlessly. All of a sudden, the howls of the wolves filled the night air. Adam's body involuntarily shuddered at the dark turn of events. Thankfully, he was mindful enough to constantly supply his artifacts with mana, helping him conceal his presence. From his vantage point through the shadows, he could see it all. A brutal battle was about to begin. With a deafening roar that seemingly split the sky, the bear charged forward, its eyes blazing with a gluttonous light. It smashed through the broken streets, sending rubble flying in every direction. The black alpha immediately lunged forward, its claws flashing with a cold gleam as it entered a berserk state. Its eyes gleamed with a red light as it aimed straight for the bear's flanks. The white alpha summoned shards of ice from the cracked ground, creating barriers and jagged projectiles that heavily slowed the bear's movements. Meanwhile, the gray alpha took a defensive position, shielding the smaller wolves and absorbing the brunt of the bear's powerful swipes. The three alphas moved with such seamless coordination that it was a beautiful sight to behold. Their packs swarmed crazily, attacking from every angle, but the bear's strength was utterly overwhelming. Several wolves were crushed under its massive paws, while others were hurled sprawling across the ruins, their blood staining the ground. Still, the alphas coordinated the attacks with unmatched precision. The black alpha, in its state of frenzy, attacked again and again, slashing deep wounds on the bear's hide, though its berserk state left it completely exposed to the beast's counterattacks. Whereas the white alpha kept the bear's mobility in check, its long ice spears attacking the beast whenever it slowed over the frozen patches of land. Meanwhile, the gray alpha endured blow after blow, holding its ground to give the others openings to attack. As the ferocious battle continued into the night, wolf after wolf met its demise. The city streets became littered with bodies, the crying howls of the wolves continuing to echo long after they'd died. The bear roared, shaking the ground and momentarily disorienting its attackers. Yet the three alphas continued to press on, refusing to yield. The lost city of Fapor was their home, and the bear an intruder. They would do whatever it took to drive the beast away. The black alpha and the white alpha delivered coordinated attacks from different angles, while the gray alpha absorbed the bear's retaliatory blow, holding the line against the monstrous beast. Hours seemed to pass in bloody and relentless combat. The black alpha's berserk state began to slowly wane. Although its movements became slower, it was still no less dangerous. Meanwhile, the giant bear, bloodied and battered, regained some of its terrifying momentum, clawing through the remnants of the pack. The white alpha summoned a final volley of ice spikes in the air, piercing deep into the bear's back, while the gray alpha braced and absorbed the bear's retaliatory strikes, allowing the black alpha to deliver a vicious strike to the enemy's chest. Finally, the coordinated assault of the three alphas drove the bear to the ground. The bear staggered backwards, blood pouring from its wounds in large quantities. Its roaring grew weaker until finally. With a hateful glance towards the three alphas, it turned and retreated into the jungles. The black, white, and gray alphas stood atop the rubble, their breathing heavy and their fur drenched in blood. The gray alpha was the most injured among the three as it had faced the brunt of the bear's attacks. It was surprising that it still drew breath. Around them, the remnants of their packs lay scattered, but the survivors rallied close to their alphas. A quarter of the total wolves had lost their lives, while the gray alpha had suffered the heaviest and most ghastly injuries. Their opponent, however, was still alive, retreating into the safety of the dark jungles beyond. Despite the heavy losses, the alphas and their packs had succeeded. No outsider had claimed their territory, and the ruined city of Fapor still remained their stronghold. Their coordinated strength, strategy, and unity had helped them gain victory. From a distance, hidden in the shadows, Adam watched everything unfold. He studied every attack, every movement, and every choice the alphas had made. He then turned in the direction the bear had disappeared into, his lips slowly curling into a wide, crazed grin. Things had just gotten a lot more interesting. Adam moved cautiously through the dense jungle, his eyes fixed on the deep gouges and the broken trees that marked the path of the massive creature. The bear's tracks were easy to follow. Each of its paw prints was big enough to swallow him whole. The prints were pressed deep against the soil, damp with dried-up blood. The stench of iron grew stronger the farther he went, until even the air felt suffocating. From time to time, he'd come across corpses of wolves. These must have been the more daring ones who had decided to give chase to the injured beast. Adam's lips curled into a mocking grin. Even the three alphas together couldn't defeat the mighty bear. What chances did a few little pups have? The great battle had taken place a few days ago, the memories still etched deeply in his mind. He'd never seen a battle so devastating, so raw, so primal. The coordination of the three alphas greatly surprised him, but what shocked him even more was the strength of the bear. He grinned from ear to ear, and just when he was about to laugh out loud, he buried his fist inside his mouth, nearly gagging from that action. Still, he couldn't stop his shoulders from trembling as his hollow sockets formed an eerie downward crescent. Strapped to his back, the mimic shuddered uncontrollably. Still, it did not make a sound. Adam had warned it beforehand. What they had set out to do required secrecy and concealment. Gradually, the trail led him to the mouth of a cave, half hidden beneath hanging vines and moss-covered stones. To call it a cave would be an understatement. It was more like a humongous cavern carved on the side of a rocky hill. Inside, the shadows swallowed the light, but Adam's senses picked out the faint sound of labored breathing. he made sure to stay far away from the cave entrance, hidden in the crown of a towering tree. The distance was just enough for him to sense the happenings inside the cave through his sphere of resonance. Adam might not have realized it yet, but in the past 2 years his senses had grown frighteningly sharp. He had lost his sight, yet gained far more in return. Even under the constant ravings of the faceless mask, his perception had become formidable. One could only imagine how much greater it would be once the ravings finally ceased. Adjusting his position in the embrace of the crown, Adam paid attention to the bear inside the cave. The beast lay sprawled across the stone floor, its massive chest rising and falling unevenly. There were deep claw marks across its fur, and dried blood marked its sides where the wolf's fangs and claws had ripped into it. It licked at its wounds slowly, occasionally growling when the pain became too much. The once mighty bear now looked weary. Its strength was greatly diminished, but not broken. There was a cold gleam in its eyes, letting Adam know that it hadn't given up yet. Even in its weakened state, the aura it radiated pressed heavily against Adam's heart, reminding him of the great danger that the beast still posed. However, Adam was not here to slay this beast. No, the truth was far from it. He had come here to study it, calculating how long it would take for the bear to heal and lay siege to Fapor again. The mana-rich region of Fapor held an irresistible allure to the magical beasts prowling this land. That was the reason why the bear attacked it. That was also the reason why the griffin eyed the ruined city. Adam observed the bear for a few more days, slightly surprised by its healing capabilities. He also learned that the beast's innate magical ability was related to the element of earth. After making his observations, he silently slipped out of the beast's domain. Several days later, Adam found himself far east of Fapor. He moved quietly along the jagged slopes of the mountain, his charred fingers brushing against the rough stone for balance. The air grew thinner the higher he climbed. At last, he reached a narrow ledge that overlooked a vast plateau nestled between peaks high up in the sky. Below, hundreds of griffins nested. Their massive wings were folded against their sides as they perched on rocks and ridges, their sharp eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Young griffins played in the nests, while the adults came and went, carrying prey in their talons. What drew Adam's attention, however, was the towering figure that dominated the griffin colony. Its wingspan greatly dwarfed the others, its feathers gleaming like polished bronze under the light of the sun. This was the monocore-level griffin that Adam had sensed circling the skies above Fapor more than a month ago, when he had just arrived at the ruins of the lost city. Adam didn't observe the giant griffin for too long, afraid that it might notice someone gazing at it. He shifted his attention to the eggs instead, his lips curling into a crazed grin. As the sun gradually sank behind the peaks, the colony of winged beasts grew uneasy for some reason. The great griffin tucked its wings and rested, the younger ones huddled in their nests, and silence descended over the plateau. Yet in that silence, something ominous stirred. It was subtle and invisible, like a shadow. Mad shadow! When the sun rose the following morning, furious cries tore through the air. Much to the beasts' shock and alarm, they learned that a handful of eggs had vanished overnight. The griffins screeched in fury and grief, but no culprits could be found. Meanwhile, over 100 miles away from the hills, Adam vaulted across the trees with a crooked grin on his face. Suddenly, he landed on a particular branch and stopped. He turned ever so slightly and spoke in a grave voice, "Don't you dare eat those. They're important to me, understood." The mimic nodded reluctantly, safely storing away the griffin eggs inside its magical stomach. Gee. Stepping into the river, Adam found the water rising to his waist as the current pressed against him. In his hands, he carried bundles of plants tied together by hemp threads. For the past few days, he had been experimenting with various herbs found in the vicinity of Fapor. Finally, he gathered a few and made some adjustments to its very essence through the expert use of herbalism. The plants found on this island were potent to begin with, but after his experiments, they'd become even more deadly. With a wide grin plastered across his hideous face, he took a dip and submerged underwater. One by one, he planted the plants into the muddy soil at the bottom, weighing them down with stones so they would not drift away. After planting all the bundles, he quickly got out of the river. Sitting by the banks, he counted to 100, his lips curling unnaturally. Underwater, the flowers on the plants started to unfurl unnaturally, releasing a constant stream of toxins. The flow carried the poison downstream, completely invisible as it spread towards the lost city of Fapor. Sooner or later, the wolves would come to the river to drink. The poison would not kill them outright. No, it would patiently bide its time. It would gradually settle into their bodies, sapping their strength day by day. The more they drank from the river, the deeper this insidious poison would reach. Their movements would slow, their bodies would ache, and the packs that had once so fiercely protected the city would begin to weaken. Of course, by the time any of these beasts even realized that they might have been poisoned, it would have already been too late. Over a week later, the vast majority of the wolves in Fapor already had the toxins running through their veins. Of course, they didn't know anything about it, but they were slowly starting to weaken. But not the 3 alphas, though. It would take a lot more than poison to take them down, and that was what Adam was working on. He dragged a carcass of a powerful mana vortex-level stag to a clearing near the giant bear's cave. He then knelt down beside it, retrieved a small pouch, and sprinkled a fine dark powder over the exposed flesh. The scent of it mixed with the blood created a strangely sweet and sharp sensation. It took all of Adam's willpower not to dig into the flesh all by himself. After he was done preparing the meal, he placed the corpse on the ground, letting it be visible where the bear was sure to find it. From a distance he watched the giant bear emerge, its pelt still covered with fresh scars from the recent battle with the three alphas. The beast sniffed the air and soon approached the stag. Without wasting another moment, it dug into the meat. The mysterious dark powder clung to its mouth and tongue, seeping into its system. Within half an hour, its behavior shifted. Its eating action became frantic, its breath grew heavy, and its eyes gleamed with restlessness. It couldn't help but circle the clearing, searching for even more of that addicted taste despite eating the stag clean. Adam silently stepped away. He sprinkled the same black powder in regular intervals, creating a barely visible trail that stretched towards the ruins of Fapor. He made sure that each patch was strong enough to hold the bear's attention, but spaced just enough to keep the beast moving forward. By the time he was finished, he was far ahead, leaving behind a trail that would eventually lead the restless, powder-addicted bear straight into the wolves' domain. The following day, Adam carried the griffin eggs wrapped in cloth and traveled east of the ancient ruins. One by one, he placed them in the open, either on patches of grass and stone or in clearings where the light from above could fall directly. He made sure not to hide them. They had to be seen. After placing them on the ground, he raised his foot and, with an exaggerated grin on his face, viciously stomped on the egg. "Please forgive me," he murmured. Then he sprinkled some wolf fur around the shattered eggs and also created fake paw marks in the surroundings. Of course, he didn't forget to erase his own traces. Adam continued laying the trail, leading deeper and deeper towards the ruined city of Fapor. Each broken egg was like a beacon, aimed to drag the fury of the winged beasts. By the time he had finished, the trail was set. He had created a line of grief and rage, pointing the griffins straight towards the wolves' territory. For nearly 2 months, Adam had observed his enemies from the shadows. He tracked their movements, their strengths, and their weaknesses. The wolves, the griffins, and the bear. Each was a formidable opponent, but Adam had no intention of facing them directly. Instead, he set out to make them fight one another. The first step was poisoning the river. The wolves, bound to the ruined city, drank from the tainted water day after day. Once united and mighty, now they were significantly weakened. Next came the giant bear. Adam laced animal corpses with a potent powder that stirred such intense cravings that the bear could not resist. Once hooked, it would follow any trace of that mysterious substance. Finally, the griffins. This part of the plan hurt Adam the most. He wasn't used to taking innocent lives, but considering what was at stake here, he reluctantly did what he had to do. Piece by piece, his plan was set into motion. The weakened wolves now stood at the center of a bloody storm they could not escape. From one side came the giant bear, relentless in its pursuit of the powder that Adam had gotten it addicted to. From the skies descended a small army of griffins led by an enraged monocore-level creature. As for the wolves, they were sickened yet desperate. The three mighty alphas emerged from their dens, ready to defend their territory. In the lost city of Fapor, the stage was set. The battle of the great beasts was about to begin. A deafening roar tore through the air, signifying the beginning of a cataclysmic war involving 5 monocore-level beasts and thousands of weaker beasts. The great bear charged into the ruined city, smashing broken buildings aside with its massive paws. Its eyes burned with the addictive frenzy of the powder, and every swipe of its claws tore into walls, pillars, and the broken ground below. From the skies, the griffins descended, their wings beating furiously. They screeched, their tones carrying utter hatred. Their talons gleamed with a sharp light as they extended them, targeting the wolves that moved in their path. Their sharp beaks ripped through the flesh of their enemies, and their powerful claws shredded any defenses. Their coordinated dives couldn't help but force the wolves into defensive formations. The wolves, weakened severely from the poisoned river, had no other choice but to respond. Packs of gray, white, and black wolves moved as one, using the terrain to their advantage. The gray alpha positioned itself to shield the others, absorbing blows from the bear and the griffins. The white alpha summoned icy breath and shards, attacking the griffins that plunged from the sky. Meanwhile, the black alpha went completely berserk, striking with reckless precision, taking down any griffin foolish enough to land nearby. It was complete and utter pandemonium. Collateral damage was immense, needless to say. Ruined buildings that had stood for thousands of years now collapsed completely. Flames sparked from shattered beams, and debris and rubble littered the streets. Smaller wolves and griffins fell in droves. The giant bear tore through them, leaving a trail of bloody destruction. Blood, feathers, and fur mixed with the dust and ash, creating a chaotic haze over the brutal battlefield. The bear continued its relentless assault, but fatigue and the growing influence of the mysterious powder had dulled its strength. The griffins coordinated their strikes, but several of their numbers were taken down by the wolves. The remaining wolves struggled to maintain formations, their poisoned bodies trembling from weakness. Every movement of these beasts reeked of desperation. The griffins tried to maintain aerial dominance despite their low numbers. The mighty bear fought through its addiction-driven frenzy, and the weakened wolves clung to the ruined city they had long protected. The lost city of Faepor had become a war zone of claws, wings, and fangs. As the sun gradually dipped over the horizon, the battlefield shifted. The turning point came abruptly. The giant bear finally faltered. The black alpha had seized the moment, leaping into its side, its claws sinking deep into the bear's thick fur and flesh. With a series of savage bites and concentrated strikes, the wolf viciously tore through the bear's neck. The massive creature let out a final, thunderous roar before collapsing to the ground, sending dust and rubble flying in all directions. Its body twitched a few times before ultimately falling still. A brief moment of silence ensued on the battlefield, then the surviving wolves let out howls of triumph. The monocore-level griffin circling the skies above suddenly sensed an opportunity. It plummeted from the twilight sky, diving with blinding speed. Its wings created powerful gusts, sending green arcs of wind magic that tore through the smaller wolves in the vicinity. With talons extended, the griffin aimed directly at the black alpha. The giant wolf tried to retreat, but the griffin's strike was precise. Its sharp claws slashed across the black wolf's side, viciously tearing its muscles and sending it crashing into the broken street. The other wolves moved forward in defense, but their poisoned bodies moved sluggishly. They struggled to maintain formation, let alone fight back. The giant griffin barely exerted any strength to deal with the small fry. Once it had taken care of the smaller, weaker wolves, it dove straight at the gravely injured black alpha. Splat! Its beak viciously pierced the black alpha's torso. A moment later, the griffin's claws dug into the rest of its body, tearing it apart with blood-chilling brutality. In a matter of seconds, all that remained of the black alpha were torn pieces of flesh and innards. Chaos exploded in the ruined city. Two mighty beasts at the monocore rank had died in quick succession. Dust, blood, and feathers swirled through the air. Screeches and howls mixed with the crunch of bones, and the tearing of flesh echoed all around. It was as if hell itself had descended to this ancient city. The wolves were severely weakened from the poisoned water, so they could not respond as quickly as before. Meanwhile, the griffin's aerial dominance gave them freedom to strike repeatedly, diving and retreating with frightening agility. As the battle reached its final stages, with the monocore level griffin facing off against the two remaining monocore level alphas, the one responsible for this calamitous battle stirred in the shadows. Adam had been waiting for this exact moment. The bear had been dealt with, but so had one of the three alphas. Truth be told, things had unfolded much better than he'd anticipated. A vast majority of the wolves had been slain, but the griffins, due to their aerial superiority, still posed a great risk. The sun finally sank below the horizon and the sky was draped in a tenebrous curtain. It was finally time for Adam to make his move. He slipped out of the shadows, silently moving along the shattered buildings, blending in with the ruins. From time to time, a wolf or a griffin would spot him, but he would easily deal with them and proceed towards his goal. The monocore-level beasts were busy fighting each other. In the dark of the night and the enchantments of his stealth artifacts, he was practically invisible. He positioned himself where he could influence the battle directly, manipulating the weakened wolves and enraged griffins without exposing himself. Slowly but surely, he moved closer to the largest crater at the center of the ruined city. He moved like a shadow through the chaos. With precise strikes, he silently slew a group of wolves that had wandered too close, their weakened bodies no match for his crazed attacks and ruthless cunning. Finally, after weaving through the wreckage and the scattered remnants of the battle, his gaze fell upon his destination. A black cubic structure, ominous and perfectly erected at the center of the largest crater. The mana radiating from the cube distorted the very air around it, confirming its significance. The culmination of his long journey filled with madness now lay before him. He had finally found the entrance to the portal. Adam moved like a graceful shadow through the carnage of the battlefield, weaving between corpses, shattered buildings, and the roars of wolves and griffins locked in combat. He kept his presence buried under the darkness and the sound of battle. His steps were silent, and even his breathing was restrained. Where the beasts fought with fangs and talons, he silently moved unseen, using their violence as cover. It was an extremely fortunate thing that the brutal battle between the three monocore-level beasts had shifted towards the outskirts of Faepor, far away from Adam and his objective. He was utterly ecstatic. After almost 2 months of meticulous planning and devious scheming, he was finally going to reach the hidden portal. He had made mighty beasts fight amongst themselves for his own gain. This was an act that he was quite proud of. At last, the battlefield gave way to the crater's edge. From there, the ground sloped downwards in a steep, jagged descent. Adam stood at the edge of the crater, his heart beating wildly as anticipation engulfed him. He inhaled deeply, calming down his excited emotions. Extending his sphere of resonance, he observed closely. The bottom of the crater was swallowed by darkness, and the mana density there was so immense that it seemingly drowned whatever light remained. The youth lowered himself carefully, then slid down along the loose soil and fractured stone until his momentum carried him down towards the darkness. Finally, his feet touched the ground, and he arrived at the bottom of the crater. Just inhaling the air here seemed to open up his mana pathways. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen once he arrived before the portal. With bated breath, he slowly walked towards the black cube at the center. From up close, he was able to observe this structure better. He learned that they were carved with mysterious runes. These runes, they served to conceal the place from the outside. Is that why this place seems to be perpetually shrouded in shadows? He murmured as he stepped closer and closer to the black cube. His lips curled up and his pace quickened. Finally, he would be able to leave this forsaken land filled with beasts. More than 2 years had already passed since the Battle of Ravenfell, and in that time, Adam had suffered greatly. Finally, he was able to see the light at the end of the tunnel. He arrived before the black cube, intently studying the runes carved on its surface. He was looking for a way to enter the mysterious structure and make his way to the portal. But in that moment, something changed. Adam's smile froze abruptly, and his face was instantly shadowed by a dark frown. Right at that moment, just as he had placed his hand on the black surface of the cube, he had felt something. He had felt a presence nearby, one that he wasn't able to sense just a moment ago. And in the next heartbeat, an eerily familiar voice drifted into his ears, repeating his words from earlier. This place seems to be perpetually shrouded in shadows. Adam shuddered. This voice. It seemed familiar to him, but at the same time it felt frighteningly foreign. It sounded like the voice of the white-robed Adam, but at the same time it didn't. It sounded like his own voice, but at the same time it didn't. The youth slowly raised his head, his senses finally settling on a shadowy silhouette perched atop the edge of the cube, staring at him with dark curiosity. Adam couldn't help but retreat in fear, his lips curling into a wide, nervous grin. And the more he observed this creature, the more dread filled his heart. It was a lanky, ape-like figure with gray skin. Its body was short and thin, its posture was still, and its presence was silent and unnatural. The air around it felt distorted and mysterious, as though it rejected the world itself. With his vast reservoir of knowledge, Adam instantly realized what his creature was. He had never hoped to encounter this being even in his wildest imagination. Worse still, the aura it was emanating was no weaker than his. It was a creature that could steal thoughts, memories, and appearances. Adam's lips parted, and with a trembling voice, he murmured, "Doppelga." But the recognition came too late. The gray-skinned creature extended its hand, fingers curling into a claw-like grip. Then with a sudden pull, it dragged something towards itself. In that moment, Adam felt a sharp tug inside his mind. His thoughts turned sluggish, then one of them was stolen. Adam's charred expression was suddenly overcome by confusion. He was about to say something, about to act on something, but he just couldn't remember it. How strange, he murmured. He shook his head, then proceeded to walk towards the black cube. His objective lay right before him, and his heart couldn't help but be filled with excitement. Finally, he would be able to leave this forsaken land filled with beasts. More than 2 years had already passed since the Battle of Ravenfell, and in that time Adam had suffered greatly. Finally, he was able to see the light at the end of the tunnel. He arrived before the black cube, intently studying the runes carved on its surface. He was looking for a way to enter this mysterious structure and make his way towards the portal. But in that moment, something changed. Adam's smile froze abruptly, and he couldn't help but frown darkly. Right in that moment, just as he had placed his hand on the black surface of the cube, he had felt something. He had felt a presence not too far from him, one that he wasn't able to sense earlier. He slowly raised his head, his senses finally settling on a lanky, ape-like figure with gray skin sitting at the edge of the cube. Adam couldn't help but shudder in fear when he realized the identity of this creature. But before he could even retreat, the gray-skinned creature extended its hand towards him, then clenched at something invisible and pulled it towards itself. Adam felt a sharp pull invade his mind. His thoughts wavered, then one of them was stolen away from him. Again. Among the countless horrors lurking in the forgotten lands of Mabai, few inspired more fear than the doppelganger beast. Gray-skinned and ape-like in form, this was a creature that not only fed on the flesh, but also the essence of its prey. Its power lay in its ability to steal thoughts, memories, and appearances, leaving its victims hollow and broken while it walked away, wearing their lives as its own. To lose one's memories was to lose oneself. The victim would collapse in utter shock and madness, unable to comprehend the void inside their own heads, while the doppelganger beast walked away wearing their face, their mannerisms, and even their personality. This was the terror of the doppelganger beast. Adam had never taken into consideration that, out of all the fantastical beasts on this planet, he would encounter the doppelganger beast right when he was on the cusp of achieving victory. He had gone through so many trials and tribulations, endured so much suffering, prepared painstakingly for so long, schemed so deviously in the shadows, all so he could accomplish his objective here on this island. Everything he had hoped to achieve and set out to do was well within his grasp, but at the last possible moment, they slipped away. For a brief moment, confusion engulfed Adam's mind, but soon the chaotic sound of battle echoed in his ears, snapping him back to his senses. He looked around, slightly puzzled, wondering where he was. It was dark all around, and in the near distance a mysterious cube rose from the ground. Gazing at the black structure, Adam's lips curled into an excited grin. "That's right," he murmured as he quickly paced towards the cube. The entrance to the portal. His objective lay right before him, and his heart couldn't help but be filled with excitement. Finally, he would be able to leave this forsaken land filled with ferocious beasts. More than 2 years had passed since the Battle of Ravenfell, and in that time he had suffered greatly. But now his suffering would come to an end. Finally, he was able to see the light at the end of the tunnel. His footsteps slowed down, his charred face engulfed in confusion once again. He couldn't quite put a finger on it, but he felt like he was missing something. "What's wrong?" he muttered under his breath. The laughing god continued to whisper, and Adam continued to listen. His lips slowly curled into a wide, exaggerated grin. "What's wrong with me?" he asked himself. Right at that moment, the strangely familiar voice belonging to the white-robed Adam echoed directly inside his mind, his tone carrying a grim weight. "Something's not right," he said. "It feels like we've done this before. The hell are you talking about?" Adam frowned. But for some reason, he couldn't help but come to believe his fractured self's words. "I don't know," said the white-robed Adam. "Just be careful." Adam's expression turned solemn. He looked around but found no one in the darkness enveloping the bottom of the crater. It was just him and the cube. No, there was something else, someone else. Through his sphere of resonance, Adam sensed another person in the vicinity. It was a lanky, ape-like figure with gray skin, sitting at the edge of the cube. When Adam realized the identity of this beast, he couldn't help but involuntarily shudder. "Doppelganger beast," he muttered in alarm. His back drenched in cold sweat, he quickly retreated a few meters away from the cube. In the next heartbeat, he summoned the Staff of Calamity and got ready to fight. His heart was gripped by terror, yet his lips formed a brilliant grin. As his senses settled on the gray-skinned aberration sitting on the cube, he recalled the information about this deadly creature. Its unsettling form was humanoid but warped with ape-like proportions. Its face lacked definition, with features that shifted and blurred as if sculpted from a mysterious type of clay that never settled. Its eyes were pits of pale light, cold and empty, and currently, it was staring right at Adam. He finally realized where the sense of emptiness came from. He finally realized why he felt like he was forgetting something. It was because the doppelganger beast had stolen something from him. "My thoughts, huh?" Adam's grin threatened to stretch beyond his face. "Bastard, how many times have you stolen my thoughts?" The doppelganger beast remained silent. It tilted its head ever so slightly, then it replied in a hoarse voice, one eerily similar to Adam's. "My thoughts. Huh, bastard, how many times have you stolen my thoughts?" Adam's heart sank. The next moment under his observation, the doppelganger beast finally made its move. It jumped off the edge of the cube and landed on the ground. Then it thrust its hands forward, clenched at something unseen, then pulled them back. Once again, Adam felt like something left his body. But this time he didn't find his mind turning sluggy or his thoughts wavering. No, instead, something profound had shifted. What happened next caused him to tremble in fright. The doppelganger's gray form rippled and shifted, muscles and skin squirming unnaturally. Its features blurred and contorted, reshaping itself in an eerie manner. Within moments it took on the shape of Adam-charred flesh, acid-scarred skin, and hollow, empty eye sockets. Every burn and mark was mirrored perfectly. The figure now stood as a grotesque imitation of Adam. But something was wrong. The doppelganger beast turned his head from one point to another, seemingly confused. Then it raised its charred hands and tried to look at them. But that was the thing. He couldn't look at them at all. Just like Adam, it, too, was blind now. When the doppelganger had stolen Adam's appearance, it had stolen every facet of his appearance, including the inability to see. So now, when it was unable to see anything, it couldn't help but become greatly confused and terrified. Sensing the lapse in his enemy's judgment, how could Adam miss this opportunity to kill? The next moment, his figure turned into a blur. He raised his staff over his shoulders, aiming to pulverize the identity-thieving bastard. In but a split second, he had appeared right before the doppelganger beast. But just as he was about to viciously bring down his staff on the beast's head, it subtly reached out with his hand and stole something again. Adam's action froze mid-air, as if time itself had come to a stop. It was only a split second later that he realized that the doppelganger beast had stolen his very thought of attacking, but by then, it was already too late. During Adam's moment of confusion, the doppelganger beast struck. Its punch hit squarely on his chest, lifting him off the ground and hurling him into the distance. In the next instant, the doppelganger beast's hollow sockets rippled and twisted, the empty void stretching ominously. Slowly, they reshaped, forming a new pair of eyes that glowed with a pale light. His eyes were sharp and predatory, locking onto Adam with an unsettling awareness. Its lips parted and it spoke in a voice that was completely similar to Adam's. "You're a strange one. How are you able to see without your eyes?" Adam grimaced in frustration. The attack didn't hurt him all that much, but what the opponent did before attacking him sent chills crawling down his spine. He had never faced such an opponent, capable of stealing something intangible as thoughts and memories. As for the concept of stealing appearances, that wasn't as much as stealing as it was magic from the school of alteration. That was why it was called a doppelganger beast. It could transform perfectly into its victims, and then, by stealing their memories and thoughts, it could truly become them. Stealing thoughts was simple enough for the beast, for they were projections of the mind that floated at the edges. But to steal memories, that was something much harder and required the doppelganger to form a telepathic link to the target's consciousness. As Adam rose to his feet, he slowly formed a battle plan to deal with his enemy. His only worry was, the doppelganger might steal it before he could act. "You thieving monkey," Adam spat through gritted teeth as he slowly rose to his feet. He first scanned his surroundings, expanding his sphere of resonance to its maximum output, ensuring that there were no other threats in his vicinity. Thankfully, the battle between the wolves and the griffins was still raging on in full swing. The monocore-level beasts were also far away from his location. Only he and the doppelganger beast remained inside the crater. Adam had to deal with this threat as quickly as possible and get inside the cube before the great battle between the beasts concluded. His lips curled into a wide grin that twisted his face, making him look like a fiend. "Come, little thief. The crime of theft is considered a serious offense and carries a severe penalty." With that said, he rushed towards the doppelganger beast once again. He swung his staff with the vicious intent to destroy his enemy, but each move was met with uncanny precision. The doppelganger mirrored his attacks, adapting instantly to his patterns. Whenever Adam readied a new strike, the beast stole it from his mind, leaving him utterly exposed. His blows missed entirely, his defenses crumbled, and each and every action of his was anticipated in advance. It was as if he were fighting an enemy who knew the future. He couldn't help but become extremely frustrated, and as time went on, his fatigue built up, allowing the doppelganger beast to press the advantage and strike relentlessly. Before long, Adam had lost his momentum. He had lost his battle plan, and his thoughts were stolen from him. At last, he fell to the ground, his chest heaving unevenly as he gasped for air. He couldn't even remember why he was suddenly on the ground. His thoughts had already been stolen from him. One moment, he was advancing towards the black cube. The next moment, he encountered a doppelganger beast who had stolen his appearance. And the moment after that, he was already on the ground, bruised and battered. Despite all the thoughts related to the battle being stolen from him, there was one thought that he and the white-robed Adam guarded with extreme precaution. He had buried this thought deep beneath a layer of other thoughts, preventing the opponent from stealing it. The doppelganger beast loomed over him, looking at him with its pale eyes. Its lips curled into a taunting smirk as it said, "You cannot defeat me. To do so, you must be capable of defeating yourself, which you aren't." With that said, it viciously stomped on Adam's hand that was wielding the staff. With a sickening crack, the bones in his right forearm were shattered, and the staff slipped away from his grip. Adam felt the intense urge to scream, but considering the dangerous battlefield they were in the middle of, he simply bit his tongue tightly, revealing a crazed grin. The doppelganger beast tilted its head and said, "You're a strange one." With that said, it thrust its hands forward and viciously grasped Adam's head. Within a few moments, it had already formed a telepathic link with his mind. Now all that remained was for it to steal Adam's memories and truly become him. "I will wear your skin and roam this world," said the doppelganger beast with a wide smile on his face. "Let it go." But in the next instant, the smile on the beast's charred face abruptly froze. The doppelganger shuddered violently as the telepathic link with Adam was formed. In that moment, the chaotic, relentless ravings of the faceless mask invaded its mind. The laughing god whispered, and the doppelganger beast listened. Mysterious words, screams, and fragmented thoughts crashed over it, overwhelming its senses. Its body couldn't help but tremble in pain, its limbs jerking uncontrollably. As the ravings of the divine artifact forged by a god clawed at its consciousness, it drove the creature to the brink of madness. It immediately let go of Adam as it screamed at the top of its lungs. But how could Adam let it go so easily? This was exactly what he was waiting for. He viciously grabbed the beast's hand, then wrapped his legs around its neck, forming a triangular chokehold. As the doppelganger beast struggled to maintain its sanity, Adam's lips curled into a wide grin. "What's the matter, thieving monkey?" he mocked with utter ridicule. "Not so easy to become Adam Constantine, is it? Let me go, let me go, let me go. The creature thrashed violently as it struggled to get free from Adam's hold, but no matter what it did, it was all useless. It was now tainted by the whispers of the laughing god, and thus it couldn't think properly, let alone devise a plan of escape. Adam retrieved the blades of fulgrim from his back and drove them into the creature's head. Splat. The doppelganger beast's body twitched for a few moments before going completely still, slumping over Adam as its blood flowed over him. His lips curled into an exaggerated grin as he whispered, "You stole my thoughts, and I stole your life. I guess that makes us even." Adam lay bruised and battered on the ground, gasping desperately for air. Every fiber of his being screamed with pain and agony. Just because he had forgotten most of his battle with the doppelganger beast didn't mean it wasn't real. The bones in his right forearm lay utterly shattered, and he needed to treat them quickly if he didn't wish to permanently damage them. Scars, big and small, littered his body. A few of his ribs were broken, and he had severe internal injury. Fighting the doppelganger beast was like fighting a mirror image of himself, except this mirror image wasn't crazy like he was. Adam used his disadvantage to gain the victory, however. The doppelganger beast could steal into his physical appearance, but it could not live with the consequences of entering his mind and stealing all his memories. From the moment it had formed a telepathic link with him, it had become tainted by the ravings of the faceless mask, pushing him to the utter brink of madness. There was no returning from that. It wasn't as mentally resilient as Adam after all. Jeej. The mimic crawled from underneath him and slowly started chomping on the doppelganger beast's body that had now reverted back to its gray, ape-like form. Adam exhaled a deep, heavy sigh. Good boy. As the weight of the corpse bearing down on him slowly started to lessen, he was able to breathe more clearly. Gritting his teeth, Adam drowned the whispers of the laughing god and expanded his sphere of resonance to its maximum output. He didn't know how long his battle with the doppelganger beast lasted. The fight was a blur in his mind. Once his senses settled on the status of the battle near the crater, his scarred face couldn't help but turn grim. The battlefield was littered with wolf corpses, and here and there, his senses picked up on the shredded carcasses of griffins. Adam concentrated on his hearing, his face becoming darker by the moment. It would seem that the battle between the great beasts was drawing to a close. The giant bear had been the first to perish, killed by the black alpha wolf. Immediately after, the black alpha had been slain by the giant griffin. Now, only 3 mana core level beasts remained: the giant griffin, the white alpha, and the gray alpha. The wolf pack had been reduced by a considerable size, whereas griffins still circled the air, looking for opportunities to get rid of the remaining wolves. From what Adam could surmise, the white alpha would most likely be the next to die. It had been heavily wounded in this battle. In the end, only the gray alpha and the great griffin would remain. The outcome of the battle was already decided. The gray alpha would not be able to defend the ruined city of Fapor all by itself and the help of its pack. It would most likely flee from this place. As for the great griffin, Adam wasn't exactly sure what it would do. Griffins preferred to reside in high altitudes, but at the same time, the allure of the mana-rich zone within Fapor was too great an opportunity to miss. Regardless, Adam had to quickly leave this place. He didn't know if he would get another chance like this to get so close to the portal. If he was unable to leave now, he didn't know how long it would take for him to plan his next attack. Time was of the essence. Grunting in agonizing pain, he rose to his feet. The mimic, having completely devoured the doppelganger beast, climbed Adam's back and strapped itself to it in its rucksack form. As blood poured from his wounds, he dragged his broken body to the black cube. The appearance of the doppelganger beast was quite unexpected, but in the end, Adam was able to come up with an insidious counterattack of his own and clutch the victory. Now, only one thing remained. Arriving before the mysterious cube, he traced his fingers across the ancient, jagged surface as he studied the runes. Concealment and protection, he muttered weakly. The runes meant to serve only those two purposes: conceal the cube from the senses of other beings by permanently enshrouding the bottom of the crater in shadows, and protecting it from being infiltrated by any means. But of course, there was a back-channel entrance into the cube. It was meant to be used by the cult leader or his people to visit the portal and strengthen the rune magic around it. And that secret passageway was exactly what Adam was going to use. With a soft click, a small section of the cube caved in, forming the outline of a door. This was the result of Adam pressing on a sequence of runes and then forming a set of hand seals. It took him about 30 minutes, but he had finally succeeded in finding the secret passageway. As the passageway appeared before him, the sound of battle gradually died down within the city. The first rays of the rising sun scattered across the blue skies, dyeing it in shades of bright and vibrant colors. The entire night had taken a toll on Adam both physically and mentally. The moment he heard the sound of the secret entrance forming, he couldn't help but reveal a weary smile. At last, he murmured. He dragged his bloodied body through the dark tunnel, his fingers tracing the inner walls. Finally, he arrived at the entrance of a chamber, and at the center of it was a black pedestal. The chamber was filled with traps and other defense mechanisms, so he didn't dare set foot it yet. Considering his current state, he was sure to set off at least a few dozen traps. Adam scanned his surroundings out of habit, but found no one there. He then turned around, facing the secret entrance. No one had followed him inside as well. He then cast another series of complex hand seals. He made mistakes in the first 2 tries, but finally succeeded in the 3rd attempt. Finally, with a trembling hand, he pressed a certain section of the wall near him. Following that, the entire tunnel rumbled ever so slightly, and the secret passageway concealed itself once again. After all this was won, Adam finally breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Exhaustion engulfed him, and he found himself losing control of his body. Before he knew it, he started falling backward. With a dull thud, he collapsed to the ground and lost consciousness. After months of planning, he had finally succeeded, but at a great cost. Saratoga Castle. Inside the headmaster's office, Nalian Fino sat in his chair, glancing at the figure sitting across from him with a slightly puzzled expression. This was a highly unexpected guest, after all. A long time of silence ensued inside the chamber, with both men simply staring at one another. At last, the elven magus couldn't contain his curiosity any longer, and he couldn't help but ask, "What brings you here, Your Majesty?" The unexpected guest was none other than the Emperor of Acadia, Lucian Acadia. The man glanced at the headmaster with his golden eyes that burned like a pair of suns. His lips curled into a faint smile, and he said, "Do I need a reason?" Nalian's lips twitched a little. "No, of course not. I was just curious." The smile on Lucian's face widened. He leaned back in his chair, chuckling, "I jest. I do have a reason to visit a couple of them, actually." His expression gradually turned solemn, and he continued, "How are rebuilding efforts coming along?" "Good." Lucian nodded, his gaze shifting to the window where he could see Marion Lake. "What about the castle and the children?" The elf deeply looked at the emperor, then answered honestly, "A Saratoga Magi are quite stalwart, Your Majesty. No matter how many times we're pushed to the ground, we always get back on our feet." Lucian turned his attention back to the elf, his lips forming a genuine smile. "That you are, Nilian, that you are." Another bout of silence descended within the chamber. Nalian thought of the right words to say, then spoke at last, "Your Majesty, how can I help you?" Lucian remained silent, deep in thought. His gaze remained fixed on Marion Lake, his golden eyes flashing with countless emotions. There was hesitancy in them, but soon it was replaced by resolve. He turned to the elf and said with a faint smile, "What about news of the Dark King, or should I say, Adam the Deceitful? How are your people reacting to his absence?" Nalian's eyebrows rose in surprise. Adam Constantine, but in the next instant his brows creased together into a frown. "Your Majesty, have you perhaps found out anything about him?" "No," Lucian said with a faint smile. "Just curious, that's all." Nalian deeply looked at the emperor. At last, he said with a helpless sigh, "They still blame him for everything. It would be an understatement to say they hate him." But no one loathes him more than the surviving magi of the Black Legion and the newest Lord Marshal of Ravenfell. "And what do you think?" Lucian asked, his eyes flashing with a peculiar light. Nalian remained silent for a long time. Then he said in a low voice, "I think there's more than meets the eye." Lucian was truly surprised by the elf's answer. Considering Nalian's mentor had died in the Battle of Ravenfell, Lucian had thought that the elf would despise Adam to a great extent. But it turned out that might not be the case after all. "I see." Lucian nodded, his gaze involuntarily shifting to the distant Marion Lake. The elf glanced at the emperor, then asked after a moment of deliberation, "Your Majesty, what do you think about him?" Lucian turned towards him again, displaying a faint smile. "There is another reason I've visited you today, Nilian." The elf couldn't help but frown a little. He couldn't understand why the emperor would dodge his question. But it would be ill-mannered of him to ask the question again. Thus he said, "Please go ahead, Your Majesty. How can I be of help to you?" With the same smile etched on his face, Lucian stated without hesitation, "I wish to speak with the Lord of Marion Lake, the one they call Ink." In the deepest underground layer of Saratoga Castle, Nalian and Lucian stood before an unassuming stone wall. The light of wall-mounted torches illuminated the chamber, revealing it to be a vast storage room of sorts. The elf had a puzzled look on his face as he faced the emperor. He couldn't help but speak his mind. "Your Majesty, I'm not sure why you want to meet with Lord Ink, but I should warn you in advance. He doesn't like meeting with people. Let me worry about that." Lucian waved his hand dismissively. He then gestured at the wall before him and asked, "So this is the entrance to the castle at the bottom of the lake?" "Yes, Your Majesty," the elf nodded. "Once you pass through this wall, you will arrive at the grand hall of the underwater castle. Lord Ink will know you are a friend of Saratoga Castle, since this entrance is only accessible to the headmaster. But beware, he's a social." "I see." Lucian nodded, curiously scrutinizing the unassuming wall before him. Then he turned to the elf and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Don't wait for me, Nilian." With that said, he took a step forward and entered straight through the wall. The surface of the wall rippled like water for a moment before settling back to normal. Meanwhile, Nilian glanced at the wall before him with a dazed look on his face. This was the first time he'd met the Emperor of Acadia. Needless to say, he had formed an opinion of him. He remained silent for a long time before shaking his head. The elf turned back around and left the storage chamber, his words echoing within the dimly lit walls. What a strange man. In the depths of Marion Lake, Lucian arrived inside the grand chamber within the underwater castle that was an exact replica of Saratoga Castle. Before him lay an entity that he'd only read about in ancient records and heard of in passing tales. It was a colossal kraken, its massive body coiled within the vast hall. Its countless tentacles lay draped over broken pillars and submerged stone. Even in the dim light, Lucian could see the creature clearly. It was awe-inspiring. Ink's giant eyes were cold and unblinking as they settled on Lucian. Those cold eyes, they gleamed with a flicker of annoyance. A moment later, a booming voice echoed inside the castle, forming visible ripples underwater. Return to the surface, human. I do not care who you are, and I do not care about your relationship with Nylian. You are not welcome in my domain. Despite the blatant threat in those words, Lucian remained calm and unflinching. His lips slowly curled into a faint smirk, and he spat one single word, no. Lucian's defiant word echoed throughout the underwater castle. Despite being far into the depths of Marion Lake, the man did not find it a task at all to communicate. His very words were infused with mana, allowing them to reverberate across the lake bed. But when Lord Ink heard that answer, his eyes flashed with hostility. The colossal tentacles moved silently, coiling around submerged pillars and walls. They looked as if they were ready to lash out at any moment. Despite the whisper of threat looming over him, Lucian remained calm and composed. He had a faint smile on his face as he gazed at this ancient creature through his sun-like golden eyes. A suffocating silence descended in the underwater castle. Through his keen senses, Lucian picked up on countless shadowy silhouettes prowling at the edge of the castle, closing in. However, he was dauntless. At last, after what seemed like forever, the giant kraken finally spoke. Human, I wasn't asking you. That was it. The kraken did not give Lucian the chance to explain himself anymore. It had already warned him once. That was all the courtesy it would allow. In the blink of an eye, one of Ink's enormous tentacles blurred out of existence. It moved with remarkable speed that betrayed its sheer size, and before Lucian knew it, the tentacle came smashing down on him. The tentacle's vast size left no room for the man to dodge. Furthermore, the speed at which it struck was so powerful that it was enough to critically injure a magus at the mana core rank. Ink was no ordinary creature. In the face of all of this, Lucian was unfazed. His golden pupils shifted as they tracked the giant tentacle coming down on him. At the last moment, his hand, too, turned into a shadowy blur, and then, bam, waves of dust and mana rippled outward from the point of impact. The grand pillars supporting the vast chamber shuddered. Dust and debris clouded the castle, and the merfolk gathered outside couldn't help but turn grim. Lord Ink, on the other hand, had a startled gleam in its eyes. You're quite irascible. Lucian's voice once again echoed in the vast chamber. From his tone, it was apparent that the kraken's attack hadn't quite done a number on him. His voice seemed quite nonchalant. Lord Ink's eyes narrowed, and it slowly raised its tentacle. When the dust cleared, a tall figure with broad shoulders appeared, raising his one hand above him in a defensive posture. However, he seemed different from before. Lucian had a faint golden aura surrounding his body, and the sun emblem on his forehead blazed with an otherworldly light. His golden eyes were sharp and cold as they settled on the giant kraken before him. I've come here to talk, he said, but if you cannot be reasoned with, then I do not mind getting my hands dirty. Lord Ink was enraged. Its eyes flashed with a cruel light, and it said, Your arrogance is intolerable, human. You trespass in my domain and have the audacity to threaten me. Not even the headmasters of Saratoga Castle ever looked down on me. As it spoke those words, a cruel and overbearing aura started to radiate from the ancient colossus. All of its tentacles coiled tighter, ready to attack at any moment. Still, Lucian remained calm, but the faint smile on his lips had vanished. His lips parted and he muttered in a cold, authoritative voice, Do not compare me to the headmasters of Saratoga, for they are my vassals. You find my arrogance intolerable, then deal with it, for in these lands my equals are none. He paused, his aura growing stronger and brilliant like the sun. I am Lucian, I am emperor. The kraken's countless tentacles, which were about to attack the blonde-haired man, abruptly paused. Its eyes narrowed, flashing with a peculiar gleam as it closely observed the man standing proudly before it. You are an Acadia, it asked, its voice laced with suspicion. Lucian raised his chin and proclaimed, I am the Acadia. Another bout of silence descended within the underwater castle, with both parties staring at one another unblinkingly. Compared to earlier, the hostility in the kraken's eyes had vanished, but the annoyance still remained. Meanwhile, Lucian stood unflinching, staring straight into the ancient creature's eyes. At last, Ink asked, What is your relation with Arnold Acadia? My grandfather, Lucian replied succinctly. Ink's eyes narrowed, and it couldn't help but closely scrutinize Lucian's man, especially the sun emblem on his forehead. The emperor knew exactly what it was thinking about, and so, he said, unlike my predecessors, I chose not to specialize in sealing magic. I see, said the Kraken, so you are Arnold's grandson and Gerald's son. Lucian hummed in acknowledgement. Why are you here, Lucian? The Kraken asked again. I told you already, said the emperor. I came here to talk, then get on with it. The mighty Kraken grumbled, its countless tentacles gradually settling on the lake bed, once again coiled around pillars and stones. Lucian, too, retracted his aura. He looked the ancient creature in the eye and said, I have heard stories about you, Ink. Ancient records state that you were a dear friend to the first headmaster, Dendar Saratoga. They also state that you had an amiable relationship with my grandfather. Get on with it, the Kraken said, its tone laced with annoyance. Lucian did not mind the creature's behavior, though. He had studied about Ink and knew that it despised the beings that lived above the surface. In fact, it could be considered a miracle that Ink even agreed to live in Marion Lake and protect Saratoga Castle. It considered Dendar Saratoga a close friend and wanted to protect his legacy. If history had taught the people of Tron anything, it was that the beings who lived above and below the surface were eternally at odds. Hostile by nature and never meant to be friends, peace could only be sustained because of the truce that was established thousands of years ago. Lucian inhaled deeply, then said in a solemn voice, I know who you are, Ink, and I know where you're from. He paused for a moment, then added, his voice ringing like thunder within the underwater castle, and so I ask you to grant me passage to the cold depths of Tron. I wish to meet with the rulers of those who dwell in the deep. Somewhere within the lands of the Sovereign Union in Europa stood the headquarters of the Twilight Brotherhood. Hidden deep in the mountains, the fortress was built into the side of a steep cliff that disappeared above the clouds. Its walls were reinforced with stone, steel, and magic. No map marked its location, and no road led to its gates. It was said to exist between the shadows of fleeting clouds, appearing to those who had taken this secret society's oath and remaining invisible to the rest of the world. Inside the deepest chamber of this grand fortress, a round table stood beneath a dome of magically reinforced stone. 7 figures sat around it, each radiating an aura of power and strength that made the very air feel heavy. These were the counselors, manhwarecaps, and the true leaders of the Twilight Brotherhood. This was the Council of Dawn. Although there were 7 figures seated around the table, there were in fact 8 chairs. These 8 chairs were seats for the counselors who were not only the leaders of the Twilight Brotherhood, but also heads of their respective factions. There were 8 major factions within this clandestine organization, and currently, the seat of the leader of the Preservationists was empty. No windows existed in this room. Only faint blue crystals embedded in the walls provided light. The air hummed with the faint sound of magical barriers layered for protection. Rune magic was carved on the walls, designed to ensure no sound or trace of their meeting escaped. At the center of the table hovered a projection of Tron. It was a slowly rotating, illusory image of the planet these magi called home. The counselors watched it in silence for a long time before one of them finally spoke, breaking the tension that filled the room. More than 2 years have passed since the Battle of Ravenfell, said an elderly elven counselor, his emerald eyes gleaming with the vitality of the woods, and his long hair cascading down like a golden waterfall. This was Vulwin Priskian, a mighty Monocore magus and the leader of the faction known as the Wild Watchers. The elf scanned the counselors in the room, his emerald eyes flashing with faint traces of rage and frustration. Then he added, we have yet to locate Gerald's successor, Berger Glinhorn. Vulwin's eyes shifted to the empty chair seat that belonged to Gerald Acadia. He continued, if all of us had been unanimous in our decision to send reinforcements to Ravenfell, perhaps such an outcome could have been prevented. The elf inhaled deeply, calming the raging emotions in his heart. He then said, I am not one to dwell too much on the past, but I must urge my fellow counselors to locate Berger Glinhorn. At the very least, we owe this to Gerald. He would have wanted his only disciple to succeed him. Besides, Berger has been a part of our organization for a very long time and has garnered great merits over the years. His feats during the Battle of Ravenfell further solidify his rightful place at the Council of Dawn. Silence descended within the room as the Magi looked at one another. At last, an elderly human, the leader of the interventionist faction, turned to the elf and said, Vulwin, I hear you. We all know that Berger had a remarkable track record, and him being Gerald's disciple goes a long way towards his nomination for the counselor rank, but we must still speak with him first. We cannot do anything before meeting him. The elf turned to the elderly human and sneered, Agron, do you think Berger will be willing to talk to us after what transpired? For all we know, he might display hostility towards us after what happened. Agron Yeager remained silent, for he too knew that Vulwin was right. Right at that moment, a cold voice echoed inside the room. If the little gnome displays hostility towards us, then we might as well nip the danger in the bud. I will not tolerate such behavior towards our organization. Berger should know better than to foster negative feelings towards the Brotherhood. The elderly man who spoke just now was Niall Damon, the leader of the Shadowblades faction, a faction that focused on espionage, infiltration, and assassination. Volwyn slammed the table in anger. Are you even hearing yourself? Nip the danger in the bud. Just what kind of talk is that? Berger has been part of our organization for most of his life. He is our brother. Volwyn, Niall interrupted him coldly. Such ideals will get us nowhere. I do things that all of you cannot, and whatever I do is for the organization. Sometimes the Brotherhood's values can only get you so far. You may think of this as unethical or downright evil, but if it prevents an enemy of our organization from blooming further, then yes, I will nip the danger in the bud. It seemed that the elf was ready to vehemently argue with Niall, but right at that moment, the oldest counselor rapped his finger on the round table, drawing everyone's attention. Other Bowman was the eldest magus in the Brotherhood and was the leader of the faction known as the Diplomats. He was well respected within the Council of Dawn and was known to be a good friend of the late Gerald Acadia. Everyone at the table quieted down. Volwyn, too, respectfully took his seat and patiently waited for other to speak. The leader of the Diplomats turned to Niall and said in a low, raspy voice, I have known Berger since he was a youngster at the Mana Foundation rank. He paused for a moment, his murky eyes flashing with a sharp light. Then he added in a cold voice, I assure you, Niall, Berger is not an enemy of the Brotherhood. Niall Damon deeply looked at the elderly man. In the end, he nodded. I understand, Counselor Bowman. Other hummed, nodding his head ever so slightly. Then he turned to Volwyn and said, I know how you feel about what happened to Gerald, and I also know you wish to make things right with his disciple. He lowered his head, pausing for a brief moment. At last he continued, then how about this, Volwyn? Are you willing to personally search for Berger and bring him home? Without hesitating for a moment, the elf nodded. I shall depart at first light. Once the meeting between the counselors had concluded, the 7 magi went on their separate ways. Volwyn had to prepare for his journey to the Ulir continent, while the rest, too, had important matters they needed to tend to. However, 4 of the 7 counselors secretly rendezvoused at an unknown location within the fortress. The small chamber was dimly lit, and the air reeked of ancient stone and parchment. This was one of the rooms inside this grand fortress that hadn't been used in centuries. Gronyeager, the leader of the interventionists, couldn't help but ask with a frown, conducting such a meeting within the walls of the headquarters. You better have a good reason. Niall Damon, the leader of the Shadowblades, remained silent. His arms were crossed, and his old eyes were sharper than the finest blades as he leaned against the wall, cloaked in shadows. What is the matter now? Asked an elderly dwarf. Let us get this over with quickly, lest someone suspects. This stout figure was Kenton Hastings, the leader of the faction known as Free Agents. All 3 of them looked toward the eldest counselor in their organization, the leader of the Diplomats, Other Bowman. The elderly human first turned to Niall and spoke in a low, measured voice, nipping the danger in the bud. That was not a wise thing to say. Niall Damon sneered, his cold voice echoing in the dimly lit room. What I said was in line with my values and my faction's goals. It would have been strange had I taken Volwyn's side. Agron and Kenton agreed, albeit reluctantly. Refrain from using such strong words, Niall said. Other. We are in the endgame of our grand plan. We wouldn't want anything untoward to happen at the last stages now, do we? Niall deeply glanced at the elderly man. In the end, he nodded. I understand. He paused for a moment, then asked what was on everyone's mind. Why have you summoned us? Other Bowman remained silent for a long time. Then he intently looked at the 3 counselors before him and solemnly said, Berger has become an unexpected variable in our Lord's grand plan. We never thought that he'd advance to the Mana Core rank. He must be dealt with. He is dangerous. Niall was the first to react, his tone laced with frustration. Then why did you have to undermine my words at the meeting? Kenton glanced at the leader of the Shadowblades with a sneer. All you know is blood and murder. Use your brains sometimes, will you? Before Niall could start a quarrel, Other interrupted him. Do not be so rash and hot-tempered, Niall, he said. Your enemies may use it against you. Hearing his words, Niall Damon had a dark look on his face. He cast a hateful glance towards the dwarf, then looked at Other and silently nodded. He leaned back against the walls, cloaked in shadows once again. Agron then spoke up. How are you planning to take care of Berger then? Other turned to him, his old and murky eyes gleaming with a crafty light. I'm not. Everyone couldn't help but frown at those words. Then what is the plan? Kenton asked. How are we supposed to deal with Berger then? Other's lips curled into a faint smile. We will make a move on Volwyn first. Everyone was startled, but soon they began to understand the true motive behind Other Bowman's words. It was truly a wicked plan. Initially, the Council of Dawn was secretly divided into 2. The 4 counselors currently gathered were cult spies, while the rest were not. Through political maneuvering, Other and the other 3 spies made sure that no reinforcements were sent to the Battle of Ravenfell, thus ensuring Gerald Acadia's death. Gerald was the oldest member of the Twilight Brotherhood, and someone who embodied its true values. However, he was also one of the biggest obstacles in the cult's plan for world domination. After Gerald's death, it was imperative that his disciple, Berger, too, followed in his footsteps. And so the cult's spies in the Council of Dawn came up with this plan to deal with the gnome indirectly. Based on what had transpired in the meeting earlier, it was clear to everyone that Volwyn Priskian, the leader of the Wild Watchers, would set out on a journey to look for Berger and bring him to the Brotherhood's headquarters in Europa. But if the elf were to die in his journey, what was stopping Other and the other three from claiming that Berger had been the one to kill him? In doing so, they would have killed two birds with one stone. Not only would Other and the rest succeed in truly making Berger the enemy of the Brotherhood, but they would also have increased their power within the organization. With Gerald and Volwyn gone, only two counselors remained who were fiercely loyal to the Brotherhood. How long would Other, Agron, Niall, and Kenton take to completely take over the Twilight Brotherhood then? The answer was simple. Who do you want to finish the job? Agron asked solemnly. Volwyn is a powerful magus. It would be better if we dealt with him far away from Europa, hopefully somewhere secluded. Do not fret. Other waved his hand casually. We have just the person to deal with such situations, do we not? All of them simultaneously turned towards the figure leaning against the wall, draped in shadows. Niall glanced at Other, not at all surprised that he was chosen to finish this task. Then he said with a faint nod, "Fine, I shall deal with that pompous elf." After this important matter had been discussed, the cult spies shifted to the next topic of discussion on that was equally important, if not more. Agron turned to Other and spoke in a solemn voice. We still have not been able to locate Adam Constantine. All kinds of divination magic have proved to be useless. We might not even know if he's alive. However, before he could complete his words, Other interrupted him. He is alive. I assure you that. Silence descended between the magi. At last, it was Niall who spoke up. Once we officially label Berger a traitor, we might have to do the same with his disciple. Do not worry about Adam Constantine, said Other, his lips curling into a faint smirk. The path he walks will ultimately lead to our Lord. It is all but inevitable. The interior of the mysterious black cube was devoid of any light. The air felt heavy and suffocating. It seemed that no one had visited this place in years, perhaps centuries even. Other than that, it was a mana-rich paradise. The air felt heavy precisely because of the mana particles merrily dancing in the air, seemingly waiting for a magus to absorb them. But of course, Adam couldn't practice mindfulness. In fact, he hadn't yet regained consciousness since the day he'd entered the secret pathway and arrived inside the cube. That day was apocalyptic. 5 mana core level beasts and thousands of weaker beasts had turned the lost city of Fapor into a brutal battlefield. Blood flowed in streams, dyeing the ruined streets in a deep crimson. Corpses were scattered across the city, some rotten while others were being eaten by scavengers. Now, Fapor had become a mana-rich zone free for all. There was no one particular kind of beast or beasts that ruled over it. Anyone could come here and stay here, provided they were strong enough to survive the onslaught of other beasts. Just like Adam had speculated, towards the end of the battle between the great beasts, only the Grey Alpha and the Griffin King had survived. The weakened wolf could not occupy Fapor all by itself, so it fled with the remaining members of its pack. As for the Griffin King, it took to the skies and returned to its nest high up in the hills. But from time to time, it would lead a flock of griffins through the clouds and arrive at Fapor to enjoy the rich mana permeating the air. At the center of it all, the man responsible for orchestrating the war between the great beasts lay unmoving. His chest heaved up and down as he gasped for air, and his body was a cruel map of scars and wounds. Blood pooled beneath him in great amounts. Such blood loss should have killed an ordinary mana vortex magus, but Adam practiced the astral tyrant manual, making his body far more resilient. Suddenly, the unmoving body of the mad magus shifted. His fingers twitched ever so slightly, and the next moment, gasp, a groan escaped Adam's lips as he quickly turned over and vomited a mouthful of blood among other things. Jeej. The mimic, now in its chest form, quickly scrambled towards the youth and started jumping in joy. Goo, how long was I out? Adam asked as he struggled to sit upright. He felt hot all over. He felt cold all over. He felt weak all over. Shivering uncontrollably, he somehow crawled towards the wall of the tunnel and sat with his back resting against it. Damn it, I think I have a severe fever, he muttered in a shaky voice. He turned towards the mimic and weakly added, Gee. Empty all the herbs and potions, and take out a blanket. Quick, Jeej. The mimic opened its maw wide and emptied out everything. The little guy could not differentiate between what was medicine and what wasn't. Adam first enveloped himself in a thick blanket, then he brushed his trembling fingers over all the herbs and potion vials, at the same time concentrating the sphere of resonance on them. He couldn't help but feel fortunate for having taken the time to brew several potions in the Fapor Magus's study during the days leading up to the battle between the 5 great beasts. Those potions were proving invaluable now. The youth chugged a bunch of potions first, then applied powder and ointments to the gaping wounds that littered his body. His temperature started to steadily lower, and he began feeling slightly better. Now for the hard part, he murmured while observing his broken right hand. Adam retrieved a sturdy piece of wood, which was about the length of his forearm. Then he aligned his broken arm as best he could, gritting through the unbearable pain to keep the bones in place. For several minutes, the interior of the black cube was filled with his agonizing screams. At last, he heaved a sigh of relief, his lips curling into a wide, unnatural grin, and then he laughed. He laughed and laughed and laughed. When his voice grew hoarse, he finally fell silent. Right at that moment, the strangely familiar voice of the white-robed Adam echoed directly inside his mind. Do not set foot into the chamber until you've fully healed. That would undo months of hard work and planning. I know, Adam weakly murmured. I'm not that crazy. He turned towards the chamber beside him. The center of the chamber was occupied by a black pedestal. It, along with the walls and ceiling, was carved in mysterious runes. Many of them were diabolical traps set by the cult. In his current state, it would be unwise to traverse the sea of traps. Fine, whatever, he muttered hoarsely. He leaned back against the wall of the tunnel, his lips curling into a wide grin. Rest feels like a distant memory, he added. The next moment, an apparition materialized beside him. Adam didn't flinch, for he knew who it was. Donned in immaculate robes, the tall and handsome figure of the white-robed Adam appeared beside him, leaning against the wall of the tunnel. There's no rest for the wicked old sport, he said with a faint smile. Now that you don't have to constantly worry about being ambushed by beasts, it is time to decipher the ravings of the laughing god. Yes, Adam murmured. Yes, I'll do that later. The laughing god continued to whisper, and he continued to listen. But Adam was tired, too tired. The place he was in was the perfect place to recuperate. In fact, in all of Tron, one couldn't ask for a better place to heal and regain one's strength. The white-robed Adam dissipated into nothingness. Soon, Adam too drifted off to sleep. The mimic silently walked towards the youth and nestled by his side. And a few moments later, it too was fast asleep. 1 month, that's what it took for Adam to get back to full strength. Well, only physically. Psychologically, he was still insane, perhaps even more so now. Using his right hand, he retrieved a strip of smoked wolf meat from inside the mimic, then slowly brought it to his mouth and chewed on it. Not bad, he nodded. He then looked over his shoulder and added, no, I'm not talking about the meat. I'm talking about my hand. It moves around pretty well now, eh? Of course, no one was there. The mimic turned in the direction the youth was speaking in, then tilted its body in confusion. Jeej. Adam clenched and unclenched his right hand several times, feeling faint pressure towards the end. His lips curled into a brilliant smile and he said, it's still not good enough in a fight, but at least I'm good to carve runes now. Suddenly, he heard the sound of footsteps coming from behind him. He did not react, however, for he knew who it was. It still feels too hasty, said the white-robed Adam. He had his hands clasped behind his back and was staring at Adam's right hand with a deep frown on his face. You said it yourself, he continued. It is still not good enough for a fight. He then shifted his gaze, looking Adam in the eye, or rather in the empty eye sockets. What makes you think you won't have to fight immediately after stepping out of the portal on the other side of the world? Are you so naive to think that portal wouldn't be guarded by a beast, or worse, a magus, drawn to the rich mana? Adam's smile faltered for a brief moment. Then it turned even wider. He turned towards the white-robed Adam and said in a jolly mood, relax, I'll think of something when that happens. Besides, it's not like the magical beast or magus would be standing guard right next to the portal. Yes, all the portals we have visited have one thing in common, they have dual entry points. So even if I come out of the portal on the other side of the world, I won't be immediately attacked. I know for certain that this being guarding the portal would be wandering around the outer entry point. I just want to get off this forsaken island. That's all. The white-robed Adam deeply looked at the youth, then shook his head. He said with a sigh, if you've already thought this far ahead, then I have nothing to say. But remember, his eyes narrowed and his voice turned cold. It is certain that you will face off against a mana core level existence there. And when they see you coming out of the inner entry point, they're sure to have many questions. Just hope that it's a beast and not a magus. With that said, the white-robed Adam dissipated out of existence again. Meanwhile, Adam's smile finally crumbled, giving way to a dark frown. Damn it, he cursed through gritted teeth. You think I don't know the danger I'd immediately face after exiting the portal on the other side? But what option do I have? He rose to his feet, pacing back and forth at the mouth of the dark tunnel. The higher up the mountain, the more treacherous the path. I cannot turn away now. I must move forward. He slowly turned towards the black pedestal occupying the center of the black cube. His lips curled into a wide, unnatural grin and he said, the path of Arcana is paved with risks and dangers, and for those of us climbing to the peak, there is only one rule, hunt or be hunted. There was no room for hesitation in his heart. With a wide grin on his face, he took a step forward. Adam had gravely miscalculated the time it would take to disarm the traps and alter the defense mechanisms surrounding the black pedestal. Not only that, it had taken him considerably more time to alter the rune magic fueling the portal. 1 more month. That's what it took for Adam to maneuver past the defense mechanisms, descend further underground, and alter the runes around the vast portal in the deep chamber. The relentless ravings of the faceless mask made it extremely difficult for him to focus on the task at hand. Considering how critical the work he was doing was, he had to be absolutely certain. There was no room for error. At last, after a brutal month filled with mistakes and madness, he now stood before the giant portal. Earlier, it used to hum with an infernal red light, but now, it glowed with a resplendent blue light. "I did it," he muttered under his breath, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. Kneeling before the giant portal, he appeared extremely weak and haggard, but he had succeeded in accomplishing his objective here on this island. After spending close to 2 years on this forsaken island brimming with ferocious beasts, overcoming countless life-threatening dangers, and swimming in the sea of madness night after night, he had finally succeeded. Success at last. Spread his arms wide, cocked his head back, and laughed out loud. The echoes of his crazed laughter reverberated in the underground chamber, making the mimic, who was standing behind him, shudder in terror. "Jeej." Adam abruptly stopped laughing. He turned towards the mimic and grinned, transformed into a rucksack. "We are finally leaving this shithole." The mimic couldn't understand a word he said, but was quite excited at seeing him excited. It hurriedly transformed and strapped itself to the youth's back. Adam laughed and laughed and laughed. He rose to his feet, then stretched his right hand out. "Far better," he said, clenching and unclenching his hand a few times. The next moment, the staff of calamity appeared before him and gently nestled within his grip. He swung the staff with his weakened hand, nodding from time to time. "I'm ready," he murmured. He took a deep breath, his expression turning ridiculous and his grin turning utterly mad. He took a step forward, then another and another. Adam's mad laughter rang within the underground chamber as he finally leapt into the portal, shouting his parting words, "Onwards, to Yenlu." The mystical lands of Yenlu, a vast continent located in the eastern hemisphere of Tron, were known for their diverse landscapes and ancient culture. Its northern regions were dominated by cold steppes, high plateaus, and mountain ranges rich in minerals. The central regions featured fertile river valleys and sprawling farmlands that sustained large populations, whereas the south was dense with forests, humid marshlands, and trade-heavy coastal cities. This continent was home to powerful dynasties, isolated monasteries, and sprawling city-states steeped in tradition. Ancestral worship, martial art disciplines, and magic combined with physical combat were deeply rooted in its culture. Its people valued balance, honor, and mastery, whether in warfare, scholarship, or art. Ruins of forgotten empires and ancient temples lay scattered across the continent's wilderness, believed to be remnants of an age when mortals and spirits coexisted peacefully and more openly. Trade routes connected Yenlu to Europa by land, and to Ulir and Nahua by sea, bringing not just wealth but also intrigue. To the people of other continents, Yenlu has always been a land shrouded in mysteries. Its distant shores to the east lie beyond unpredictable seas and hidden trade routes, where directions failed and storms appeared without warning. Stories spoke of golden cities hidden in the mists, mountains that breathed fire, and sages who commanded the elements themselves. Some claim that the land was protected by ancient spirits that turned away outsiders. Others say it existed half in the material world and half in the spirit world. Merchants spoke of rare silks, strange metals, and magical herbs with impossible properties. For most people across Tron, Yenlu remained less a place and more a legend. It was a land filled with countless legends. Every province had its own myths, stories of fantastical beasts, immortal warriors, and cursed temples. But among them, none was more famous than the tale of the Kitsune of Mount Hashigane, the highest peak in Yenlu. According to legend, the Kitsune was an ancient beast who has lived atop Hashigane since the dawn of the continent. Some say it guarded the mountain's heart, a source of immense mana, while others believed it weaved illusions to test those who climbed its slopes, rewarding the worthy and destroying the arrogant. Magi, warriors, and even scholars have all attempted the ascent over the centuries. None have returned, and their disappearance only strengthened the legend. To the people of Yenlu, the Kitsune of Mount Hashigane was both protector and omen. The fact that none had ever returned from the mountain's peak gave rise to another strange yet intriguing legend. It spoke of a man who would one day descend Mount Hashigane. No one would see him climb, and no one would know his name. One day, he would simply appear out of nowhere, silent and shrouded in mystery. People would call him the Ghost. Some say that the Kitsune would grant him power, while others claim he would act as the beast's messenger. But one thing was certain: his arrival would mark the beginning of strange happenings across the lands. Mount Hashigane towered above all other peaks in Yenlu. Its slopes were wrapped in perpetual fog and freezing winds. The climb was treacherous, marked by jagged cliffs, frozen waterfalls, and the pathways that constantly shifted almost as if the mountain itself resisted intruders. Strange lights flickered in the mist at night, and ominous howls carried past the wind. The summit of Mount Hashigane was occupied by a vast crater several hundred meters wide. The ground there was cracked and lined by faint blue veins of condensed mana that pulsed like a living heart. At the center of the crater stood a dilapidated, five-storied pagoda, its uppermost roof half collapsed, and its stone walls covered in runes worn by centuries of storms. Despite its ruin, the air around it reverberated with dense mana, so thick it distorted sight and sound. Resting near the temple lay a massive fox with two tails, its fur pale as moonlight. This was the kitsune of Mount Hashigane. It rested peacefully before the pagoda. With every inhale, it absorbed the abundant mana in the surroundings, and with every exhale, a faint ice storm swept through the crater. It was a creature born of ice and snow, of speed and power. Its presence alone was enough to make the air heavy and oppressive. There was no doubt about it. The kitsune was a mighty beast at the mana core rank. The two-tailed fox rested leisurely as it had for ages. There was a time when the mountain's peak was occupied by another powerful beast. The kitsune had defeated it, absorbed its core, and taken over the peak. Ever since then, it remained by the pagoda, absorbing the rich mana, permeating the air and growing stronger with each passing day. No beast dared to trespass into its domain, for it was the mightiest. No magus dared to scale the mountain, for they knew only the cold embrace of death awaited them. The kitsune was the king of the mountain. But on this day, something was about to change. For the first time in a very long time, the crater atop Mount Hashigane would receive a stranger from a faraway land. The strange thing was, this stranger did not climb the mountain like the countless others who had tried before him and failed. Instead, he simply appeared out of nowhere, like a ghost. The kitsune sensed a shift in the air. Its eyelids lifted slowly, revealing a pair of cold blue eyes that flashed with surprise. It gazed directly at the pagoda before it that seemed to have gone through a subtle, inexplicable change. The dense mana in the air swirled and danced, reacting to the abrupt change. It was subtle, very subtle, but the change was undoubtedly real. The kitsune, a mana core level beast, could sense it. A peculiar gleam flashed in its blue eyes as its gaze seemingly pierced through the pagoda. The underground level of the pagoda consisted of a vast chamber marked with mysterious runes. The center of this chamber was occupied by a giant portal that glowed with a resplendent blue light. The surface of the portal rippled for a few moments before a figure leapt out of it. Cloaked in a dark hood and wielding a black staff in hand, Adam had finally set foot in the mystical lands of Yenlu. Month after stepping through the portal, Adam was finally able to disarm all the traps and other defensive mechanisms scattered throughout the underground chamber. He did not need to adjust the runes powering the portal, however. When he had altered the runes around the portal in Mabai, he had linked it directly to the one in Yenlu, effectively severing this portal's connection to the 9 hells of Inferno. Despite that, with each passing day, the sense of foreboding in his heart grew stronger and stronger. That is why it took him so long to disarm the traps. He wanted to do his best to delay the inevitable. Standing at the base of the staircase that would take him to the upper levels, Adam inhaled deeply, his grip around the Staff of Calamity tightening. He turned his head ever so slightly and whispered, "You ready, boy?" "Jeej," the mimic chirped, strapped to his back in its rucksack form, and not knowing the terror that awaited them outside. Adam inhaled deeply, his lips curling into a crazed grin. Then he took his first step and slowly ascended the stairs. He had already deactivated the traps along the walls of the stairs, so there was nothing to worry about. However, there was one problem. The youth couldn't sense anything beyond the door at the top of the staircase. Even his sphere of resonance failed him. It was clear that this was the result of runes carved along the structure. The cult leader had truly gone over and beyond while establishing these portals. Standing before the arched door, Adam hesitated to open it. He had thought about it for a long time. One way or another, he'd have to step outside this door. He couldn't remain holed up inside the underground chamber forever. If I'm going to do it anyway, then why not do it now, eh? He muttered with a wide grin. He inhaled deeply, then said the words he always said before attempting something reckless: nothing ventured, nothing gained. With that said, he pushed open the door. The light of the morning sun shone on his charred, hideous face. Fresh air swept in from outside, the chill making him shudder. He had never felt such cold before, but the temperature was the least of his worries. As soon as he opened the door, he was immediately able to sense his surroundings. His heart beat loudly, and he gripped his staff even tighter, prepared for any ambush. However, nothing happened. Adam couldn't help but frown, his grin stretching unnaturally across his charred face. The first floor of the pagoda was silent, its air heavy with dust and age. The wooden beams were cracked and blackened. Broken tiles littered the floor, and frost crept along the walls like veins. Faded murals covered what remained of the interior. A few toppled statues rested against the walls, their features eroded beyond recognition. The air was brimming with mana. There was an uneasy stillness, as though time itself had stopped within these walls. "What is this place?" he murmured. He raised his head and realized that there was no immediate ceiling. The space opened all the way to the half-collapsed roof on the 5th floor. Stairways lined the walls, spiraling upwards towards the higher levels, while the central area of the structure remained completely open. "What the hell?" he muttered, startled. "There's no one here. How can things be so easy?" He suddenly felt the urge to laugh, but the sane and rational part of him reminded him that there might be enemies hidden that he may not have sensed yet. So when the urge to laugh arrived, he viciously bit on his tongue. Feeling the coppery taste coat his tongue, he grimaced in pain and then grinned brightly. He walked around the first floor and observed it thoroughly. There was nothing of note. The statues were destroyed, and the murals were unrecognizable. There was one giant door that most likely led outside the 5-story structure he found himself in, but he didn't leave yet. Hopefully, he could find something worthwhile while he was still inside. Since there were no windows, he couldn't tell what the outside looked like, but he knew it was cold and freezing out there. Snow fell from the collapsed roof on top, drowning the interiors in a dreadful, cold, 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 too damn cold. He wrapped the cloak tighter around his body. Even the mimic strapped to his back was shuddering from the weather. The second floor was the same as the first one. Broken statues lined the walls, and murals eroded by the ravages of time were etched on them. Adam couldn't glean any information whatsoever. The third floor was empty, and so was the fourth floor. Finally, he arrived at the topmost floor. It was the coldest here as the biting winds from outside directly blew in through the half-collapsed roof. Adam couldn't wait to travel back down. If the interior is already so cold, then how bad is it outside? He murmured in a shaky voice. He circled the fifth floor once, his hand tracing the jagged surface of the wall beside him. Just like the rest of the levels, this floor was also empty. In the end, he decided to head back down, far away from the freezing weather. The temperature would drop exponentially at night, so he didn't mind spending his time in the underground chamber by the portal. He was so preoccupied with the threat of beasts and magi that he didn't even think about the threat of nature. Mother Nature could be just as dangerous, if not more so. Realizing that there was nothing worth looking at on this floor as well, he headed for the staircase. What a waste, he muttered under his breath. In the next heartbeat, the temperature dropped abruptly. It was abnormal. The howling wind picked up, and suddenly the air felt more suffocating. Adam's footsteps slowed down. He felt a severe chill crawl down his spine. It wasn't just because of the weather. Suddenly, he felt a gaze settling on him. He trembled involuntarily, fear gripping his heart. Adam slowly turned around, facing the half-collapsed roof above, and there it was. A pair of giant blue eyes was curiously watching him. The pair of giant blue eyes stared at him unblinkingly, surprise and curiosity flickering in them. But for Adam, his entire being was awash by terror. He froze in place as he faced the pair of eyes, not knowing what to do. His body trembled. His mind was constantly attacked by the ravings of the faceless mask. Slowly, his lips curled into a wide, nervous grin. "Hello there," he waved. The pair of giant blue eyes blinked. From the very brief one-sided interaction with the owner of the pair of blue eyes, Adam could surmise a couple of things. First, this was the mana core level beast drawn to the mana-rich region by the portal. Second, for some reason, it did not seem that hostile towards him. If anything, it looked intrigued. Third, and this was pure speculation on his behalf, the beast could not enter the building. Seeing the vertical pupils gradually dilate, Adam became more certain that the owner of the pair of blue eyes did not view him with hostility. No, it would be more apt to say that this beast did not take him seriously. After all, he was but a mere mana vortex magus, one that had gone mad. Just what kind of threat could a person like him pose to this great beast? Adam gulped subconsciously. Though he was still deeply afraid deep down in his heart, he mustered a tiny speck of courage to speak with this beast. If he could negotiate his way out of here, then he'd prefer to do that. Scheming took a lot of mental focus and time. "See, can you speak?" he asked meekly. The pair of blue eyes blinked yet again. They intently looked at Adam, deeply observing him. An awkward yet suffocating silence settled around the youth. He was being scrutinized by a powerful beast at the mana core rank, after all. Just when he was thinking of asking another question, the owner of the pair of blue eyes spoke, its voice feminine but deep. "What are you?" Adam was startled. When the beast's voice echoed in his ears, it felt like he was standing in the middle of a blizzard with nothing to protect him. Not only did he feel his back turn cold, but he also felt his entire body tremble from the chill. It was like he was facing a force of nature. He tried to find the right words to speak, nervousness seeping into his very bones. "I'm human, and my name is Adam." The beast blinked. "A human?" she asked, curiosity flashing in her eyes. "You do not look like a human." Well, that's because." Adam tried to come up with an explanation, but in the end he simply shrugged and said with a nervous smile, "Life." Once again, the pair of giant blue eyes blinked. The next moment, however, the temperature suddenly dropped, and the beast's vertical black pupils gradually constricted. Slowly, a vast and terrifying aura started to emanate from the beast. Adam, who was the target of the overbearing aura, collapsed on his knees. "Tell me, human," the beast demanded. "How did you arrive here?" Adam's body trembled from fright. His lips curled into an unnatural grin, and then he laughed. He cocked his head back and laughed and laughed and laughed. The pair of eyes blinked again, puzzled. "Did I say something funny?" asked the beast. No, ha ha ha. Adam waved his hand. "It's just ha ha ha. I can't help it. I just can't ha ha ha." The beast was speechless for a brief moment, but then she was furious. Her eyes narrowed, and her vertical slits turned narrow and dangerous. Human, you dare laugh in my presence. It seems you do not value your life. If that is the case, then I shall end it the moment you step out of the pagoda. Step out. Of the pagoda, Adam's laughter vanished abruptly as he repeated the beast's words, his voice barely a whisper. It was then that he confirmed that this beast truly wasn't able to set foot within this structure, which turned out to be a pagoda. But what the hell is a pagoda? He murmured, tilting his head in confusion. However, in the next instant, his heart tightened. He turned towards the great beast, hesitated for a moment then, kowtowed. Please forgive me, great one, he said humbly. But secretly his lips had curled into a wide, unsettling grin. That is why he chose to bow down, ensuring that he didn't show his ridiculous grin to the blue-eyed beast, lest she take offense again. Due to some experiments, I cannot help but get the urge to laugh every now and then. I meant no disrespect. As for how I arrived here, he paused for a moment, thinking of what to say. Suddenly, an idea bloomed inside his crazed mind. If he wasn't going to fight against this beast, then he might as well try this new idea. If it failed, well, he could always try to fight the beast afterwards. Oh, great one, he began, his voice full of flair and theatrics. I come from a land filled with beasts of every kind. The air there is thick with mana, the forests overflow with magical wildlife, and nature itself thrives in chaos and power. In that magical island, there is a portal. However, before he could finish his explanation, the beast interrupted him. Her eyes gradually widened ever so slightly, her pupils dilating. A land of beasts, she asked. In all my life, I have never heard of a land filled with only beasts. The nearby lands are occupied by the 4 humanoid species. There is no such thing as a land of beasts. Her eyes narrowed once again. This time, she radiated utter bloodlust that threatened to drown Adam. Human, if you're lying to me, I shall deliver to you the most cruel death. Adam groaned in pain. Bearing the brunt of such killing intent caused him to nearly suffocate. However, he couldn't help but feel dark glee bloom in his heart. He clenched his fists and slowly sat upright. He turned towards the pair of blue eyes and screamed passionately, "Oh, great one, I swear on the mana flowing in my veins that I am not lying. If you want, I can take you to that magical island." To the kitsune, the mention of such an island was deeply enticing. It had spent centuries, perhaps millennia in isolation, surrounded by only ice and snow. The idea of a place overflowing with life, where mana was abundant and beasts roamed without restraint, stirred its curiosity greatly. A land like that meant excitement, challenge, and discovery, all the things missing from the stillness of Mount Hashigane. For a creature of power like the two-tailed fox, such a place promised freedom beyond the confines of her frozen domain. But no matter how beautiful and alluring this magical land full of beasts sounded to the kitsune, she also knew how sly and deceitful humans could truly be. She had lived a long life to know much about the humanoid species. In a matter of moments, the spark of wonder in her cold, blue eyes was replaced by dark hostility once again. And what if you're lying? She asked, her words oozing with killing intent. Adam felt the urge to laugh out loud, but instead he bit on his tongue and grimaced in pain. He then placed a hand over his heart and solemnly proclaimed, "Oh, great one, I have already sworn on the mana flowing through my veins. If you still do not believe me, then we can. Take a proper mana oath. Surely you don't believe a magus won't respect something as sacred as a mana oath, yes." The kitsune blinked, the hostility in her eyes slowly dissipating. She remained silent for a long time. At last she asked, "A mana oath is no one-sided pact. Tell me, human, what is it that you want from me?" Adam once again resisted the urge to laugh. Forget laughing, he did his best to prevent himself from displaying a smile even. He inhaled deeply, then said, "I only ask that you do not harm me directly or indirectly. Safety, that is all I want. In return, I will guide you to the land of magical beasts, Mabai. And what if you're lying?" "What if all of this is a trap?" the kitsune asked coldly, her eyes narrowing once again. This time, Adam offered a genuine smile, which ended up looking utterly hideous, considering his burned face. He said matter-of-factly, "Then you can kill me." The kitsune deeply gazed at Adam, remaining silent for a long time. The more time passed, the more nervous the youth became. So he added, "Oh, I forgot to add. Once we reach Mabai and exit the building that houses the portal, we might encounter 1 or 2 beasts at the mana core rank. Just a heads up, okay?" The kitsune's eyes narrowed. "Anything else you wish to add?" Adam gulped. "No, that's about it. I mean there could be more than 2 mana core level beasts. Initially there were 5, and when I left that place there were only 2 left. There might be a slim possibility more might have come. So you were leading me into a trap," the kitsune hissed. No, of course not," Adam blurted out. "Just, please hear me out." He then went on to truthfully tell her about what went down in the ancient ruins of Faepor. He explained how it was jointly ruled by 3 great wolves and how he lured the Griffin King and the Great Bear and orchestrated a battle between them. By the end of his explanation, the kitsune stared at him with cold eyes. "Despicable human, despicable," Adam protested. "I only did what I had to survive. Don't tell me you wouldn't have done the same thing if you were in my shoes. I know how great the allure of a mana-rich region is for beings like us who wield magic. The blue-eyed fox remained silent. Still, she couldn't help but gaze at Adam with utter contempt. A few moments later, she asked, "Now only the gray wolf alpha and the griffin king remain." Adam shrugged. "If they haven't killed each other already." He paused for a moment, then added, "More mana core level beasts might have come to Fapor, considering the previous rulers are now dead. Anyway, these are just my speculations. Until we go there and see for ourselves, we won't truly know. Tell me more about Mabai," said the kitsune. Adam nodded, then went on to explain about this island continent. He even told the beast a little bit of history about the Fapor civilization. Needless to say, once he had finished explaining, there was a flicker of yearning in the kitsune's eyes. At last, the blue-eyed beast asked about the one thing that sounded the most ludicrous to her. "What are these? Portals, I have never heard of them." Adam remained silent. He then said in a shaky voice, "I can't really explain it. I can show it to you, but first you need to take the mana oath." The kitsune's eyes narrowed. If there was a way to get what she wanted without giving Adam what he wanted, then she would have surely done that. She was crafty by nature, after all, but the existence of a mana oath made things difficult for her. Still, the allure of Mabai was too great for a creature like her. If this place truly existed and she could travel there, it would be like returning home. And if she found out that she was being played by this ugly human, then she would not hesitate to snuff his puny life. She would make sure to add this stipulation in the mana oath. Thus, after a few moments of deliberation, she agreed. "Very well, state your conditions of agreement, and I will state mine." Adam subconsciously clenched his fists. Then he took a deep breath in and laughed. If this negotiation had gone any other way, he would have probably never been able to leave this pagoda. Even if he wanted to scheme against the kitsune, he needed to borrow someone else's power, like he had done in Fapor. But who else was on this mountain's peak except for him and the two-tailed fox? No one. And so he had ended up surprisingly overcoming the situation through words alone. A day later, Adam had deactivated all the traps and other defense mechanisms, and finally pushed open the giant arched door on the first floor. Moments later, the two-tailed fox, who had now transformed to a much smaller form of herself, stepped inside the pagoda. "Follow in my footsteps. Do not step anywhere else." Adam repeated those words again. He slowly descended the staircase, guiding the two-tailed fox who followed closely behind him. Of course, he had to once again disarm all the traps along the way leading to the portal. He didn't think he would return so soon after all. "Who created this portal?" asked the kitsune, glancing at the mysterious runes carved along the wall with curiosity. Adam's expression twisted into a frown. "A bad man." "A very bad man." The fox glanced at his back and scoffed. "Is this man responsible for the way you look?" Adam's hand involuntarily reached towards his scarred face. With a wide grin on his face, he answered in a manner of speaking, "Yes. This man, he ruined my life, and I'm on a quest to seek revenge." The kitsune shook her head. "Then you should dig an additional grave for yourself, human." Adam remained silent. Soon, the two arrived at the underground chamber that housed the portal. The moment the kitsune's gaze landed on the giant blue portal, she was instantly enamored. "Beautiful," she praised. "So this is the portal that allows instantaneous travel across great distances. Simply remarkable. In all of my life, I have never seen anything like this. For all your flaws, you humans sure create marvelous feats of magic." "Yeah," Adam replied absent-mindedly. He turned to the fox and added, "Wait right there. I needed to deactivate the traps again. Since he'd already done this before, it didn't take him that long to disarm the traps again." Another day later, all the defense mechanisms in the underground chamber had been deactivated. Adam stood in front of the portal with a wide grin and said, "All right, this is it. Once we step through the portal, we'll have arrived at Mabai." The kitsune turned towards him and flatly said, "You first." Adam's lips twitched. "Fine, whatever." With that said, he leapt through the portal. The kitsune watched this unfold with awe. She took a step forward and arrived before the portal. She hesitated for a few moments before turning around and casting one final look at this chamber. She sighed, then turned back around. This time, without hesitation, she leapt into the portal. Several days later, within the mysterious black cube, Adam and the kitsune stood before the entrance. The former looked apprehensive, while the latter appeared strangely excited. Adam turned to her and said, "Look, I already warned you about there being powerful beasts." But the kitsune interrupted him. "You fret like a pup, just open the door." "Fret like a pup," Adam blurted out. "Are you serious? Those beasts could kill me with a swipe of their claws. I can't face them without proper planning." "Just open it," the kitsune cut him off again. Adam gulped nervously. "Fine," he said. "Don't say I didn't warn you. And just to be safe, I'm not stepping outside." "Coward," the fox sneered. "Damn right I'm a coward," Adam proudly stated. He pressed a few sections on the wall, then weaved a set of complex hand seals. A few moments later, the wall before him rumbled, then a faint outline of a door appeared. As the door shifted to the side, it revealed a pitch-black area beyond. Seeing this, the kitsune frowned. She turned to Adam and coldly asked, "What is the meaning of this?" "Ah," Adam patted his head. "I forgot to mention we're at the bottom of a crater that is perpetually shrouded in darkness. It's a concealment function of the cube. Nothing nefarious, I assure you." The kitsune's eyes narrowed. She turned outward, then spread out her senses. A few moments later, her eyes widened in slight surprise. She was truly startled to see anything other than a snowy land. Hey, I've kept my end of the bargain. Adam's words reeled her back in. I'm sure there's some snowy peak on this land you can call home, and there's plenty of prey here so you'll never have to starve. Actually, I also came across several packs of foxes, so I don't know, you can rule over them or something. The kitsune deeply looked at Adam, then said, I've left something for you back at the pagoda. That should help you in your journey. Adam cast a dubious look. What is it? But the kitsune did not reply. She took a step and exited the black cube. In a few moments, she disappeared beyond the darkness. Adam remained standing by the door for a long time, dazed. At last, he grumbled under his breath, rude fox, didn't even thank me. He pressed a certain section of the wall, causing the door to close, his final words echoing in the dark crater. Well, at least she didn't eat me. Adam arrived back at the pagoda in Yenlu. He felt greatly accomplished in his heart. He feared he would have to get into a life or death scenario, but thankfully it did not come to that. He diligently worked on the runes carved inside the pagoda, making it seem like no one had entered this structure and nothing had changed. It took him a few more days of work until he was finally ready to leave. Stepping out of the main door of the pagoda, the freezing winds threatened to drill inside his flesh. It was severely cold, the likes of which he had never experienced before. Did she even leave me anything, or was she just lying? He muttered in a shaky breath as he closed the main door behind him. Suddenly, he paused. His senses settled on a mysterious item hanging on the door. Could this be it? He muttered under his breath as he reached out for the item. It was a white mask with intricate and symmetrical details, featuring sharp, feline-like eyes. Elaborate black markings ran across the forehead and cheeks, resembling tribal symbols. The mask's mouth consisted of sharp fangs that resembled a demon's than a beast's, giving it a dreadful appearance. It greatly resembled the Kistune's face. Adam couldn't help but tremble in horror at the sight of another mask, but after ensuring that it did not possess any magic, he breathed a sigh of relief. Though it had no magical properties, it would help him in his journey. At the very least, others wouldn't be able to see his hideous face any longer. He pulled over his hood and prepared to leave. You ready? Jeej, the mimic chirped. At long last, the ghost began his descent from Mount Hashigane. Ikigane town lay at the base of Mount Hashigane, serving as the last settlement before the mountain's dangerous ascent. It was a hub for all kinds of magi adventurers, mercenaries, and scholars drawn by rumors of ancient inheritances hidden throughout the region. While most magi visited this town for the thrill of adventure, others simply wished to gaze upon the infamous mountain from afar. The town was built from stone and timber, reinforced to withstand the harsh winds from the mountain. Inns, potion shops, and weapon forges lined the main streets, catering to travelers preparing for expeditions. Various guild outposts and information boards displayed requests and bounties related to ruins and magical creatures nearby. The atmosphere was one of constant chatter and movement. New faces arrived daily, and only a few of them stayed long. Despite its rugged look, Ikigane was organized and self-sustaining. Its people used to danger and the flow of threat that occasionally seeped down from Hashigane's slopes. This town was steeped in legend. It was said that ages ago, powerful magi from across Yenlu once gathered here, drawn by the immense mana radiating from the peak of Mount Hashigane. Many of them uncovered hidden ruins, unearthed lost artifacts, and claimed inheritances left behind by ancient magi who once lived in the region. Their discovery made Ikigane a place of both wealth and mystery. Over the years, countless adventurers, warriors, and magi have come to Ikigane with a single goal to conquer the peak of Mount Hashigane. Each believed they would succeed where others had failed, but none ever returned. Mountain summit remained unreachable, guarded by storms, mana anomalies, and the unseen will of the Kistun. Even so, the legends persisted. For every soul lost, more arrived, driven by the same dream, to claim the mountain's secret and carve their name into the annals of history. But on this day, history would be made in quite an unexpected way. A tall figure cloaked in black, carrying a strange rucksack strapped to his back, walked across the dirt road leading to a bustling town in the near distance. From time to time, groups of magi journeying to Mount Hashigane would walk past him, giving him strange looks. Almost all of them steered clear of him because of his strange aura that reeked of madness. Ha ha ha, Adam laughed out loud, his heart filled with joy. So many people. So many of them. I cannot believe my eyes. Wait, I don't have eyes. Ha ha ha. It had been 2.5 years since he had come across anyone who wasn't a beast or someone imaginary. As such, seeing real people for the first time in so long rekindled a strange fire within him. He couldn't stop laughing, and so, he laughed and laughed and laughed. What's with him? Is he crazy? Definitely crazy. Look at his arms. Goodness. Was he burned alive? Forget about that. Look at that strange mask he's wearing. The magi who passed him by spoke in hushed whispers, judging Adam from afar. Surprisingly enough, he could hear them despite the distance and the relentless ravings. He halted his footsteps, then turned toward them in confusion. Their robes also look very strange. Even the way they speak is strange. Is this a cultural difference? Does anyone know? Yeah, I'm talking to you. Adam shrugged, pushing the matter to the back of his crazed mind. He turned back around, facing the direction of the town in the distance. His lips curled into a wide grin and he muttered, "Ah, civilization. I can already hear the tantalizing aroma of wine. Ha ha ha." He hastened his footsteps, and by sunset, he had already arrived at the gates of Ikigane town. Adam walked through the bustling streets, laughter spilling out of him uncontrollably. The crowd looked at him, some confused while others amused, but he did not care. Stalls lined both sides of the wide street, filled with strange trinkets, jade crystals, and an aroma of cooked meat. Merchants wearing strange clothes called out, adventurers bartered, and the air buzzed with constant chatter. For the first time in 2.5 years, he was surrounded by people. These were real voices, movement, and noise. After so long in isolation, it all felt unreal, almost dreamlike. He ran his hand along the road and stone walls, confirming it wasn't his mind playing tricks again. The chaos, the chatter, the warmth. It was overwhelming, but in the best possible way. At long last, after touring a small part of the town, his feet came to a halt. He had arrived before a lively tavern. Even from the outside, he could smell the aroma of strong liquor. If he had eyes, he would have cried tears of joy. "Jade Lantern Inn," he murmured, his feet carrying him inside seemingly of their own volition. "Finally, I can be whole again." He pushed open the wooden doors of the tavern and was met with a wave of warmth, loud noise, and the rich scent of liquor and grilled meat. The tavern was alive, with adventurers crowded around tables, laughing, boasting, and clinking cups. Plates with delicious food slid across the counters as servers shouted orders over the din. The atmosphere was lively with chatter, the crackle of fire, and the faint notes of a musical instrument being played in the corner. Paper lanterns hung from the beams, their soft lights flickering across wooden walls stained from years of smoke and drink. Adam scanned the room with an unnatural grin plastered across his face. He weaved through the crowd until he finally found an empty spot near the far wall. As he sat down, he observed the tavern once again. The scene was so full of life that it almost felt surreal. Ha ha ha, he laughed out loud for no reason whatsoever, making the people sitting near him flinch in surprise. A few moments later, a teenage boy approached him with a practiced smile on his face and spoke in a friendly, straightforward tone, "First time in Ikigane. We've got sake strong enough to melt the cold right out of your bones. What can I get you?" Adam stared at the youth through the slits in the kitsune mask. He then tilted his head and muttered a simple word. "What?" There was a slight problem. He couldn't understand the language at all. Adam laughed out loud, making the young server take a step back in alarm. His laughter then stopped abruptly, and he asked, "Hey you, what did you just say? Could you repeat that?" He figured that because of the ravings of the faceless mask, he might not have been able to hear the server clearly. But the truth was, he just wasn't familiar with the local language. The server, on the other hand, was startled by a couple of things about Adam. Firstly, he would burst into a crazed fit of laughter every few seconds. Secondly, for some reason, he spoke in a very loud voice even though the two were near one another. Thirdly, and most importantly, Adam not being able to understand the local language and speaking in a foreign language meant one thing. "Outsider," the server muttered with a forced smile. The people of Yenlu didn't really take well to foreigners visiting their lands. These people shared a bloody history with the people of Europa. Ages ago, explorers and conquerors from Europa had attempted to exploit Yenlu's rich mana resources and sacred sites. Those events left deep scars, and stories of plunder and betrayal still circulated to this day. Moreover, some ruling dynasties on the continent actively spread distrust of outsiders, claiming they bring corruption and disease. This belief was further reinforced by isolationist laws and cultural propaganda. As such, they weren't welcoming to foreigners all that much. Adam tilted his head again. "What's the matter with you? Is this a joke? Very well, I'll laugh for you." Then he laughed. A few moments later, his words turned cold and he said, "Now get me a bottle of wine and something to eat." The teenage boy suddenly felt his back turn cold. The professional smile on his face froze completely. "Wait here, bastard foreigner. I'll go get the owner. He knows a caros. Just you wait. Stupid idiot foreigner, just you wait." With that said, the boy scrambled back to the kitchen. Adam returned to a jolly mood as he crossed his hands behind his head and whistled a merry tune, uncontrollably laughing from time to time. Meanwhile, the magi who had taken up seats beside him had overheard his conversation with the server. Needless to say, all of them gazed at Adam with unmasked hostility. It wasn't uncommon for Yenlu to have foreigners, but many of these people always visited the eastern part of the continent. That was the main route between Yenlu and the rest of the world that people usually took. Almost no foreigners ever visited the western part of this continent. After all, that side of the continent was occupied by a forbidden zone that separated Yenlu from Europa. That place was known as the Dark Valley. As Adam patiently waited for the wine to be served, he observed how the adventurers and mercenaries in the tavern were slowly growing quiet, their conversations gradually coming to stop. Almost all of them were looking in Adam's direction, some masking their hostility and disdain, while others were openly blatant about it. Of course, Adam noticed all of this. He stopped whistling and slowly lowered his hands. He then turned to the crowd and waved. "What's the matter, you bastards?" he asked with a wide, unnatural grin. Never seen a handsome man before. Seeing the crowd utterly clueless at his words, Adam felt the massive urge to laugh, and so, he laughed and laughed and laughed. This bastard. How dare he? Is he making fun of us? This damned outsider. Let's teach him a lesson. At once there was an uproar within the Jade Lantern Inn. Just a moment ago, all these adventurers were drinking, eating, and seemingly having the time of their lives. But in a sudden turn of events, almost all of them had banded together to teach Adam a lesson. Why, one might ask. Of course, it had nothing to do with the language barrier or any misunderstanding of sorts. There was only one reason why these men were displaying hostility towards Adam. It was because he was an outsider. Adam found all of this so amusing that he couldn't stop laughing. The funniest part was, almost all of these people who were ready to fight him were either at the mana foundation rank or the mana liquefaction rank. There were only a handful of adventurers at the mana vortex rank within the tavern, but these were the ones who were the most cautious. They didn't try to interact with Adam. Instead, they silently observed. "Barking dogs never bite," Adam said in a booming voice, "but they never learn either." Suddenly, through the cacophony of enraged and drunken magi, a deep and steady voice filtered through the chaos and reached Adam's ears. And the words it spoke were in a Karos. "You are right, customer. Dogs bark at what they do not understand. I hope you can forgive their ignorance." Suddenly, all the clamor died down. The customers turned to the source of the voice, only to see the owner of the inn step out of the kitchen. He was a tall man with a muscular build, scars crisscrossing his exposed arms. He had a receding hairline, and his brown eyes carried the weight of weathered storms and vicissitudes of life. Just from a simple glance, it was clear that this was a very powerful man and definitely not someone to be trifled with. "Oh, it's Hisaki-san. Whoa, let's drive this outsider away." "Hisaki-san, just give us the permission. Yeah, we'll take care of this fool. We'll teach him a lesson, all right." The owner of the tavern, Hisaki Ikonamiya, turned to his customers and said in the local language, Now, everyone, let's not get so riled up. How about all of you get back to your drinks and food and I handle this man?" Strangely enough, his words carried a certain charm that immediately convinced the rowdy customers. Within moments, everyone got back to their seats. But from time to time, they would still glare at the masked outsider. Meanwhile, Adam glanced at the towering tavern owner walking towards him. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness arcana. I would have never expected a powerful mana vortex magus such as yourself to be working in the kitchen. What an interesting world we live in. Ha ha ha." Hisaki sat across from Adam, his expression devoid of any emotion. He switched languages and spoke in a solemn voice. "Magus, where are you from and what is your business here?" Adam leaned over, his lips curling into a wide, exaggerated grin. "I'll answer all of your questions, but bring me some wine and food first." Adam looked at the ceramic gourd placed before him with suspicion. He shifted his senses to Hisaki, who sat with a straight face and arms crossed, then back at the white gourd. First, he let out a howling laughter. Then he stopped abruptly and asked in a solemn voice, "So you're telling me, this wine is made from rice, not wine's sake," Hisashi corrected. "We brew it from polished rice, clear water, a touch of koji, and the blessing of time. It is the pride of Yenlu. One sip and you'll understand why we call it the drink of the spirits." "Brewed," Adam blurted out, "not fermented." "Brewed, yes." The stout tavern owner nodded. Adam was speechless. He wasn't an ale drinker. He always preferred wine, finding it very classy. But considering he hadn't had a sip of alcohol in 2.5 years, he wasn't going to decline this drink. "Well, whatever." He shrugged, then let out another crazed laughter. In the next instant, his behavior made a complete 180, and he said in a cold voice, "I'll warn you now, though. Poisons don't have any effect on me." Hisashi simply scoffed at that accusation. "I don't need poison to deal with you, outsider." He then retrieved a wooden pipe from his inner robes and casually started to smoke. Adam found the man quite interesting. "I like you," he said with a grin. Without wasting another moment, he lifted his kitsune mask ever so slightly, allowing his lower face to become visible. Upon seeing his charred and disfigured face, Hisashi felt a chill crawl down his spine. Exhaling a plume of smoke to the side, he couldn't help but mutter, "You look like you have quite the story to tell." Adam ignored him, his complete attention focused on the gourd before him. He grabbed it, then uncorked it, bringing it to his lips. Then he took a small sip. Instantly, he froze. He tried to come up with the right words to say, but words failed him. Instead, he tilted the gourd and emptied its contents straight into his mouth. In but a few moments, he had finished the sake. Pua, he slammed the empty gourd on the table, nearly shattering it, and then laughed out loud. His laughter caused the other customers to shudder, but he did not care. He turned towards Hisashi and spoke with joy, "This rice wine. I mean sake, I like it. No, I love it. Give me 50 more bottles." The stout tavern owner's lips twitched and he couldn't help but think to himself, 50 bottles of sake. Is he crazy? Outsider, he began, his voice low. I hope you have the money to pay for the food and drinks. Money, HMPH. Adam crossed his arms and raised his chin in pride. I'll have you know, Magus, you are in the presence of a king, Hisashi sneered. He observed Adam's appearance for a few moments. The youth was wearing a black cloak that had definitely seen better days. He wore no tunic underneath, revealing his grotesque upper body. He had donned a pair of old and worn-out pants, and his black boots looked messy. Finally, there was the strange white mask he'd covered his face with. What are you the king of? Asked the burly man, his tone laced with ridicule. Memories of his glory days in Ravenfell surfaced in Adam's mind. His heart was gripped by overwhelming sorrow, yet his lips formed a brilliant, happy smile. Nothing, I was just kidding, he said. Funny joke, right? Hisashi did not think it was funny, but Adam found it very hilarious, and so he laughed. Soon his laughter died down. Relax, he said. I've got the money, though it's not the local currency. It's definitely gold. The weight may vary, though. He removed the rucksack from his back, then continued, Jeej, spit some of those gold coins we found. Under Hisashi's dumbstruck expression, the mouth of the rucksack back opened on its own, then began sprouting 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth. Gee. The mimic chirped, then it closed its mouth again, seemingly looking for something inside its magical stomach. A moment later, it opened its mouth again and spat a handful of aged coins that Adam had found in some of the ancient ruins in Mabai. The youth quickly pocketed most of the gold coins, only presenting 2 gold pieces nestled between his fingers. His lips curled into a wide grin, and he said, What do you think? These coins may be old, but their value is immense. Hee, people would pay a lot to acquire these antique coins. Hisashi didn't pay attention to his words at all. Instead, he was looking at Jeej with wide eyes. What kind of beast is that? A useful kind, Adam replied curtly. Anyway, bring out more sake and we can talk. The tavern owner turned his attention back to Adam, then at the coins in his hands. Where did you get them? Does it matter? It's gold. Adam was getting impatient, and so he burst into another fit of laughter. Get the sake already. And get me something to eat as well. Hisashi deeply looked at the coins, then back at Adam, his thoughts a mystery. At the same time, a lot of patrons in the tavern were secretly eyeing Adam and the fantastical Jeej. Of course, Adam had already sensed their unkind gazes, but he did not care. What's the hold-up? He pressed. Are you going to bring out more sake, or should I visit another tavern? Hisashi remained silent for a few more moments before answering. A sake bottle is 5 silver pieces. Those 2 coins can only buy 4 bottles of sake. Of course, food will cost you more, and if you wish to stay in one of our rooms, there's an additional charge. 5 silvers for a bottle of sake. Are you swindling me? Adam asked in a skeptical voice. HMPH. Hisashi rose to his feet, ready to leave. You're free to go to another tavern, but pay for this bottle before you leave. Wait, Adam hurriedly called out. It was just a joke, haha. Just a joke. Even he didn't believe his words, yet he laughed out loud nonetheless. A moment later, his expression turned deeply solemn, and he said, There's one more thing I'd like to ask. It's very important. Sensing the change in his demeanor, Hisashi frowned. What is it? Adam remained silent for a moment, then asked seriously, Do you give discounts? Seeing that Adam was a wealthy patroner, appeared to be Hisashi, did not hesitate to order abundantly. He instructed one of the servers to head to the kitchen and tell the cook to prepare a wide variety of food, as well as get a few bottles of sake. The stout tavern owner was quite curious about Adam's origins and the reason for his visit to this part of the continent. There were rarely any outsiders who came to the western part of Yenlu, after all. Soon the table was filled with all kinds of aromatic and tantalizing food. Of course, there were also a few bottles of sake. When Adam observed the food on the table, he couldn't help but feel greatly emotional. There were yakitori, a type of skewered grilled chicken seasoned with tare sauce, agedashi tofu, a type of savory dish, gyoza, a type of pan-fried dumplings, and takoyaki, fried dough balls with octopus. And these were just the starters. There was a bowl of ramen, a plate of onigiri and donburi, sashimi, tempura, and finally a type of pickled vegetables known locally as tsukimono. Oh my, Adam exclaimed, his voice choked with emotion. Lady Luck is finally smiling upon me. Oh goodness arcana, I'm blessed. After years of eating raw meat and smoked meat without any seasoning, I can finally enjoy the fine culinary arts. Oh, I'm blessed. Hearing his words, Hisashi couldn't help but frown. Raw meat. Have you been living in the jungles? With his mouth stuffed with food, Adam blurted out, How did you know? Hisashi's lips twitched. His eyes flashed with a peculiar light and he leaned back in his chair. Finally, it was time to get some answers out of the outsider. So the jungles, eh? He asked, casually smoking from the pipe. Crimson bamboo wilds, or is it the ironroot jungle? Adam's first instinct was to immediately tell the truth. But right at that moment, the strangely familiar voice whispered in his mind, Be careful, old sport. The following moment, the white-robed Adam appeared beside him and took a seat right next to him. He first glanced at Hisashi with a faint smile etched on his face. Then he turned to observe the tavern and noticed that quite a lot of people were eavesdropping. Consider the dangerous situation we are in. Consider our goal. Do not divulge anything that might even remotely harm our plans. Lie through your teeth, he said with the same smile on his face. Adam first gulped the food, then took a large mouthful of sake. I know, you don't have to tell me that. What? Hisashi frowned. Adam waved his hand. No, I wasn't talking to you. The frown on Hisashi's face deepened and he asked then, who were you talking to? Adam turned towards him and grinned. Me, of course, don't mind me. I have a habit of talking to myself, talking out loud, that is. With that said, he grabbed the sake bottle and emptied it in a matter of moments. Anyway, what was your question again? He asked nonchalantly. There was a dark expression on Hisashi's face, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Perhaps he was wondering if he had made a bad decision to host a complete madman at his tavern. Alas, his thoughts would remain a mystery. Where are you from? He asked again, his voice low and steady. Adam scratched his chin, deep in thought. Then he turned to the stout middle-aged man and answered with a wide grin, from nowhere really. You see, I was born on a ship and have been traveling the world for as long as I can remember. So you're not from anywhere, but you've been everywhere. Hisashi asked with narrowed eyes, taking a long drag from the pipe. Ahaha, exactly. Man, you're smart, he said with a jovial laugh. Hisashi remained silent for a few moments, watching the madman eat the food with great relish. At last he asked, so you spent your time in the jungles before coming here? Ah, yes, Adam nodded. The Crimson Bamboo Wilds, that's where I was. You know, I was stuck there for a few years. It was only in the recent past that I made it out of the wilds. You spent a few years in the Crimson Bamboo Wilds, is it? Hisashi asked with an arched eyebrow. Quite a lot of mana core level beasts out there. I'm surprised you've even made it out alive. Quite a lot of mana core level beasts, yes. Adam's lips curled into a wide, unnatural grin that made the tavern owner shudder. Killed a few of them, you know. Heh, Hisashi sneered. You must take me for a fool, outsider. Adam downed another bottle of sake. Finally, he asked what was on his mind. What's the deal with this whole outsider thing? You guys sure are xenophobic. In all my travels, I haven't come across people who are so prejudiced. Hisashi's expression darkened. Let's just say we have some bad history with the rest of the world. Is that so? Adam scratched his charred chin. How come you're so hospitable to me then? The stout tavern owner exhaled a plume of smoke to the side, then casually answered, otherwise it's bad for business. The Jade Lantern Inn is neutral ground. All are welcome here. And most importantly, no fighting is allowed in here. Towards the end, his voice went up a notch. Clearly, he was warning the other customers not to try anything funny while on the premises. No fighting, eh? Adam flashed a wide grin. Then I'd like to stay in your fine establishment for a few more days and rest. You see, I've had a long and harrowing journey. I would like to freshen up before I depart for my next destination. Hisashi observed Adam for a few moments. He then said in an even voice, as long as you pay for our services, you may stay here for as long as you like. He then leaned over, his voice turning cold. But since you're a newcomer, I would like you to pay in advance. You see, I don't quite trust you. Sure, whatever you say. Adam waved his hand nonchalantly. HMPH. Hisashi leaned back in his seat, taking another puff from the pipe. He then asked, what is your next destination? Adam's following words not only stunned Hisashi, but every other patron inside the tavern. The madman's lips curled into a cold grin, and he said, oh, why, it's the Dark Valley, of course. Adam pushed open the door of one of the rooms upstairs and stood still for a moment. The tiny room was quiet. A bed sat by the window, sheets clean and neatly folded. There was a table, a chair, a small cabinet. Nothing special, yet everything felt foreign. He stepped inside slowly, taking in the room intently as if it might vanish the next moment. Hey, I'm not, imagining this right? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. The white-robed Adam answered, this is real. Feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it? Adam ran a hand across the blanket. For a brief moment, the softness caught him off guard. Nearly 2.5 years of hard ground, of nights under rain and stone, having to constantly look out for ambushes, and now, this, for some reason his chest tightened. The air felt heavier, warmer, and safer. Instead of sleeping on the bed, he lay down on the ground. It felt more convenient to him after all these years. He inhaled slowly, breathing in the faint scent of soap and wood. For the first time in years, his shoulders eased. The fight to constantly stay alert slipped away, leaving only serenity. If it were any other person in his shoes, they would have immediately fallen asleep. But Adam couldn't. The voices wouldn't let him. So he simply lay on the ground, smiling to himself as he observed the tiny room over and over again. The white-robed Adam stood by the window, gazing at the twin moons in the starlit sky. He then asked in a low voice, was it wise to tell them about Dark Valley? Adam remained silent for a few moments, then answered, it doesn't matter. They already think I'm crazy. The white-robed Adam turned to him and said, but what if there are spies here? Adam remained silent for a long time. At last he murmured, I don't know, I don't care anymore. The white-robed Adam deeply looked at him, then said, this is unlike you, old sport. I used to be sane, you know. Adam said, his lips curling into a wide grin. So yes, this is unlike me, and then he laughed. After a few moments, when the sound of laughter had died down in the tiny room, the white-robed Adam stated matter-of-factly, once you leave this inn, there will be many who try to rob you. Some would just be glad to kill an outsider like you. You must be ready. Remember that your battle prowess is not what it used to be. Adam displayed a cocky grin. Ah, yes. I was really getting tired of fighting beasts. It would be nice to fight men for a change. He then sat back up and turned to the white-robed Adam. And yes, you're right, he began. My prowess isn't what it used to be. His grin turned wider and more dangerous as he continued. It has improved by leaps and bounds. There are other ways to fight besides casting spells. Why else do you think magi are so wary of paladins in the greater universe? The white-robed Adam's expression remained stoic. He shifted his attention back to the twin moons in the night sky. We should leave as soon as we find the way to the dark valley, he said. That man, Hisashi, I don't think he means us any harm. Indeed, Adam nodded. That's the vibe I got from him, but we'll see. Late into the night, Adam left his room and walked down to the main dining area. It was close to 3 in the morning, so the chamber was empty. The last of the patrons had already left after a night of heavy drinking. The servers, too, after sweeping the place, had departed for their homes. Only Hisashi remained. He sat behind the bar counter, counting money and writing down the day's accounts. Hearing footsteps approaching, he turned towards the source. Constantine, he murmured before shifting his attention back to the bookkeeping. What are you doing so late at night? Thought you would have already passed out from all the laughing. Adam burst into laughter. This time he found the man's words genuinely funny. He walked up to the bar and took a seat on the stool right across from the stout tavern owner. Without him needing to say anything, Hisashi retrieved a bottle of sake and 2 cups from the cabinet and placed them on the counter. Sleep doesn't come that easily to me, said Adam, shaking his head with a faint smile. He uncorked the bottle, then poured the drink into the 2 cups. His lips curled into a grin, and he added, the voices in my head prevent me from sleeping. Hisashi paused what he was doing. He raised his head and deeply looked at Adam. After a while, he simply shook his head and drank the sake from the cup. Sometimes I wonder if you're truly mad or just pretending to be. Why would I pretend? Adam asked, confused. That would be a crazy thing to do. Oh, you would be surprised how many people feign insanity to get away with things. Kids these days, they have no sense of accountability, Hisashi said with a disdainful sneer. Adam took a small sip from the cup. Placing down the cup on the table, he turned towards the tavern owner and said in a solemn voice, I was serious about visiting the Dark Valley. Hisashi deeply looked at Adam, trying to see if the madman was serious. But the kitsune mask prevented him from gleaning any information whatsoever. Forget it, he said, pouring himself another drink. There's a reason it's called a forbidden zone. Anyone who has gone there has never returned. You don't get it, said Adam, his lips curling even wider. I have to go there. I need to go there. I do not have any other choice. That is my only path to salvation. Sensing the desperation in his own voice, Adam himself was startled, and so he couldn't help but laugh. This time he laughed for a long, long time. Hisashi felt his skin crawl. The madman's laughter was deeply disturbing. A long time later, he said in a low voice, if I tell you the way to the Dark Valley, what's in it for me? Adam's lips curled into a confident smirk. Then he said in an eager voice, now we're talking. Everyone in the surrounding lands knew the way to Dark Valley. All they had to do was travel in the general direction of Europa, and they would arrive at the Forbidden Zone. After all, it was a large stretch of land that divided the 2 continents. But there were several reasons why Adam had asked Hisashi, and also why he was willing to pay for such information. The area between Mount Hashigane and the Dark Valley was patrolled by magi of different factions and local militia. The stout tavern owner would definitely know which routes could be used to avoid inspection. Bandits, beasts, and even corrupted terrain made the journey treacherous. Adam was more than willing to pay for the safest routes possible, not just the location. No one knew what exactly he'd have to face once he set foot inside the Forbidden Zone. Above all else, he wanted to avoid attention and get to his destination as soon as possible. He hoped that Hisashi could also provide him with supplies. For some reason, he felt like he could really trust Hisashi. Perhaps it was because the man was the first person Adam had truly held a conversation with after living in isolation and madness for the past 2.5 years. Or perhaps it was something else entirely. It was a gamble. For all he knew, Hisashi might as well try to rob and kill him at a later date. But in the end, Adam's bet paid off. Hisashi, who was a retired adventurer, truly had a lot of practical knowledge about the threats and dangers of the Magus world in Yenlu. Not only did he provide Adam with a safe and relatively secret route to travel, but he also provided him with supplies to last him long enough. In return, Adam had to barter almost everything he owned. It had to be known that Hisashi had turned out to be quite the shrewd merchant. He knew how valuable the safe route was to Adam, and so he charged the madman accordingly. After intense bargaining, Adam was only left with his stealth cloak and the blades of Fulgrim. The Staff of Calamity rested within his broken spirit sea and was never part of the bargain. What Hisashi truly wanted was Jeej, but there was no way Adam would trade the little guy. After all, the mimic had been his lighthouse as he traversed the sea of madness during the lowest point in his life. No matter how much he disparaged the little guy, he would never hand it over to someone else. Some things were priceless. Now, in any other circumstance, Adam would have never parted with so many valuables and treasures. But this time, it did not matter. He was going to a place he might not return from. There was no turning back now. After resting for almost a week, ensuring he got drunk on multiple nights so drunk that he had no other choice but to fall asleep, Adam was finally ready to leave the Jade Lantern Inn. It was late into the night, and all the customers had already left. Only Adam and Hisashi remained within the dining area, seated at one of the many tables. "Those clothes fit you perfectly," said the stout tavern owner as he casually smoked from the pipe. Adam wore a simple white tunic, a pair of dark cotton trousers, and a pair of brown leather boots. Above the tunic he had donned the stealth cloak, and of course his face was covered with the kitsune mask. "This doesn't look new," Adam murmured, "and it smells awful. Did you take it from someone's corpse or something? Does it matter?" Hisashi scoffed. "Cloth is cloth." Adam burst into laughter. It wasn't funny, of course. He was simply laughing because he felt the urge to. By now, Hisashi was already used to it. He continued, "The food supplies should last you for a little more than a month. If you're frugal about it, then you can stretch it to 2 months. But of course, the journey to Dark Valley will take you much more than that." His gaze shifted to the rucksack bag strapped to Adam's back. He couldn't help but persuade the madman one more time. "Why don't you give this beast to me? I'll return everything you gave me, including the stealth boots. That rank 4 artifact is so valuable, you sure?" Adam cut him off, out of the question. Hisashi's face was shadowed by a dark expression. He cursed Adam in the local language, but the latter simply laughed in response. The stout tavern owner couldn't help but heave a helpless sigh. "No more sake for you?" he asked. "No, I need to remain sober for what's to come," Adam said with a wide grin on his face. The lotus did not clear the fog of intoxication in his mind. It still remained buried deep in his spirit sea, after all. That was why Adam had gotten drunk so many times in the past week. It was a strange feeling to get drunk. He had never gotten drunk in the past, after all. Hearing his answer, Hisashi's expression turned solemn. "So you are aware that you will have pursuers as soon as you leave this inn?" Adam laughed. "If intentions could kill, those bastards would have killed me 1,000 times over in the past week. Just because I've lost it doesn't mean I can't sense their blatant hostility. But the real question is..." He turned to the tavern owner, his grin vanishing in an instant. "Will you be pursuing me as well? I would hate for that to happen." Hisashi deeply looked at Adam, then said with an arrogant smile, "You little brat, those kids might have forgotten what honor means, but I haven't, and I never will." "I see," Adam said with a genuine smile. Adam rose to his feet, strapping Jeej tighter around his shoulder. It was finally time to leave. With that said, he walked out. Just as he was about to step out of the door, Hisashi's words drifted into his ears. "The Crimson Bamboo Wilds doesn't exist. I made that up. Where did you truly come from?" Adam's lips curled into a grin. He paused in his footsteps, then slowly raised a hand, pointing his index finger to the sky. Without turning around, he answered, "The peak of Mount Hashigane," and then he was gone. His departing words echoed within the tavern for a long time. Hisashi remained seated with a frozen expression on his face. At last he murmured in a trembling voice, "The ghost." Adam left Ikigane town under the pale glow of the twin moons. The streets were empty, lamps burning low, their lights flickering against the wet stone. A cold wind blew through the narrow alleys, carrying the smell of sake and smoke from the closed taverns. His leather boots echoed against the ground as he walked by shuttered shops and silent doorways. From time to time, crazed fits of laughter would spill out from him uncontrollably, making the already eerie night even more ominous. Somewhere behind him in the distance, a floorboard creaked. From an upstairs window, a curtain abruptly shifted. At the edge of the street, 2 men leaned against a post, pretending not to look. Adam's lips curled into a wide, excited grin. He didn't turn around. He continued to walk. Of course, he had already sensed countless people with unkind intentions. The air felt heavy and suffocating, carrying a quiet tension. By the time he reached the town gate, the noise of the place had fallen away completely, leaving only the sound of his own footsteps and the faint sense that danger hadn't stayed far behind. The youth inhaled slowly and deeply, then burst into a manic fit of laughter. His crazed laughter echoed far and wide, making all those who heard it shudder in fear. Something about his laughter felt deeply disturbing to them. The voice, the tone, carried a sense of madness that threatened to seep into their bones. "So many of you are here," said the madman, seemingly conversing with no one. "I'm almost flattered." Adam strapped the mimic tightly around his shoulders, eliciting a faint yelp out of the little guy. "Jeej, relax," he said. "It's going to be all right." Still, no one dared to step forward. The adventurers and mercenaries were waiting for someone to make the first move. As soon as the first person moved, all hell would break loose, and Adam would be engulfed in a tide of violence. But before that happened, Adam chose to make the first move himself. "Ah, Hisashi is a good fellow," he said with a chuckle. "He asked me not to make a mess inside the town or anywhere near it, so I suppose I shall choose a suitable graveyard for all of yous far away from this place." His final words still echoed in the air, but he had long since vanished, like a ghost. Adam's speed was so spectacular that even the mana vortex magi hiding nearby couldn't sense his movements. That, coupled with the stealth cloak, made him a true specter in the dark of the night. There, suddenly, a voice filled with urgency echoed in the surroundings. A swordsman appeared, wearing robes and a bamboo hat known locally as a casa. This was a powerful warrior at the mana vortex rank. He pointed in a certain direction where dust was rising into the air, leaving behind a faint trail for those with keen senses to follow. That was the direction Adam had escaped in. Everyone, quick, follow the outsider. We kill him tonight, death to the outsider, take everything he has. In but a few moments, a cacophony of curses emerged, and magi close to 100 emerged from hiding. The vast majority of them were mana liquefaction magi, while the rest were mana vortex magi. Only a few of them, bold enough to join this hunt, were at the mana foundation rank. As soon as Adam's fleeing figure was spotted, all of these adventurers and mercenaries utilized their movement techniques and started pursuing the madman. Tonight was going to be a night of blood. Over the past week, many magi who had visited the Jade Lantern Inn had learned about the outsider, who had come from a faraway land, carrying treasures with him. No one knew how the rumors of Adam carrying vast treasures began, but it was a fact that now most of these adventurers knew it. These wandering warriors were greedy by nature. Add to that fact the aversion these people had for outsiders made Adam the perfect target. Of course, the madman was aware of the rumors circulating in the town. Countless adventurers visited Ikigane every day, but there weren't any outsiders among them. Adam knew that either way he would have caught a lot of attention. Besides, Hisashi had also warned him, but he did not care. Ha ha ha, he laughed out loud, coming to a halt in the middle of a grassy plain. I do not care one bit. He clutched his head and roared to the skies. The grass swayed under the night breeze, silver under the moonlight. The air was cool, calm, almost still. Then one by one, shadowy figures appeared across the field. Figures emerged from every direction, their robes shifting in the wind. Dozens turned to over 100, a silent and deadly ring of magi closing in around him. Their presence weighed heavily in the surroundings. Adam stood in the center, a wide, maniacal grin on his face. The night sky stretched wide and clear above him, stars glinting like distant spectators. This was where it would begin. The first step to a legend no one would forget. The youth raised his hand and turned to Selene and Luna. Then he recited a beautiful poem. I walked through blood and called it duty. I lost my name and called it strength. Madness followed, but I kept walking. Now the road ends, the rest is silence. For a few moments no one spoke. Everyone could feel the tense, suffocating air weighing down on the plains, and then a towering figure with a muscular build stepped forward. He wore gauntlets that covered his entire arms, and the aura he exuded was strong and overbearing. Clearly, this man was a mana vortex magus. I am Hisato Arcane of the Demon Fist sect, said the burly man, a dangerous grin on his face. Surrender now, outsider, or face the wrath of my fists. Adam turned to him, grinning widely under the kitsune mask. Of course, he couldn't understand a word the burly man said. What he did next, however, transcended the language barrier and made everyone know his intentions. With a sharp noise that rang through the grassy plain, the blades of fulgrim appeared in Adam's hands. It was time to fight. Adam did not wait for the opponent to make the first move. The moment the blades of fulgrim settled in his hands, he disappeared from his spot. Before anyone knew it, he was already right before the burly man from the Demon Fist sect. No one could see his movements, not even the magi at the mana vortex rank. One moment he was there, the next he wasn't. No spells were used, it was pure skill. With a wide grin etched on his face, Adam raised his hands and viciously brought down the twin blades. Hisato Arcane of the Demon Fist sect, however, was immediately startled, but he too was an expert who had fought countless battles. Thus, after the initial surprise, he quickly got into position as he raised his gauntleted hands forward in a defensive manner. It was too late to cast spells. Adam did not give him any room to weave hand seal, so he imbued his hands with mana and prepared to take the full brunt of the madman's attack. Sword light flashed, and in the next instant, hot blood sprayed in the air. Adam arrived a few steps behind the burly man. He flicked the blades, wiping the blood off them. Then he burst into a crazed fit of laughter. Demon Fist, that all of you got, princess, he roared to the skies. Behind him, Hisato Arcane heard two dull thuds back to back. He lowered his head in a daze, only to see his hands severed clean off from the elbows. They lay on the ground in a pool of blood, fingers twitching from time to time. Ah, a surprised yelp escaped from the burly man's lips. Then the pain instantly registered, and he let out a scream full of anguish. Ah. His screams were cut off abruptly when Adam suddenly appeared like a ghost. Squatting on the man's shoulders, he drove the blades of fulgrim straight through his chest, instantly snuffing the life out of him. He jumped off the shoulders of the falling corpse, arms wide as he did a backflip in midair. Just as he landed on the ground, he cocked his head back and let out a laugh filled with excitement and madness. Come, all of yous, he roared. What a beautiful night for a massacre. For a moment, everyone on the battlefield froze. No one had expected Adam to kill a mana vortex magus so quickly and viciously. Add to that the sound of his manic laughter that continued to ring through the plain. They couldn't help but want to flee. But right at that moment, a handsome swordsman in white robes took a step forward and spoke words of encouragement. "Do not worry, brothers. He is but one man, and we are a small army of 100. He was only able to kill Hisato because he took the man by surprise. Never again, prepare for battle." Adam turned to look at the man who had just spoken. He was a tall and slender man with fair skin. Just looking at his handsome appearance made Adam's expression turn dark. "Grrr, I don't like the way you look," he grumbled under his breath. Hearing the swordsman's words, many magi found their courage, but most still hesitated to fight Adam. After all, the performance the madman had just displayed was truly blood-chilling. The handsome swordsman delivered the final nail as he added, "Do not forget the treasures on this outsider. A grade 4 cloak, and those twin blades are also of the same grade. Who knows what else he must have stored inside that strange living bag. Fight with me, brothers." And that was all the encouragement they needed. Certainty of victory due to outnumbering the enemy wasn't enough. Inciting one's greed always did the job. Adam knew this very well because he, too, was a very greedy man. Instantly, the eyes of these adventurers and mercenaries turned feral, gleaming with avarice. Once again, they surrounded Adam. But this time, they were methodical about it. Mana liquefaction magi formed the perimeter. In between them, mana vortex magi nestled in strategic locations. As for the mana foundation magi, no one bothered about them. As far as they were concerned, these weak little greedy fellows had only come here to die. "Ah, I see," Adam said with a wide grin, "so that's what this is about. You all were love-struck by the artifacts I wield, and now you want them for yourselves. I see. The next moment, Adam imbued mana into the blades of Fulgrim, and they were engulfed in searing hot flames in an instant. Then with a fluid motion, he loosened his hold around the grips, allowing the blades to hang from the chains attached to their pommels. And then he erupted in a whirlwind of fire and madness. Adam's figure moved with the vicious, blood-chilling grace of a natural-born killer. Red mists, embers of madness, and howls of agony surrounded him like a bloody cloak. The chains whipped through the air with astonishing speed, their flaming, razor-sharp blades slicing into any magi within range. Of course, most of the casualties were the mana liquefaction magi. Regardless, they all died like flies. The chaotic dance of chains and blades turned the grassy plain into a storm of metal, fire, and pure carnage. In the first few seconds, close to a dozen mana liquefaction magi had perished, and all the while, Adam expertly weaved through any spells that were hurled at him. In the dark of the night, his movements looked beautiful and mesmerizing, but also haunting and ominous. As the corpses of the mana liquefaction magi piled up around him, Adam finally found the chance to close in on the handsome swordsman he had had his eyes on. According to him, this swordsman, de facto leader of this band of pursuers, was the strongest of them all. Dodging a hail of ice spears and poison arrows, Adam's figure turned into a ghostly silhouette as he arrived before the swordsman. With a wide grin etched on his face, he gripped the blades of Fulgrim tightly in his hands and slashed in such a manner that it was very hard to evade. At the last possible second, just before Adam's blades were about to shred the swordsman's body, two katanas shot from the man's shadow, thrusting straight for his face. Clang! Adam's attack was deflected by the wielders of the two katanas. He quickly retreated from the handsome swordsman, who hadn't even moved. The next moment, two men dressed in black appeared from the swordsman's shadow, guarding his flanks, while the swordsman himself had a faint, carefree smile on his face. As for Adam, crack, his kitsune mask split along the side. A chunk of Adam's mask was sliced clean off, exposing the left side of his charred jaw. In the dark of night, not many people could see his appearance, but the one standing right in front of him, the handsome swordsman in white robes, was able to see it clearly. He couldn't help but grimace ever so slightly. The swordsman's gaze then shifted to Adam's exposed hands, his frown deepening. "Were you born like that?" he spoke in Ikaros, "or did some sick man put you through torture?" Adam completely ignored what the swordsman said, his lips slowly curling into a wide grin. He first scanned his surroundings and noticed that close to a dozen magi had already perished, their corpses still ablaze from the flames of his blades. As for the rest of the 90 or so magi, they all had terrified looks on their face, including the mana vortex magi. They all surrounded him, but none dared to attack. They were all gripped by dread. After all, not even half a minute had passed, and the casualties were already so great. Adam tilted his head, his attention shifting to the handsome swordsman and the two magi in black flanking his sides. "Shadow magic," he murmured, "and quite a good application of it, I must say. Tell me, are these two your dogs? Are you some kind of big shot? I wonder if I'll get in trouble after killing you." His words elicited an enraged emotion from the two magi dressed in black. Adam could see it in their eyes. This caused him to laugh hysterically. His ability to get under people's skin was still flawless. Meanwhile, the handsome swordsman remained as stoic as ever. He first gazed at Adam's twin blades, then at the dark, tattered cloak he wore. Finally, he looked at the strange beast strapped to his back. At last, he said, "Magus, hand over those artifacts, and we may spare your life." Adam's grin froze abruptly, and he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "That's exactly what one of those bastards said to Magus Stockholm." The handsome swordsman frowned. "What?" But the words got caught in his throat when one of the blades of Fulgrim came hurling straight towards him. One of his guards stepped forward and efficiently blocked the blade. Though his hands trembled from the impact, the sword in his hand remained steadfast, indicating that it too was likely to be a grade 4 artifact. The handsome swordsman couldn't help but grow restless and furious. "You dare interrupt me, outsider. Everyone attack." Standing at the center of the formation, surrounded from all sides, Adam put away the blades of Fulgrim, putting them inside Gija's mouth. But unlike him, he began, his lips once again curling into a wide grin. "This won't be my last stand." Imbuing a ridiculous amount of mana into his hands, he got into a fighting position. A tyrannical aura radiated from him as the air around him distorted ever so slightly. "Come," he roared, "all of you." His words marked the beginning of an elemental barrage of spells. All sorts of magical spells, ranging from fire, lightning, ice, and air projectiles, were hurled at him from every direction, threatening to engulf him completely. Adam waited for the last possible moment, scanning his surroundings with great focus before his figure turned into a phantom. Utilizing stellar steps, he nimbly traversed through the chaos and destruction around him and reached his target within moments. Disrupting the hand seals of a lanky mana vortex magus, Adam struck with a powerful palm thrust. Hand of Doom, spectral palm strike. In the next instant, the lanky figure's chest caved in as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. A moment later, a gaping hole came into being as his heart, lungs, ribcage, and all the muscles in that area were blown away, turning to blood mist. Just like that, Adam had killed yet another mana vortex magus, but he didn't waste another moment. He grasped the collapsing corpse of the lanky figure, then hurled it at the nearest group of magi, who were preparing to cast another spell. Blinding this group of magi momentarily, Adam retrieved one of the blade of Fulgrim's, activated the enchantment, and then viciously swung it at his enemies. The flaming blade tore through the group of half a dozen mana liquefaction, magi as effortlessly as a searing knife through butter. Just as the next volley of magical spells threatened to drown him from all sides, Adam utilized his movement technique again and disappeared from his spot. Not even a minute had passed since the start of the battle, but the madman had already murdered around 20 Majitwo, of whom were at the mana vortex rank. His initial plan was to kill off the strongest of the group's handsome swordsmen, in white robe shipping, that his death would deal a severe blow to the group's morale. But it turned out dealing with the swordsman was harder than he had anticipated, so Adam changed his approach. He was first going to deal with all the mana foundation and mana liquefaction level fodder, occasionally murdering a mana vortex magus if it was convenient. The handsome swordsman and his guards would be dealt with later. Dodging a spear attack by a mana liquefaction magus by effortlessly sidestepping, Adam brought his hand to the enemy's face and then, Hand of Doom, one hit. In the next moment, the man's head burst open like a watermelon, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Adam grabbed the man's spear, dodged another barrage of arrows, then hurled the spear straight at one of the archers standing in the distance. The spear ruthlessly impaled the archer, who turned out to be a mana foundation magus, killing him in a matter of moments. Though he was weak, his actions were quite annoying to Adam. The madman did not stop at all after killing his enemies. His momentum was smooth, and his flow immaculate as he reaped life with every step he took. During the time he had spent in Mabai, he had perfected his mana combat techniques to a great degree. Now he was reaping the fruits of his labor. Another minute passed, and Adam slaughtered another score of foes, but at last he found himself cornered at what seemed like a dead end. The ground beneath him churned and shifted, coiling around his legs and binding him in place. At the same time, a group of magi had finally finished their spell components. The next moment, the sky above Adam blazed with a blinding light. He extended his senses upward and noticed a barrage of great fireballs was raining down on him, and the next moment, the flames swallowed him whole. A terrifying explosion rocked the grassy plain. For a few moments, it felt as if a scorching sun had suddenly descended from the heavens. In that short span of time, the fire from the blazing explosion illuminated the battlefield. The survivors saw the sheer carnage Adam had wrought and couldn't help but shudder in terror. In just a matter of minutes, the madman had already slaughtered nearly half of them. If not for the group of mana vortex magi coming together, combining their mana to cast multiple great fireball spells, the surviving adventurers couldn't imagine the chaos Adam would have wreaked. Standing not far away from the blazing inferno, the handsome swordsman gazed at the burning flames with a dark look on his face. Where did this man come from? He asked softly, his gaze shifting to all the mutilated corpses on the battlefield. He is definitely not from around here, or we would have already heard of his exploits. It was considered moderately difficult for a mana vortex magus to fight someone of the same rank and clutch victory in a short period of time, let alone the current situation, where Adam faced off against a small army of 100 magi led by over a dozen mana vortex magi. Such levels of battle prowess were simply unheard of. The handsome swordsman couldn't help but intensely frown. He was hailed as a genius in his clan, yet even he knew that he paled in comparison to the madman in the kitsune mask. "Young Master Tensei," said one of the black-robed guards standing by him. "What should we do now?" The handsome swordsman in white robes, Tensei Arakuro, gazed deeply at the burning flames. In the end, he heaved a long sigh. "We retrieved the grade 4 artifacts from his corpse." In the following moment, Tensei scanned the battlefield once again, his gaze settling on the dozen mana vortex magi, who were similarly eyeing Adam's artifacts. "Remain alert," Tensei murmured in a low voice. "The name of our Arakuro clan should serve as a deterrent, but we must still prepare for the worst." The Arakuro clan was a famed family of magi in Yenlu. Just the name itself was enough to discourage others with nefarious intentions. But in the face of not just one but multiple grade 4 artifacts, it was unknown what magi were truly capable of. And just as Tensei feared, all the dozen mana vortex magi on the battlefield were eyeing one another with tense expressions. They knew that once the fire died down, another round of brutal battle would begin for the grade 4 artifacts. But what they didn't know was Adam's resilience. HHHHA. A crazed fit of laughter echoed across the bloody battlefield, sending chills down all who heard it. With terrified looks on their faces, they all turned to the source of the sound, the center of the explosion. With the fires still burning brilliantly, Adam's madness-filled voice was heard once again. "Fun, fun, this is fun, although I must say, compared to that hateful guy's black flames, these ones are quite pitiful, though I wouldn't know since these ones haven't even touched my beautiful, flawless skin." The next moment the air shifted. The burning inferno, blazing in the center of the battlefield, was suddenly snuffed out as if a violent gust of wind had appeared out of nowhere. At the center of where the explosion used to be, a dome of mana made from overlapping walls of oscillating mana became visible for all to see. This wasn't a magical spell. No, this was a pure form of magical combat. Hand of Doom, Great Barrier. The next moment the dome of mana vanished abruptly, and from within, the blades of Fulgrim, engulfed in flames, shot out towards a tall and muscular mana vortex magus. This magus was alarmed and horrified to see the flaming weapons of death hurling towards him, but at the last possible moment, he raised his broadsword in a defensive position and deflected the two blades. Clang! However, as a result, his broadsword shattered into several pieces, and his arms felt utterly numb. The adventurers and mercenaries surrounding the muscular magus were still reeling from the shock of the sudden turn of events when, suddenly, Adam appeared before the unarmed man like a ghost, his crazed laughter echoing in everyone's ears. Adam utilized the momentum of his speed and delivered a flying knee kick to the muscular man's face. Of course, that wasn't enough to kill the man. As the man's tall figure fell backwards, Adam held on to him, his lips curling into an unnatural grin. Just as the muscular man's body hit the ground, Adam positioned the tip of his 4 fingers on the man's bloody, caved-in face, then followed through with a devastating 1-inch punch. Hand of Doom, one hit, splat. The muscular man's head burst open, spilling blood, bone fragments, and gray matter in all directions. Even the ground beneath had caved in ever so slightly, forming a tiny crater. The laughing god continued to whisper, and Adam continued to laugh. He laughed and laughed and laughed as he loomed over the mutilated corpse of the muscular man he'd just killed. A moment later, he said with a cold grin, "It's nice to be greedy and all, but surely you must have the skills to satiate your avarice, don't you think?" Some of the magi nearby, who witnessed Adam bursting open the man's skull, couldn't help but collapse on their knees and beg for mercy. While most of the surviving magi started to involuntarily retreat, wondering if it was truly the right decision to attack Adam, the madman was reaping lives while laughing uncontrollably. This wasn't a human. This was a ghost. Brothers, it was at that moment that Tensei Arakuro, the handsome swordsman, took a step forward and roared, "We must unite and kill this demon, or he'll slaughter us all." Adam's response was simple. He only laughed. With a whip of the chains, the madman caught the blades of Fulgrim as they returned to him. He then got into a fighting stance once again, screaming in murderous delight, "What are you waiting for? Come." Out of the small army of 100, now only 60 remained. A dozen of them were mana vortex magi, the vast majority were mana liquefaction magi, and only a handful were at the mana foundation rank. The strange thing was, despite the carnage Adam had sown on the battlefield, these magi simply refused to leave. Considering the number of mutilated corpses and the amount of blood that had formed a shallow pond on the grassy plain, these men should have fled. If a single person was capable of wreaking such havoc all by himself, then by all intents and purposes, the surviving magi should have given up and retreated. Yet they did not. Just as Adam was about to dive into a new round of bloody slaughter, something clicked inside his mind. He relaxed his shoulders and stood straight, observing all the magi that had surrounded him. Their eyes blazed with bloodlust, and their auras were feral. If one didn't know any better, they'd assume that these surviving magi were the cornered folks and not Adam. At last, he realized this discrepancy. Adam's lips curled into a sly grin as he turned to Tensei Arakuro and said, "You're a devious little bugger, aren't you? Did you just use enchantment magic on them?" Tensei's eyes flashed with a peculiar light. Though he did not answer, Adam already knew that it was the truth. The young master of the Arakuro clan pointed the tip of his sword at Adam and commanded, "Brothers, attack. Kill this outsider." OHHHH. The magi felt strength and courage course through their veins. Everyone attacked all at once. Though these men were fired up, they weren't stupid enough to recklessly charge into battle, especially when they were facing a monster like Adam. Out of the dozen mana vortex magi still present, Tensei and his 2 guards chose not to engage at the moment. The other 9 mana vortex magi, however, charged at Adam while leading 6 to 7 magi. Just like that, smaller groups had formed and they all attacked Adam from all sides. Poison-tipped arrows, mana-coated daggers, and elemental projectiles ruthlessly rained down on him from all around. There was no way to run. There was no way to evade. The madman had one option and one option only. Standing at the center of the bloody chaos, Adam bent over ever so slightly, gathering mana into his legs and securing a strong foothold. His lips curled into a wide, unnatural grin that twisted his face into a grotesque shape. His grip around the blades of Fulgrim tightened, and he imbued the twin blades with a terrifying amount of mana. Then he activated the weapon's enchantment, allowing the blades to be engulfed in blazing flames. It was time to take his magic combat to the next level. Blades of Doom, Great Barrier. The twin blades chained to his wrists whirled into motion, slicing through the air in blinding arcs and leaving fiery trails. The chains clattered and flashed with each swing as he spun them around himself, forming a flawless barrier of steel and flames. The incoming projectiles struck the spinning blades and shattered harmlessly, their force scattering into the fiery tempest that surrounded him. Despite being relentlessly attacked from all sides, not a single attack had managed to penetrate the Great Barrier. All the while, Adam's crazed laughter spilled out uncontrollably from within the barrier. The more time passed, the louder his voice became. The magi standing outside shuddered in terror. What was supposed to be a surefire way of dealing with Adam had now turned into something that fueled his madness. Standing at the perimeter, Tensei had a dark look on his face. With every second that passed, the frown on his face darkened. Even the 2 mana vortex-level guards standing beside him couldn't help but glance at one another with a grimace. "Just what kind of a monster is this?" Tensei muttered in a low voice. "It's almost about to be a minute and he's still keeping up. Why is he wasting so much mana and stamina with this when he could just cast a spell?" Towards the end, his voice trailed off as he suddenly realized something. "You too," he asked. "Has this man used even a single spell from the beginning of the battle?" The 2 guards in black glanced at one another, and a moment later they shook their heads and answered simultaneously, "No, young master." Tensei frowned even more intensely. "What's the matter with him? Can he not use spells?" One of the 2 guards spoke up. "If that's the case, then we just need to relentlessly attack him from all sides. Sooner or later, his mana reserves will dry up." The other guard had a more pragmatic opinion. "I'm sure he knows that as well. If such is the case, then he might take drastic measures very soon. We need to capitalize on that window and kill him." Tensei nodded with a solemn look on his face. "Yes," he murmured, "this is a battle of attrition." But even as those words escaped his lips, he couldn't believe the absurdity of it all. 60 men were going against a single man and implementing a battle of attrition. How ridiculous. But Adam would never give them that opportunity. As the final seconds of the minute passed, the Great Barrier faltered, its fiery glow dimming as though Adam had ceased defending from within the dome. Tensei's eyes flashed with a cruel light, his grip around his sword tightening. This is it. And the next moment, a shadowy figure burst through the fading flames, shooting straight towards one of the mana vortex magi like a blazing spear. The magus in question was horrified. Considering what had happened to the previous magus who dared to directly block Adam's attack, he promptly retreated. As the nearby magi staggered in shock, one of Tensei's guards dissolved into a shadowy blur and reappeared behind Adam. With a vicious swing, his sword sliced cleanly through flesh, the blade weaving the youth's head in a single, effortless motion. But something felt wrong. The guard felt no resistance whatsoever. When he focused on the decapitated head, his heart sank. The figure that burst from the dying dome of flames wasn't Adam at all. The corpse at his feet belonged to one of Adam's earliest victims. As for Adam's real location, the guard's instincts flared as he quickly turned around in fear and alarm, screaming desperately, "Young master, watch out." But it was too late. Adam appeared behind Tensei and the other guard like a ghost, blades of Fulgrim gripped tightly in his hands, ready to cleave through flesh and steel alike. With a maniacal grin etched on his face, Adam swung his blades. Tensei felt intense warning bells ring within his mind, every instinct screaming at him all at once. The instant he realized the decapitated body at his guard's feet wasn't Adam's, the truth struck him like a bolt of lightning. It had all been a diversion, a ploy to reach the real target him. "Young master, watch out," the words of his guard echoed inside Tensei's mind. Instead of making unnecessary movement, like turning around and facing Adam, he guided his mana to the amulet he was wearing around his neck. Only after that did he turn around to face the madman in the white kitsune mask. "Die," Adam spat coldly, swinging the twin blades with ruthless intensity. The first strike brought with it the intensity of the raging heavens as he viciously hacked at Tensei's neck. But at the last possible moment, the swordsman's amulet lit up with a faint light. Following that, a shimmering barrier of mana surrounded the youth. Crash, the blades of Fulgrim were unable to penetrate the artifact's defensive barrier. No worries, Adam grinned like a madman, all his focus entirely on this absurdly handsome swordsman. The second strike produced a wide crack in the mana barrier. Adam's grin widened even further. He knew that the third strike would shatter the barrier completely, and after that, the swordsman was going to be at his mercy. Just as Adam's third strike was about to strike the barrier, a shadowy figure pounced on him. This was Tensei's second bodyguard, who had never left his side. The world came to a standstill as Adam's sphere of resonance went into overdrive. Everything moved in slow motion. He could see his blades just a split second away from shattering the mana barrier. He could see Tensei reaching for his sword slowly, a panicked look on his face. Finally, he could also see the guard's katana moving in slow motion, thrusting straight towards his heart. Defend or continue to attack. For the briefest of moments, Adam's crazed grin faltered. The laughing god whispered, and he laughed. "Fuck it," splat. The sound of metal piercing flesh and blood spilling to the ground echoed on the battlefield. Adam's third strike had managed to shatter Tensei's mana barrier, leaving him momentarily defenseless. But the guard's sword had pierced Adam's body. Adam coughed a mouthful of blood, dyeing the lower half of the kitsune mask in deep crimson. Releasing the grip on one of the blades of Fulgrim, he allowed it to fall to the ground. Then he viciously grabbed the guard's wrist. "Gotcha," he grinned wildly. At the last possible second, he had shifted his body weight to the side, allowing the katana to miss his heart and pierce one of his lungs instead. It was a calculated risk, one filled with madness. The guard felt the bones in his wrist crack. His back turned cold as he witnessed Adam's cruel visage from up close. He tried to retreat, but the madman's monstrous strength prevented him from doing so. Before even a word could escape his lips, Adam's other hand turned into a blur. A fiery line slashed across the guard's neck, and the next moment, his severed head shot to the sky in a spray of blood. An oppressive silence settled on the battlefield. Then, Adam's crazed laughter echoed in everyone's ears. The madman wasn't done yet. In one swift motion, he viciously retrieved the katana that was plunged inside his chest and hurled it at Tensei. Clang! The handsome swordsman was able to block the attack just in the nick of time. He was thunderstruck by Adam's recklessness. This magus was an absolute madman, merciless to his enemies, yet even more ruthless to himself. In the next instant, the other guard had already arrived beside Tensei and was now guarding him with a dark, solemn look on his face. Adam laughed and laughed and laughed, grimacing from time to time as he coughed up blood. He retrieved a sludgy ointment from the mimic, then applied it to the gaping wound on his chest. Then he retrieved a potion and chugged it down in moments. "Shall we continue?" he asked with a wide grin as he picked up one of his blades from the ground. "Ah, that was quite taxing." Never again," he said, sighing heavily. "Oh, I'm not talking about the sword injury. I'm talking about being stuck within the Great Barrier I created with nothing else to do but swing my blades constantly. Ah, so boring, no." Putting away the blades of Fulgrim inside Jeej, he got into a fighting stance, fists clenched, engaging in a defensive battle. Adam said with a wide, maniacal grin, "That's how losers fight." In the very next instant, Adam punched the ground before him, resulting in a massive cloud of dust and debris rising into the air and concealing his figure. "Everyone, alert, alert, get into groups, attack formation." "We can do this, brothers," Tensei roared at the top of his lungs. At the same time, he cast a potent spell from the School of Enchantment, giving courage to the other magi as well as inciting greed. Once again, everyone got into formation, ready for battle. They all thought that Adam would once again recklessly attack Tensei and his last guard, but they were all mistaken. Activating the enchantment of the stealth cloak, Adam covered his presence and moved like a ghost in the dark of the night. Selene and Luna hung in the starlit skies, observing the carnage unfold. Adam silently traversed the battlefield and arrived all the way on the other side. And then, he made his move. Expanding an enormous amount of mana in front of him, Adam formed something akin to a mana singularity. The vortex of mana swirled inwards towards its epicenter. Generating such a large amount of energy naturally alerted the other magi. They all turned around and, without hesitation, cast spells and viciously hurled projectiles at the madman. but the force of the mana vortex between Adam's hands was so great that it warped every spell and weapon thrown at him. The singularity between his hands grew smaller and smaller. All projectiles thrown at him started to distort and bend around him. The gravity around him, too, started to drastically change. All the mana vortex magi gathered felt an intense foreboding feeling grip their hearts. They knew that if they didn't escape now, they would be consumed by whatever Adam was planning. Even Tensei's enchantment spells weren't potent enough to make them walk straight to their deaths, and so they decided to flee. But before the volatile gravity, they found that it was difficult to even move now. Finally, the singularity between Adam's hand disappeared, and then the world was covered in darkness. Hand of Doom, Desolate Wheel. A dome of all-consuming darkness covered most of the battlefield. The gravity within it and in the surroundings became so erratic that even the very ground started to tremble. Just a moment later, cracks started to appear on the surface of the black dome. Then it shattered into countless pieces before dissipating into the air. When the dust settled and the pale light of the twin moons once again illuminated the bloody plain, a grotesque scene soon became visible. All the magi who were in Adam's immediate vicinity were reduced to a bloody meat paste. It didn't matter if they were mana foundation, mana liquefaction, or even mana vortex magi. They had all met their ends. In a single move, dozens of these mercenaries and adventurers had perished. The magi who were fortunate enough to retreat in time or had maintained considerable distance from the madman didn't fare well either. The weaker ones had died, while the stronger ones were brutally injured. All in all, only a little more than a dozen magi had survived Adam's vicious attack. All of them were in dire states, and it was evident that they would not be able to battle any further. As for Adam, he stood tall on the other side of the battlefield. His tunic was drenched in blood, a result of the katana wound he had sustained to his lung. His hands were trembling ever so slightly from the vast mana output earlier, but other than that, he was fine. He hummed in thought, stroking his chin. This was only the second time I used this move. I thought it would take care of all of yous, but surprisingly it didn't. Did I do something wrong? I wonder. On the other side of the battlefield, Tensei slowly stood up, his feet trembling. His body was riddled with injuries. It could have been much worse if his guard hadn't tanked the majority of the shockwaves from Adam's attack. As a result, however, the man had perished. Tensei had also utilized another defensive artifact to be able to survive Adam's last move. He looked around him and realized that, including him, only 15 had survived. Most of them were mana vortex magi. As for the rest, they were as good as dead. Fear crept into his heart as he realized what was going to happen now. Since none of the survivors were in fighting shape, Adam was going to slaughter them all. No, I can't die. Not like this, he screamed inwardly. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, then stabilized himself. He raised his head, looking towards the other side of the battlefield. Then his pupils constricted, and a heavy feeling of dread gripped his heart. Adam had disappeared. Splat. Once again, the sound of flesh rending and blood spilling echoed on the battlefield. Tensei turned to the side, just in time to see Adam impaling a severely injured mana vortex magus with his bare hand. Tensei's eyes trembled in fright. He retreated a few steps subconsciously, then turned around and broke into a desperate run. Adam turned towards the handsome SWPRDS man and muttered innocently, "What's the matter? You don't want to play with me anymore. How rude." Throwing away the corpse to the side, Adam sauntered towards his next victim. A warped grin twisted across his face as he giggled, "I'll kill you all." He raised a foot and viciously stamped on a magus's head, shattering his skull and killing him. He picked up a near unconscious man, then viciously twisted his head and murdered him. He grabbed a katana from the ground, then sliced off another man's head. Then he hurled the sword straight at another magus who was crawling away in fear, accurately piercing his heart from the back. One by one he danced around the battlefield, laughing like a madman as he reaped the lives of all those who couldn't even put up a fight. He laughed and laughed and laughed. Then he killed and killed and killed. They were all defenseless, yet he killed them all nonetheless. Finally, Adam arrived before the final survivor of the battle, excluding Tensei. He crouched down before the middle-aged mana vortex magus, who had an arm missing, and smiled as he said, "Hey, are you all right?" The man simply glared at him hatefully. "Just kill me," he said in the local language. Adam blinked. "Why should I kill you? Let's have a conversation like civilized men, shall we? You twisted fucker." The one-armed man roared, grimacing in pain. "Just kill me." His words got caught in his throat when Adam raised his foot and viciously shattered his kneecaps. The man screamed in agony, but was immediately interrupted when Adam shoved a healing potion in his mouth. "Wait for me. I'll be right back," said the madman as he disappeared from his spot. Meanwhile, the one-armed man was dumbfounded. Torn between death and survival, he instinctively chose to live. He quickly consumed the potion, hoping the madman would actually let him live. The next moment, Adam appeared with Tensei in tow. The once proud swordsman now hung limp in his grasp, bruised and bloodied beyond recognition. Adam tossed him to the side, then turned to the one-armed man. He then said with a genuine smile, like he was talking to a dear friend, "I've decided to let you live, okay? You are very welcome. I'm such a generous and handsome man, no." Of course, the one-armed man was utterly clueless. He didn't know what Adam was saying. He simply looked at the madman with a dumbfounded expression. Adam's smile widened. Hee hee. The one-armed man shuddered. Then under his stunned gaze, Adam picked up his katana. "What are you doing?" The one-armed man roared, but Adam simply ignored him. He turned to Tensei and asked with a happy smile any last words. Tensei gnashed his teeth in utter fury. Though his eyes flashed with fear, his tongue still spoke words of pride. "You won't get away with it, outsider. The Arakuro clan will." Slash, with the same smile on his face, Adam beheaded the handsome swordsman. "That was a rhetorical question, dumbass," he said, laughing uncontrollably. Tossing the katana to the side, he quickly walked to the one-armed man, much to the latter's shock and fear. Right at that moment, a tiny orb of light slowly emerged from Tensei's headless corpse. It hovered above the cold body for a brief moment before shooting in Adam's direction. Seeing the orb of light hurling straight towards him, Adam grinned. "Ah, this reminds me of the good old days." He grabbed the one-armed man by the throat and yanked him forward, just in time for the glowing orb of light to slam itself in the man's chest instead of his. Adam's grin widened, and he tossed the man aside. The one-armed man was in a stunned daze, not being able to quite register what had just transpired. It was only a few moments later did he realize what had truly happened and why Adam had left him alive. Enraged, he turned towards the madman and screamed in a shaky voice, "Be bastard, what have you done?" But Adam delivered a simple chop to the one-armed man's neck, knocking him unconscious. He then scanned the bloody battlefield filled with broken weapons and mutilated corpses with a wide grin. "I suppose it's time to head to the Dark Valley," he muttered in a happy voice. Suddenly, the mimic called out to him, chirping excitedly, "Gee, gee." Adam reprimanded, "No, you cannot eat them, gee." Several days later, a shocking piece of news spread through Ikigane town. The news was so ridiculous that the people there couldn't help but dismiss it at first, thinking it was too far-fetched. But as the days passed by and the small army of 100 magi that had left the town on the same night as the outsider never returned, people slowly started to believe in that ridiculous news. And when a few days later, people from all sorts of sects and clans arrived at Ikigane town, asking strange questions, the people finally and completely believed the veracity of the news. It was safe to say that the whole of Ikigane town was turned upside down. A few weeks ago, a stranger from a faraway land had arrived in this town out of nowhere. He was a mysterious fellow who laughed and laughed and laughed. He was a madman who was rumored to carry great treasures with him. When this stranger left Ikigane town, a large group of adventurers and mercenaries also left with him. No, it would be more accurate to say they left in pursuit of him. But then, they never returned. As for the stranger with the kitsune mask, he had disappeared as well. Until now, no one knew what had truly transpired. But when these people from the mainland sects and clans started to come and ask questions, people started to put two and two together. They came to a glaring conclusion that truly astounded them, that the stranger had single-handedly slaughtered 100 magi. Of course, the non-believers, or the logical ones as they like to call themselves, believed that this stranger must have hidden allies who had helped him slaughter the 100 men, or these men must have killed one another in order to acquire the treasures. As for what the truth really was, no one could tell with certainty. But it was a fact that the arrival of this mysterious madman marked the beginning of strange happenings across the lands. I'm telling you, that masked stranger was actually a monocore magus in disguise. He was playing the pig to eat the tiger. Are you even listening to yourself? Monocore magus in disguise. What a load of crap. It's evident that the bastard was not alone. That's right. If he was a monocore magus, his arrival would have been noticed by some people in this town. Haven't you heard that rumor? About there being a hidden monocore level expert that resides in Ikigane. Oh, shut up, you're too drunk. Hey, steward, get us another bottle of sake and put it on his tab. Conversations such as these were taking place in every tavern and inn, especially the Jade Lantern Inn, said to be the most famed place of gathering for all who visited this region. Sitting behind the bar counter, the owner of this tavern, Hisaki Ikinomiya, casually smoked from the wooden pipe and listened to the conversations. The tavern was doing great business as usual. The stewards were busy serving, the cooks were busy preparing food, money kept flowing in better than ever yet. The stout owner of this establishment couldn't help but feel complicated emotions deep within, and there was a reason for that. Long ago, there lived a famed diviner named Lao Ren, a man whose name became legend across the lands of Yenlu. He was said to have seen further than any mortal, weaving prophecies that stirred both awe and fear. Some of his visions never came to pass, fading into myths, but most proved disturbingly accurate. Among his many predictions, there were a few that endured the ages. That Yenlu would face several invasions from the other continents, but it would always stand the test of time and survive, eventually growing into a superpower, and that a stranger from a faraway land would arrive, bringing with him great upheaval. Lao Ren once prophesied about an outsider who would one day descend Mount Hashigane. No one would see him climb, no one would know his name. He would simply appear out of nowhere, silent and mysterious. What set this prophecy apart from the rest was how truly vague it was. Lao Ren's prophecies either never came to pass or happened with such frightening accuracy that it made one shudder. But this one, about the stranger who would descend Mount Hashigane, it was shrouded in layers of mystery, the legend of the ghost. Hisaki murmured in a daze. Immediately his eyes turned sharp and he scanned his surroundings, checking to see if anyone heard him. A moment later, he relaxed a little. Taking a long drag from the pipe, he savored the tobacco and got into deep thought. Is he truly the ghost from Lao Ren's prophecy? He wondered, perplexed. If he really is, then why is this prophecy so vague? It only speaks of an outsider not born of Yen Lu, and that his arrival would mark the advent of great change. But who is this outsider? Is it truly Adam? Why did the prophecy not have more information? Lao Ren is known as the greatest diviner to ever exist in Yen Lu, and possibly the whole world. If this prophecy has truly come to pass, then why does it not give more clues? Compared to his other prophecies that have come true, this one barely says anything, just that the ghost would be an outsider and the harbinger of change. That's it. Or could it be? Hisaki's brows furrowed into a knot. Could this be one of those handful of Lao Ren's prophecies that wouldn't come to pass? But that doesn't make sense either. Constantine claimed that he came from the peak of Mount Hashigane, and I don't think he was lying. Slam. His thoughts came to an abrupt halt, and so did the atmosphere within the tavern when a group of powerful magi slammed the door open and entered the dining area. The moment these magi entered, the atmosphere instantly changed. It became heavy and oppressive. From a single glance, even the most novice of adventurers could tell that these newcomers were the real deal. When Hisaki turned his attention to this new group, he couldn't help but frown. Seeing the insignia proudly emblazoned on their robes, he, as well as everyone else in the tavern, instantly knew where they were from: the Arakuro clan. Yen Lu was vast, bigger than any continent on Tron, governed not by kings or emperors, but by hegemons. These hegemons were the 9 great sects and clans that held dominion through martial and arcane powers rather than royal decree. Each of these great sects and clans commanded their own territories, armies, and trade routes, their influence reaching deeper than any central authority. The rulers of these factions were mighty mana core magi. The 9 great sects and clans united under the banner of the Arcane Alliance. This was an orthodox alliance formed to unite the righteous magi of Yen Lu, not just to prevent all-out war amongst them, but also to stand united against the unorthodox faction. The Arakuro clan was one of the 9 great sects and clans. A few weeks ago, one of the sons of this great clan, Tensei Arakuro, had visited Mount Hashigane on a leisurely trip. The man wanted to visit this region after spending a long time in seclusion, but soon after, disastrous news spread through this famed clan Tensei had perished, and so, the Arakuro clan sent a group of powerful magi to Ikigane town to investigate the death of one of their young masters. The death of a young master of the direct bloodline from a great clan was not just a tragedy, it was a political spark. By sending their magi to Ikigane town, the Arakuro clan signaled to the others that this was no ordinary investigation, but a matter of honor and jurisdiction. Now the other factions would watch closely, fearing that the Arakuro clan might use the pretext of justice to extend their reach. In Yen Lu, when a great clan moved, it rarely ended with words, and now they had arrived. As Hisaki watched the men in black and red robes enter his tavern like they owned the place, his eyes narrowed, flashing with a peculiar light. Unlike the rest of the people in the tavern who were shuddering in panic and fear, the stout Hisaki remained calm and composed, still smoking from the wooden pipe. Blowing a plume of smoke towards the ceiling, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The ghost would be an outsider and also the harbinger of change. Was it? He thought to himself. Bam. A magus from the Arakuro clan, one at the mana vortex rank, slammed the bar counter, toppling a few empty glasses as a result. "Oi, who do you think you're smiling like that?" said the arrogant man. "Are you so clueless as to not even notice our arrival? Stand on your feet while I'm talking to you." Hisaki, calm and collected as ever, slowly lowered his head and gazed at this young man. His lips parted and he coldly muttered, "Kid, do you have a death wish?" "You." The man was beside himself. His hand quickly reached for the sword strapped to his waist, but right at that moment, another voice, one even colder than Hisaki's, echoed in the tavern, "Takizo, leave." The man who was reaching for his sword couldn't help but frown. He turned to the elderly man with long white hair tied into a bun and asked in confusion, "My lord, you..." "What? Leave," said the elderly man. He then turned to the rest of the group and ordered, "All of you, wait outside." The magi in the group, all of them at the mana vortex rank, glanced at one another with slight confusion, then immediately cupped their fists. "As you command, my lord." Then the group, including the arrogant Takizo, left the tavern under the dumbfounded gaze of all the customers. The elderly man then turned to Hisaki, his expression softening. He simply stared and said nothing. Hisaki couldn't help but sigh helplessly. He looked at his customers and roared, "All of you get out as well." And don't even think about not paying later. I know each and every one of you. The crowd was stunned for a few moments before they quickly rose to their feet and scrambled out of the tavern. Now only Hisaki and the elderly magus from the Arakuro clan remained. The elderly man said softly, "Forgive that kid. He doesn't know how things work around here." Hisaki scoffed. "Can't even handle one of your men, eh? Looks like old age has caught up to you." He then took out a sealed bottle of sake from below the counter. Uncorking it, he poured it into 2 cups, then offered one to the elderly man. "Masahiro-san, it has been a while," said Hisaki with a faint smile. The elderly man, Masahiro Arakuro, lifted the sake cup and clinked it with Hisaki's. He silently made a toast and drank the sake. Then with a solemn look on his face, he turned to the stout tavern owner and said, "Hisaki, you know why I'm here." The stout owner's smile slowly faded away. He took a small sip from the cup, then placed it on the counter. Then he said with a grave look on his face, "I've heard about it, yes, but I don't know how much of it is true. That man from your clan, just who is he?" Masahiro deeply looked at the man's eyes, then said in a low voice, "He's one of the patriarch's sons." Hisaki couldn't help but frown. "Lord Arakuro's son, the hell was he doing here?" "That's beside the point." Masahiro shook his head. "We've conducted an initial investigation on our way here, but I'd like to hear directly from you. What do you know about this incident?" Hisaki deeply looked at the elderly man, then said in an even voice, "Just that there was a big fight a couple of weeks ago and a lot of magi died." "Is that it?" Masahiro's eyes narrowed. Hisaki thought for a moment, stroking his chin. At last, he said, "Ah, that's right. An outsider was also involved. He even stayed here for a week. A mad fucker, that man. He also carried some peculiar treasures with him. I reckon that was the reason for the whole incident." Masahiro nodded, his expression unreadable. A long time later, he asked, "This outsider, where did he come from, and where is he headed?" "Masahiro-san, that was a crazy man, I'm telling you," Hisaki said, exasperated. "The man barely talked, only laughed. That's all I know about him. Why, do you think he could be the murderer?" "I wonder," Masahiro muttered softly. The following moment, he retrieved an item from his storage ring and placed it on the table. Then he muttered coldly, "Well, it doesn't matter. One way or another, I will find the culprit and deliver him to the patriarch." Hisaki glanced at the item on the bar counter, his eyes narrowing ever so slightly. A soulmark lantern. Hisaki walked Masahiro out of the tavern, his eyes flashing with conflicting emotions. "What is your plan once you find the culprit?" he asked, seemingly casually. Masahiro answered in a low voice, "We will take him to the clan. The patriarch will deal with him." The two stepped out of the door and saw the rest of the magi from the Arakuro clan waiting outside. The sun had dipped below the horizon, and the first whispers of the dark night had arrived. These men looked like they could plow through an entire city to get what they want. They were furious, of course, and they had all the right to be. Although Amagus's life was filled with dangers at every turn, and the promise of death always lingered, these men from the Arakuro clan would relentlessly pursue the murderer and avenge their young master. Masahiro glanced at the twin moons in the pale sky, his eyes tired and heavy. Tensei was. "Spoiled brat," the elderly man began, his words surprising the rest of the Arakuro magi. He was cocky and arrogant. He looked down on others, but he was no fool. That's why I find it surprising that he perished despite having 2 of the clan's finest guards accompanying him. "That could only mean one thing," said the elderly man. Takizo stepped forward and spoke with a dark look on his face. The enemies he was facing were strong, very strong. I believe he was outnumbered and schemed against. "HMPH, when I find those bastards, I'm going to snap their throats myself." Masahiro turned to the arrogant man, Takizo, and simply shook his head helplessly in response. He then turned to Hisaki and said, "I would have loved to stay over and catch up with you, but as you can see, I have very important matters to tend to. Perhaps on my way back, I shall make a quick stop here." Hisaki nodded with a faint smile. "Masahiro-san, you're always welcome in my humble abode." The elderly man nodded, then mounted his horse. Takizo cast a long glance at the tavern owner, then harumphed and mounted his horse as well. Soon, the group of magi from the Arakuro clan left Ikigane town, guided by the soulmark lantern. Right after they had passed the town gates, Takizo guided his horse closer to Masahiro. Something had been bothering him for a while now, and finally he couldn't help but ask, "Uncle, that man. Who is he?" Masahiro raised an eyebrow. "Are you talking about Hisaki?" "Yes." The elderly man stroked his white beard, his eyes distant. "He's just a retired adventurer." Takizo scoffed. "I've never seen you act so friendly with a retired adventurer, though. Does he have some deep background? Is he from one of the 9 great sects and clans?" "No," Masahiro answered succinctly. Takizo couldn't help but frown. "Then, is he from the unorthodox faction?" Masahiro shook his head. "No." Before Takizo could ask another question, the elderly man turned to him and said with a faint smile, "I told you, he's just a retired adventurer." "Then how come you're so friendly with him?" Takizo was confused. "It's like you treat him as your equal." "Well, he is a mana vortex magus," said the elderly man, chuckling lightly. The next moment, his eyes narrowed and he added, "And he also has a wide network." Back at Ikigane town, Hisaki returned to the tavern. However, he didn't allow the customers to enter again. The Jade Lantern Inn was closed early, something that rarely happened before. Smoking from the long wooden pipe, the stout tavern owner walked to the basement of the tavern. Then he entered the Sakagura, a storehouse for sake. There he weaved a set of hand seals and opened a passage to a secret chamber. Once inside the chamber, he activated a complex formation on the ground. Then he waited. 10 minutes passed, then another 10 minutes passed. Finally, at the 30-minute mark, the runic formation on the ground lit up with a blinding light, illuminating the dark underground chamber. Above the formation, the illusion of a shadowy figure materialized. It remained motionless for a few moments then. It suddenly moved. The shadowy figure appeared hazy, but from the faint silhouette of the figure's upper body, one could tell that the figure belonged to a very old man. When the live illusion appeared before Hisaki, he quickly went down on his knees and respectfully said, "Greetings, sect master." The shadowy figure stirred, seemingly staring at the stout middle-aged man. Then he spoke, his voice ancient as the first river that flowed through the valley. "Hisaki, is something the matter?" The stout tavern owner sat back straight, however his gaze still remained lowered. He pondered for a long time, thinking of the right words to say. At last he said, "Sect master." This is about the first sect master's prophecy. The shadowy figure remained motionless. His expression was hidden under layers of illusions and shadows, so it was impossible to read his expression. "Go ahead," he said. "Which one are you referring to?" Hisaki paused for a moment. He raised his head and deeply looked at the live illusion of the elderly man. He then said in a grim voice, "The coming of the ghost. I think I've found him." The illusion of the shadowy figure shifted. "Are you certain?" Hisaki shook his head. "I can't be completely certain. But this man, this ghost." He paused for a moment, his heart swirling with emotions. He then continued, "He has fulfilled two conditions of the prophecy. He is an outsider and he has descended from Mount Hashigane." Silence settled within the underground chamber. Hisaki didn't dare speak. Meanwhile, the illusion of the shadowy figure seemed to be deep in thought. At last, the illusion of the elderly man asked Hisaki, "Do you know where the ghost is now?" Hisaki nodded. "I believe he is on his way to the Dark Valley." "The Dark Valley," the shadowy figure murmured. Once again, silence descended. A long time later, the illusion of the elderly man continued. "Very well. For now, we will observe the ghost from afar." Hisaki nodded. Then he couldn't help but ask, "Sect master, is it time? Is it finally time for our sect to come out of the shadows?" The shadowy figure heaved a deep sigh, then said in a distant voice, "Only time will tell." The group of magi from the Arakuro clan arrived at the battlefield where Adam had slaughtered the 100 magi. It had already been a couple of weeks since the incident had taken place. As such, all the corpses had been eaten away by scavengers and looted by bandits. Nothing remained except for the vast blackened crater that covered most of the battlefield. Covering his nose to drive the vicious stench away, Takizo couldn't help but grimace in frustration. "Just what kind of attack would leave such a big mark?" he asked. "It's not powerful enough to be considered a rank 4 spell, but it doesn't seem to be at the range of a rank 3 spell as well. It seems somewhere in between." One of the other magi voiced out his opinion. "Could it be a combined spell?" "That could likely be the case." Takizo nodded. He then turned to the elderly man at the front and asked, "Uncle, what do you think?" Masahiro remained silent, his sharp gaze scanning the battlefield. He retrieved the soulmark lantern and saw that the red orb within was pointing north. It meant that the murderer was in that direction. "We will investigate the battlefield, then head north," he said as he alighted from his horse. One by one, the rest of the magi from the Arakuro clan got down from their horses and began investigating the battlefield. They had solemn expressions on their faces, and their looks grew darker the more they studied the battlefield. After about 30 minutes, they gathered at the edge of the battlefield. All of them had grim looks on their faces. It was evident that they had come to the same conclusion, and it was something that deeply disturbed them. Takizo was the first one to speak. This can't be true, can it?" Masahiro had a deep frown on his face. "This seems to be the work of a single person. Even without the use of divination spells, these men could recreate the battle scene with just their senses alone." These were all battle-hardened and experienced men, after all. One of the magi stepped forward and said in a solemn voice, "There are traces of bladed weapons. I believe they are artifacts with the fire enchantment." Everyone simultaneously nodded. Takizo turned to the blackened crater beside them and said in a low voice, "And that seems to be a result of a spell, I think. It's hard to tell." Masahiro shook his head. "It's been too long since the battle here concluded. There isn't any mana residue or material component residue either, so we can't be sure." "Are you saying that is the result of a mana combat technique?" Takizo was stunned. "I'm saying we cannot be certain," said the elderly man. "But what we can be certain about is that this is the work of one man and not a group." He turned north, his old face twisting into a scowl. "And that man is somewhere up there. Do you think he's gravely injured from the battle?" a magus asked, his voice low. "We'd better hope he is," Masahiro said in a somber tone, "or else the 6 of us will only be walking to our demise." At once, a suffocating silence descended among the group. If a small army of 100 magi was slaughtered by the murderer, then what hope did this group of Arakuro magi have? Masahiro's expression hardened, and he ordered his men prepare to move. A week later, the group of magi reached the frigid expanse of the northern mountains. The air was thin and biting, each breath forming mist that vanished into the howling winds. Jagged peaks loomed in the distance, their snow-covered slopes glinting faintly beneath the sun. After careful scouting, not once but countless times, the Arakuro magi arrived before the entrance of a cave somewhere in the middle of a mountain. It hadn't taken them long to reach the murderer's hideout, but it did take them a lot of time to scout the road ahead, constantly on alert for any ambushes. They also had to look out for traps the culprit might have set. This was a highly dangerous magus, after all someone who had single-handedly slaughtered 100 magi, but their vigilance had been in vain. Not only were there no traps, but there were also no sneak attacks from the murderer. For a moment the group couldn't help but wonder if they had come to the wrong place. However, the soulmark lantern could not be wrong. It pointed them to the cave, so that could only mean one thing. Tensei Arakuro's murderer had to be in an extremely grave state at the moment. Still, the Arakuro magi did not let their guards down. They brandished their katanas and got ready to move. Standing at the forefront, Masahiro Arakuro gave his men the signal and then entered. The cave stretched deep into the mountain, and it took them some time to reach its inner recesses, where the air grew still and surprisingly warm, sheltered from the biting winds that howled outside. Finally, the group's gaze landed on the silhouette of a person. This man sat unmoving on the ground with his back against the wall. He had an arm missing, and there was a puddle of blood underneath him. Masahiro gnashed his teeth in rage and quickly broke into a sprint. The rest of the magi followed suit. A few moments later, they arrived before the seated figure. "Damn you," Takizo roared in frustration. "Fucking bastard." The magi gathered around the one-armed man, their expression dark and full of rage. Masahiro crouched on the ground as he coldly stared at the unmoving man. Then his gaze fell upon the man's stomach, where a short sword was buried deep, staining his garments a dark crimson. "This coward committed suicide." Takizo screamed in anger. How dare he? He knew that the Arakuro clan would send people after him, so he took the easier way out, said another man, his gaze full of anger and contempt. "And it looks like it hasn't been long since he died." Meanwhile, Masahiro's eyes narrowed as his gaze landed on a notebook tucked in deep within the man's robes. He pulled it free and flipped it open. One page was filled with a string of characters in the local language, while the next page illustrated the drawing of a man wearing a kitsune mask. Adam adjusted his seat as he brushed his fingers against a parchment, trying to read its contents. Suddenly, he turned to the side and murmured, "What was that?" There was no response. Occasionally, there would be faint sounds of groans and murmurs. From time to time, the sound of fading heartbeats would reach his ear. But he ignored them. He simply laughed. Returning to the parchment in hand, he muttered with a faint smile, "It was very nice of Hisaki to give me such valuable information. It was a good thing I didn't haggle over discounts. This is really invaluable." Not only had Hisaki given the youth food and other supplies to hopefully last him the journey, but he had also given him crucial information about the layout of the continent, as well as the various factions that ruled over the regions. Tusk, he clicked his tongue in annoyance as he adjusted his sitting posture again. Now, where was I?" he murmured, tracing his fingers across the parchment once again. Yenlu is predominantly ruled by the Orthodox faction, who seem to be in an eternal skirmish against the unorthodox faction. Classic, he laughed, shaking his head. No matter which part of the world, there was always a battle between morality. The Orthodox faction is led by the 9 great sects and clans, otherwise known as the Arcane Alliance, he continued. The Nakamura clan is known for their swordsmanship of pure resolve and noble warrior spirit. The Tsutsui clan members are masters of poisons and hidden weapons, emphasizing stealth and precision. The members of the Kusakabe clan are strategists and tacticians who excel in runic formations and also illusion magic. The Moriyama clan is versed in defensive magic, mostly from the school of warding. Finally, the last of the great clans, the Arakuro clan. Adam's lips slowly curled into a wide, menacing grin. They are practitioners of powerful mana combat techniques, emphasizing strength and endurance. Recalling the final words of the handsome swordsman he had killed a few weeks ago, the youth got into deep thought. He said he was from the Arakuro clan, he murmured, stroking his chin. Well, it's a good thing the Soulmark Lantern would lead his people to another person. Still, there may be a slight chance that they might come after me. Anything is possible, after all. Unbeknownst to him, his lips had curled so widely that his charred face had twisted unnaturally. Fighting them would be so much fun. I'm so sick and tired of fighting beasts. So damn sick of scheming in the shadows and making powerful beings fight one another. The true joy of combat comes when you experience it personally. So euphoric. Adam laughed out loud, his crazed voice echoing all around him. He laughed for a very long time. He truly loved this continent where magi were brave and fought with valor. There were very few magi who hold themselves up in their academies and magus towers, researching and experimenting day and night. No, they took to the battlefield and fought. That was how they honed their magical prowess as well as martial skills. It was truly a wonderful land filled with warriors. A long time later, his laughter finally died down. He returned to the stack of parchments in his hand. The King Yun Bang. What a strange name, he muttered, scratching his head. So the King Yun Bang is a vast underground network of spies, wanderers, and informants who value freedom over hierarchy. They live as beggars. The idea of powerful magi wandering the lands dressed as beggars was so hilarious that Adam burst into another crazed fit of laughter. Ah, Yen Lu, he sighed emotionally. So many different types of people and factions. This is the thrill of adventure. This is what I've yearned for all my life. Only if Val could experience this with me now. His heart was engulfed in sorrow, but his lips curled into a wide smile. He remained motionless for a long time, then continued reading. The Yunhai sect consists of hardcore magi who practice nothing but spells. The Jingfa sect is a temple of monks who focus purely on mana combat. Finally, there's the Beihua sect, famous for graceful and precise sword combat, inspired by blooming petals in motion. These 9 great sects and clans lorded over countless smaller sects and clans, and together they made up the orthodox faction of Yen Lu known as the Arcane Alliance. Adam raised his head and looked westward. He smiled faintly as he murmured, I'll pass by the region ruled by Beihua sect in my journey. I wonder if I'll meet any disciples of this sect. Now, as for the unorthodox faction, he murmured, returning his attention back to the parchments in hand. The unorthodox faction in Yen Lu was typically composed of assassins, mercenaries, bandits, and rogue magi. They valued strength, cunning, and independence more than virtue and unity. Their influence was fragmented but very dangerous. The unorthodox faction was mainly led by 6 major organizations, which have formed an informal alliance. These magi were spread all throughout the regions of Yen Lu. Whatever. Adam put away the scrolls. Then with a wide grin on his face, he lowered his head and glanced at the huge pile of bloody corpses he was sitting on. You bastards should be part of the Kinglin Jai, huh? There was no answer. Hey, I'm talking to you. Damned bandits, answer me. Adam roared. Suddenly, the mimic called out in exasperation, Jeej. Adam froze. That's right. They're all dead. Of course, they can't answer. He then burst into a mad fit of laughter. Just a few hours ago, Adam was assaulted by dozens of bandits whom he happened to cross paths with. They wanted to kill him, then loot his treasures. Well, they tried. I wonder if I can skin them and make a cloak. Adam murmured. Jeej, the mimic shuddered. Adam lightly tapped his head. That's right, they aren't beasts. Their skin isn't nearly as valuable. Ha ha ha. A few minutes later, once he'd enjoyed having a good laugh, he slid down the large heap of corpses. Unstrapping the mimic from his back, he then threw the little fellow into the air. Jeej, the mimic screamed in alarm. Go eat your fill. I know you've been starving, and store whatever money you can find on them. There's a lot of food, so eat till you can't breathe, Adam said magnanimously. The mimic gracelessly fell on the heap of corpses. It took a while for it to register what Adam said, but soon it started to chirp in excitement before eating its fill. Jeej. A week later, the group of magi from the Arakuro clan returned to Ikigane town. Needless to say, they were still furious about how their trip to investigate the death of their young master had concluded. They had gone to find answers, but instead they returned with more questions. Within the Jade Lantern Inn, Hisaki Ikonamiye's owner sat behind the bar counter and leisurely smoked from his long, wooden pipe. He was in a very pleasant mood at the moment, not just because of the arrival of the alleged ghost and what it meant for the secret organization he was part of, but also because this time of the year business was always booming. With the arrival of spring, more and more adventurers arrived at this part of the continent to try their luck on climbing Mount Hashigane or looking for arcane inheritances left behind by ancient magi. All of them rested at Ikigane town, making it their temporary base. So business was booming for all the taverns and inns, potion shops, artifact stores, and forges during this time of the year. The stout tavern owner exhaled a plume of smoke into the air. His eyes were glazed over as he was deep in thought. The ghost of Hashigane, he pondered. That's what the prophecy said. He is said to be the harbinger of change. I wonder if this is a boon for these lands or a curse. But that man Constantine, he didn't seem like the bad type. Sure, he's a madman, but my gut. Slam, his thoughts came to an abrupt halt, and so did the booming chatter within the tavern when the doors were slammed open, and a group of magi in red and black robes walked in. The moment the customers saw the Arakuro insignia on these men's robes, they subconsciously gulped. Without the tavern owner having to order them to get up and leave, they rose to their feet on their own accord and prepared to head out. No, Hisaki's voice boomed within the tavern. All of you stay and enjoy the drinks and meal. The customers glanced at one another, confusion and nervousness gleaming in their eyes. Then they shrugged and sat down. However, compared to before, the sound of conversations now was quite muffled and the excitement was curbed. Hisaki glanced at Masahiro, who was leading the group of magi, and asked with a faint smile, I take it that your investigation has borne fruit. Did you get the bastard? Though he had a casual look on his face, tumultuous waves were churning in his heart. It was fine if Tensei Arakuro's murderer was someone other than Adam, and this group of magi from the Arakuro clan had dealt with him. But if Adam was truly the real culprit, then it was going to get very problematic. The ghost held significant importance to the secret organization he worked for after all. Masahiro didn't reply. He first scanned the tavern, then looked at the stout owner with a raised eyebrow. No, Hisaki shook his finger. I can't drive out my customers again. It's bad for business. You, Takizo, gnashed his teeth in frustration. Don't overstep You're the one overstepping, kid. Hisaki's cold words rang in the man's ears. Takizo's eyes gradually widened, a chill running down his spine. What kind of bloodthirsty aura is this? He thought in alarm. Masahiro sighed helplessly. Forgive my nephew, he said. Your nephew? Hisaki's brows rose in surprise. Then how come he's so snobbish? Takizo gritted his teeth, feeling insulted. However, this time he didn't retort. He simply looked away. Hisaki's aura was enough to put some sense into him. I wish to talk to you in private, Masahiro said in a solemn voice. Hisaki inhaled a long drag from the pipe, deeply looking at the elderly man standing before him. Then he observed the expressions of the others in his group. His eyes flashed with a peculiar light, and he thought, what's this? Did they fail to catch the culprit? All right, let us head to one of the private booths on the second floor, said the stout tavern owner as he got to his feet. Snapping his fingers twice, he ordered one of the stewards nearby, send enough food and sake for everyone upstairs. Only the best of the best for the Arakuro clan members. Yes, boss. The group found themselves in one of the VIP booths upstairs. Hisaki watched the Magi wolf down the food with great relish. He said with a light chuckle, isn't this the best food in Ikigane? Everyone nodded, except Takizo, of course. So Masahiro-san, what did you wish to talk about? He asked casually, smoking from the long pipe. The elderly man got to the chase. He retrieved the notebook he'd found in the cave and pushed it to the tavern owner. Hisaki, he began in grim tone. I need to know everything about this outsider. The stout tavern owner's eyes narrowed as he looked at the portrait of the man wearing the kitsune mask. On the opposite page was information about him. Notes stating that he didn't speak the local language, that he wielded twin blades, that he didn't use magic spells, and that, single-handedly took down 100 magi, he muttered in shock. His heart sank realizing that a good chunk of those 100 consisted of mana vortex magi, and the rest were mana liquefaction magi. Only a handful were at the mana foundation rank, yet Adam had slain them all. That was utterly ridiculous. Hisaki turned towards the elderly Arakuro and asked in a stunned voice, so the culprit, the one who killed your young master, was this outsider? Aim. Masahiro didn't know what to say. Right at that moment, Takizo spoke up. This time his tone was much more polite. No, the Soulmark Lantern led us to a man whom we've already identified as a rogue magus from the unorthodox faction. Hisaki turned to him and listened intently. Takizo continued, when we found him, he was already dead. That honorless coward had committed suicide, can you believe it? He pointed at the notebook and scoffed. We found that in his robes. Takizo chugged a cup of sake and then slammed it on the table. Then he said in an enraged and frustrated voice, we already found the culprit who murdered my cousin. That rat knew he couldn't face the wrath of the Arakuro clan, and so he killed himself. But even before dying, he left us this piece of garbage, almost as if he was toying with us. The audacity of this bastard. He then turned to Masahiro and continued, Uncle, we must come to terms with this harsh truth. We have already found the culprit, but we have failed our mission. Hisaki was flabbergasted. He looked at Takizo. Then he glanced at Masahiro. At last, only a simple syllable escaped his lips. Masahiro turned to his nephew and hissed, shut up for a moment. We don't know the whole truth. Whole truth, whole truth. Takizo's eyes started to tear up. He chugged another cup of sake, then another. He then said with red and tearful eyes, I'll tell you the whole truth, uncle. That unorthodox rat killed my cousin. Then he escaped to the mountains up north. Then he realized that in his condition, he wouldn't be able to fight whoever the Arakuro clan sent, and so he killed himself. Takizo chugged another cup, tears streaming down his face. Then he continued, but that bastard, that damned cowardly bastard, before dying he pinned the blame on someone else so that we would run around in circles. For all we know, this man with the kitsune mask is already dead. He was probably even killed by that coward. He then turned to his uncle and added, and now he wants us to go look for some dead bastard. He wants us to chase a ghost. For how long? All our lives. What a vile and cunning scheme this is. Surely you can see through this deception. Masahiro grimaced, his hands clenching into fists involuntarily. Of course, he had already considered his nephew's viewpoint. In fact, the rest of the magi in the group were also of the same mind. But there was always this lingering thought that clawed at his mind. What if the one-armed magus wrote the truth in his notebook? What if he didn't actually kill Tensei Arakuro? What if the true culprit was the man in the kitsune mask? Masahiro was at a complete loss for words. Forget it, uncle. Takizo wiped his tears away, then chugged another cup of sake. The Soulmark Lantern has pointed us to the murderer. Unfortunately, he's already dead. Let's just return home. But how can we return home empty-handed? Masahiro spat through gritted teeth. We're not returning empty-handed. Takizo shook his head. We've got that coward's head, remember. You. Once again, Masahiro was at a loss for words. Right at that moment, Hisaki's words echoed in the private booth. Yes, I believe young Takizo is right. He turned to Masahiro and said in the most sincere way possible, "Raise your head, Masahiro-san. You have not failed the mission given by your patriarch. You have found the killer, and now you're bringing his head back home. You have avenged your young master and brought his killer to justice. I see this as a victory." Masahiro's eyes flashed with conflicting emotions. He thought about it for a long time. In the end, he downed a cup of sake and helplessly sighed. "Well, fine." Crack. Adam snapped a bandit's neck in two, then tossed him to the side. "That's strange," he murmured. "It's not even funny anymore." All around him there were over a dozen corpses strewn. This group of bandits had ambushed him, but in the end they had met their doom. These men were all at the mana liquefaction rank. That was why they were so confident in taking down Adam, who was one rank above them. "Jeej, Jeej," the mimic strapped to the youth's back chirped eagerly. Huh. Adam turned his head in a daze, then unstrapped the rucksack bag before tossing it behind him. "Yeah, go ahead. You know the drill. Eat the corpse, store the money." "Jeej, Jeej," the mimic happily obliged. A dirt road cut through the land with a dense forest on one side and yellow grasslands on the other. Adam walked to a nearby boulder and sat down, his senses fixed on the corpses scattered along the path. The wind rustled through the trees and dry grass as he observed in silence, lost in thought. "How strange," he murmured. "This is already the 5th time I've been attacked by bandits since I left Ikigane. Looks like these men from the unorthodox faction are scattered all throughout the lands." Sensing the mimic digging through the corpses with great relish, the madman couldn't help but grin widely. The mimic had great defense capabilities, comparable to a mana liquefaction magus. However, aside from the way it had tried to eat Adam, it had no other means to attack. The creature had great utility purposes, though. I wonder how it'll advance to the next rank. Is it by eating, or is it going to advance with the passage of time like most fantastical beasts? The next moment, his grin vanished. "Oh, what was I thinking before? Damn these voices." A few moments later, he grinned again. "That's right. These unorthodox magi are everywhere. I think I know why that is." There was something else Adam had noticed in his travels. Apart from humans, he had seen no other species on this continent. Forget the elves, dwarves, and gnomes, he hadn't even seen any orcs, goblins, trolls, or ogres. On this great continent, there were only humans. Of course, there were powerful beasts like the kitsune, but they resided in secluded regions. It's strange how there aren't any other members of the 4 great races apart from humans. Adam mumbled, stroking his chin. Did these people slaughter the rest of the races? That won't be surprising. These people are quite xenophobic. Yeah, they might as well be racists. How very strange. Jeej, the mimic walked on its tiny legs and arrived before Adam, jumping in joy. "You done, Jeej? All right, did you store the money safely?" Adam rose to his feet. "Jeej, the mimic chirped, nimbly climbing Adam's legs, then strapping itself across his back. "Good boy," the madman chuckled. Then he walked to the majestic-looking black stallion that he had borrowed from one of the bandit leaders. It wasn't a magical beast, but it was quite powerful and convenient for long travels. Mounting the horse, he urged it to move forward. "All right, let's get going," he said with a wide grin. "We should reach the heart of Yunxi province in another 2 weeks." 2 weeks later, as Adam rode the horse along the dusty road, the distant outline of Jingyan City came into view. Jingyan City was the capital of the Yunxi province and was ruled by the Beihua sect, one of the 9 great sects and clans. Stone walls rose against the horizon, and the tiered roofs of pagodas jutted above them, their curved edges catching the light of the setting sun. Banners fluttered faintly in the wind, and a faint haze hung over the city, giving it a violet tint. Beyond the towering city gates, there were old wooden buildings packed closely together, smoke trails rising from within. Mountains loomed silently behind the city, its highest peak hidden behind the clouds. Though he couldn't see that far, he could already hear the distant sounds and smell all kinds of aroma even from afar. "Finally, I made it," he murmured with a wide grin. He made the horse stop by the side of the road, then dismounted. He then quickly discarded his blood-stained, dirty clothes and slipped into new ones. Of course, these new ones were looted from the bandits that attacked him in the past. After he wore a clean set of clothes, he finally removed the kitsune mask. The once white mask was already stained crimson from all the slaughter. Adam sighed and muttered in a low voice, "It's best to put this away. I don't want anything connecting me to that incident outside Ikigane town." As he put away the mask, storing it inside the mimic, he observed his exposed hands. Soon he covered them with thin strips of white cloth, hiding his burnt skin. He then retrieved a piece of black cloth and tied it around his face, only leaving everything below his nose uncovered. Now as for the language barrier," he murmured, deep in thought. "What should I do?" Hisaki had mentioned to him that there were barely any outsiders who came to this part of the continent. Adam didn't want to draw attention to himself by making others realize that he was an outsider. After all, there was a slim possibility that could connect him to the murder of Tensei Arikuro. He suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but burst into a crazed fit of laughter. He laughed and laughed and laughed. I know, I know. He quickly mounted his steed and rode towards the city. Let's go, boy. Halt, one of the city guards, donning a clean leather armor and wielding a spear, stopped right in front of Adam's stallion. Seeing the lower part of his face covered in deep burn marks, the guard couldn't help but involuntarily grimace. He gulped subconsciously, wondering just what in the world Adam must have gone through to survive such a gruesome ordeal. Unbeknownst to him, his voice had turned a little soft when he asked, "Identify yourself, Magus. What is your purpose of visiting Jingyan City?" Adam tilted his head a little. He then turned to the guard and innocently muttered, "Aw." Captain, this is the man here," said the guard in an awkward manner. There was a small group of guards gathered by the city gates, all of them strangely looking at Adam, who stood by his stallion, gently patting him. The captain of the guards, a mana liquefaction magus, wore white robes that had the insignia of a 5-petaled plum blossom flower emblazoned on them. This middle-aged man sported a neatly trimmed beard and had tied his long brown hair into a top knot. He gazed at Adam with a deep frown. "So he's a mute?" he asked. Yes," the other guard nodded. "He also seems to be blind, Captain." The frown on the captain's face deepened. "Hey, you," Adam tilted his head. "Oh, yes, you." The captain walked towards him, an intimidating expression on his face. "Undo that cloth on your head. Let me see your face." Adam deeply looked at the captain, trying his best to suppress the laughter that was about to spill out of his mouth. He then pointed at a more secluded corner near the wall. "Oh," he said before walking there and beginning to undo the black cloth. The captain's eyes narrowed. If Adam tried anything funny, he wouldn't hesitate to take action. One reason for the deep mistrust was that Adam was an unknown figure who was also concealing his face. But the main reason was, the captain could not sense Adam's strength at all. It was as if the man was a mortal with no mana coursing through his veins. Almost a minute later, when Adam untied the black cloth wrapped around his face and showed it only to the captain of the guards, the latter shuddered in horror. "Put it back on. Put it back on," he blurted out. "Oh," Adam nodded helplessly. Meanwhile, the captain walked to the group of guards, his back drenched in cold sweat. Now he felt utterly terrible about forcing Adam to undo the cloth around his head. He walked to the guard who initially interrogated Adam, then slapped him. "You idiot, how can you be so careless?" he roared. He pointed at Adam, who was tying the cloth around his face in a despondent manner, and continued, "That poor man. Not only is he a mute, but he's also blind. Clearly he's gone through a lot. Show some manners." "Why, yes, Captain." The guard seemed like he was about to cry. "Jot down his name in the register and allow his entry, damn it." The second those words escaped his lips, the captain quickly strode away. It seemed that the man looked more terrified of Adam's appearance than feeling pity for him. It was clear that he would be haunted by nightmares that night. The guard, who had just been slapped, walked up to Adam with a swollen right cheek and handed him a book and a quill. There he began. "Write your name and your purpose of visit on the register. Oh, and you can't ride your horse inside the city. Find a suitable place for your steed to rest." After covering his face, Adam put on the hood of the stealth cloak. He walked over to the guard and muttered, "Oh." The guard's lips twitched. "And never mind, I forgot you're blind. Wait, could you be deaf as well? Forget it, I'll put your name down as I suppose. You may enter. And remember, guards are patrolling the city 24/7. If you disturb the peace, we will throw you out." Adam smiled happily. With that said, he walked towards his horse, and then together they entered deeper into the city. The youth couldn't believe how easy everything had been. Once he was far away from the city gates, he inhaled deeply and then he laughed. The Beihua sect sat high atop the tallest peak overlooking Jingyan City. Layers of tiled roofs and white stone halls spread across the mountainside, linked by narrow paths and arched bridges. Mists drifted between the buildings, and the sound of flowing water echoed faintly from hidden streams. Beneath a plum blossom tree in full bloom, an elderly man stood alone, gazing at his disciples who were practicing sword arts in the near distance. The man wore white robes with the insignia of the Beihua sect, a 5-petaled plum blossom flower. He had a gentle demeanor and kind eyes as he smiled, watching his disciples improve day after day. Suddenly his eyes narrowed. A moment later, the space beside him twisted, and a raven flew out of it, carrying a small piece of rolled parchment tied around its leg. The elderly man's eyes flashed with a peculiar light. A message from someone in the shadow sect, he wondered. He retrieved the letter, then patted the raven on the head. Following that, the bird flew back into the portal and disappeared. The elderly man inconspicuously scanned his surroundings first, then opened the letter. Soon, his eyes narrowed further. "It's from Hisaki," he thought to himself in slight surprise. "How long has it been since I heard from?" His thoughts came to an abrupt halt when he read the contents of his message. Even at his age, after experiencing the myriad wonders this world had to offer, he couldn't help but prevent his eyes from turning wide. "The ghost, impossible, and the sect master has instructed me to secretly observe this man who might pass through the city." Those were the instructions in the letter. It also contained descriptions about Adam, mainly about him being an outsider. not being able to speak the local language, and having severe burn marks all throughout his body. The elderly man burnt the letter after reading it. His gaze turned distant as he watched the sun dip below the horizon, dyeing the sky in shades of purple and orange. Is it finally happening? He thought to himself with a grim look on his face. After staying in the shadows for ages, pulling strings from behind the curtain and secretly protecting these lands from evil influences, is it finally time for our shadow sect to step into the light? He took a deep breath, trying to contain the tumultuous waves rising within his heart. The mystical lands of Yenlu would go through a period of turbulent changes, and at the center of it all was one man, the ghost. Pushing away these thoughts to the back of his mind, he walked towards his disciples. With a gentle smile on his face, he asked them, "Shall we head down to the city tomorrow?" The scores of bandits that had attacked Adam on his journey were a big nuisance to him, but on the bright side, they provided him with a lot of money to spend. Individually, the amount of money they had on themselves was very pitiful, but the total money all of them combined was more than enough for Adam to lavishly spend for the rest of his journey. That was why he was able to spend the night at a very decent tavern. Of course, since he was pretending to be a mute, he couldn't bargain all that much with the proprietors. Still, it was well worth it. After resting peacefully the previous night after nearly 2 months of travel, the youth was full of vigor. Jingyan City was one of the most popular cities on this continent. Being the base of one of the 9 great sects and clans, it naturally attracted people from all corners of the land. Needless to say, trade and commerce thrived here. Additionally, because of the safety provided by the Beihua sect, many people called this city their home. A rough estimate would put the population of this grand city in the millions. It was no less thriving than Ravenfell. Considering how he was drawing a lot of attention from the locals in the city yesterday, despite covering most of his burned skin, Adam decided to completely cover his body before he stepped out of his private chamber today. His hands were wrapped in thin strips of white cloth, as were his chest, neck, and head. A small slit below his nostrils and a gap between his lips allowed him to breathe and eat or drink. Additionally, he also bought a plain white mask with faint red markings from a local vendor and put it on. He wore a simple beige tunic, black trousers, and knee-high leather boots, with the stealth cloak draped over his upper body. Jeej was in its rucksack form and was specifically instructed not to move. With everything prepared, he was finally ready to explore the city. Now, he looked just like any other adventurer, albeit a little eccentric, considering he had covered every inch of his body. Still, that was far better than drawing attention to his charred, disfigured skin. Adam stepped onto the stone-paved streets of Jingyan City, where purple paper lanterns floated gently overhead. Vendors crowded the avenues, steam curling from the bamboo baskets, and the spicy aroma of roasted buns mingling with the sweetness of sliced pears. The youth ate a piece of meat dumpling with great relish as he observed his surroundings with fascination. He noticed swordsmiths displaying their handiwork beneath makeshift awnings, polished blades glinting beneath the morning sun. Magi wearing the robes of the Beihua sect discussed martial arts outside the biggest public library in the city, known as the Whispering Ink Pavilion. Their voices were punctuated by bursts of laughter and clinks of teacups. Many locals and wandering adventurers had gathered around, theme including Adam treeing, to glean a thing or two from their discussions. Adam muttered innocently, but inwardly he was sneering. Bunch of mana liquefaction magi pretending to be big shots, he thought loudly, trying to drown the other voices inside his mind. The people nearby, who noticed his strange appearance and speech, looked at him and nodded with faint smiles. The disciples of the Beihua sect, too, were polite with not just him but every other person around them. Their temperament is not bad, he thought with a faint smile. With that said, he continued his journey. From time to time, he would eat a piece of steamed dumpling, then wash it down with sake. Cherry blossoms drifted from tiled rooftops, settling on the shoulders of passersby who walked the crowded streets. Jingyan City was truly beautiful and mesmerizing. City guards, most of whom were disciples of the Beihua sect, patrolled the streets and alleys, warmly nodding to elders and gently steering children from the thoroughfare. A group of youngsters clustered around an old storyteller, mimicking martial poses while listening to tales of legendary duels. Intrigued by these tales, Adam approached the elderly man and listened to his story. And then the Sword Saint and the Fist Demon took their battle to the skies. The clouds scattered and lightning tore through the firmament. Then the Sword Saint swung his sword, creating what we know today as the Kong Valley. Adam chuckled. Then, without disturbing the elderly man, he continued to explore the city. Sword Saint and Fist Demon. Very fascinating names, he thought. A swing of the sword creating a valley. Sounds like the work of a mana core magus. Or it could just be the geezer's drunken imagination. He then burst into a loud fit of laughter, causing the people nearby to flinch in response. Right at that moment, a group of magi from the Beihua sect passed him by. When they heard him laugh, they had mixed reactions. Huh, who even laughs like that? How strange. Why is he dressed like that? Is he afraid of the sun? I think it looks interesting. The 3 mana liquefaction level Disclistual boys and 1 girl had mixed opinions. They only thought of him for a moment before ignoring him. However, the 2 mana vortex magi walking behind the Disciplisone elderly man and a strikingly beautiful woman were thinking about something else entrily. The elderly man, Bai Su Zhenren, was an elder of the Beihua sect. He stroked his long white beard and asked seemingly casually, "Elder Ji, what do you think?" Bai Ji, the youngest mana vortex magus in the history of the Beihua sect, and a stunning prodigy known as the Sword Phoenix, paused for a moment, then said softly, "Although I feel no mana fluctuations from him, my instincts tell me he is not someone to be trifled with." Ho ho, Elder Su Zhenren chuckled lightly, stroking his long white beard. "Good, good, very good. You must never underestimate anyone despite their outer appearances. The Magus world is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Yes, Elder, I will keep that in mind." Elder Ji politely nodded. She turned around to catch another glimpse of the strange masked man, but he was nowhere to be seen. Even her senses could not detect his presence. He had disappeared. The Orchid Tea House was located on a high terrace overlooking Jingyun City's beautiful rooftops, surrounded by gardens of rare orchids and flowering plum trees. It was a refined establishment known for both its exclusivity and elegant atmosphere. The group from the Beihua sect sat by a window that gave them a breathtaking vista of the city. Baiji looked out of the window, her eyes distant. For some reason, she couldn't stop thinking about the strange masked man from earlier. "I couldn't sense him at all," she thought. It's like he was a... Her thoughts came to a halt when one of Elder Su Zhenren's disciples called out to her, "Elder Ji, you look lost. Are you perhaps thinking about your future husband?" Having said that, Bai Ruyun couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. "Ruyun, is that a way to talk to an elder of the sect?" Elder Su Zhenren lightly reprimanded. Bai Ji, however, didn't take offense. Instead, she found it slightly amusing. "You must always remember this, Ruyun. You must dedicate everything to honing your sword. Everything else is just noise." In the traditional sects of Yenlu, it was common for disciples to adopt the surname of the sect as a sign of belonging, respect, or lineage. This symbolized the chosen sect family rather than actual blood relations that people have in clans. Therefore, at Beihua sect, it was normal for elders and disciples to have Bai as their surname even if they weren't biologically related. Yes, yes. Ruyun nodded, sticking out her tongue in a playful manner. She, along with her fellow disciples, Bai Yichen and Bai Yaoheng, were in their mid-20s and already at the mana liquefaction rank. This was a given since they were Elder Zhen Ren's personal disciples. As for the Sword Phoenix, Bai Ji, she was the disciple of Elder Zhen Ren's close friend. Unfortunately, he died when Bai Ji was young. So ever since then, Elder Zhen Ren had been responsible for her upbringing and arcane studies. Needless to say, Elder Zhenren was very proud of Bai Ji's progress, considering she had become a mana vortex magus before the age of 40. The 4 of them, though not bound by blood, were family in every way that mattered. Their bond was stronger than blood, for it was made by choice. Of course, despite being close to one another, Elder Zhenren had still not disclosed the fact that he was part of a secret organization known as the Shadow Sect, even though he was an elder of the Beihua sect. "And he probably never will. Master, how come the sudden change in heart?" Bai Yichen said with a light pout. "It has been years since you last came to the city with us." Elder Zhenren flashed a gentle smile as he said, "Well, it's not always nice to be cooped up in the mountains and swing your sword. Sometimes it is nice to relax, is it not?" "Yes, master." Bai Yaoheng nodded eagerly as he munched on fried dumplings. Rest is also important to the warrior spirit, and so is food. Elder Zhen Ren chuckled, his eyes flashing with warmth. He then turned to Bai Ji and asked gently, "And what's the matter with you?" Ruyun was right. "You do look lost. Is everything okay?" "Yes, of course, Elder." Bai Ji nodded with a faint smile. She took a sip from the teacup, her manners elegant and flawless. Then she turned to the 3 children and said with a warm smile, "Since we are here, do you 3 wish to shop for new clothes?" "Yes, of course, you're buying. You're the best." The 3 disciples beamed with joy. Elder Zhen Ren smiled warmly, seeing this interaction. Although Bai Ji had advanced to the mana vortex rank and become the elder of the sect, to his 3 disciples, she would always be the kind and gentle senior sister. Elder Zhen Ren's heart was filled with warmth. As the group continued to chat over food and tea, a familiar face suddenly approached them. His posture was upright, and he displayed a respectful demeanor. This was none other than the captain of the guards who had interrogated Adam the previous day. "Greetings, Elder." The man cupped his fists and offered a bow. Elder Zhen Ren nodded. "Did you get what I asked?" "Yes, Elder." The captain presented the register that contained the personal information of all those people who entered the city in the past week. "Good, you may leave." The elderly man nodded. The captain cupped his fist once again, bowed, then silently left. "Is something the matter, Elder?" Bai Ji asked, curious. "Ah, it's nothing." Elder Zhen Ren waved his hand casually. "Since I'm already here, I might as well do something productive. The others thought it was completely normal for an elder of the Beihua sect to go through information relating to the security of the city, so they didn't find it strange. Sipping from the teacup, Elder Zhen Ren nonchalantly flipped through the pages of the register, looking for anyone who matched the description Hisaki mentioned in the letter. But considering the man Hisaki suspected to be the ghost was a mana vortex magusand, a very powerful one at that, it would be very difficult for Elder Zhen Ren to find him. After all, as a magus of such level, the ghost would have an arsenal of spells at his disposal. It would be very easy for him to alter his appearance and move unnoticed. Elder Zhen Ren wasn't hoping for much when he asked for the register. He figured he had to utilize vast resources to locate this man. If fortune was on his side, he might even find the ghost before the latter left the city. Hisaki mentioned that the ghost went by the name of Adam Constantine. He wondered. This man is an outsider, so he can't speak the local language. He has a propensity to laugh out loud every minute, and the most noticeable feature about this man is his heavily charred skin, as if finding him in such a crowded city would be so easy. Elder Zhen Ren's pupils constricted when he came across an entry from just the previous day. It described a tall man who was mute and blind. The guards had listed his name as Ah and noted him as a wanderer. In the description section, there was one small detail that shocked the elder. The description stated the following: heavy burn marks across his body, including the face. As he read that statement, Elder Zhen Ren screamed internally, How can it be so easy? A day was nearly not enough to explore Jingyan City and witness its wonders. If it were any other time, Adam would have loved to spend more time in the city, try the local food and drinks. More importantly, he would have truly enjoyed visiting Beihua sect and seeing how things worked there. From what he'd heard from Hisaki, the 9 great sects and clans of the Yenlu continent were equivalent in strength and prestige to the 4 pillars of the Akkadian Empire. Moreover, the Beihua sect was one of the more famous sects that had produced mighty magi for generations. So of course, as a magus and a warrior, Adam was very intrigued by this powerful faction. The youth sat at the base of a plum blossom tree in a public park, watching the kids nearby play happily. He truly liked the vibe of Jingyan City and the comfort it provided. If he didn't have so much on his shoulders, he would have truly preferred to settle down here, but he couldn't. The memories of the Battle of Ravenfell surfaced in his shattered mind, causing him to involuntarily clench his fists. Professor Whitaker, Headmaster Blackwood, Radon, Counselor Benton, Old Man Acadia, he thought to himself, his lips gradually curling upwards. I haven't forgotten. I will avenge you all. I now know who the real traitors are. Just give me some time. I will avenge you. I promise. Adam leaned back against the thick trunk and raised his head. Oh, how much he wished he had eyes at the moment. The purple canopy above must be truly beautiful. In fact, the entirety of Jingyan City must be a sight to behold. In all his travels, he had never come across a city so magnificent. I wish I had eyes, he pondered, his heart yearning for the gift of sight. I wish Val was here with me. He would have loved the local delicacies. His lips curled wider. To fix his shattered mind, to heal his body, to avenge the people he had lost, he had to visit the Dark Valley. It felt like everything was predestined. Since the moment Adam had read the Twilight Brotherhood's founder's journal and learned about the Dark Valley, he had a very vague inclination that one day he might visit that place. Before the Battle of Ravenfell, the Prince of Acadia just so happened to gift him 2 valuable maps. One of them contained insightful knowledge about the lost city of Mabai, while the other showed a route through the Dark Valley. All roads led to that mystical forbidden zone. I need to go there, Adam thought to himself, a grim look on his charred face. There were less than 90 years left for the next planetary alignment. Although it seemed like there was a lot of time left, in truth, there really wasn't. After all, from what Adam knew about the Dark Valley, time worked strangely there. It was all a big gamble, but in order to defeat the cult leader, he had to risk it. He had to become the strongest. This was the only way, the laughing god whispered, and he listened. His grin turned wide and unnatural. If I succeed in my endeavor within the Dark Valley, these damned voices will no longer be a problem, he thought. The sun gradually dipped below the horizon, and the playful laughter of children slowly faded away. Adam raised his head and looked towards the west. 2 years and 8 months, he thought with a bitter smile. It's been so long since I lost sight. I bet the sunset looks beautiful. Emptying the bottle of sake, Adam rose to his feet. He planned to stock up on a lot of supplies and leave the city at dawn the next day. It would still take him a couple of months to reach the Forbidden Zone after all. He walked out of the public park, whistling a merry tune. Suddenly, he paused. Then he slowly turned his head towards the east. Far along Adam's line of sight, a disciple of the Beihua sect who was covertly observing him suddenly shuddered. I am impossible. His back was drenched in a cold sweat. Did he notice my gaze? The middle-aged man, a mana-liquefaction magus, quickly looked away. But the moment he did, he grimaced. Damn it, that looks even more suspicious now, he thought regretfully. Gritting his teeth, he turned towards the public park again. But Adam was nowhere to be seen. Damn it. The disciple quickly rose to his feet and left the tea house. He retrieved a circular disc from within his inner robes and spoke into it. I've lost him. I repeat, I've lost the target. Adam walked through a crowded street, trying his best to blend in with the crowd. Though he appeared calm and nonchalant on the outside, he was slightly panicking within. Why are the Beihua sect disciples secretly observing me? Is this a normal security protocol, or did I raise some suspicions? Damn it, I thought I'd been very careful on my end, but I ended up drawing attention in the end. He suddenly felt the urge to laugh, and he did. He laughed and laughed and laughed. The people nearby him gave him strange looks, but Adam ignored them. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. Will I even have time to buy supplies? No, I need to leave immediately. But the horse is resting in the inn's stable all the way on the other side of the city. No, forget it. I need to leave the city at this instance. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility and couldn't help but grin widely. Could it be? Have they connected me to the murder of Tensei Arakuro? The 9 great sects and clans are close allies, so it isn't entirely impossible. But isn't this too soon? Adam's pace quickened as he headed for the city's eastern gates. I need to leave now. I can't afford to pick a fight with the Beihua sect. Definitely not in their domain. Their sect leader is most likely a monocore magus. No, I'm certain he is, Adam thought in alarm. And who knows if there are more monocore magi in the sect. Gradually, his steps came to a stop. And his lips curled into a brilliant grin. Before him, a few meters away, a group of disciples from the Beihua sect barred his way. The one leading them stepped forward and said with a polite smile, Magus, we would like to have a word with you. Nestled within a rugged valley where mountain cliffs met ancient pine forests, Taketsu City stood as the formidable seat of the Arakuro clan's power. Dark stone fortifications encircled the heart of the city, their silhouette broken only by the arched rooftops of watchtowers and the imposing spires of the clan's ancestral palace. The city brimmed with activity. Bustling markets offered rare metals and lacquered armor, while winding alleys were perfumed by incense from shrine courtyards and the aroma of smoked game from rustic taverns. Swift rivers rushed along the city's edge, feeding networks of canals that both protected and nourished Taketsu's population. Within the inner district, the streets widened and grew quieter, reserved for the clan's esteemed warriors, artisans, and scholars. Black and red banners bearing the Arakuro insignia rippled from every gate, and as evening fell, lanterns cast shifting patterns across flagstone plazas, their light reflected on polished armor and in the watchful eyes of sentries posted at every corner. In Taketsu City, where tradition and martial discipline were present in everyday life, the spirit of the Arakuro clan was as unyielding as the mountains that protected it. At the center of the city, the clan's palace rose as a giant monolith. The Arakuro clan palace was a fortress of black-tiled roofs and stone walls atop the city's highest point. Guarded gates led to inner courtyards with ancient pines, while cedar-lined halls displayed banners and armor. The palace exuded discipline and tradition. The main chamber was grand and reserved for the patriarch of the Arakuro clan. Currently Masahiro Arakuro, the mana vortex magus responsible for the investigation into Tensei Arakuro's death, was present within this grand chamber. He respectfully kneeled on the marble floor, his forehead touching the ground. On the far end of the chamber, a short flight of grand stairs led to a raised pedestal with a large chair upon it. Seated on this throne-like, golden chair, a towering figure with a burly build looked at Masahiro emotionlessly. This was the patriarch of the Arakuro clan, a monocore magus, standing at the peak of power in the mystical lands of Yenlu. His burly figure was half concealed in shadows, preventing Masahiro from looking at his appearance. But the heavy and oppressive aura radiating from the patriarch was enough for Masahiro to know that he was in the presence of a mighty warrior. Lord Patriarch, I have returned, said the elderly man, his voice filled with utmost respect. Rise. The patriarch's flat and heavy voice echoed in the grand chamber. Masahiro raised his head, but his gaze remained lowered. Though he was connected to the patriarch by blood, not for a single moment did he think that they were truly family. The patriarch of the Arakuro clan recognized only strength. Things like blood ties were meaningless to him, and that is why even his bastard offsprings were given a shot at becoming the patriarch of this clan, given that they had the strength to become one, of course. Speak, the patriarch's voice once again echoed in the hall. Masahiro remained silent for a moment, then answered, after thorough investigation, we have uncovered the true reason for the young master's death. There was a big skirmish involving 100 magi, dozens of mana vortex magi included. They were all after an outsider who possessed multiple grade 4 artifacts. Young Master Tensei died in that fight, along with the 2 guards who were sent to protect him. His words got caught in his throat when the patriarch coldly interrupted him. I do not care about such trivialities. What matters is that the boy has been avenged. Masahiro suddenly felt his heart gripped by an unseen hand. He knew that the patriarch did not truly care about his offspring, for he had dozens of them. But to be so cold towards the death of one of his sons was truly heartless. What the patriarch truly cared about was appearances. It was fine if a son or daughter of Arakuro was killed on the battlefield. They were warriors and were meant to die on the battlefield. What was more important than anything was whether the Arakuro clan had avenged the deaths of its children. If word got out that someone from the Arakuro clan had died, and the clan hadn't avenged them, then what would the Magus world think? One of the 9 great sects and clans was incapable of avenging its child. Under no circumstances could that happen. Masahiro gulped subconsciously, then nodded. Yes, Patriarch. The young master's killer has been brought to justice. We have brought his head. Good, said the Patriarch, his voice even. Leave. But Masahiro did not leave. Throughout his journey from Ikigane Town to Taketsu City, there was one thing that constantly clawed at his mind. Seeing the hesitance on the elderly man's face, the Patriarch's eyes narrowed. Speak. His cold voice echoed in the hall once again. Masahiro retrieved the notebook from his inner robes. He hesitated for a moment, then said, Patriarch, truth be told, when we located the murderer, he had already taken his own life. We found this notebook in his. He was interrupted when the notebook in his hand disappeared. Masahiro noticed that the notebook was already in the Patriarch's possession, who was now reading it. A few moments later, the Patriarch coldly chuckled. What a cheap ploy, he said, tossing the notebook back to Masahiro. He then deeply looked at the elderly man, then asked Masahiro, do your instincts say otherwise? Masahiro nodded. Indeed, Lord Patriarch. I can't shake this feeling off for some reason. The Patriarch intently looked at the man. At last he hummed in acknowledgement. Very well, he began. Find the head diviner. Tell her to divine the location of this masked man. And then, his lips curled into a cold grin and he added, kill him. Masahiro shuddered. Suddenly the air in the hall felt cold and significantly more suffocating. His back was drenched in sweat and unbeknownst to him, his heartbeat had risen. He immediately kowtowed, as you command. Patriarch leaned back in his throne, then slowly closed his eyes. The temperature of the room slowly started to rise and Masahiro felt like he could breathe again. Leave, the Patriarch spat a single word. Yes, Patriarch. Masahiro rose to his feet, took a few steps back, then finally turned around and left. He lowered his head and looked at the pages of the notebook, glancing at the illustration of the man in the kitsune mask. A simple thought echoed inside his mind. Just who are you? Are you even real? In an underground level of one of the Beihua sect's administrative buildings within Jingyan City, Adam sat alone inside an interrogation room. There was a small table at the center, with one of the seats occupied by him, while the other remained empty. 3 sides of the room were made of thick concrete walls, while the fourth one consisted of a 2-way mirror. It had been almost an hour since the disciples of the Beihua sect had taken Adam into custody. Of course, the latter had no other choice but to cooperate with them. He may have gone mad, but he still retained some rationality. Outside the interrogation room, a small group of Beihua sect disciples had gathered, observing Adam with strange expressions. Suddenly, Elder Zhen Ren entered, causing the group of disciples to respectfully greet him with cupped fists. Greetings, Elder. Elder Zhen Ren waved his hand. He turned towards the mirror and looked at Adam on the other side of the room. A moment later, he couldn't help but grimace. I instructed you to only observe him. Why have you brought him in for questioning? The elderly man reprimanded, especially when he hasn't committed any crime, reporting to Elder. A monoliquefaction magus stepped forward and cupped his fist. We were initially secretly observing the target, but we were found out. Found out, Elder Zhen Ren frowned, by a blind man. The disciple was at a loss for words. His senses are quite sharp, Elder. He paused for a moment, then continued. After he realized that he was being tailed, he promptly chose to leave the city through the eastern gates, and that's where we intercepted him. I believe his suspicious behavior is reason enough to apprehend him. Elder Zhen Ren nodded ever so slightly. Was he carrying weapons? No, Elder, said the disciple. Just a leather rucksack bag that contained food and sake. There was also some money inside. We have stored away the bag for now. Elder Zhen Ren glanced at Adam through the 2-way mirror. He stroked his long, white beard, deep in thought. Just as he was about to ask a follow-up question, something strange happened. Inside the interrogation room, Adam burst into a mad fit of laughter. He laughed and laughed and laughed. Elder Zhen Ren's lips twitched. What's the matter with him? The disciples glanced at one another in an awkward manner. Then one of them said, that's how he is, Elder. He laughs for no reason every minute, I think. I think he's crazy. The other disciples nodded in agreement. Elder Zhen Ren, on the other hand, frowned. He thought to himself, tendency to laugh out loud every minute. That's exactly what Hisaki wrote in the letter. Has he said anything? He asked. No, Elder. One of the disciples shook his head. He seems to be a mute, or he could just be pretending not to talk. But based on our observations, we believe he really can't speak. Elder Zhen Ren remained silent. He observed how Adam's hands and neck were covered in thin strips of white cloth, and how he was still wearing a mask. What's with the mask and the bandages? He asked, though he already knew the reason. He has heavy burn marks throughout his body, Elder, said the disciple. Based on the reports of the guard captain who allowed him entry, his face is disfigured and his eyes are. Well, he doesn't have eyes, just a pair of hollow sockets. Yet he was able to realize he was being watched. Elder Zhen Ren sneered. The disciples lowered their heads in shame. The elder didn't reprimand them any further, however. If this masked man was truly the same man Hisaki had met, then it would make sense. Though there were no mana fluctuations radiating from the youth, he was undoubtedly an expert with exceptional mana control. Elder Zhen Ren sighed, thinking to himself helplessly, "This is not how I imagined my first meeting with him would go. Oh, what a conundrum. You all may leave," he said, waving his hand. "I'll interrogate this man myself." The disciples glanced at one another, but the next moment they cupped their fists and bowed. "Yes, Elder." With that said, they left. Meanwhile, Elder Zhen Ren took a deep breath and entered the interrogation room. Adam thought of the various ways he could get out of his current situation. None of them could include violence, of course. His only way out would be to be on good terms with the people of the Beihua sect. But how could he achieve that? He couldn't even speak their local language. Moreover, he was pretending to be a mute. No matter how he saw it, this was a very difficult situation. The last thing he wanted to do was to get imprisoned in this city. If he were to be honest, he would have done the same thing if he were in the other person's shoes. He was truly a shady character. Adam burst into laughter. "I'm so fuck." His thoughts were interrupted when the door to the interrogation room opened, and an elderly man wearing white robes with the Beihua sect's insignia emblazoned on them entered. Amana Vortex Magus, Adam thought, and he's strong. He waved at the newcomer. Elder Zhen Ren's lips twitched. "Can you really not speak?" he asked as he took his seat. Adam shook his head. "Well, at least you can hear," Elder Zhen Ren said with a light chuckle. Adam turned silent, intently observing the man. What's this? He's not hostile at all, he thought, perplexed. He decided on his next course of action, then pointed at himself and then finally at the door. You wish to leave?" Elder Zhen Ren asked. Adam nodded. That would be quite difficult." The elderly man shrugged. "You've been flagged for suspicious activity, so I'm afraid you'll be detained here for a period of time. We take the security of our city very seriously, you see." Adam's heart sank. Must I really shed blood to leave this place? He thought to himself. There is an alternative, of course, Elder Zhen Ren said with a light smile as he stroked his beard. Adam gestured for the man to continue. "Rather than being detained here and treated like a petty criminal, why not spend the rest of your time in the city under my supervision? Once I've determined you are not a threat to the city and its people, you may leave." Adam was rather dumbfounded. Adam wrapped the white cloth around his face once again, then put on the mask. Meanwhile, Elder Zhen Ren, who was still seated across from him, was utterly shaken. At last, he said, "Apologies, Magus. I had to make sure with my own eyes that you weren't disguising yourself as someone else." Adam waved his hand casually. There was something he noticed from his interaction with others. The disfiguration of his skin was worse than he had thought. He had spent most of his time in seclusion in the jungles of Mabai, so he didn't know how bad his injuries truly were. It was only after he started interacting with others did he truly realize the severity of his injuries. He figured it out just based on others' reactions. Hisaki, Tensei, and now Elder Zhen Ren. All of them were thoroughly shaken to the core after witnessing his injuries. It was as if they couldn't believe that someone could go through such a painful ordeal and still live to tell the tale. Suffice it to say, they hadn't seen anything worse than this ever before. Elder Zhen Ren remained in a daze for a few moments, still thinking about Adam's charred and grotesque face. Those hollow eyes, he thought in utter shock. Just what must he have gone through? How could someone even survive something like that? Adam called out to him. Elder Zhen Ren snapped out of his shock. Yes, he said with a forced smile. He thought for a moment, then asked, "Do you have a name?" though he already knew the answer. Of course, Elder Zhen Ren's lips twitched. His eyes narrowed, and he said confidently, "Although I can't sense any mana fluctuations, you are a mana vortex magus, yes." Adam's lips curled into a smile. Elder Zhen Ren chuckled heartily as he stroked his beard. "It would be impolite to call you anything but your name. Since you don't have one, how about I give you one?" Adam tilted his head. The elderly man smiled. "It means to wander freely." Adam gave a thumbs up. After a strange turn of events, Adam now found himself walking side by side with one of the elders of the Beihua sect. His plan was to leave the city and continue his journey, but after what transpired earlier today, he doubted he would get to leave any time soon. After all, he was under strict scrutiny for suspicious activities, and the one keeping an eye on him was none other than Elder Su Zhen Ren. How did things come to this? Adam wondered. Fate had a strange way of playing with mortals. Just earlier that day, Adam was wishing he could spend more time in Jingyun City and also get to witness how things worked in the Beihua sect. And now his wish had come true. I hope you do not misunderstand your situation," said the elderly man as he walked towards the base of the mountain overlooking the city. Adam tilted his head again. "I'm not your guide, and neither am I your babysitter, and I am most certainly not your friend. You shall spend the next few days under my observation, so I can ensure you're not related to any organization from the unorthodox faction. Is that understood?" Adam shrugged. He could partially understand the elder's motive. If he were truly someone shady, he He wouldn't be able to do anything nefarious if he were constantly under the watch of Beihua sect's disciples, and if he tried to do anything funny. Then he would learn why the Beihua sect was considered one of the 9 great sects and clans. Adam turned towards the highest peak of the mountain that was hidden behind the clouds. He pointed at it and said, "Oh, we are going to Beihua sect." Elder Zhen Ren nodded, "If that's what you're asking." Ho ho, he turned to Adam and said while stroking his beard, "During your stay in the Beihua sect, you will be treated as our guest. Of course, in truth, you will be under my supervision." Still, that's better than spending nights in prison, yes. Adam's lips twitched. Though he was quite excited to visit this famous sect. It was equivalent to visiting one of the 4 great pillars of the Akkadian Empire, after all. And who knew, if he was lucky, he could even learn a thing or two. Of course, that was only if he wasn't treated like a common criminal. But given how the elder was treating him, Adam doubted he would be treated harshly. How strange, he wondered. Does he think I'm not a threat? Or, Adam raised his head, his senses seemingly piercing the clouds and landing on the behemoth known as the Great Beihua Sect. In the face of this great sect, I am significant. Perhaps that's where this guy's confidence comes from. His thoughts were interrupted when a large group of disciples greeted the elderly man walking beside him. "Greetings, Elder." "Oh, if it isn't Elder Zun." Elder Zhen Ren greeted with a happy smile. "Where are you headed so late into the night?" Bai Zun was another prodigy of the Beihua sect, second only to Bai Ji. His fame had spread throughout the lands, and his martial prowess earned him the moniker of Sword Dragon. Titles such as Dragon and Phoenix were given only to the best young magi in the mystical lands of Yenlu. For the Beihua sect to produce both Sword Dragon and Sword Phoenix in the same generation was a source of great pride. The handsome man with long, black hair cupped his fist and bowed. "I'm heading to the city for dinner with my junior brothers and sisters, Elder." "Ho ho, it is good to look after your juniors," Elder Zhen Ren said with a gentle smile. "Just don't return too late." "Yes, of course, Elder." Bai Zun and the rest of the disciples bowed respectfully. Before leaving, Bai Zun's gaze landed on the strange masked man standing beside the elder. With a raised eyebrow, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Elder, this is—" "Ah," Elder Zhen Ren chuckled. "This is my guest, Ao. He will be staying in the sect for a few days." "I see." Bai Zun smiled politely. He turned to Adam and cupped his fist. "Welcome to Beihua sect, Magus Ao." Adam waved his hand and muttered a single word, Bai Zun was confused, and so were the rest of the disciples. "Ho ho." Elder Zhen Ren chuckled in amusement. "Please do forgive him, Elder Zun. Magus here is unable to communicate." I see." Bai Zun's lips twitched. "Enjoy your stay." Adam nodded. With that said, Adam and Elder Zhen Ren began their ascent. Meanwhile, Bai Zun remained in his spot, gazing at Adam's departing back, his thoughts a mystery. "Senior brother, is something the matter?" One of the female disciples called out to him. Bai Zun snapped out of his daze. It's nothing." He turned back around and warmly smiled at his juniors. "Let us dine." The Beihua sect mirrored the austere and rugged natural beauty of the vast, white mountain range. Its sprawling compound was carved directly into towering cliffs and swift-flowing streams. White stone pavilions with sweeping eaves rose like frozen blossoms, their sharp angles catching the light like glistening petals. The main hall stood at the sect's heart, a wide terrace overlooking deep valleys shrouded in mist, evoking the purity and strength of blooming flowers amidst harsh terrain. Paths meandered through groves of pale leaf trees and delicate violet blossoms that perpetually bloomed regardless of season, their scent faint yet persistent in the crisp mountain air. Bamboo fences and whitewashed walls encircled peaceful courtyards where children silently trained, their footsteps muffled on smooth stone. The disciples' quarters were simple but dignified, with rows of lodging tiled with slate, their interiors sparring yet functional, housing weapon racks lined with gleaming swords. Stone statues of past sect leaders and other legendary magi who went on to make a name in Yenlu stood proudly at key junctions, reminding disciples of their hallowed heritage. As dawn broke, mist rolled through the vast compound like living flowers, cloaking the entire sect in a dreamlike, almost ethereal aura befitting its name, the Beihua sect. Sitting on the tiled roof of the guest quarter, Adam watched the children training nearby. He had a gentle smile on his face as he witnessed the determination on these kids' faces. "These children are hardworking," he thought to himself. "They have been training since before the sun rose. Very good." It is apparent that the magi of Yenlu place an emphasis on building a sturdy body. A powerful body will result in a powerful vessel capable of holding mana, whom their instructor is at the mana liquefaction rank and has a good and powerful physique. Very good technique. As Adam observed the mana foundation magi training in the courtyard, he couldn't help but come to admire how sturdy their foundation was. He suddenly felt the urge, not to laugh, it was something else. He hadn't felt this way in a long, long time. It reminded him of the good old days. He rose to his feet and dusted his hands. "Oh well. Elder Zhen Ren said I shouldn't leave the compounds, and this place is huge, so I guess I can do that." The next moment his figure disappeared. Adam wore white silk robes, matching cotton trousers and bamboo shoes. These were the items he had been given upon arriving at the guest quarters last night. Needless to say, he quite appreciated Behuasek's hospitality. His hands, feet, chest, neck, and head were covered in white strips of cloth. Moreover, he was also wearing the mask he'd purchased the other day. After witnessing the reactions of those who saw his deep scars, Adam had become slightly insecure about them. So he chose to cover the exposed parts of his body. However, right now, such petty things were out of his mind. After witnessing the children practice, a strange feeling bubbled up inside his heart. The last time he had felt this way was when he had joined the Clover Academy and embarked on the path of a magus. He burst into laughter. He was happy. He was excited. So very excited. This was the thrill of martial arts and the longing for arcana that he felt in that moment. Using his mobility technique, Stellar Steps found a more secluded region within the enormous compound of the sect. This region was filled with plum blossom trees and was located at the edges of the compound. There was no one here other than him. He found a small clearing inside the plum blossom forest, then inhaled a deep breath. He clutched at his chest and grinned widely. He was so excited that he almost spoke comprehensible words. The leaves of the trees rustled, as if in anticipation of what was about to come. Adam inhaled, then he exhaled. He repeated this process until he was in perfect sync with the rhythm of the leaves. He inhaled, he exhaled. The leaves of the plum blossom trees rustled. The wind picked up, swirling around Adam's motionless figure. The way teaches that being one with nature meant living in harmony with the natural world by aligning oneself with its rhythm and processes, rather than opposing them. For the first time in a very long time, the ravings of the faceless mask gradually faded away from his shattered mind. All Adam could hear was the sound of his own breathing. And then, he began the phantom dance. The youth moved with fluid grace through the clearing, his mana combat technique unfolding like the natural extension of the world around him. Each step he took was light and deliberate, as if in sync with the gentle rustle of leaves all around him. His movements rippled softly like a breeze, weaving through branches, ethereal and almost invisible, embodying the essence of a dancer seamlessly merging with nature's rhythm. His combat techniques were not just a display of power, but a profound harmony with the environment. It was a poetic dialogue between Adam and the plum blossom trees. Every punch and every kick tore through the air, producing vibrations. His body flowed with the same effortless energy as the swaying branches, embodying the profundity of the way. His dance was beautiful. It was mesmerizing. It was as if he was channeling the invisible currents of wind and mana that coursed through the forest, responding with precise and fluid strikes, dodges, and spirals that mirrored the organic patterns in nature. A sudden glide, then a soft turning motion, as if vanishing like a specter amidst the violet flowers. In that moment, Adam became one with the forest, a living embodiment of madness and harmony, of the union between the human spirit and the natural world. The phantom dance was his silent conversation with the flowers, the trees, the sky, the world. Minutes turned to hours, yet he continued to dance away under the shade of the plum blossom trees. It was as if he had fallen into a beautiful trance, and unbeknownst to him. An elderly figure stood atop a cliff, hands clasped behind his back, watching Adam's breathtaking dance with nature. Though he appeared old but was, in fact, filled with vitality, his presence alone was as deep and profound as the mountain Behua sect occupied. This man was undoubtedly a monocore magus, and right now, he had his eyes on Adam. Adam's breathtaking dance with nature finally came to an end. His feet came to a halt and his breathing turned slightly uneven. Resting his hands on his hips, he took a deep breath and sighed. That was great, he thought happily. For a brief moment, his ears started ringing. He frowned when he realized that the ravings of the faceless mask didn't affect him, but soon they enveloped his shattered mind. Stroking his chin, he thought to himself, so a trance-like state can drive away the whispers of the laughing god, eh? Well, it is not entirely unexpected. The way is superior to even a god. The leaves of the plum blossom tree rustled, sounding like a distant melody in the air. The wind picked up, turning chilly. Adam raised his head towards the twin moons and smiled. It's already nighttime. I've been training for more than 12 hours straight, huh? Time flies quickly when you're deeply engrossed in an activity. Suddenly he frowned. His sphere of resonance picked up a faint ripple. It was extremely minute, but it was there. The youth abruptly turned his head, facing the steep cliff that was overlooking this clearing. He frowned. I was sure I felt a presence there. Or am I just being too paranoid? He wondered, perplexed. He shrugged, then turned to leave. His absence must have sent Elder Zhen Ren into a state of panic. Adam planned to visit him and make up some random excuse by saying repeatedly. Just thinking about it made him chuckle. That elder. He's not a bad guy, he thought to himself. Just as he turned around, Adam noticed a figure standing right in front of him. Every fiber of his being tensed up in the split second. His heart sank and his back was drenched in a layer of cold sweat. Adam hadn't even sensed this person's arrival, yet there he was, standing just a meter away from him. I am impossible, he thought, alarmed. His body acted on instinct and he quickly jumped back, retreating to a safe distance. Still, he couldn't stop his heart from pounding in shock and nervousness. Adam gulped involuntarily as he gazed at the elderly figure standing before him. The man's aura felt like a boundless ocean. It seemed unfathomable. It was as if he was one with nature. Adam had never felt an aura so vast and deep. This was a monocore magus, yes. But it was also the most powerful monocore magus he had ever come across. The elderly man had medium-length white hair tied into a topknot. His posture was straight and firm, like a sword. He was tall and had broad-shouldered. Though there were wrinkles on his face, the man radiated a strong aura of vitality. He wore simple white robes and didn't even wear slippers, appearing at first glance like any ordinary mortal. But anyone who understood true strength would see something far greater. They would see a towering figure with a presence so vast and awe-inspiring that it compelled reverence. Adam couldn't stop his figure from trembling. By now he was already drenched in sweat. He was utterly paralyzed. The youth had faced off against monocore magi before, but he'd never felt this way. Neither Headmaster Blackwood nor Martin Benton radiated such a deep aura for their levels. Seeing Adam's reaction, the elderly man's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. His lips parted and he calmly said, "So you can see it. The stronger a person was, the clearer their eyes became to the strength of others. Power recognized power. Those who have walked the path could sense the weight of another man's aura, the depth of their will, and the sharpness hidden beneath calm faces. To the weak, all seemed alike, but to the strong, every heartbeat revealed a measure of truth. Adam was so overwhelmed by the man's presence that he almost spoke in a keros. He bit his tongue hard, trying to compose himself. As pain flooded his mind and the coppery taste of blood enveloped his mouth, he slowly gathered himself. He took deep breaths, then slowly stood straight. Then he cupped his hands just like he'd seen the local magi doned, greeted the elderly man before him. The elderly man intently looked at Adam, then murmured, "I see. You are blind and also a mute. No wonder your other senses are so sharp." Adam muttered, utterly confused. He couldn't understand a single thing these people said, so all he could say was awe. "A pity," the elderly man murmured. "I would have liked to discuss the way with you." The way, that was the only word Adam picked up on. But before he could think further, the elderly man in front of him had vanished. Just like that, Adam remained standing inside the clearing, thinking to himself in awe, that was pure physical speed. I didn't see him cast any hand seals. A gust of wind blew by, causing the hems of Adam's robes to gently flutter. My hypothesis about the Magi of Yenlu is very likely to be true, he thought to himself. Recalling his battle with the 100 Magi near Ikigane town, as well as his brief interaction with this powerhouse, who was very likely the sect leader of the Beihua sect, Adam became more and more certain about his theory. But I need to observe more to confirm it, he thought. He soon left the clearing, making his way to the guest quarters. Whistling a merry tune, he wondered, I wonder how things will unfold now. This old man is definitely going to question Elder Zhen Ren about my presence in the sect. Looks like I'll be thrown out earlier than I thought. I would have loved to explore more of the Beihua sect, but oh well, at least now I can resume my journey. The heavenly pavilion stood at the peak of Beihua sect, overlooking the entire mountain. Built of pale jade and sandalwood, it served as both the sect master's residence and the sect's seat of power where major matters were decided. At the far end of the grand hall, seated on a raised dais, the sect master of the Beihua sect, Bai Tianji, glanced at the elderly man kneeling before him. The elderly man was none other than Elder Zhen Ren, who had just been summoned to the heavenly pavilion. Bai Tianji's lips parted, his calm voice resounding like distant thunder in Elder Zhen Ren's ears. Explain yourself, Zhen Ren. For what reason have you brought a stranger into our home? The moment those words entered Elder Zhen Ren's ears, he couldn't help but tremble ever so slightly, in action that did not go unnoticed by the sect leader. Elder Zhen Ren raised his head and looked at the sect leader. He then said in a panic, "Ow, sect leader, did he do something? I couldn't find him the entire day." Inwardly, however, Elder Zhen Ren was cursing his misfortune. I told that brat not to wander around and draw people's attention. He had to do exactly what I told him not to. Worse yet, now even the sect leader knows about him. When he had brought Adam to the sect, he knew, of course, that sooner or later the sect leader would become privy to it, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. "So his name is Ao," said the sect leader, stroking his neatly trimmed beard. He looked at the elder with narrowed eyes and continued, "But you still haven't answered me. Why did you bring him here? Is he someone you know?" Elder Zhen Ren knew he couldn't lie, and he wasn't going to lie to begin with. After all, other than him, there were disciples who knew about Adam being apprehended by the guards and sent for interrogation. One way or another, the sect leader would have found out about it. Everything that happened at Beihua sect or in Jingyan City never escaped the sect leader's attention. If Elder Zhen Ren had more time to think about it, he would have surely come up with a believable excuse. But as things stood, anything he said would sound suspicious. I was too hasty in bringing Adam to the sect, he thought regretfully. Lao Ren's prophecy made him greatly excited, but at the same time it resulted in him being careless. Realizing he was taking too much time to answer, Elder Zhen Ren decided to be as straightforward as possible without divulging the existence of the Shadow Sect. Sect leader, apologies for not bringing this matter to your attention sooner, he began, head lowered in reverence. To answer your question, no, I do not know Ao. He was someone the guards in the city had apprehended because of suspicious activity, but when I dug deeper, I found out it was all because of a misunderstanding. Suspicious activity. The sect leader frowned. Please, allow me to explain. Elder Zhen Ren then recounted everything that led to Adam being captured by the city guards. I found it very interesting that Ao was able to sense someone's gaze from several blocks away. His perception is frighteningly sharp, so I thought I would bring him up to the mountain, not only to exchange pointers, but also to apologize for the earlier misunderstanding. The sect leader remained silent, intently gazing at the elder. At last, he said in an even voice, and throughout all of this, not once did you think that bringing a stranger like him to our home could pose a threat to the disciples. Elder Zhen Ren couldn't help but frown. He then said in an apologetic tone, Sect leader, forgive me. I did not sense any hostility from him towards me or even the disciples that apprehended him. As for the topic of him being a threat to our sect, the sect leader leaned forward, resting his chin on his hand. What do you think he is incapable of posing a threat to the Beihua sect? Naturally, Elder Zhen Ren said matter-of-factly. Have you thought what would have happened if I was away? The sect leader asked, amused. Elder Zhen Ren was about to confidently say that the other elders would have easily taken care of the guest in such a hypothetical scenario, but he suddenly noticed the sect leader's expression. Is he smiling? Then another thought emerged in Elder Zhen Ren's mind. Wait, why is he even asking such a question in the first place? Could it be, sect master, are you suggesting? The elder couldn't even finish his words because he found it so ridiculous. Yes, said the sect leader, that man Ao is strong. None of the elders of our sect can stand up to him, not even the Grand Elder. Well, if all of them team up, they might have a chance. Elder Zhen Ren's eyes trembled. What? Tell me, Zhen Ren, the sect leader continued. What did you bring him up the mountain? This is unlike you. Elder Zhen Ren gulped subconsciously. I'm not sure what I was thinking, to be honest. Ao gave off a mysterious air, and I could tell he was strong. That's why I wanted to exchange pointers with him, but I didn't know he was that strong. Still shaken by the information the sect leader had shared with him, Elder Zhen Ren knew that he could no longer allow Adam to stay within the sect. If he insisted, then that might come across as suspicious. So he hurriedly added, Sect leader, please forgive me for my transgression. I will immediately escort him out of the sect and the city. It is no offense to bring a guest to our home, certainly not for an elder, said the sect leader. That being said, I wish you were more careful about who you bring to our home. Like I said, this is unlike you. Elder Zhen Ren's heart sank. Is he suspicious of me now? He thought to himself, terrified. Oh no, what have I done? But I must commend you for your foresight, Zhen Ren. The sect leader's following words stunned the elder. Elder Zhen Ren turned to him, confused. You were right about clearing any misunderstandings with a magus so powerful. You were also right about exchanging pointers with him, the sect leader added, stroking his beard. There's a lot to be learned, especially for our dragon and phoenix. Elder Zhen Ren's eyes slightly widened. Sect leader, are you suggesting? The sect leader's eyes were distant, his lips curling into a smile as he replayed Adam's breathtaking dance with nature in his mind. He then turned to the elder and instructed, Bai Ji and Bai Zun are the pride of our sect. They are also its future. Introduce them to your guest, have them spar on a regular basis. I'll leave it up to you on how you compensate Ao for training those two. Elder Zhen Ren was truly stunned. Sect leader, what? Yes, okay, I understand, but you just mentioned that Ao was stronger than all the elders of our sect. Do you not think he will be a threat to us? No, Zhen Ren. The sect leader shook his head, a faint smile on his wizened face. Elder Zhen Ren did not know what to say. He wanted to ask about the reasoning behind the sect leader's certainty, but in the end, he remained silent. This was exactly what he had been hoping for, and thankfully, things had worked out in his favor. He cupped his fists and bowed. I understand, sect leader. With that said, he left the great hall. Bai Tianji looked at the twin moons through the window, but his mind was still replaying the beautiful dance performed by Adam. What a fascinating martial art, he muttered under his breath. It is more profound than even the plum blossom sword art. Adam reached the guest quarter and immediately lay down on the bed. He had wanted to find Elder Zhen Ren and tell him about his meeting with whom he suspected to be the sect leader. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the elderly man. Truth be told, he hadn't even made an effort to look for him. He was physically exhausted after practicing the phantom dance for so long. He wanted nothing more than to sleep. And so, as soon as he lay down on the bed, exhaustion engulfed him. The ravings of the faceless mask slowly faded away, and he drifted off to slumberland. Brother Ao, knock, knock. Adam's eyelids twitched, and he adjusted his body on the bed. He covered his head with the quilt, trying to lessen the noise. Brother Ao, are you awake? Knock, knock. The ravings of the faceless mask engulfed his mind. The laughing god whispered, and he listened. Gritting his teeth, he removed the blanket and was about to yell out in frustration. But right at that moment, the strangely familiar voice whispered, "Don't forget the role you're playing, old sport." Adam's enraged words died down in his throat. His feet touched the ground and he sighed. He rubbed his eyes, trying to chase the drowsiness away. "Brother Ow, knock, knock." Adam's lips twitched. You're finally awake. May I enter?" Adam frowned. "Isn't that Elder Zhen Ren's voice?" he wondered. Why is he sounding so respectful all of a sudden? He opened the door to his quarters and saw the elder standing outside with a light smile on his face. "Good morning, Brother Ow," he beamed. Adam scratched his neck. He had slept with the strips of white cloth still wrapped around his body, so now his skin was itching all over. Elder Zhen Ren stepped inside the room, then presented a space-type storage ring. "I had a long chat with the sect leader yesterday," Elder Zhen Ren began. Adam just nodded from time to time. He couldn't understand a word the man said, so he just said every now and then. Inside the ring, you will also find a crystal orb containing memories related to Yen Lu's language. It is very comprehensive and should help you adjust here. We use 2 separate dialects in these lands. I noticed your confusion when we spoke yesterday, so. Elder Zhen Ren seemed oddly enthusiastic today. He continued to yap away, and Adam continued to nod in a daze. He yawned. "Anyway, I've said all that I wanted. I shall see you at the Petal Court in 1 hour." With that said, Elder Zhen Ren cupped his fists, then left. Adam scratched his stomach as he gazed at the elder's peculiar gait. What's the matter with him? He seems quite happy today, he thought. He then gazed at the ring in his hand as he closed the door. I wonder what's inside. An hour later, Adam stepped out of his quarters. He wore a clean set of white robes, this time bearing the insignia of the Beihua sect. A pentagonal disc hung from the waist, marking his status within the sect as a guest instructor. Naturally, his body was meticulously covered in strips of white cloth, and he was also wearing a mask. When a group of disciples passed him by, they immediately cupped their fists and bowed upon seeing his pentagonal disc. Whoa, a guest instructor, that's right. I've never seen one before. The last guest instructor to come to our sect was from the Arcane Alliance, and he was crazy strong. Is that true? Then this man should also be very strong, right? Very likely. The hushed conversations of the young disciples entered Adam's ears, but this time he was clearly able to understand every word of it. He murmured with a faint smile. That crystal orb was truly a jackpot, he thought. At least, now I can understand the local language. I didn't even know there were 2 distinct dialects. So that's the reason why the names Tensei Arakuro and Baisu Zhen Ren sound so different. Adam's eyebrows furrowed as he wondered, but why did Elder Zhen Ren hand me the orb in the first place? I never gave any indication that I couldn't understand the local language. How strange. He continued to walk under the shade of the plum blossom trees, deep in thought. Well, whatever. He laughed out loud, scaring another group of disciples who passed by. Did the elder say to meet him at the Petal Court? I wonder where that is. The Petal Court sat atop a gentle hill within the Beihua sect, surrounded by blooming flowers that blanketed the air with fragrance. Elegant pavilions and stone paths meandered through the blossoms, creating a calm and peaceful atmosphere where the elite disciples of the sect came to meditate and train. He's late, Elder Zhen Ren grumbled. Perhaps I shouldn't have left him on his own. He might have gotten lost. Beside him, the sword phoenix, Bai Ji, sat on a boulder, meditating. She was a woman of few words, and external factors rarely affected her emotions. Seeing that the mysterious new guest instructor was late, she didn't mind. Instead, she sat down and practiced mindfulness. The sword dragon, Bai Zun, on the other hand, couldn't help but get a little restless after waiting for nearly an hour. He turned to Elder Zhen Ren, who was looking towards the trail that led to the Petal Court, and asked, "Elder, just who exactly is this person? Does he not respect our time? I had to rearrange my entire schedule just to be here." Elder Zhen Ren raised an eyebrow, amused. "Are you sure it's not because the sect leader ordered you to be here?" Bai Zun's lips twitched and he looked away in embarrassment. "That's besides the point." Elder Zhen Ren sighed. "This man, he's a bit eccentric, so cut him some slack," but his words trailed off. He then deeply looked at the young man and solemnly said, "The sect leader himself acknowledged his strength. Sparring with him will be very beneficial to you and Bai Ji." Bai Zun's pupils constricted. The sect leader said, "What?" Right at that moment, a faint gust of wind blew across the hill. The leaves of the trees fluttered, and the violet flower petals danced in the wind. A masked man dressed in white suddenly appeared in the middle of the Petal Court. None of the 3 magi had sensed his presence until he spoke. Elder Zhen Ren's pupils constricted. He slowly turned around and saw a figure in white robes standing at the center of the open training area, hand raised towards the sky as if he were admiring the beauty of nature. When did he? Elder Zhen Ren couldn't help but gulp, a drop of sweat trickling down the side of his forehead. Bai Zun, on the other hand, had a more dignified look on his face. He glanced at the newcomer with narrowed eyes, thinking to himself, stealth-related spell. "No, I didn't sense any mana fluctuations at all. Don't tell me. Could it be pure physical speed? More importantly, this is the same person I saw yesterday in the city. This is Elder Zhen Ren's guest. He looks like a clown, but the sect leader acknowledged his strength. On the other side of the open training space, sitting atop a boulder, Baiji slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the newcomer, and a moment later, her eyes narrowed. She recognized him. He was the same man from yesterday. But more importantly, why can't I sense even a trace of mana from him? Either he can't wield mana, which is impossible, or Baiji's expression turned solemn as she arrived at a conclusion that was most likely to be true. His control over mana is so exceptional that not even a tiny thread of energy leaks from him. As the two prodigies of the Beihua sect were sizing Adam up, Elder Zhen Ren walked towards him and spoke in exasperation. Brother Ao, you're more than an hour late. Punctuality is a virtue you should uphold. Adam turned to him, smirking beneath his mask. He shrugged. He waved his hand around randomly, causing Elder Zhen Ren's eyes to incessantly twitch. The elderly man cleared his throat, then said, All right, I suppose I may be at fault here. I should have guided you to the petal court myself. Adam crossed his arms and nodded. Elder Zhen Ren was speechless. Anyway, the elderly man clasped his hands behind his back, then said, As I mentioned earlier, I had a chat with the sect leader yesterday, and he has agreed that you become a guest instructor for a period of time. Period of time? Adam frowned. How much is a period of time? I have things I need to do. He made a gesture with his hand asking how much. Ho. Elder Zhen Ren chuckled. You are asking how much you'll get paid. Then, worry not. As the elder who looks after the sect's finances, I will compensate you handsomely. The sect leader has given me full authority on this matter. Adam was dumbfounded. He quickly shook his head. Elder Zhen Ren raised an eyebrow. Are you saying you don't want to get paid? Oh my, how selfless of you. Adam suddenly felt the urge to cast fireball at the man. In the end, he gave up. He raised his hands as a show of surrender, then gestured for the man to continue. The elder chuckled heartily. As I was saying, you are now a guest instructor of the Beihua sect. As such, your standing within the sect is slightly higher than that of the disciples, but lower than the elders. He paused for a moment, then continued, Unfortunately, you will not be given access to the sect's libraries that contain mana extraction techniques, training manuals, and martial arts scriptures, since that would require you to become a full-fledged disciple of our sect. Adam was uninterested in the knowledge that the Beihua sect had gathered. In his mind, there was an entire library worth of spells, techniques, memories, and experiences of powerful experts from the greater universe. Other than that, you will receive more or less the same benefits that a disciple of our sect receives, Elder Zhen Ren continued. Your food and lodging will be taken care of, and you will be paid weekly for your work here at the sect. And this is the important part. Adam raised his chin, gesturing for the man to continue. Elder Zhen Ren said in a solemn voice, It is imperative that you devote ample time to training Bai Ji and Bai Zun, as per the sect leader's wishes. Upon hearing that, both the Sword Dragon and the Sword Phoenix couldn't help but frown. It was understandable if they were being taught by a Mana Core Magus, but Adam was in the same rank as them. They were unable to accept such an arrangement, and this is a personal request of mine, Elder Zhen Ren added, his eyes flashing with warmth. I hope you can also find time to train the Mana Foundation Magi of our sect. They are the future of our sect, after all. Adam remained silent as his senses intently observed the elderly man standing before him. He truly cares about the little kids, he thought to himself. Adam had never bothered about spending too much time at the Beihua sect, let alone becoming an instructor for the disciples here. But strangely enough, Elder Zhen Ren's words moved him, and he was suddenly reminded of his own students. Eleni, Arthur, Aiden, do you still think of me? His heart was awash with sad emotions, and his lips curled into a brilliant smile. And then, he laughed. Elder Zhen Ren flinched, not having expected such a reaction. Bai Ji's eyes narrowed. Bai Zun's expression darkened. The two couldn't help but think that Adam was laughing at Elder Zhen Ren, their family. Adam couldn't be bothered to clear the misunderstanding. He laughed and laughed and laughed. Bai Zun called out to him, his voice cold. Just because you've received the sect leader's acknowledgement, you think that gives you the right to make fun of the elder. Elder Zhen Ren, on the other hand, knew exactly why Adam was laughing. After all, he had heard from Hisaki that the man had a weird tendency to laugh every minute, so he knew for certain that Adam wasn't making fun of him. But he couldn't really explain this to Bai Zun and Bai Ji. Adam's laughter came to an abrupt halt. He patted Elder Zhen Ren on the shoulder, then displayed a thumbs up. So you agree to my request? Elder Zhen Ren asked, surprised. Adam simply nodded. Then he turned to Bai Zun. He extended his hand, then gestured for the Sword Dragon to come at him. Although Elder Zhen Ren had a mountain of workload, he still chose to witness the first spar. He didn't know Adam's true battle prowess, but considering that the sect leader was full of praise, the youth's martial arts must be truly exceptional. The elderly man also didn't clear up the misunderstanding between Adam and Bai Zun and Bai Ji. Such things would be put to rest after their sparring. training with one another would also help them get closer and form bonds. Adam was truly a powerful magus, and if he was truly who Elder Genren thought he was, then it would be great if the future of Beihua sect could form a healthy relationship with him. Standing beside him, Baiji couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so tolerant of him?" "Tolerant?" Elder Genren asked with a raised brow. "Oh, you mean why I didn't react after he laughed at me?" Baiji silently nodded. "Ho ho," Elder Genren chuckled. "Would you believe me if I said Ao has an illness that forces him to laugh all the time?" Baiji's lips twitched. "I'm not a fool." Elder Genren chuckled heartily. He gently patted Baiji on the head and said, "Ao meant no offense, I assure you." Baiji scoffed but chose not to retort. She turned her attention to the training space. "Choose your weapon, Magus." Bai Zun stood at the center of the ring, wooden sword in hand. Adam, on the other hand, walked by the weapons rack at the edge of the ring. There were all sorts of training weapons made out of wood, but most of them were swords. His gaze landed on a wooden staff, his lips curling into a menacing grin. He waved his hand, then walked right past it. Bai Zun's eyes narrowed. "No weapons." Adam shrugged, walking to the center of the white tiled ring. Bai Zun deeply looked at the masked man. Then the next moment he threw his wooden sword away. "Very well," he said, getting into an unarmed fighting stance. "We'll start with hand to hand." Adam smirked. Is it pride, he wondered, or confidence? He tucked one arm behind his back, then extended his other hand and motioned for the sword dragon to come forward. Neither. A gust of wind blew through the ring, whipping up fallen leaves on the ground. Bai Zun's aura changed in that moment, mana swirling around his fists. In the next instant, his figure blurred as he dashed towards Adam and threw a right jab. Though it was a simple jab, it contained immense strength. As expected of someone who earned the title of dragon, Adam praised inwardly. But this is still not enough. He remained in position until the very last moment when Bai Zun's fist was mere inches away from connecting. At last, Adam made a move. He swatted the jab to the side with his right hand. Then, in one sweeping motion, he stepped forward, aiming his right elbow straight at Bai Zun's solar plexus. The intent behind this move was to use the enemy's momentum against themselves. However, Bai Zun, too, was an experienced fighter. He had got to where he was today not through luck, but through sheer hard work and perseverance. The instant he realized that his attack had been countered, he didn't panic. Instead, he analyzed Adam's move and counterattacked. Adam's elbow was almost about to strike Bai Zun's stomach, knocking the wind out of him and driving him unconscious. But at the last possible moment, his left hand turned into a blur, and he immediately blocked Adam's elbow strike. "Good," Adam grinned. His sphere of resonance rippled. He immediately noticed Bai Zun's right hand that was earlier swatted a weiriching for his neck. The latter's plan was to get Adam in his grip and deliver relentless blows. Adam's grin stretched unnaturally wide. He had found a good sparring partner. This man, Bai Zun, was leagues above Tensei Arakuro. Before Bai Zun's right hand could grip Adam's neck from behind, the latter spun at lightning speed, effectively dodging Bai Zun's grasp. Then he swiftly positioned himself right behind the sword dragon. 1 second. That brief interaction between the two only took 1 second. Now Adam stood behind Bai Zun, his back pressed against the latter's. Meanwhile, Bai Zun's eyes gradually widened, a drop of sweat trickling down the side of his forehead. When did he? He quickly retreated, making space between himself and the masked man. He turned around and saw Adam gazing at the sky, hands clasped behind his back. That last move, Bai Zun thought to himself. How did he manage to maneuver himself with such little space? I couldn't see his movement at all. Even though he was right before my eyes, right at that moment, Adam turned around and faced him. Then, he started clapping. Bai Zun's expression darkened. Is he patronizing me, standing at the edge of the ring? Elder Genren rubbed his eyes. What the hell happened? From his point of view, he saw Bai Zun disappear, then reappear in front of Adam. Then both their hands turned into a blur. And a split second later, Adam disappeared, then reappeared right behind Bai Zun. He's fast. Bai Ji's calm words entered the elderly man's ears. And strong. She added inwardly. Elder Genren turned to her with an inquisitive gaze. Bai Ji calmly explained, "Senior brother Zun is faster than me. But he's faster than even senior brother. And he's also very skilled in martial arts. Is that so?" Elder Genren stroked his beard. Ho, this is a good thing then. I'll leave you three to it." With that said, he whistled a merry tune and left the pedal court. Meanwhile, Bai Ji's gaze remained fixed on the training ring. Now that Bai Zun had an idea about Adam's general strength, things were about to become much more serious. Bai Zun once again got into a fighting stance. He drew mana from his reserves and augmented every part of his body, the majority being focused on his fists. With a solemn look on his face, he said, "I'm now going to use one of the core techniques of our sect, the falling petal fist. I advise you to use your technique as well, lest you fall off the cliff." Adam's lips curled into a wild grin, and he only said one simple word, "Ah." Tiles shattered and flew off the ring with every clash of their blows. Each movement stirred fierce gusts of wind, rippling across the courtyard. Even the plum blossoms atop the hill trembled, as if in awe of the two magi locked in combat. Bai Zun's robes were slightly shredded in some areas, while his body was covered in minor bruises. They had been sparring for hours now, yet, why can't I land a single blow on him? He thought to himself, frustrated. He went for a left-hand claw strike, but at the last second, he used the hand to cover Adam's line of sight. A feint. Bai Zun followed through with a vicious right uppercut, but Adam simply leaned his body weight to the side, effortlessly dodging the blow. In the same movement, he spun around once again, then landed 3 strikes back to back to back with his left backhand. First shot to the jugular notch, second shot to the solar plexus, and a third shot to the stomach. Bai Zun stumbled on his feet, retreating several steps back. Blood spilled from his mouth, but he quickly wiped it with his sleeve. He lowered his head and saw faint steam rising from the areas he had just been hit. Such precision he couldn't help but think in awe. He raised his head and looked at Adam, who was standing gracefully, the hems of his silk robes fluttering in the wind. There was no speck of dirt or trace of blood on his pristine white robes. Bai Zun, on the other hand, was injured almost everywhere on his upper body, but the most damage had been dealt to his internal organs. Worst yet, he was continuing to lose stamina as he augmented his body with mana. However, when he gazed at Adam, he noticed that the youth hadn't even broken a sweat. In that moment, he finally realized. He's stronger than me, Bai Zun thought as he slowly stood straight. In hand-to-hand combat, that is. Cupping his fists, he asked in a polite tone, "Brother Ao, shall we switch to weapons training?" Adam tilted his head, then shrugged. Bai Zun smiled. He walked to the weapons rack and retrieved a wooden sword, but his smile soon faded when he saw Adam still standing in the ring. "Brother Ao, do you not use a weapon?" he asked with a frown. "Or are you still looking down on me?" he thought inwardly. Adam's lips curled up. After learning about the vast strength and influence of the 9 great sects and clans, he became a little paranoid. So he was planning to refrain from using the blades of Fulgrim, or any twin short blades for that matter, for the time being. Moreover, he wasn't going to use a staff, which he was the most proficient at, fearing that a cult spy might notice him. Now, there were many staff wielders and twin blade users in the mystical lands of Yenlu. It was going to be very difficult to connect the weapons to him. Still, because of Adam's cautious borderline paranoid personality, he chose not to use those weapons, so he raised his hands and clenched them into fists. Bai Zun's frown deepened. He took a deep breath, then nodded. "Very well, I will use a sword then. I hope that is okay." Adam showed a thumbs up. A few moments later, the 2 magi stood on opposite ends of the training ring. Meanwhile, still standing over the edge of the ring, Bai Ji had a solemn look on her face as she witnessed the standoff. Though neither of them has used their full strength, just based on skill set alone, Ao is far superior to senior brother, she thought, but this is only for hand-to-hand combat. When it comes to talent in swordsmanship, senior brother is on par with me, maybe even slightly better. How is Ao going to counter senior brother's sword strike? "Brother Ao," Bai Zun called out. "I'm going to use the Plum Blossom sword art. This is the Beihuasek's pinnacle of magic combat. It consists of 24 sword techniques. I am going to use the first one." Adam was intrigued. Beihuasek's pinnacle of magic combat. His heart was ablaze with fighting spirit. "Good, excellent," he thought excitedly. He gave a thumbs up, then got into a fighting stance. "If you're going to use the best technique the Beihuasek has to offer, then I too shall respond in kind." Right at that moment, Bai Ji intervened. "Senior brother, please don't get carried away," she said, a frown shadowing her face. "The Plum Blossom sword art is highly dangerous. If it connects, then—" "Rest easy, junior sister." Bai Zun looked at her and confidently smiled. Then he turned to Adam and continued, "Brother Ao is strong." Bai Ji's eyes widened. Prideful senior brother just acknowledged Ao's strength, she thought, utterly shocked. Adam's lips curled into an excited grin as he slowly bent his knees, leaned forward ever so slightly, and transformed his right hand into a claw. "Ready?" Bai Zun asked in a solemn voice. At the same time, both warriors drew mana from their reserves. A terrifying storm of mana erupted from the two, causing even Bai Ji to retreat a few steps. Senior brother is known to have immense mana reserves, but this Ao. He's matching the energy output. Bai Zun's mana turned violet as it swirled around his sword. It was sharp and swift. Adam's mana swirled around his right hand. It was oppressive and tyrannical. Both took a deep breath at the same time, and then they dashed towards each other. The ground beneath their feet exploded and their figures turned into a blur. One side turned into a violet beam of light, while the other turned into a streak of darkness. Sword Dragon versus Dark King. For a brief moment, the world came to a standstill. Bai Ji's pupils reflected the two forces of mana lunge at each other, until finally, BOOM, Plum Blossom Sword Art, First Formation, Hand of Doom, Coiling Palm Strike. In the blink of an eye, the two magi zoomed past one another and then finally came to a stop. Adam noticed that his right hand was trembling ever so slightly. On the other side, Bai Zun heaved a long sigh, his lips curling into a faint smile. "As I thought," he muttered softly, "Brother Ao is really strong." The next moment, the wooden sword in his hand shattered into countless pieces. Next, his right sleeve was torn apart by an unknown force. Following that, hot blood sprayed from his right shoulder. Senior brother, Baiji rushed towards him, her face marred by panic. Baizun's face paled as he struggled to find balance, but in the end he managed to remain standing on his feet. Noticing this, Adam smiled. The result of the spar between two geniuses from opposite sides of the world. Winner, Dark King. Adam never got to spar with the Sword Phoenix, Baiji. After his sparring match with Baizun, the latter had sustained injuries that needed immediate treatment. Although it wasn't life-threatening, it still needed to be looked after as early as possible. So Baiji had accompanied Baizun to the infirmary, and that was it. That was the last time Adam had seen her. There was no resentment or any negative feelings between Adam and the two geniuses of Beihua sect. In fact, Baizun was very happy that he got to spar with him. Furthermore, Baiji too was looking forward to exchanging pointers with him in the near future. If there was anything that Adam admired about these people, it was their mentality. Their indomitable will truly impressed him. Adam spent the next few days touring the sect. The compound was as vast as it was beautiful. He chose not to visit Jingyun City because descending the mountain took half a day. He'd much rather spend his time in the peaceful compound up in the mountains. The Beihua sect stretched majestically across the mist-covered mountain range, its many courtyards and halls seamlessly blending with the surrounding nature. On the lower slopes, neat rows of tiled roof buildings formed the disciples' quarters, as well as the guests' quarters. These were simple yet elegant, shared courtyards adorned with flowering trees and small stone lanterns. Paths paved with smooth jade tiles connected the quarters to the training grounds, vast open spaces where disciples practiced their martial arts or channeled mana extraction beneath the watchful eyes of instructors. A little higher up lay the meditating gardens, peaceful sanctuaries surrounded by bamboo groves and koi ponds. Here, the air was rich with mana, and the gentle sound of rustling leaves accompanied silent contemplation. The elders' residences were built along the mid-mountain terraces, each having an individual manor that overlooked the clouds. These abodes were larger, often featuring their own individual courtyards, plum blossom trees, and miniature waterfalls. Each residence was different, a reflection of the elders' status and taste. Flowing streams and cascading waterfalls wove through the entire sect, gathering into serene ponds and ornamental lakes where fish swam. Stone bridges arched across these waters, connecting the paths that led to various pavilions. At the very heart and highest peak stood the Heavenly Pavilion, the grand residence of the sect leader and the Beihua sect's seat of power. The eastern part of the mountain range was occupied by training arenas and libraries, while the western cliffs consisted of dining halls, where one could see the distant sprawl of Jingyun City below. Adam had truly never seen a place of learning so conducive to Amagas's growth. He was very, very impressed. If there was one thing he wanted to complain about, it was that alcohol was not permitted within the sect. It was a pity, really. With a view so mesmerizing, he truly wished he could sip on sake and enjoy the breathtaking vista. On this day, the youth walked through an expansive garden of plum blossoms. Hands clasped behind his back, he strolled at a leisurely pace. Thinking about the difference between the pleasant environment at the Beihua sect and the life-threatening world of Mabai, he couldn't help but faintly smile. It feels like they're two different worlds. He couldn't help but think that. Even now, he would constantly look over his shoulders, prepared for a surprise attack by a diabolical beast. Such an act of precaution was ingrained into his very bones after living alone in Mabai for so long. If Adam didn't proactively restrain his bestial aura that he had developed while fighting and living among predators of Mabai, he really believed that he would scare almost everyone in the sect. They would think he was an animal in disguise. It took a lot for him to pretend to be a civilized person in a civilized world. A part of him still believed that he was a predator going on hunts under the twin moons. But this is nice, he thought. He raised his head and sensed the leaves rustling. The petals of the plum blossom danced in the wind and cascaded down. He stretched out his hand, and a flower petal gently landed on his finger. I could get used to this, he thought with a gentle smile. But no, I have duties left to meet, and weary roads beneath my feet. The sound of distant footsteps echoed in his ears. He turned his head ever so slightly, only to see a mana liquefaction-level disciple stride towards him. The short-statured disciple carried a scroll in his hands. He stopped a few meters away from Adam, then cupped his fists and respectfully bowed. "Instructor Ao, I am here on behalf of Elder Zun," said the disciple. All the disciple's ears perked up. The guest instructor really can't speak. And what's with the mask and the bandages? Is he really blind, or is he just shy? The youth couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. Adam repeated. The disciple yelped, snapping out of his thoughts. Apologies. He stretched his hands forward and presented the scroll. "This is an invitation from Elder Zun. He is hosting a tea gathering at his manor tonight, and you are cordially invited." Adam grabbed the scroll, unfurled it, then traced his fingers along the surface. He really is blind, the disciple thought in awe, and yet he has been assigned as a guest instructor. He must be crazy strong. After reading the invitation, Adam turned to the disciple and gave a thumbs up. "Ah," the disciple bowed. Then he added, "Elder Zun asked me to give this ring to you as well. He has also instructed me to escort you to his manor once you're ready." Adam retrieved the ring and spread his senses inside it. He raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. Fancy, he thought. "Ah." He then waved his hand and instructed the disciple to follow him to his quarters. It seemed that tonight was going to be a long night. A few hours later, the disciple led Adam up the mountains. They were headed to the mid-mountain terraces, where the sect's elders' residences were located. Along the way, Adam noticed many elders and even some mana liquefaction-level disciples walking the same way as him. All of them were dressed in lavish clothes and had jubilant looks on their faces. Well, it was understandable. The Sword Dragon was hosting a tea gathering, where the most powerful and influential of the Beihua sect were invited. Going to this event hosted by Bai Zun meant that one was of a certain status. At this grand event, the magi would drink fine tea, discuss the arcane mysteries, philosophy, and sect affairs. For the younger magi who were at the mana liquefaction rank, this was a very valuable opportunity, not just to socialize and meet important people, but also to learn. As Adam ascended the mountain, many curious eyes fell on him, and once they saw him, they could not avert their gaze. Adam's attire consisted of traditional Yenlu-style robes. The inner robe was dark gray with a faint texture, crossed at the chest, and fastened by a wide belt adorned with an ornate plaque and hanging tassels. The outer robe was long, black, and flowing, with wide sleeves and subtle embroidered patterns of gold along the shoulders and edges. His overall look was dignified and somber, giving an impression of authority and restraint, but it was the plain white mask that ignited people's curiosity. It evoked a feeling of mystery that they just couldn't get over. Some thought that Adam was a hidden master, while others simply believed he was trying too hard to draw attention. Of course, Adam did not care about their opinions. The mask and robes were gifted to him by Bai Zun, and he was quite happy with them. The mana liquefaction level disciple tasked with escorting him patiently explained the etiquette one had to follow during a tea gathering. Of course, Adam completely ignored him. He couldn't care less about how to behave. He was a blind man pretending to be a mute. He was pretty sure he could get away with most things. Instead, he was pondering the more important questions. I wonder if there will be sake. Do these people know how to ferment wine? No, more importantly, is there a chance that there will be meat? Damn ascetics. How can they live without meat and wine? The Beihua sect forbade the consumption of wine and meat. Of course, this was only within the compounds of the sect. Disciples wished they could go to Jingyan City and eat and drink as they liked. Still, such things were frowned upon. At last, they arrived at the entrance of Bai Zun's two-story manor. It was a simple building that featured its own personal courtyard, plum blossom trees, and a miniature pond. A crowd of magi, wearing simple yet lavish clothes, had gathered at the gate. Their disciples working under Bai Zun warmly greeted everyone and guided them inside. "Instructor Ao, this won't take too long. I shall guide you to Elder Zun soon after." The disciple was happily explaining to Adam. When halfway through his sentence, he realized that Adam had disappeared. Instructor Ao, the disciple frantically searched for Adam. Of course, it was futile. The youth's figure blurred into existence, and he appeared inside the courtyard located behind the manor. Hands calmly clasped behind his back, his feet gently touched the grass. "Wait in line. Are you crazy? Who has time for such things?" Adam scoffed. He looked around and saw that the courtyard was fairly occupied by guests. Most of them were disciples or elders of the sect, while a select few were outsiders. Adam figured that these outsiders were either related to the disciples or were in business with the sect itself. What should I do now? Adam suddenly found himself spacing out. He couldn't talk, so he naturally couldn't socialize with others. Anyway, he didn't like socializing to begin with. I guess I'll find something to eat and sit in a corner or something. He quickly found the section in the courtyard where food was being served. Unfortunately, there was no meat, not even eggs. Worse yet, there was no alcohol. Dragon shit. Adam cursed inwardly. Making his way through the crowd, he put some food on his plate and walked towards the small pond. Many people glanced at him curiously, wondering who he was. After all, no one at the gathering was wearing a mask, and they most certainly didn't need a reason to. Ignoring their gazes, Adam arrived at the edge of the pond. He would have loved to sit inside the gazebo, but unfortunately it was occupied by a group of pretty ladies. So he ended up sitting on a boulder, facing the pond. Gazing at the koi fish swimming aimlessly inside the pond, he couldn't help but wonder, what am I even doing here? Why did I come to this gathering? I should be well on my way to the dark valley. Have I lost sight of my objective? Suddenly, he lost his appetite. He placed the plate of food on the ground beside him, then sighed deeply. What the hell am I doing? Just because Elder Zhen Ren asked me to teach a few tricks to the disciples at the sect, I readily agreed. I feel so lost. The truth was, things had been far too calm and peaceful for Adam, and this irritated him deeply. For the last couple of years, he was always in a state of danger. It was either kill or be killed. But now, all of a sudden, the dangers had subsided so abruptly that he found it utterly strange. A ridiculous thought emerged in his mind. Should I return to Mabai? No. What is wrong with me? His shoulders slouched ever so slightly as he was lost deep in thought. He heard the sound of footsteps approaching him, but he couldn't be bothered about it. Elder Suzhen Ren stood beside him. Seeing that the youth hadn't reacted to his arrival, he asked with a gentle smile, "Brother Ao, is something on your mind?" Adam bent over, then carved a word on the ground, "Lost." Elder Zhen Ren's brows arched in surprise, not quite having expected that answer. He stroked his beard and chuckled. His following answer surprised even Adam, "Then be lost." Elder Zhen Ren continued to stroke his beard, his eyes flashing with wisdom. To be lost isn't seen as something negative. It is part of the natural flow of life, or the way, he said gently. When you try too hard to force direction or clarity, you move away from the way. But when you allow yourself to simply be lost, to stop resisting and let the world guide you, you eventually realign with the natural order of things. Adam felt his heart stir at those words. Allow yourself to simply be lost. Stop resisting and let the world guide you. Realign with the natural order of things, he thought to himself. Don't fight your confusion, Brother Ao, Elder Zhen Ren continued. Accept it. Let yourself drift for now. In stillness and surrender, the path will reveal itself naturally. Adam sat up straight. He suddenly felt enlightened by those words. Yes, he thought, he's right. Confusion is the mist before the mountain. When the mist clears, the mountain still remains. He turned to Elder Zhen Ren and beamed. Ora ho ho, Elder Zhen Ren chuckled heartily. I do not know what you're saying, but I assume you are satisfied with my answer. Adam nodded repeatedly. Ho ho, Elder Zhen Ren laughed. That caused even Adam to laugh. Together they laughed and laughed and laughed. A few moments later, Adam's laughter abruptly stopped. He poked the elder's shoulders. What is it, Brother Ao? Adam bent over again, then carved 2 more words on the ground, sake, meat. The elder's brows rose in surprise, and soon he revealed a sly smile. He bent over and drew a line across meat. Then he said in a hushed voice, but I am certain Elder Zun has a secret stash of alcohol in his manor. Adam laughed. He laughed jovially. Come, come, Elder Zhen Ren gestured to the youth. I shall introduce you to some of the elders. They are good friends of mine. Oh, have you met the host of the gathering yet? Adam shook his head in an awkward manner. Bad manners, Brother Ao, Elder Zhen Ren lightly reprimanded. Come then, let's go visit Elder Zun. Elder Ji should also be nearby. With that said, he walked towards the manor. Adam watched his departing back with a faint smile on his face. After the earlier conversation with the elder, he became more and more certain about his theory about the Magi of Yen Lu. Still, he needed a more direct confirmation. With a light chuckle, he followed after the elder. It had to be known that, despite not wielding great physical and arcane prowess compared to the rest of the elders of the sect, Elder Zhen Ren was very influential and had immense power within the Beihua sect. He was, after all, the one who controlled the sect's finances. Anything that required funding, which just happened to be almost everything, needed Elder Zhen Ren's approval. That's why Adam was able to meet several elders of the sect. Although it was only a brief interaction and he didn't speak at all, just the fact that he had been personally introduced to everyone by Elder Zhen Ren carried a lot of weight. Brother Ao, I finally found you. The sword dragon's booming and excited voice echoed inside the manor. Everyone turned their attention to him, curious about who he was greeting so warmly. And when they saw that it was a masked man standing beside Elder Zhen Ren, they couldn't help but wonder about the mysterious man's identity. Bai Zun approached Adam with a warm smile, then cupped his fists. Welcome to my humble abode, Brother Ao. Adam grabbed Bai Zun's right hand, much to the latter's surprise and everyone else's, and pulled the sleeves, observing the injury. He then gave a thumbs up. Bai Zun laughed heartily. The sect's medicinal pavilion is one of the best in these vast lands. Naturally, they are very skilled when it comes to healing. Adam moved his hands around. Yes, Bai Zun's lips twitched. Adam shrugged. Basically what he wanted to say was, I'm somewhat of a healer myself. You should have come to me. The next moment, a strikingly beautiful young woman dressed in a light green hanfu approached them. She faced Adam and cupped her fists, gracefully greeting him. Instructor Ao. Adam waved at Bai Ji with a light smile. He then made a few fighting gestures, which Bai Ji immediately understood. Apologies, she began in a reserved tone. I have been busy with certain sect-related matters, so I haven't been able to train with you. Since Senior Brother Zun doesn't care about internal affairs, I have to be the one to shoulder his responsibilities as well. Bai Zun's eyes twitched and he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Junior sister, please, you know I was recuperating these last few days, and before that, yes, I was in seclusion. Yes, of course. Though Bai Ji replied in a flat voice, the sarcasm was obvious. Meanwhile, the rest of the people inside the manor were now very intrigued. This mysterious masked man seemed to be close to not only Elder Zhen Ren, but also the Sword Dragon and the Sword Phoenix. Suddenly, all of them wanted to be in Adam's good graces. Adam gestured to Bai Ji, asking about what she meant. Are you asking about the sect-related matters? Baiji asked with a raised eyebrow. Adam made a few fist gestures, then gestured for her to explain. Oh, you are wondering what could possibly be more important than training. Baiji blinked. Adam nodded, satisfied. Baiji turned to Elder Zhen Ren, looking to him for confirmation. The latter said with a light chuckle, "Go ahead, it's not a secret." The Sword Phoenix nodded, then turned to Adam and explained, "Delegations from the Tsuitsui clan and the Kusakabe clan will arrive next week, so I have been busy preparing. Since they are our neighbors, they will visit us first, and then together we will leave for the headquarters of the Arcane Alliance. The Tsuitsui and Kusakabe clans are part of the 9 great sects and clans," Adam thought, intrigued. Suddenly, Elder Zhen Ren's eyes flashed with a peculiar light. He stroked his beard and suggested, "Elder Zun, Elder Ji, what are your thoughts on bringing Brother Ao with you to the Arcane Alliance headquarters?" While Adam was finding his way in the mystical lands of Yenlu, the wheels of fate turned relentlessly on the far side of the world. Volwyn Priskian, one of the counselors of the Twilight Brotherhood, who was sent to Ulir in order to find Berger and convince him to take Gerald Acadia's seat at the Council of Dawn, had met his untimely demise. In a secluded grassy plain somewhere in the Southern Federation, the elderly elven man lay on the ground, blood pooling underneath him. Everything had happened too quickly for him to realize, much less defend against the ambush. His green eyes slowly dimmed as he gazed at his killer looming above him. Nile the elf managed to muster a few words. Why, the assassin was none other than a fellow counselor from the Twilight Brotherhood. He was the leader of the Shadowblades faction, a powerful monocore magus, Nile Damon. "What do you mean, why?" Nile muttered coldly, his lips curling into a smirk. "I'm not the one who killed you." He paused for a moment, his smirk widening. Berger did. At last, the lights in Volwyn's eyes gradually dimmed. Just like that, a mighty monocore magus, counselor of the Twilight Brotherhood, leader of the Wild Watchers faction, was assassinated. Nile coldly looked at his fellow counselor's corpse, his eyes devoid of any remorse. Then he weaved a simple hand seal. Following that, his body dissipated into wisps of shadows until he completely disappeared. Under the starlit sky, Volwyn's corpse lay on the blood-stained ground, unmoving. It wouldn't be long before savage beasts were drawn by the smell and dig through the elf's remains. The Council of Dawn, the governing body of the Twilight Brotherhood, was secretly divided into 2. 4 of the 8 counselors were cult spies. Through despicable schemes, the cult spies ensured that no reinforcements were sent to the Battle of Ravenfell, thus resulting in Gerald Acadia's death. Furthermore, with the death of Volwyn Priskian, the cult spies would now hold complete control over the Twilight Brotherhood. As for Berger, who was supposed to succeed his mentor at the Council of Dawn, the cult spies in the Brotherhood would naturally blame him for Volwyn's death. They would spare no effort to avenge Volwyn and bring Berger to justice. This had been their plan all along. With Gerald and Volwyn dead and Berger out of the picture, the cult spies' plans had advanced to the next step. They had tremendously increased their power within the organization. Now, only one final piece of the puzzle remained in the cult leader's grand plan, Adam Constantine. However, the cult spies in the Brotherhood did not make a move on the Dark King yet, for they knew that Marden Benton's arrangement would compel Adam to move towards the cult leader of his own accord. With less than 90 years remaining until the planetary alignment, everything was finally beginning to fall in place. The Akkadian Empire would soon fall, and so would the mystical lands of Yenlu. Somewhere in the Galestein Ocean, the night sea raged beneath a sky torn by lightning. Waves the size of mountains crashed and folded themselves, devouring anything in their path. Thunder roared without pause, shaking the heavens as if the world itself was breaking apart. The wind screamed across the black waters, carrying sheets of rain that cut like shards of glass. For a moment, each flash of lightning revealed the chaos, churning abyss of foam and fury, stretching endlessly into the darkness. Ocean no longer seemed alive, but vengeful. Yet this phenomenon wasn't natural at all. This was the result of a battle among monocore magi. Hovering above the waves, surrounded by a halo of golden light, Lucian Acadia seemed no different than a celestial figure, a wrathful god swallowing the night whole. Standing on the surface of the violent waves beneath were a few figures, all of them monocore magi. These beings were not human. No, they weren't beings who lived above the surface of the water. They were the dwellers of the depths. They rose from the black waters, shapes that defied form and reason. Glimpses of glistening scales, tendrils that writhed like smoke, and eyes that shimmered faintly in the dark, too many to count. When lightning flashed, their silhouettes warped. Elongated limbs, gaping maws, outlines that vanished the instant one tried to understand them. The storm raged, yet it was their presence that made the night truly monstrous. Yet, despite the horror, Lucian stood undaunted. His golden eyes blazed with strength and confidence, with not a shred of fear in them. "So do you agree to my proposal?" the Akkadian emperor asked, flying towards the ocean and then gently landing on its surface. One of the monocore magi of the deep pointed its trident at the Lucian and snarled, Hast thou forgotten the covenant forged by our ancestors? Thou step into our domain and presume to bid us. Such insolence deserves nothing less than death. You all have been trying to kill me for the past month, yet here I am. The emperor smirked. The deep-sea dwellers grimaced. It was true. They had been fighting non-stop for the past month, and most of the time the battlefield had been in their own domain depths, yet they still had not been able to defeat the emperor, despite outnumbering him. This was to be expected, of course. Lucian Acadia was one of the most powerful beings on this planet, someone who even the cult leader was wary of. I'm here precisely because of the truce formed by our ancestors, Lucian began, his words dignified. His expression grew grave as he continued. Our world is under threat from entities beyond the stars. There are vile magi among us who would bring ruin upon this world, offering its people as sacrifice to those extraterrestrial entities. If we do not unite, our world is destined for doom. And why should we place faith in the words of a human? Another monocore-level deep dweller hissed. I have no reason to scheme and lie to win your assistance. You know very well I could have forced you all to bow before me, said the emperor, his words cold and blunt. He paused for a moment, then continued, his words ringing like judgment in their ears. After all, you are weak. Taketsu City, Kurigane Province. Masahiro Arakuro climbed the stone steps in silence, the air around him thick with the scent of rain and cedar. Red torii gates stood in rows, their paint weathered by time. Wind rustled through paper charms and hanging bells, carrying faint echoes of prayers long past. At the top, a two-story pagoda awaited. It was wooden, simple, and ancient. Moss crept along its base, and a faint wisp of incense drifted from within as Masahiro arrived before the building, then respectfully bowed. Lady Chiyo, I have arrived, Masahiro Arakuro humbly greeted. The elderly woman was the head diviner of the Arakuro clan. She was also the only other monocore magus other than the patriarch. However, her proficiency didn't lie in spells or combat. Instead, she had the gift of sight. Any prominent faction, not only in Yenlu, but across the world, had a diviner tasked with uncovering the heavenly secrets and guiding their path towards a more favorable future. Chiyo Arakuro's standing in the clan was no less than the patriarch's. However, she always remained in the shadows, secretly guiding the clan towards glory. Even someone like the patriarch, mighty and aloof, respected and admired her. Masahiro didn't have to wait for too long. A few moments later, the towering doors opened by themselves, allowing him to enter the pagoda. Enter. An ancient voice sounded from inside. Yes, Masahiro removed his boots and entered. The interior was clouded in smoke from incense. A large runic formation was carved on the ground, stretching into 5 points. At the center of the formation, an elderly woman sat cross-legged. Her face was covered in the shadows of her red hood, so it was impossible to see her appearance. Not that Masahiro would even dare to. Greetings, Lady Chiyo. The man bowed once again. Sit, said the elderly woman. After he knelt down on the floor, a few moments of silence lingered between them. Just as Masahiro was about to inquire about the task entrusted to him by the patriarch, the elderly woman spoke. You haven't given me much to work with, Masahiro. The elderly man lowered his head. Apologies, Lady Chiyo. That illustration is all I have. However, he was still confident in Lady Chiyo's abilities to divine the whereabouts of this man. One way or another, when the dust settled, everything would be answered today. Lady Chiyo sighed. So you truly believe this man is responsible for, what's his name? Young Master Tensei, Masahiro awkwardly answered. Yes, him. Lady Chiyo nodded. So you believe this masked man is responsible for Tensei's death? Masahiro remained silent for a long time. At last he said, though all evidence points to something else entirely, I can't help but feel there's more than meets the eye. My instincts tell me that the masked man is the root cause of all of this, and that he may still be alive. Lady Chiyo nodded. She gently said, instincts are said to be the whispers of heaven, Masahiro. When reason clouds the path, it is the heart that must lead. Masahiro silently nodded. He truly hoped that he would receive some answers from Lady Chiyo's divination magic. For the last few months, he hadn't been able to sleep properly, thinking that Tensei's murderer might still be at large. I shall begin, said the elderly woman, her hands slowly rising. Then in a slow yet swift motion, she formed a complex set of hand seals. The pagoda hummed with energy, and the runes on the ground lit up with a blinding light. The notebook sprawled before Lady Chiyo hovered in the air, an unseen hand flipping through its pages. Finally, it stopped at the page that contained Adam's illustration. Rank 4 spell, augury. Lady Chiyo's demeanor changed, her entire being emanating a mysterious aura. Her lips parted and she asked the River of Fate for a revelation. What is the current whereabouts of this masked man? She continued to repeat the question over and over again until finally, she received a revelation. Lady Chiyo's eyes rolled over and she saw. As the energy from the formation gradually subsided, Masahiro eagerly asked Lady Chiyo, what did you see? The elderly diviner sighed, shaking her head. Nothing, I saw nothing. How can that be? Masahiro was stunned. Lady Chiyo turned to him and said, this could only mean one thing. The masked man is dead. Masahiro turned silent, his face shadowed by a dark expression. Does that mean I was wrong? Then what about that nagging feeling? It turned out to be nothing in the end. Suddenly he thought of something and his eyes lit up. He turned towards the elderly woman and said, Lady Chiyo, there is yet another possibility. What if this person has an artifact that can conceal his fate? That is certainly a possibility. Lady Chiyo nodded, but it is very unlikely. Masahiro, you must understand, artifacts related to the school of divination are extremely rare, even more so for a grade 4 artifact. But it is still a possibility, yes. Masahiro was adamant that he was right. Lady Chiyo sighed. Beware, Masahiro. There are times when instincts can mislead us to paths where no truth lies. Masahiro's following words got caught in his throat. He suddenly couldn't help but wonder why he was so adamant about his speculations. There was no basis for it, yet why was he certain that the masked man was the true culprit? Am I making circles out of straight lines? He thought to himself bitterly. His lips opened and closed several times until he finally said, You're right, Lady Chiyo. I don't know what came over me. Please forgive me. Instead of reprimanding him, Lady Chiyo gently made him understand the true reason for his behavior. It is not evidence that binds you to this belief, but pride, she began. The pride of Arakuro clan runs deep, my child. You cannot accept that the one who shamed our clan might have perished without your blade tasting his blood. To acknowledge his death without proof would be to admit defeat. She paused, then continued with a gentle smile, and that, for one of our lineage, is harder to bear than any wound. Masahiro remained silent for a long time, trying to understand the depths of Lady Chiyo's words. In the end, he helplessly sighed. I suppose you are right. Baiji's wooden practice sword, swirling with violet mana, cut through the air as it slashed towards Adam's neck. From behind, Baizun thrust his practice sword as well, wisps of violet mana clinging to it. After a complex series of coordinated attacks, the Sword Dragon and Sword Phoenix had finally cornered Adam. The latter could only defend. There was no space to dodge the combo attack by the two geniuses of the Beihua sect. Baiji's sword was almost upon Adam, mere inches away from his neck. Meanwhile, Baizun's sword was only moments away from stabbing his back. Victory was but within their grasp. Yet, at the last possible moment, Adam's figure blurred like a specter. Baiji's sword slashed through the youth's afterimage, almost hurting Baizun in the process. Baizun, on the other hand, ended up thrusting his weapon through nothing but empty air. In fact, he had to lean towards the side so as not to get hurt by Baiji's sword. They thought that it was over, that Adam would stop it simply evading their attacks. But they were wrong. Bam, bam, two back-to-back chops landed on Baiji and Baizun's necks, causing them to grimace in pain. A moment later, Adam's figure blurred into existence as he appeared a few feet away from them. His feet gracefully touched the ground, the mana around his right hand still swirling with a tyrannical dark light. Ah, damn it. Baizun threw away the wooden sword in a fit of frustration. He turned to Adam while still clutching at his neck, then asked agitatedly, Just how do you do it? Meanwhile, Baiji had a contemplative look on her face as she replayed Adam's movements in her mind, but the more she tried to understand it, the deeper her frown became. At last, she turned to Adam with a dark, inquisitive look on her face. Adam gestured with his hands. Baizun glared at him. I've never wanted to hit someone so badly. He then stomped out of the training ring and sat down on a boulder at the edge, angrily drinking water. Baiji remained, however. Adam's lips twitched beneath the mask as he wondered, now how the hell do I explain it to them without saying aw? Apart from your incredible speed, it also has to do with mana control, doesn't it? Baiji said with a thoughtful look on her face. More precisely, deception through mana control. Adam's eyes lit up. He took a step and arrived right before Baiji, crossing a distance of a few feet in just a single step through sheer physical speed alone. Aw. Speed, Baiji murmured with narrowed eyes. The next moment she noticed Adam leaning to the left and circulating mana through the right side of his body. It was evident that he was exerting pressure on his body to move to his left, but the next moment he appeared a few feet to his right instead. Yes, Baiji's eyes flashed with a peculiar light. This is exactly what I mean, Brother Ao, but this requires exceptional mana control. One simply can't deceive others through their own mana circulation if they don't have control over their tiniest thread of mana. That is my question. How do you do it? Sitting at the edge of the ring, Baizun's ears perked up. Meanwhile, Adam felt very satisfied. Baiji was truly gifted in arcana, more so than Baizun. He just had to show her something once, and she would be able to deduce 10 things from it. Meanwhile, Baizun was gifted in swordsmanship and combat arts. The young man had picked up on Adam's fighting moves and anticipated them on many occasions. Training them had in turn become a form of training for him. Adam waved his hand. Following that, a crate of eggs appeared on the ground beside him. Baiji's eyes widened. Brother Ao, eggs are forbidden within the sect. What are you doing? Adam scoffed at that statement. He waved his hand dismissively. Then he turned to Baizun and beckoned him. Aw. The two of them had deep frowns on their faces as they saw Adam hold an egg in his hand, though they were undoubtedly curious. Adam gestured for them to focus. The next moment, he circulated mana inside his body, channeled it through his right hand, and then infused it within the egg. Bai Ji and Bai Zun were still confused till this moment. In the next second, Adam smashed the egg on the ground. What did you do that for? Bai Zun was dumbfounded. He really thought Adam would do something miraculous with the egg, but the madman simply chucked it on the ground. Senior brother, look, Bai Ji pointed at the smashed egg. When Bai Zun turned to the ground, he was stunned. The insides of the egg were perfectly yellow. Don't tell me, Bai Zun gulped. Adam crossed his arms and nodded smugly. Bai Ji and Bai Zun were speechless for a long time. At last, Bai Ji murmured. You circulated mana into the raw egg, stirred the yolk and albumin, and mixed them into one uniform liquid. All without cracking the eggshell, Bai Zun completed her words. Adam stroked his imaginary beard, acting like a wise master. He then pushed the crate of eggs towards the two, then gave them a thumbs up. Bai Ji and Bai Zun were stunned speechless. Although what Adam displayed seemed very easy, it was in fact extremely difficult. It was a level of mana control that they'd never witnessed before. Perhaps, according to them, only their sect leader was capable of such a feat. Excessive force would shatter the shell, and too little force would achieve nothing inside. This was a test of absolute control. It was a delicate dance of precision and restraint. No, forget mana control. If one was able to blend the yolk and the white without breaking the shell, then that would mean they'd have learned the first truth of balance, to wield power without destruction. Seeing their ridiculous expression, Adam decided to drop the final bomb on them. He crouched on the ground, coating his index finger with mana. Then he carved the following words into the tiled floor of the arena. If you haven't succeeded by the time the delegations from the two clans arrive, I'll beat the living daylights out of you both. Having cleared his schedule for the next few days, Adam left the pedal court in a spectacular mood, heading straight to Jingyun City to get drunk. Meanwhile, Bai Ji and Bai Zun remained frozen on their spots, their gaze shifting between the crate of eggs and Adam's written warning. Improving mana control to a degree where one could mix the insides of an egg without shattering its shell was nigh impossible to achieve within a week. Even Adam had taken years to come to such a level, and this was after he'd thoroughly familiarized himself with the experiences of the experts from the greater universe. Additionally, he had also put in a tremendous amount of hard work to make such a feat possible. Take Edward, for example. Even someone like him, who could be considered a child of mana because of his physiology, would not be able to master such precise mana control within a week. Adam was simply messing around when he gave that deadline to the two geniuses of Beihua sect. It was to put a sense of urgency in them, and also to make them realize what would happen if they failed. His beatings were very thorough, after all. Even someone like Bai Zun, who had a sturdy physique, couldn't handle them. Even still, the progress they had shown in the past week was worthy of praise. Exactly 1 week after Adam had taught them the drill to perfect, he summoned them to the pedal court. Bai Ji had a dark look on her face as she glared at Adam. Brother Ao, I reek of eggs because of you. Adam inhaled slowly and deeply, and then he laughed and laughed and laughed. His laughter echoed all throughout the pedal court. The beautiful birds who sat on the branches of the plum blossom trees heard his laughter and plummeted to the ground in fright. Squirrels scattered in panic. A mirror shattered somewhere, and elsewhere a disciple tripped and fell on the ground. Bai Ji's expression turned even darker, and she couldn't help but gnash her teeth. Seeing such a reaction, even Bai Zun paled. He had never seen his junior sister express such emotions. After all, she was known to be a stoic. Brother Ao is seriously talented in getting under people's skin, Bai Zun thought to himself. Before Bai Ji could erupt in angry flames, he stepped forward and said, but it is obvious that the egg training has improved my mana control. I can already feel that my mana expenditure has dropped significantly. Tusk, Bai Ji looked away, though she didn't retort. Regardless of Adam's eccentric training methods, it went without saying that they were very effective. But you were messing with us when you said we should master it within a week, right? Bai Zun asked, helplessly sighing. Adam shrugged. Bai Ji took a deep breath, then asked, anyway, Brother Ao, why did you summon us here? The delegations from the two clans arrive tomorrow, so I'm on a tight schedule. Adam scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. It was clear that he didn't care about the delegations. Bai Zun chimed in. We can let the other elders take care of our work for today, no. Bai Ji hesitated before answering, I suppose. Adam then gestured for them to follow him. The next moment, he utilized stellar steps and disappeared, heading deeper into the mountain range. Bai Zun and Bai Ji glanced at one another, then hurried to catch up with him. They soon arrived at the Plum Blossom Forest. This was the very place where Adam met the sect leader, who was drawn by his mesmerizing phantom dance. Under Adam's guidance, the two prodigies arrived at the base of a tall cliff. They wondered what the laughing madman was going to do now. Regardless, they were intrigued. Adam gestured to them to pay attention as he crouched on the ground and carved words in the local dialect. Seeing the letters carved on the ground, Bai Zun couldn't help but frown. Yes, the first two are understandable. We know that already. But what's the third one? He turned to Baiji, who was equally confused. The latter murmured, "Is such a thing even possible?" Adam nodded. The words he had carved on the ground were as follows: magic combat. The fusion of physical combat and mana consists of three types of strikes. 1. A strike where the body is augmented. 2. A strike where mana is discharged from the body. And 3. When both happen at the same time. The last one is known as critical strike. Critical strike, Bai Zun muttered with a contemplative look on his face. He then turned to Adam and asked, "The probability of that happening should be incredibly rare, shouldn't it?" Adam nodded ever so slightly. "Is such a strike even possible in the heat of battle?" Baiji asked with a frown. Adam gestured with his hand. As I thought." Bai Zun said after a moment of deliberation. "Precision, timing, momentum, mana flow stability, one's state of emotion, enemy's vulnerability. There are too many factors to take into consideration." Adam nodded. Say it does connect," Bai Zun continued. "How much stronger would it be than a normal strike?" Adam carved a simple number on the ground 2.5 times. Bai Ji and Bai Zun were stunned. The latter especially couldn't help but exclaim, 2.5 times, that. "Wouldn't that change the entire flow of battle then?" "Only if you can land that strike," Bai Ji interjected. Critical strike required precise mana control. In the heat of battle, not even Adam was certain that he could use it at will. Although he had done it a handful of times in the past, it had always happened on instinct. It had only happened when his intent, focus, and opportunity perfectly aligned. Baiji suddenly thought of the reason why Adam was telling this to them now. She turned to him and asked in surprise, "Brother Ao, could it be?" It was highly difficult to use it during a battle, but the difficulty was exponentially reduced while doing it in training. Still, it was very rare for someone to be able to do it at will, even in training. Adam smiled. He turned to the cliff, then took a fighting stance, hands tucked by his side and knees bent ever so slightly. Then he punched the wall, instantly resulting in a small crater. Bai Zun nodded. "This is the first kind of strike, where the hand is augmented by mana." Another punch. This time the crater was smaller than the previous one, yet far deeper. Baiji added, "The second type of strike, where mana is discharged through the fist." Both of them held their breaths in anticipation of the third type of strike. Adam inhaled deeply, focusing entirely on the next punch. He honed in the sphere of resonance specifically to his hand so he could guide his mana with utter precision. He first augmented his hand with mana, and then his right hand turned into a blur, and just as his fist was about to strike the wall, at the precise moment, he discharged his mana. Critical strike, BOOM. The cliff, nearly 80 feet tall, trembled under the aftermath of the strike. Cracks spread like spiderwebs across its surface, deep and jagged. A thunderous rumble followed as a massive portion of the rock face gave way, collapsing into heaps of shattered stone and dust. The air was thick with debris, and the once solid wall now looked as if a giant had smashed its fist through it. Bai Zun and Baiji were forced to retreat several meters. They couldn't help but watch with wide eyes as the debris fell to the ground. He actually did it. She was stunned. Even though it's much easier to do it in training, this is still. Bai Zun couldn't find the right words to say. Moreover, this wasn't even Adam's most powerful strike. It was just a simple punch with exceptional mana control that resulted in the phenomenon known as critical strike. If Adam had applied more strength and mana, then what would be the result? If he had used a technique of the Hand of Doom, what then? Just thinking about it caused Bai Zun's back to be drenched in a layer of sweat. His lips curled into a grin, and he couldn't help but praise, incredible. Yes, Baiji nodded. "No, junior sister, you don't get it." Bai Zun gulped. "You don't know how spectacular this is. For a critical strike, mana isn't applied within a second of a physical hit, or within half a second, or even within the smallest fraction of a second. No, it is applied at the same exact time as the physical hit." Bai Zun was more talented in the combat arts and was also well versed in them, so Baiji accepted what she said. But she couldn't help but ask, "But why did Brother Ao show it to us? Surely he isn't showing off, or is he?" "So that we become aware of it," said Bai Zun as he witnessed Adam's silhouette soon become visible after the dust settled. "If we are aware of this phenomenon and consciously attempt to harness it, then no matter how small, the chances of landing a critical strike still increase," he added. "And the prerequisite for that is exceptional mana control," Baiji continued. No wonder he introduced us to the egg training," said the sword dragon, a drop of sweat trickling down the side of his forehead. In that moment, he understood that Adam's understanding of mana was beyond exceptional. Critical strike wasn't something that could be taught. It was something that could only be understood, and Adam had helped the sword dragon and the sword phoenix understand this phenomenon by directly displaying it to them. Adam walked up to them and then walked past them. "Brother Ao, where are you going?" Bai Zun was dumbfounded. "Aren't we going to train more?" Adam waved his hand, telling them to get lost. He was going to head to Jingyan City to eat meat and drink some sake. He was tired of eating leaves and vegetables in the sect all the time. "Wait," Bai Zun called out to him. "How can you just leave after showing something so spectacular? Show it to me one more time, just one more time." Adam's pace quickened when he noticed Bai Zun follow after him. Are you crazy? I got lucky the critical strike connected in the first place, he thought. Otherwise, I would have embarrassed myself. Soon, both of them broke into a run. Baiji was momentarily stunned as she witnessed the two, but soon she couldn't help but smile. She turned around and glanced at the shattered cliff with utmost fascination. Then she followed after Adam and Bai Zun. The following day, the city of Jingyun was as bustling as ever. There was, however, a tiny difference compared to the rest of the days. A group of prominent disciples and elders from the sect had descended from the mountain. They had gathered by the eastern gates of the city, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. Many people within the city couldn't help but wonder who the guests would be. If even the influential disciples and elders from the Beihua sect, including the Sword Dragon and Sword Phoenix, were welcoming them, then surely their status would be no less. Some quickly figured out that the guests must be from the 9 great sects and clans, and soon the first guests had arrived. The delegation from the Tsuitsui clan arrived in grand fashion. A convoy of elegant carriages rolled steadily down the main avenue. Each bore the clan's banner, white silk adorned with a dark green sigil, fluttering proudly in the wind. Dozens of magi from the clan escorted the procession, their formation precise and disciplined. Their armor gleamed under the afternoon sun, and the faint ripple of mana surrounded them like a silent warning. The crowd parted on both sides of the street, murmuring in awe and curiosity as the Tsuitsui delegation passed, and soon their procession came to a halt. From the first carriage stepped a towering hulk of a man, wearing sleeveless robes of the clan colors. The rays of the sun glinted off his sculpted muscles as he emerged, and he flexed them almost instinctively. When the crowd set their eyes on this man, they erupted in cheers. It's the Venom Dragon. The Venom Dragon is here. Venom Dragon of the Tsuitsui clan. As the Venom Dragon heard the crowd chant his name with zeal, he flexed his muscles even harder. He stretched his arms wide, raised his head to the skies, and laughed. Jingyun City, Goro Tsuitsui has arrived. The crowd cheered in spectacular frenzy. Venom, 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 Venom. As the crowd chanted Goro's name and he struck one pose after another, a stunning beauty stepped out of the same carriage, drawing every gaze her way. This was the princess of the Tsuitsui clan, said to be the patriarch's most cherished daughter, Ryuka Tsuitsui. Ryuka's beauty was striking, cool, and refined, with jade eyes and long black hair tied by a green ribbon. She wore elegant robes of white and dark green, trimmed with silver patterns. A jade sash wrapped her waist, and a fan painted with a coiled dragon hung at her side. The moment Ryuka made her appearance, the crowd went absolutely wild, stunned by her arresting beauty. She ignored the crowd's gazes and walked to the group of magi from the Beihua sect. She stood before the Sword Dragon and the Sword Phoenix, and said in a tantalizing voice, "Brother Zun, Sister Ji, it has been a while." Not long after, the Kusakabe clan's delegation entered the city in elegant formation, a stark contrast to the thunderous arrival of the Tsuitsui clan. Their banners of azure and white fluttered gracefully in the breeze. Their carriages were pulled by sleek white horses whose manes shimmered faintly like a distant dream. The Magi guards marched in disciplined rows, clad in light azure armor that gleamed like water under the sun. At the head were several elders and prominent members of the clan, followed by younger clan members, each exuding a sense of pride. The air around the procession seemed cooler, calmer, as if the ocean itself had arrived at the gates of Jingyun City. The delegation was led by a beautiful woman dressed in a light blue hanfu and a scholarly young man in white robes, who wore jade-rimmed, round glasses. When the crowd identified the ones leading the delegation, they erupted in applause. "Look. That's the mistress of illusion magic. You're right, that's Aka Kusakabe, the fleeting phoenix, and that's her elder brother beside her, master of abjuration magic and runic formations, Renji Kusakabe." A thin, translucent veil covered the lower half of Aka's face, lending her an air of mystery, while her long, dark hair was bound loosely with a jade pin shaped like a plume. She arrived before the representatives of the Beihua sect and softly said, "Greetings, everyone." Renji Kusakabe's hair was neatly tied back with a silver clasp, and a thick scroll case hung from his waist. He arrived before Bai Zun and Bai Ji and cupped his fist. "Brother Zun, Brother Ji, I hope you have been well," he said with a gentle smile. He then turned to Ryuka Tsuitsui and smiled, "Sister Ryuka, you look as lovely as ever." Finally, he turned to the Venom Dragon with a forced smile, "And Brother Goro, well, you are bigger than the last time I saw you." Goro Tsuitsui crossed his arms and raised his chin in disdain. Then he said, "Men should be big and strong and muscular, unlike you and Brother Zun. HMPH, look at you, so fragile." Veins bulged and throbbed on the side of Bai Zun's forehead. Meanwhile, Renji Kusakabe couldn't help but helplessly chuckle. Goro had always been like that, obsessed with building muscles and honing his physical strength. His fixation ran so deep that the patriarch of the Tsuitsui clan had been forced to personally make him study the clan's poison arts, if only to stop him from doing nothing but training his body all day. Hearing him speak, the fleeting phoenix, Ayaka Kusakabe, couldn't help but chuckle, her voice like the distant melodies of beautiful birds. Brother Goro hasn't changed at all, she said. Huh, Goro frowned. Can you not see the density of my muscles and how much they've grown in this past year alone? What's the matter with you, woman? Are you blind? All right, everyone, Baiji interjected. We should head to the sect first. We can all catch up over food and tea. We're preventing a lot of people from going about their day by blocking the road like this. Everyone agreed. Everyone except one person, that is. I refuse. Goro's booming voice echoed in this part of the city. He turned to Baiji and scoffed. Go to your sect and eat what? Leaves and vegetables. What am I, a cow? Baizun could already feel a headache coming. Goro had always been a handful ever since he was a kid. Then what do you want to do? Isn't it obvious? He crossed his arms, flexing his muscles instinctively. We wine and dine in the city, then head to Beihua later in the evening. And then tomorrow, we wake up in the morning and lift weights. Baizun's eye twitched repeatedly. In the end, he simply gave up. All right, fine. Let's just clear the road here first. We're causing too much of a commotion. The plan was finally made. Baizun and Baiji led the leaders of the delegations from the Tsuitsui and Kusakabe clans to a very prestigious establishment, while the rest of the members of their clans were escorted to the Beihua sect to settle in. The Blossom Pavilion was the most well-known establishment in Jingyan City, and that was where the prodigies of the three factions had gone to. Perched beside a serene lake, the Blossom Pavilion exuded opulence and refined taste. Its multi-tiered structure of dark wood and jade tiles glowed softly under hanging lanterns and reflected off the water. Inside, bamboo screens and silk curtains divided private dining chambers where influential and wealthy people dined. Occupying the largest private chamber, the 6 magi, whose names echoed across every corner of Yenlu, sat together. The 2 dragons and the 2 phoenixes among them were particularly renowned. Cups of sake clinked as they laughed and reminisced, the conversation flowing as smoothly as the fine brew itself. So, Brother Zun, what else has been new? Renji Kusakabe asked as he sipped from his sake cup. What else, what else? Baizun thought deeply, but the sake muddled his mind. Halfway through his words, he had already forgotten what the question was. Baiji rolled her eyes and answered instead, a lot of training for the 2 of us, and it's all due to this guest instructor our sect leader has introduced us to. Oh, Renji's eyes lit up. A guest instructor. Pray tell, which sect is he from? Or is he from one of the clans? You're wrong, Baizun blurted out. Brother Ao belongs to no sect or clan. He's a wanderer, like a bird, hee. Everyone at the table lost interest when they learned that the guest instructor didn't belong to any renowned faction. That's how the mentality of the Magi in Yenlu was. Those unaffiliated with powerful factions were rarely seen as formidable. Of course, Baiji knew this as well, and up until meeting Adam, she too thought the same. Don't underestimate him, she added with a light smirk. Of all the times senior brother and I have sparred with him, we haven't won even once. Oh, is that so? That's interesting. Now everyone at the table was intrigued. Everyone except one person, that is. Goro Tsuitsui ignored the conversation, focusing entirely on the mountain of freshly cooked meat in front of him. But what Baiji said next made him freeze. I dare say Brother Ao's physical strength is greater than even Brother Goro's. A stunned silence descended on the table. Everyone was shocked by that statement, and they simultaneously turned towards Goro. The Venom Dragon's face was concealed by shadows. Head lowered, he muttered in an emotionless voice, Sister G, what was that? You heard me. The Sword Phoenix hid the smirk forming on her face as she sipped from her teacup. Goro finally raised his head, his lips curling into a ferocious grin that reached till his ears. He turned to Sister G and said, his voice laced with hunger, Sister G, take me to my prey. Right at that moment, Baiji dropped another conversational bomb. Oh, by the way, Brother Ao is also blind. The plan was for the delegations from the Tsuitsui and Kusakabe clans to rest for a day after their long journey from their respective provinces, then leave for the Vicennial gathering of the Arcane Alliance the day after. But now, a hungry beast had been let loose within the Beihua sect, and the name of the beast was Goro Tsuitsui. Where is he? He roared, standing in a public square within the compounds of the sect. Many disciples who were passing by shuddered after hearing his voice and immediately scattered, but Goro did not care. The elders of the Tsuitsui clan gathered around him, trying to calm him down, but of course that turned out to be utterly useless. Young master, please calm down, this isn't our home. You cannot misbehave here. Please think of the image of our Tsuitsui clan, if the patriarch hears of this. The elder who had taken the patriarch's name suddenly found himself hovering in the air. Goro had grabbed his collar and brought him closer to his eye level. How dare you threaten me with my father's name? The Venom Dragon growled. Because it always works, the elder muttered, his back drenched in cold sweat. Tusk, Goro clicked his tongue in annoyance, then put the man down. Damn it, he straightened the creases on the man's robes, then looked around in annoyance. Where's Brother Zun and Sister G? Surely they know this Ao's whereabouts. Young master, it's 5 in the morning, one of the elders helplessly said. They're probably still sleeping. The frown on Goro's face deepened. He wanted to scold these elders, but thought against it. They were still his seniors, after all. Fine, whatever. He turned around and walked away. Tell them to find me when they wake up. Young master, where are you going? One of the elders screamed in panic. The elders of the Tsuitsui clan helplessly glanced at one another, but none of them followed after Goro, lest he do something that tarnished the clan's name. Instead, they planned to speak to the sword dragon about dealing with Goro since the two were childhood friends. Goro aimlessly walked through the compound of the Beihua sect, deep in thought. I dare say Brother Ao's physical strength is greater than even Brother Goro's. Baiji's words echoed in his mind. That was the first time she'd said anything like that to him, and she wasn't one to tease or spout lies. For as long as he could remember, Goro had always been strong. As a mana foundation magus, he had no equal. As a mana liquefaction magus, no one could match his prowess. Now, as a mana vortex magus, he remained unrivaled. Of all the young men and women who had been bestowed the titles of dragons and phoenixes, none could hope to defeat him. Even without using the poison arts of the Tsuitsui clan, he was still incredibly strong. Yet now he was being told that there existed an unknown man who was physically stronger than him. Goro chuckled as he stroked his chin. Of course, his pride wasn't hurt by that statement. If anything, he was wildly excited to finally go against someone in the same rank who could match his prowess. Yes, there's no way Sister Ji is lying, he thought with a smirk. If this man named Ao has repeatedly defeated her and Brother Zun in sparring matches, then he's definitely strong. Add to that, he's also blind. Just what kind of monster is this? And why haven't I ever heard of him? Father always said that the Magus world is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Could this Ao be one of them? Very interesting. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility that shocked him. However, if Baiji's claims were true, then this was very likely to be the case. Could it be that, just like me, he walks the path of? His thoughts came to an abrupt halt when he noticed a figure standing by a small pond, idly skipping stones across the water's surface. Something about this man drew Goro's attention. The figure wore a deep navy blue robe, secured at the waist by a double black leather belt. His sleeves were rolled up slightly, revealing fitted black bracers. The lower part of his attire was layered, with dark trousers tucked into leather boots. His hands were wrapped in layers of white cloth strips, and so was his neck and head. Additionally, he wore a plain white mask with faint blue markings on it. When Goro set his eyes on this man, his pupils constricted. In that moment, he knew that this masked man was just like him, a beast. Goro found himself drawn towards this man for some inexplicable reason. His legs moved on their own, and before he knew it, he was standing right next to Adam. He observed the masked man with utmost fascination. He's tall, well-built, and his muscles ripple with vitality, he thought in approval. Although he's more on the leaner side, he still seems very strong. As I thought, his lips curled into a wide grin, and he couldn't help but ask, "You walk the way of the paladin, don't you?" Adam turned to him and smiled. "Oh, Goro was startled. You can't speak as well. Sister Ji didn't tell me that." Adam shrugged. Inwardly, however, he was equally startled. I never imagined there'd be another one just like me, he thought. What are the chances of finding someone who walks the path of Magus and Paladin on this backwater planet? No, more importantly, where did he find the knowledge for body enhancement? I thought such a technique had long since become extinct in Tron. Both of them observed one another, thinking to themselves how the other person knew about the existence of paladins and how they got their hands on a body enhancement technique. A long bout of silence settled between the two as they observed one another. At last, Goro's lips curled into a wide grin, and he asked, "Wanna fight?" Underneath the mask, Adam grinned like a madman. The next moment, the two of them disappeared from their spots. It seemed that they had teleported away through the usage of a magic spell, but no, that was their pure speed granted to them by their powerful physiques. A few moments later, the two stood at opposite ends of a training ring reserved for the sect's elders. The battle of the beasts was about to begin. Mana was the ethereal fabric that ran through the Magus universe, touching every corner of its existence. There were two ways beings could access the mana in their surroundings and tap into its magical potential: external and internal mana systems. The external mana system meant manipulating mana to achieve desired effects, further categorized into magic spells and magic combat. The internal mana system meant extracting mana from the surroundings and subsequently elevating one's essence, resulting in strengthening oneself and advancing through the ranks. This was further categorized into two: the mana extraction method and the body enhancement method. Beings who followed the mana extraction method were called magi, and those who followed the body enhancement method were called paladins. The knowledge about paladins was entirely wiped out along with the civilization of Faepor. Adam believed that in Tron, no one followed the body enhancement method like him. Until now, that is. To think there was another madman who followed both the mana extraction method and the body enhancement method, Adam thought to himself with a crazed grin. Even in the greater universe, people either embarked on the path of a magus or the path of a paladin. Very rarely did they embark on both. The sheer difficulty in advancing in both paths deterred most who dared to try. But those who successfully managed to advance in both paths side by side stood unrivaled among their peers. That was why Adam was undefeatable in the same rank and could fight beyond his rank. It was because he followed the mana extraction method as well as the body enhancement method. Suddenly, Goro's voice echoed inside his head. Only my father knows about me embarking on the path of a paladin alongside the path of a magus. What cycle are you on? Mind whisper. Adam thought. He's very careful. Totally unlike his brutish appearance. He then silently raised 3 fingers. Goro's lips curled into a wide grin. Good, this is going to be fun. With that said, he got into a fighting stance, his entire being emanating a powerful aura. The very air around him seemed to distort. To make this fair, I won't be using my clan's poison arts, he added. Adam, too, got into a fighting stance. For the first time since leaving Mabai, he finally let loose his bestial presence that he had honed by living and hunting in the jungles of the land of the first Magi. A terrifying, predatory aura emanated from Adam. Standing in front of him felt like standing in front of a bloodthirsty beast at the top of the food chain. Goro was momentarily startled. When he glanced at his forearms, he noticed that it was covered in goosebumps. Wonderful. He was beyond happy. Truly wonderful. Even the very ground started to tremble ever so slightly as the 2 beasts unleashed their auras. A gentle breeze swept past, carrying a lone plum blossom leaf into the training ring. It swayed gracefully through the air before settling on the ground, right between Adam and Goro. That was the starting signal. At once, both of them disappeared from their original spots, leaving behind a small crater underneath their feet as the ground exploded. Their figures turned into a blur as they met at the center of the ring, both unleashing a devastating punch. Give it your all. Ow! Goro roared with a menacing grin as his fist zoomed towards Adam. Adam, too, couldn't stop himself from grinning wildly, his blood bubbling with excitement. He also released a punch, his entire hand augmented by his tyrannical mana. Goro was bigger than him, so his incoming punch seemed like it would consume Adam whole. The Venom Dragon's fist enlarged in Adam's vision, and their fists were only a heartbeat away from connecting. But at the last possible moment, Adam's fist turned into a serpent-like claw. Then his arm coiled around Goro's hand, his fingers going straight for the latter's throat. Goro's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected Adam to switch at the last second. He had truly expected Adam to hammer it out with him, punches after punches after punches. With a disappointed sigh, Goro's left hand moved like a blur, and in the blink of an eye he caught Adam's serpent-like strike, gripping his wrist. The attack, aimed straight for his throat, halted mere millimeters away, Adam's 4 fingers barely touching his neck. With such strength coursing through your veins, why must you fight like a coward? Goro's voice was choked with emotion. I thought I had found a worthy rival, but you turned out to be just another. However, the Venom Dragon's words got caught in his throat. Hand of Doom, 1 hit. Adam's fingers had already reached his target. All he had to do was follow through with a devastating 1-inch punch. Boom! The ground erupted beneath his feet, spider-web cracks all around. The air itself seemed to tear apart at the point of contact, producing a rippling shockwave. Adam stood firm with his right hand still outstretched. Meanwhile, Goro was sent flying away. Yet despite it all, Adam wasn't happy with the outcome. That bastard. He blocked my attack with his hand at the last moment, he thought incredulously. He looked in the direction Goro had been blasted away. Several boulders and trees were blown to smithereens as a result. Among the dust and debris, a towering hulk of a man emerged. Sly like a snake, strong like a bear, said the Venom Dragon as he leisurely walked back to the training ring, as expected of my rival. Adam noticed that Goro's left hand was raised, palm open, where the 1 hit had landed. Wisps of steam curled from the surface of his palm, yet not a bruise, not even a mark could be seen. Color me surprised, Adam thought with a grin. Goro tore open his upper clothes, revealing his large and chiseled muscles. The aura around him remained undeterred as he made his way back to the ring. Do you know how frustrating it gets? Goro began. I have remained undefeated among my peers, and fighting men weaker than me is beneath me. Yet when I fight my father, I feel a deep, bitter awareness of my own limitations. His last words still hung in the air, but he had already vanished. Alarm bells rang within Adam's mind, and at the last possible moment, he felt a tremendous surge of mana coming from beside him. It was too late to evade, so he could only block the incoming attack. Bam! Goro appeared beside him and struck him with a mighty blow. This time, it was Adam's turn to fly away. The Venom Dragon took a deep breath and roared with sheer joy. Ow, this is the thrill of battle I have been yearning for. Show me everything you got. It was still quite early in the morning, yet the eastern region of the Bahia sect, home to its training grounds, echoed with the sound of continuous explosions. If one didn't know any better, they'd think that the famous Bahia sect was being invaded by enemies. Needless to say, the sound of the battle between Adam and Goro had woken up the entire sect. All the disciples and elders emerged from their abodes and rushed towards the sound of fighting with weapons in hand. They truly thought that someone bold or stupid enough had dared to invade their territory. Of course, apart from the sect leader and a handful of people from the Tsuitsui clan, no one knew the true reason. That problematic brother of mine, what has he done now? Ryuka Tsuitsui rushed through the sect compound, quickly approaching the training grounds. She was surrounded by some of the elders from her clan who were equally disturbed by Goro's actions. Princess, we tried to persuade the young master. Yes, we even warned him with the patriarch's name. We told him to behave, but this is unlike him. The elders were sweating profusely, thinking about the repercussions that Goro's actions would cause. It was truly a fortunate thing that the patriarch of the Tsuitsui clan and the sect leader of the Beihua sect were on good terms with one another. If not, they didn't dare think about what would have happened. A deep frown shadowed Ryuka's pretty face. He still acted out this way despite hearing father's name. She knew better than the rest that if there was anyone in this world Goro feared, then it was their father. No, things have gone beyond control this time, she thought. Who is he fighting right now? Who could even last this long? Could it be the Beihua sect's grand elder? No, I doubt that. The sound of fighting got louder as they approached the battlefield. Everyone, including even the delegation from the Kusakabe clan, was moving towards the same location. When they arrived at the site of the battle, they were unable to believe their eyes. The ground beneath shattered and the plum blossom trees were uprooted. Wherever Adam and Goro passed, a violent storm followed. They continued to move from one place to another, never once remaining in one place for more than a few seconds. Yet, strangely enough, they had come to tacit understanding that they wouldn't take their fight beyond the boundaries of the sect's eastern regions. After all, they were afraid of leaving devastation in their wake or involving others. Dozens of moves were exchanged in a matter of seconds, their figures turning into a blur as they left behind afterimages. Punches, elbow strikes, palm thrusts, knife hand chops, kicks, knee strikes, the two used every attack they had in their arsenal. Yet neither of them was able to gain the upper hand. For the first time in his life, Adam felt uncertain of victory against a magus of the same rank. Goro felt the same way too, yet they were thrilled. After a flurry of focused strikes and counterattacks, both Adam and Goro finally found an opening. And then, they both unleashed devastating punches. Bam, bam, their fists connected squarely on each other's jaw, sending both men hurling backward in opposite directions. Blood sprayed from Goro's mouth as he tumbled several times on the ground before finally coming to a stop at the base of a thick plum blossom tree. Meanwhile, Adam's mask shattered, revealing the white strips of cloth wrapped around his head. He tumbled across the ground several times before finally coming to a stop, carving a deep ravine in his wake. Yet despite it all, he had a wide grin on his face. This guy is the real deal, he thought, overjoyed. With one swift motion, he flipped onto his feet, landing firmly. He was ready to fight again. Suddenly, he noticed that the bandages around his fists and forearms had long since been torn apart, revealing his charred, grotesque flesh. It was bound to happen. He had lost track of the number of blows he had exchanged with the Venom Dragon. What he didn't realize, however, was the small crowd of the disciples and elders of the Beihua sect that had gathered in the near distance. They witnessed the battle take place with incredulous looks on their faces. Adam was so engrossed in his battle with Goro that he had restricted his sphere of resonance to only the two of them. Soon, the sound of the crowd echoed in his ears. His mask is gone. He really is blind. Goodness, how can he fight blind? Look at his hands. Was he burned alive? Is the rest of his body also like that? Adam lowered his head and gazed at his hideous, scarred hands. He couldn't help but frown darkly. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. I didn't want them to see this. But right at that moment, a childish voice echoed in his ears. Instructor Ao, you can do it. Adam turned towards the voice and noticed that it was one of the Mana Foundation-level disciples of the sect whom he had been training. For the past week, he had been training little children every day in the morning and in the evening. One by one, all the little kids started to cheer for him. We're rooting for you. Instructor Ao, you must beat him. Defeat the Venom Dragon. Instructor Ao, Instructor Ao, Instructor Ao, Instructor Ao. All the children started chanting his names, and soon. A faint smile found its way to Adam's face. He looked toward them and displayed a thumbs up. He then turned to the battlefield and noticed that Goro was already on his feet and looking at him with a cocky grin. The Venom Dragon crossed his arms and taunted, "Stop holding back, Ao, or I might just end up killing you." Adam cracked his neck, then flexed his hands as if reloading for another round. Then he began walking towards the Venom Dragon. With every step he took, Adam's aura skyrocketed. It became heavy, oppressive, and tyrannical. The very ground beneath his feet started to tremble as if unable to bear the weight. The two men met at the center. Dark King versus Venom Dragon. Their auras tried to suppress one another, but it always ended in a stalemate. Both assumed their stances once more, extending their right arms until their knuckles met in silent acknowledgement. I'm going to turn it up a notch. Can you keep up? Goro asked with a confident grin. Adam nodded. A tense silence descended on the battlefield. The crowd held its breath, and then the battlefield descended into madness. Adam immediately closed in and went for a jab to the skull. Goro grinned and smoothly leaned his head back, evading the strike. Then, in a swift motion, he pivoted his lower body and unleashed a brutal side kick. Adam's sphere of resonance was working on overdrive, deeply scrutinizing Goro's every movement. So even before the kick was initiated by the burly man, Adam was already aware. Instead of retreating back and evading, Adam nimbly jumped and landed right on Goro's outstretched leg. After finding a solid purchase, he dashed forward and struck a powerful knee kick to the man's face. Goro grunted in pain as he retreated a few steps back. His nose had been shattered from that attack, but he did not care. He covered one nostril, then blew out the blood from the other. What quick reflexes, he thought. It's like he can read my moves even before I launch them. As expected of my rival, suddenly his expression froze when he realized Adam had disappeared from his sight. In the next heartbeat, his senses screamed at him, warning him of an incoming attack. Trusting his instincts, he launched a lightning-quick roundhouse kick. He was right to trust his instincts, as his kick had prevented Adam from following through with another attack from the side. Adam quickly changed his tactics. He crouched low, evading Goro's attack. At the same time, he infused mana into the index and middle fingers of both hands. Then he struck 4 times at precise points along his opponent's leg. Goro's eyes widened as he felt a jolt of electricity coursing through his leg. Don't tell me. Immediately after, he lost sensation in that leg and it turned limp. Having lost control of his right leg, Goro struggled to keep his balance. Right at that moment, Adam appeared like a specter. Seizing Goro's right hand, he lifted it slightly, then struck a flurry of precise blows along his flank. In the blink of an eye, the entire right side of Goro's upper body went numb. Not giving the man any time to react, Adam spun around and arrived behind Goro. Then he delivered a roundhouse kick of his own, aiming for the opponent's legs. The next moment, Goro finally lost balance and collapsed to his knees. His entire right side was paralyzed from Adam's precise strikes. Adam smirked confidently as he leisurely walked around Goro and arrived before him. He had paralyzed his opponent, and now the latter was at his mercy. He thought to himself as he gazed at Goro, who was glancing at the right half of his body, seemingly in shock. Standing at the far edge of the battlefield, the magi from the Tsuitsui clan watched in surprise as Adam paralyzed Goro. Did he just? This man has immense knowledge about the body. Those meridians that he struck, he must be. The elders of the clan were truly surprised when they witnessed Adam's previous attacks that precisely struck Goro's meridian points. That, in turn, resulted in the nerves going numb as if invisible cords had been severed. Disrupting a sequence of nodes along the flank and spine allowed Adam to completely paralyze Goro's right side. The latter's body had no other choice but to fall silent and cold. Yes, Rika Tsuitsui nodded, her jade eyes flashing with intrigue. It would appear Ao is also a herbalist, one with profound knowledge of the human anatomy. Her lips curled into a smirk, and she added, but so what? She paused for a moment, then said, people tend to forget that the Tsuitsui clan is also a lineage of gifted healers. Under Adam's stupefied gaze, Goro slowly rose to his feet. The venom dragon pressed several meridian points along the right side of his body, effortlessly canceling out Adam's previous technique. In my clan, poison and healing are 2 sides of the same coin, Goro explained as he casually stretched his body. The same herb that can kill in excess can also save a life in the right measure. Only by understanding how to harm could one truly learn how to heal. That is what it means to be a magus of the Tsuitsui clan, or at least that's what my father says. Goro's aura rose stronger than ever before, his lips curling into a wide grin. And so every healer of my clan is also a poison master, and every poison master in turn is a healer. But I am quite surprised that your knowledge of the human body is so deep. It takes a serious level of skill to do what you just did, he added. Adam spat a mouthful of blood to the side, slightly frustrated at the outcome. This man only appears to be an ignorant brute, he thought. He's actually quite learned. Once again they had reached a stalemate. What else have you got, Ao? Goro rared with a wide, menacing grin. Show me everything. Adam cracked his neck again, making an ugly expression underneath the bandages. If I had access to my spells, I could have finished him within a minute, he thought. But to be fair, he isn't using any spells either. What should I do? Should I tire him out? That seems plausible. After all, my stamina and endurance are superior to his. On the other hand, his strength seems to be greater than mine. Yes, this seems like a very viable plan. Tire him out, then finish him off. But Adam's lips slowly curled into a crazed grin. That's the mentality of a loser. The next moment, his fists were bathed in a thick layer of mana. He then got into a combat stance, his heart ablaze with a fighting intent he had never felt before. H-H-H-A, Goro laughed out loud, his voice echoing all around the battlefield. That is the spirit. Give it your all, give me everything, and once it's over, we'll have become best friends. The venom dragon gathered an enormous amount of mana into his hands as well. Then he too got into a fighting stance. A moment passed. And then both fighters dashed towards each other, resolving to settle everything in a savage clash. the victor would be the last man standing. To think there would be a man who could stand toe-to-toe with Brother Goro. Ayaka Kusakabe, the fleeting phoenix, watched Adam and Goro rush toward each other in what seemed like their final clash. Her mesmerizing gaze remained on Adam as she studied his every move. "What a fascinating man," she murmured, her tone ethereal and lovely. "He's like a ghost who appeared in our Magus world out of nowhere. To think a man like him existed." She turned to her brother and asked with a light smile, "Renji, what do you think are the chances of getting him to join our clan?" Renji Kusakabe adjusted his glasses, then stated matter-of-factly, "Impossible." Oh, Ayaka arched an eyebrow in slight surprise. "I knew the chances were low, but to say impossible." "Goro Tsuitsui is considered by many as the strongest of the younger generation," Renji began, "and now here comes a man who can fight on equal terms with him. I see no way for the Beihua sect to let go of such a prodigious talent. They already have a dragon and a phoenix in the same generation. Inducting Ao into the sect would raise their prestige severalfold. Besides, the fact that the sect leader has allowed the sparring match to go on for so long could only mean that he intends to see the true extent of Ao's prowess." But Ayaka's lips curled into a faint smirk beneath the veil. "But surely the Tsuitsui clan will challenge them, will they not?" "Indeed." Renji nodded. Not only is Ao an exceptional combatant who can go toe-to-toe with Brother Goro, but he also seems to be a skilled herbalist. He embodies everything the Tsuitsui clan seeks in a magus. I believe they will do their best to rope Ao into their clan, either through adoption or marriage. Ayaka's eyes focused on Adam's figure. But no matter how strong Ao may be, he cannot win this fight. Brother Goro has yet to unveil his magic, the reason why the Tsuitsui clan is feared across these lands. And I doubt he will use his clan's poison arts. Renji nodded. He then added confidently, because that would mean guaranteed victory. Boom! Adam and Goro's fists collided, rupturing the ground beneath them and unleashing a terrifying shockwave from the point of impact. Goro grinned in excitement when he noticed Adam hadn't taken even half a step back from the impact. "Wonderful. Although his physical strength is slightly inferior to mine, he makes up for it with exceptional mana control," he thought. "Men should be big, strong, and muscular," he said in a booming voice. "Like you and I, but of course I'm still stronger than you." Goro's words got caught in his throat when Adam took a step forward, twisted his right arm, and executed a swift, brutal over-the-shoulder throw. With a deafening sound, the ground beneath cracked open, instantly forming a deep crater. But Adam wasn't done yet. He swiftly moved over Goro's body, maintaining his grip on the man's arm, and in one fluid motion locked him in a tight arm lock. Adam clenched his teeth and wrenched Goro's right hand, straining to snap it in two. At the same time, his legs tightened around him, cutting off his breath. "Hey haha." Goro laughed like he was having the best time of his life. "This might have worked on others, but I am mighty." Before the last word had even escaped his lips, Goro had already rolled over, clasping his right hand with his left, fingers locking tightly. In one powerful motion, he rose to his feet, hoisting Adam, who was still coiled around his right arm like a serpent. "Let me test how sturdy your body is." Goro's loud voice once again echoed all around as he raised Adam into the air and then, boom, slammed him to the ground. Without missing a beat, Goro raised him in the air again, grinning like a madman, and then once again, boom, slammed him brutally. Boom, boom, boom. Goro repeatedly slammed Adam to the ground, yet the latter's grip around his arm remained steadfast. Just as the Venom Dragon lifted him once more, Adam quickly shifted his position, transitioning from an arm lock to a triangular choke, his legs snapping tightly around Goro's neck. Adam tensed his leg muscles, tightening his hold to cut off Goro's oxygen supply. His left hand clamped down on the back of Goro's neck. Then he raised his right hand and viciously struck with his elbow. Bam, 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 bam. Goro staggered on his feet as his forehead burst open, resulting in a gaping wound. Blood streamed down his face and onto his body. Yet Adam showed no mercy. His elbow rose and fell in a brutal rhythm, hammering the same spot again and again and again. The crowd gasped in unison as they watched Goro's body go limp, his massive frame collapsing under Adam's two-pronged attack, cutting off the air supply by squeezing his neck and repeatedly striking his head. Just as it seemed that Goro would fall from Adam's wild yet precise strikes, his eyes blazed with intensity, and he grinned from ear to ear, revealing his blood-soaked teeth. "This is how a fight between men should be," he growled. A bloody brawl. With a surge of raw power, Goro grabbed Adam's head and, letting out a guttural roar, slammed him into the ground one final time. Boom! A large crater was instantly formed upon impact. Standing at the edge of the battlefield, the crowd watched in shock and horror as Goro delivered that last attack. That strike had enough power to shatter a man's skull. They couldn't help but wonder if Adam was still alive. When the dust settled, Goro remained standing over Adam's unmoving body. However, the Venom Dragon had sustained heavy injuries to his head. His vision was bloody and blurry, and waves of dizziness crashed through his skull from the concussions he had just suffered. Heh, he smirked. The smirk instantly vanished when the next moment, literally, in the blink of an eye, Adam disappeared. In the next heartbeat, Goro saw Adam standing several meters away from him. The strips of white cloth wrapped around his head had long since turned a dark crimson. Adam, too, was no less injured than Goro, perhaps more so. But still, he had never fought a battle so exhilarating. He did not wish for the fight to end. He got into a fighting stance one more time, his lips curling into a wide grin. Goro wasted no time getting ready for another round of battle, perhaps the final round. His aura flared to life as he, too, got into combat stance. "This is the spirit of battle," he roared. "Come at me, ow!" The next moment, the two dashed towards each other one last time. One side turned into a resplendent beam of dark green light, while the other transformed into a streak of oppressive darkness. At last their attacks collided. Hand of Doom, spectral palm strike, heavenly serpent's fang, and then everything went black. Somewhere within the Beihua sect's compound, inside a grand pavilion, the elders of the sect and the Tsuisui clan had gathered. On one side there were two representatives from the Beihua sect, the Grand Elder Bai Rengxiang and Bai Su Zhenren, the one responsible for the sect's finances. On the other side of the table sat the Grand Elder of the Tsuitsui clan, Hanzo Tsuitsui, as well as the clan's princess, Rieka Tsuitsui. "I shall not beat around the bush," Elder Bai Rengxiang began. "There has been a lot of damage to the sect's property, and it is only right that you compensate us." "I agree." Hanzo Tsuitsui nodded as he stroked his neatly trimmed beard. "State your number." Bai Rengxiang couldn't help but frown a little. He then turned to his fellow elder. "Give them the estimate." One moment, Bai Zhenren muttered under his breath as he calculated the amount on a scroll. A few moments later, he pushed the scroll to the representatives of the Tsuitsui clan. "This is a rough estimate of all costs," said Bai Zhenren. "Rest assured my calculations are accurate." Hanzo Tsuitsui glanced at the final number with an arched eyebrow. Then he showed it to the princess, who simply nodded without even glancing at it. "Agreed." Hanzo Tsuitsui nodded. "Anything else?" The elders of the Beihua sect couldn't help but exchange confused glances. It was strange that the two from the Tsuitsui clan weren't even bothered about bargaining. The cost estimate most certainly wasn't a low amount. Elder Rengxiang couldn't help but frown, wondering what the other party was thinking. He decided to stretch his luck a little and see their reaction. "That last move by Elder Goro," he began. "He had infused the clan's poison arts into that strike. Do you know how dangerous things could have gotten? Our disciples were spectating that fight." "Please, Grand Elder," Rieka Tsuitsui lightly chuckled. "My brother didn't do it on purpose. It happened on instinct. I believe you know this as well. Let's not talk about what could have been. Instead, let's discuss what actually happened. I was able to absorb all of the poison, then immediately discard it," Hanzo Tsuitsui chimed in. "So in reality, no one got hurt from our clan's poison arts, not even Ao himself." Elder Bai Rengxiang remained silent, a dark expression shadowing his face. Hanzo's claims were indeed the truth. No one had gotten hurt. But the most surprising thing in the sparring duel between Adam and Goro was the revelation that Adam was immune to poison. The poison of the Tsuitsui clan that the world feared actually had no effect on Adam when he was struck by it. It was a different matter that after their final clash, both Adam and Goro had lost consciousness as a result of their brutal, barbaric fight, resulting in a draw. But the truth remained. Adam's value in the eyes of the Tsuitsui clan had increased significantly after the fight. Not only was he someone who could fight Goro Tsuitsui to a draw, but he was also impervious to the clan's fearsome poison. "I see." Bai Rengxiang nodded in understanding. "You wish to formally bring out to your clan." "What?" Bai Zhenren was stunned. Hanzo Tsuitsui chose to remain silent, whereas Rieka Tsuitsui simply chuckled in response. "You cannot do that," Bai Zhenren protested. "Ao is a part of the Beihua sect. How can you just take him into your clan? I forbid it. He is a part of your sect." Hanzo Tsuitsui found that statement very amusing. "Last I checked, he was just a guest instructor." "That." Bai Zhenren was suddenly at a loss for words. He quickly came up with an excuse. "We were going to make him an elder after he returned from the Arcane Alliance gathering." Bai Rengxiang frowned at that statement, but remained silent. Strangely enough, he didn't argue about Adam being a part of their sect. "Ho, there is no point arguing, my friends." Hanzo Tsuitsui rose to his feet. "I'm sure Ao will be more than happy to join our clan, given that we have the means to heal his body." The healers of both the Beihua sect and the Tsuitsui clan had treated Adam after he fell unconscious. It went without saying that they had seen what had happened to his body. Needless to say, they were beyond horrified upon seeing his scars. "We have the best healers in these lands," Rieka Tsuitsui said with a soft smile. "Though we may not be able to fix his eyesight, we can most certainly return his body to the way it used to be. I'm sure Ao would want that." With that said, the Grand Elder and the Princess of the Tsuitsui clan left the pavilion. After they'd gone, the Grand Elder of the Beihua sect spoke up. "I never really liked Ao. The man is full of secrets. It doesn't matter if he's strong or not. It's a good thing he won't stay with us any longer." With that said, he too left the pavilion. Elder Zhenren stood with a dark look on his face. "Damn it," he cursed under his breath. Soon he also stomped out of the pavilion. "I must inform the others of this development," he thought to himself. Adam's value to the Shadow Sect and the future of Yenlu is too important. I can't let this be, especially considering that we don't have a spy within the Tsuitsui clan. Somewhere in the Beihua sect, at the edge of a cliff overlooking Jingyan City, two figures shared a hearty meal beneath the starlit skies. Both were men who had completed the third cycle of the body enhancement method. Needless to say, their regenerative healing factor was greater than most. Goro had bandages around his head and torso. Still, that did not stop him from digging into the freshly cooked meat his underlings had sneaked into the sect. "Your fighting style is not bad," he said, loudly chewing the food, "very animalistic and ruthless. I felt like I was getting hit by a mountain every time. Hahaha, I won't lie, my muscles already feel sore." Adam leisurely sat beside him, sipping sake directly from the bottle. He then offered the liquor to his new friend. "Absolutely not," Goro adamantly refused. "Alcohol affects my muscles. They will lose vigor if I drink even a drop of sake." Adam simply rolled his eyes in response. He shrugged, then continued to drink on his own. "Anyway, Brother Ao," Goro began, "share your life story with me. Since you're basically my best friend now, I'd like to know you better." Adam was speechless. I forgot you can't speak." Goro burst into laughter. Then he continued, "Never mind, I'll share my story then. So this one time when I was a kid, I ran away from home and snuck into a merchant vessel. Then I jumped off the ship and swam to this place called Mabai. It was quite fun, actually. The place was filled with beasts. I lived there alone for a few years, and even managed to snag a few treasures along the way." The Heavenly Pavilion, Beihua Sect. Seated on a raised dais, the sect master of the Beihua Sect, Bai Tianji, silently glanced at the two elderly men in attendance. One was the Grand Elder of the sect, Bai Rengxiang, while the other was the elder responsible for the sect's finances, Bai Su Zhenren. Currently, the three were discussing none other than Adam. "I still believe it was a bad decision to let Ao go with the Tsuitsui clan members," Elder Zhenren said, sighing helplessly. Bai Rengxiang turned to him with narrowed eyes. He couldn't help but say, "I don't get it. What's your fixation with that man?" "Fixation?" Elder Zhenren snapped. "Didn't you see his sparring match with Goro Tsuitsui? If such a magus were to join us, our sect's prestige, and not to mention power, would increase significantly." Bai Rengxiang shook his head, still adamant about his opinion. "It's too risky. It would have been a different matter had Ao been at the Mana Foundation rank, or even the Mana Liquefaction rank," he countered. "But given his current arcane station, who knows how old he is? Who knows where he's been before coming to our city? Like I mentioned earlier, the man is full of secrets. For all we know, he could have been a spy for the unorthodox faction." Bai Zhenren had a dark look on his face. The Grand Elder's argument was sound, but he knew about Adam's true background, albeit very little, so he could be certain that the man was not a spy of the unorthodox faction. But of course he couldn't say that out loud, or else both the sect leader and the Grand Elder would begin questioning his allegiances. In the end, he simply sighed. "That makes sense," he said reluctantly. "Apologies, I wasn't thinking straight. It's just that I've built a good rapport with Ao in the short time that he's been living with us. But yes, you're right. There's always a possibility that he could be a spy." Bai Rengxiang's tone softened. "I know that you, Elder Zun, and Elder Ji were close to him. In fact, from what I've learned from the reports, the kids in our sect also seem to have become quite fond of him in the short time they spent with him in training." He paused for a moment, then added, "But we simply cannot take the risk. No matter how prodigious a talent Ao is, we cannot induct him into our sect. Sects and clans operate differently on a fundamental level. The Tsuitsui clan can have Ao marry into their family or simply adopt him, but we cannot." "I hear you." Bai Zhenren nodded, but inwardly he was cursing his own misfortune. Throughout their discussion, the sect leader remained silent, hearing both sides of the argument. At last, he said, "Let him go. The Tsuitsui clan has shown great interest in him." "Yes, sect leader." Both Bai Rengxiang and Bai Zhenren respectfully nodded. "Looks like there's nothing that can be done now," Bai Zhenren thought to himself. "At least I've already asked Ao what to do when he reaches the headquarters of the Arcane Alliance." A moment later, the sect leader added, his words shocking both the elders present. Besides, he began in an even voice. "Dokudo sent me a letter earlier in the morning. He expresses his wishes in formally admitting Ao into his clan." Bai Rengxiang and Bai Zhenren were stunned. The patriarch of the Tsuitsui clan already knows about him. Bai Zhenren asked, dumbfounded. Bai Tianji nodded as he stroked his beard. His daughter Rieka must have informed him. "I don't find it surprising at all. After all, Ao fought Goro to a draw." "Damn it," Bai Zhenren cursed inwardly. "Now there's definitely no chance." What matters is that the Beihua sect, more specifically Bai Zun and Bai Ji, has cultivated a healthy relationship with Ao. The sect leader continued. "I don't doubt that he will grow up to be a prominent figure in the Magus world. When that happens, it is good enough that he will consider us an ally." Now, it was Bai Rengxiang's turn to be shocked. He hadn't expected even the sect leader to regard Ao in such a way. He couldn't help but wonder if he'd made a mistake in letting this mysterious man go. "Don't dwell on it," the sect leader said to him. "What you did wasn't wrong either. Now that that ship has sailed, let us look to the future." Yes, sect leader, Bai Renxiang nodded. Has our delegation left for the Vicenal gathering? Asked the sect leader. Yes, they've left along with the delegations from the Tsuitsui and Kusakabe clans earlier this morning, Bai Zhenren respectfully answered. I see, Bai Tangi nodded. His expression gradually grew dark, his eyes turning cold. We must begin making preparations. A storm is on the horizon, I can feel it. Hearing those words, both the elders grew solemn. Do you think there will be another war? Elder Zhenren couldn't help but ask. The sect leader nodded. I believe so. Elder Zhenren lowered his head, a grim look in his eyes. He couldn't help but wonder about the prophecy of Lao Ren, the ghost of Hashigane, the harbinger of change. Dozens of miles away from Jingyan City, a long procession marched on the road. The banners of the Beihua sect, Tsuitsui clan, and the Kusakabe clan fluttered proudly in the wind. Dozens of horse-drawn carriages rolled down the middle of the road, flanked by both sides by ranks of magi moving in disciplined formations. In one of the bigger carriages in the center of the formation, the leaders of the delegation from 3 factions sat together. They were Bai Zun and Bai Ji of the Beihua sect, Goro and Ryuka Tsuitsui of the Tsuitsui clan, Ayaka and Renji Kusakabe of the Kusakabe clan, and of course Adam Constantine, otherwise known as Ao. Adam leisurely sat by the window, sipping sake from the cup. He didn't have to bother about being ambushed by bandits like he had been on his way to Jingyan City. In fact, he didn't have to worry about anything, given that so many powerful magi were traveling with them. Beside him, Goro Tsuitsui leisurely chewed on cooked meat without a care in the world. Both of them sitting together created a very comical scene, with one drinking and the other eating. Watching them act so nonchalantly, the sword dragon, Bai Zun, was quite dumbfounded. He couldn't help but comment, it's like looking at 2 peas in a pod. Everyone within the carriage burst into laughter, hearing that comment. Everyone except Adam and Goro, of course. Adam was busy listening to the voices in his head, trying to make sense of them. As for Goro, he was busy eating meat. A few moments later, everyone calmed down a little. It was only then that Adam started laughing. He laughed and laughed and laughed. His crazed laughter made the ladies in the carriage feel uneasy. In fact, even the men found his actions a little spooky. After Adam had stopped laughing, Goro turned to him with a mouth full of food and curiously asked, "Why do you laugh like that every so often?" Adam turned to him, then made a certain gesture. Goro arched an eyebrow. "You're crazy?" Adam grinned and showed a thumbs up. He then resumed drinking his sake. Goro, on the other hand, nodded. Understandable. Then he, too, resumed eating. Meanwhile, the rest were flabbergasted. Rika turned to her brother and asked, how are you guys even communicating?" "It happens," Goro shrugged. Rika's lips twitched. She then turned to Adam and asked, "Brother Ao, I'm sure you've heard about the Arcane Alliance. Are you aware of the gathering of magi from the Orthodox faction that takes place every 20 years? Adam lied with a nod. "Oh, splendid." Rika displayed a beautiful smile. "Have you been to this gathering before?" Adam shook his head. "Oh." Everyone was slightly surprised by that answer. Goro turned to him and asked, "Brother, you've never been to that gathering? Have you never wanted to join the Arcane Alliance?" Adam turned to him, then shrugged. He didn't know anything about the Vicenal gathering, so he was simply playing along to get answers. "That makes me wonder," Renji Kusakabe chimed in, nudging his glasses up his nose bridge. "Where were you before coming to Jingyan? And if you don't mind, who is your master?" The Arcane Alliance was the leading authority within the Orthodox faction. As such, countless rogue magi unaffiliated with any organization would travel to the Vicenal gathering in hopes of joining their ranks. Alternatively, they could have also joined sects and clans, but there were several restrictions. In order to join a sect, one had to be young. And to join a clan, well, they had to share the last name of that clan. In extremely rare cases, older people, who had already embarked on the path of magi, joined sects. Additionally, for outsiders to join a famed clan, they either had to marry into it or be adopted by it. Either way, it was very difficult. However, the Arcane Alliance hosted tests in the form of tournaments every 20 years, where rogue magi could join their ranks. Of course, the testing criteria were immensely difficult, and after passing the test, they had to go through strict background checks. But once they were a part of the Arcane Alliance, they would get access to a trove of arcane resources that would help these magi advance in their paths. Hearing his question, Adam raised 2 fingers and mimed a pair of legs walking, wandering, Renji asked with a light frown. Then his eyes lit up. "Ah, you mean you're a wanderer." Adam nodded. "Ah, the Sword Phoenix," Bai Ji nodded. "That makes sense. If Brother Ao was part of some sect, we would have long since heard of him." Everyone agreed. A man of Adam's caliber couldn't remain hidden for very long after all. "And about your master?" the sword dragon Bai Zun asked. He was very curious about who had taught Adam to fight. Whoever they were, they had to be someone very powerful. Adam swiped his finger across his neck and lied. I'm sorry to hear that," Bai Zun softly said. "May he rest in peace. Come to think of it, everything makes sense now," the fleeting phoenix, Ayaka Kusakabe, murmured. "What does?" Renji pressed. Ayaka glanced at everyone, then continued. "I think Brother Ao had been taking care of his master all this while. Only after his passing did he begin his life as a wanderer. Once again, everyone nodded, thinking it made the most sense. Still, they turned to Adam for confirmation. Oh, Adam nodded, his tone gloomy. Don't be sad. Goro patted his back, nearly making Adam vomit his organs out. His legacy lives on through you, brother. Now it is your turn to shine. Oh, by the way, your master. He had to be a monocore magus, right? Oh, Adam nodded. As I thought, Goro grinned, tearing a large chunk of meat from the bone. By now, everyone in the carriage had a general understanding of Adam's backstory. According to them, Adam was raised by a hidden master who was at the monocore rank. This master taught Adam everything he knew before passing away. Then, Adam laid his master to rest and embarked on a new chapter of his life. However, no one thought that Adam or his imaginary master were a part of the unorthodox faction. They had a general idea about Adam's character by now, especially Bai-Zun and Bai-Ji, who had seen him wake up every morning and teach the kids at the sect. They all thought that, although Adam had the temperament of a madman and was a heavy drinker, he was still a good person deep down. Ryuka Tsuitsui suddenly thought of something and asked with a light smirk, Brother Ao, do you have any plans to join the Arcane Alliance? Adam unhesitatingly waved his hand. He really had no interest in the politics of Yenlu, neither was he interested in what the Arcane Alliance could offer him. Ryuka chuckled lightly. That makes sense. A man of your skills has no need to join the Arcane Alliance. The Magi from the Beihua sect and the Kusakabe clan glanced at her, knowing where this conversation was headed, and just as they expected, Ryuka continued, after the Vicennial gathering at the Arcane Alliance has concluded, I would like to invite you to visit our clan. What do you think, Brother Ao? Adam stroked his chin, not sure how to respond. He was supposed to go to the Dark Valley, which was in the west, but now he was heading to the headquarters of the Arcane Alliance, which was further inland towards the east. Wouldn't visiting the Tsuitsui clan take too much of my time, he thought. This gathering at the Arcane Alliance is already time-consuming. There's also that thing Elder Genrin has asked me to do there. As he was pondering what to do, Goro turned to him and casually said, don't think too much. The herbalists back at home can heal your body. I'm pretty certain about it. That was it. That was all Adam needed to hear to make up his mind. He turned to Ryuka and showed a thumbs up. 2 months passed by on the road. In that time, no bandits or rogue mercenaries dared to attack the procession. Considering the number of mana vortex magi traveling together, not to mention some of them being the most powerful magi their respective organizations had nurtured, it was no surprise that the procession reached their destination undeterred. 3 years had passed since the Battle of Ravenfell. In that time, Adam had experienced many things. From drowning in madness to nearly dying on several occasions, from laughing under the twin moons to sobbing inconsolably at his loneliness, he had experienced it all. He was already 38 years old this year, an age considered to be an adult by mortal standards, yet still a child in the eyes of the Magus world. On this day, the group's destination had finally appeared before them. Far into the horizon, a silhouette of a grand city reached towards the heavens. This was the seat of power for the orthodox faction of Yenlu. This was the headquarters for the Arcane Alliance. Yuanchi City, Bai-Zun murmured as he looked out of the window, gazing at the silhouette of the grand city in the distance. We're finally here. Goro stuck his head out of the window, still chewing on cooked meat. He then said with a grin, no matter how many times I visit this place, it still takes my breath away. Everyone inside the carriage nodded. Everyone except Adam, of course. I almost forgot. Goro returned to his seat. He turned to Adam, then asked, can you see that far? Adam shook his head. Understandable. Goro nodded, digging into the meat once again. I'm curious, Ryuka Tsuitsui softly said. How do you even see? Adam made a bunch of random gestures, then said, Goro translated for him, it's like a sixth sense. I'm guessing Brother Ao's spirit energy is very sharp and potent. I believe that's what makes his observation possible even without eyesight. Adam nodded with crossed arms. Everyone else in the carriage was once again flabbergasted. How the hell can you even understand him? Renji Kusakabe blurted out. HMPH. Goro raised his chin and snorted in disdain. It's because I'm the smartest man in Yenlu. You Kusakabe scholars could learn a thing or two from me, you know. Renji's lips twitched. His sister, the fleeting phoenix, Ayaka Kusakabe, chimed in, Brother Ao, you said you've never visited Yuanchi City, yes. Adam shook his head. Ayaka flashed a brilliant smile. Then you're in for a wonderful experience. Yuanchi is the greatest city in Yenlu. After all, it was jointly built by the 9 great sects and clans. It has been the seat of authority for almost 1,000 years. 1,000 years, huh? Adam thought to himself. Is that how long the Arcane Alliance has been active in these lands? I wonder what the true history of Yenlu is. I haven't read any records about these mystical lands in Mabai. Speaking of, he turned to Goro and thought, this musclehead went to Mabai as a kid. What a mad bastard. He's crazier than even me. Perhaps he knows something about the history of Yenlu. I should find some time to discuss it with him. There were countless other smaller factions beyond the 9 great sects and clans that made up the Arcane Alliance. Naturally, all of these factions had been invited to the Vicennial gathering. For a small clan or sect to become a member of the Arcane Alliance was something they took great pride in. Not only would they have access to techniques and resources, but also many other opportunities that would help elevate their station. Given that Yuanchi City was vast, there were many private properties within that belonged to the 9 great sects and clans, as well as the smaller sects and clans. The size of the property within the city equated to their station. The bigger the size, the more influential they were, and therefore the more power they wielded. So naturally, the 9 great sects and clans had the most property both in terms of size and numbers within the city. As the procession entered through the towering city gates, Adam finally extended his sphere of resonance. In the next moment, he was stunned. These were some of the tallest buildings he had seen. These skyscrapers were a mix of modern and traditional architecture. There were pagodas consisting of over a dozen stories. In some places, he could even see skybridges connecting buildings. "Awe," he muttered in awe. "Fascinating, isn't it?" Rieka asked with a beautiful smile. Adam nodded. Meanwhile, Rieka was very surprised at Adam's reactions. To think he's able to sense his surroundings to such a great extent despite not having eyesight, she wondered. I believe Goro was correct in his judgment. Brother Ao's spirit energy must be truly vast and potent for him to be able to use his senses to this degree. With the same smile on her face, she added, "We shall be visiting our residents within the city to settle in. Brother Ao, why don't you come with us?" Goro nodded. "Yes, it's been a long journey. I'm sure you're tired. We have a steam sauna chamber. It's very conducive to muscle growth and recovery. You should." His words got caught in his throat when Adam disappeared. Literally in front of everyone's eyes, the madman simply disappeared. Perhaps only Goro and Baizun were able to notice Adam's quick movements. Where did he go? Rieka blurted out in panic. She had promised her father that she would keep an eye on Adam, then bring him home. But now Adam had decided to simply vanish. "Relax," Goro casually remarked as he tore a large chunk of meat. "He's probably curious about this place." "I mean, can you blame him?" Rieka was at a loss for words. She couldn't help but ask, how is he going to find our residence? No, more importantly, how will he enter the middle ring without a proper permit? Suddenly, Goro found himself at a loss for words. "I didn't think about that." Renji Kusakabe couldn't help but taunt Hess, so much for being the smartest man in Yenlu. Adam appeared within the alley the carriage had just crossed. Stepping onto the main road, he was immediately assaulted by the cacophony of noise and chatter. For a brief moment, he even felt that the noise on the streets was louder than the voices in his head. Sipping directly from the sake bottle, he blended in with the crowd. All right, time to explore this place. Yuanchi City was an ancient, majestic metropolis that served as the seat of authority for the orthodox faction of Yenlu. The stone streets were worn by centuries of footsteps, wide canals reflected the tiled roofs, and tiers of skyscrapers where the residents of the city communed. Somehow, the city felt older than the regime that governed it. Its laws, rituals, and institutions were layered like sediments. It was quite the surreal experience for Adam, who aimlessly wandered through the streets, sipping on sake and occasionally munching on steamed dumplings. Yuanchi was built in broad rings. The outer ring held markets, docks, and artisans. The middle ring contained residential wards, embassies of various clans and sects, and training courts. The innermost ring surrounded the grand headquarters of the Arcane Alliance, as well as several other administrative buildings. Major roads extended from the headquarters and administrative complex. Smaller alley and waterways weaved between neighborhoods. Moreover, canals doubled as transport routes. The ground gently rose towards the center, culminating in a raised plateau where the headquarters of the Arcane Alliance stood, visible from miles away. That was one of the reasons why the headquarters building appeared to be the tallest in the city. Adam sat in a gondola as it meandered through the canals in the outer ring. He observed the tall buildings on either side of the waterway with utmost fascination. There were many like him tourists in the gondola with similar expressions. The outer ring was home to bustling quays, warehouses, spice markets, merchants from all over the continent, lantern-lit tea houses, and of course sake bars. Artisans, artificers, and herbalists had made this ring their homes. This was where they conducted business. Noticing a potion store, Adam jumped off the gondola and walked towards it. "Hey, you can't do that," the gondolier screamed in frustration. "That's what landing keys are for, damn it." Of course, Adam ignored him and entered the potion store. Contrary to the herbalists from the West, who focused on concocting potions in liquid form, the herbalists of the East transformed the liquid potions into a solid state, creating pills. After buying an encyclopedia about the magical herbs and ingredients found in Yenlu, Adam continued to explore the beautiful city. The outer ring was the largest and also the most bustling. Adam even found lecture halls, libraries, and small academies that offered training in martial arts. He entered an alley where people paraded fantastical beasts and sold magical components for spells. There were also some very famous local restaurants in there. Unbeknownst to him, he had ended up staying in this alley for the better part of the day, eating Oriental cuisine and enjoying fine sake. By the time he emerged from that alley, it was already nighttime. Yuanchi truly came alive after the sun had set. The countless rooms in the skyscrapers looming overhead lit up with a warm glow. Looking up from anywhere on the main road or an alley felt like looking at a sky full of artificial stars. He had only explored a fraction of the outer ring when he decided it was time to meet Goro and settle in at the Tsuitsui clan's residence in the middle ring. Halt. A guard at the mana liquefaction rank stopped Adam in front of one of the many gates leading to the middle ring. Show me your residence permit. Adam scratched his head awkwardly. The guard frowned. Residence permit, show it to me. Adam shrugged. What the hell is a residence permit? He wondered. The guard's frown deepened. You can't enter without a residence permit. Now get lost. Don't show your face, mask, here again, or I'll throw you behind bars. Adam remained silent, thinking to himself, why didn't Goro give me the permit? So damn careless. He shrugged, then turned back around. It would be unwise of him to make a scene out here in the greatest city in Yenlu. Regardless of his relationship with the Tsuitsui clan or the Beihua sect, he couldn't misbehave here. Besides, he didn't wish to draw unwanted attention. He stood in the middle of a bustling street, wondering what to do now. Forget it, I'll go explore the outer ring some more, he thought, making up his mind. Hopefully, Goro or Baizun will find me soon enough. But this city is so damn big. Just as he'd taken a few steps, he suddenly paused. He unstrapped Jeej from his back, then retrieved a piece of paper from inside its mouth. Before leaving Beihua sect, Elder Bai Zhenren had given him instructions on finding someone in Yuanchi and delivering an item to them. I might as well do that, he thought. Confirming the address on the piece of paper, he headed in that direction. As he weaved through the packed crowd, he couldn't help but wonder about the strangeness of it all. Why did he ask me to deliver this item? He could have tasked either Bai Zun or Bai Ji, or any other disciple from the Beihua sect for that matter. Adam did find it quite peculiar, but didn't think much of it. Elder Zhenren said meeting this person would be very beneficial to me, and I don't think he was lying, he wondered. Now there could be the slightest possibility that this could all be a trap. However, Adam chose to proceed nonetheless. 1. He didn't think someone like Bai Zhenren would do something nefarious to him. 2. Even if his judgment of Bai Zhenren turned out to be wrong and this endeavor did turn out to be a trap, he was certain in his abilities to protect himself at the very least. Well, whatever. At least I'll get to explore the outer ring a bit more. For some strange reason, he suddenly recalled Elder Bai Zhenren's words, when you allow yourself to simply be lost, to stop resisting and let the world guide you, you eventually realign with the natural order of things. His lips curled into a faint smile. Let the world guide you, huh? I suppose this is the way, isn't it? After taking several twists and turns, weaving through the crowd, spending almost 2 hours trying to find the address, Adam still hadn't reached the destination. Just when he was wondering if he was lost, an unfamiliar voice echoed inside his shattered mind, you are being followed. The moment those words rang inside Adam's mind, he felt like an unseen hand had clenched his heart. Several thoughts arose in his mind, yet he didn't stop walking. He continued to act normally. Who is the owner of this voice? Is this the same situation as Marin's? No. Am I going crazy again? If not, then who does this voice belong to, and who is following me? Did this turn out to be a trap after all? Just as Adam was thinking about all sorts of scenarios, the strangely familiar voice belonging to the white-robed Adam echoed inside his mind. It's not what you think, old sport. Someone is trying to communicate with you. Someone real. The moment those words echoed inside his mind, Adam couldn't help but heave a breath of relief. The white-robed Adam symbolized the rational part of his mind, and so whatever he claimed had to be the truth. Adam was certain of at least that much. Now much calmer than before, Adam pretended to look at the note in his hand, then looked around seemingly casually before entering an alley. He quickly retrieved the stealth cloak from within Jeej and donned it. Good, now follow my instructions closely. I'll help you hide from the city guards. The stranger's voice echoed inside Adam's head once again. City guards, he thought to himself, a dark frown on his face. Suddenly, things started to make more sense to him. He couldn't help but wonder, are these guys after me because I showed up at the gates without a permit? That does make sense. It's obvious that the security within the greatest city in Yenlu would be very tight. Furthermore, I've covered my hands and head with strips of white cloth. I've even donned a mask to hide my appearance. No matter how I see it, I do look like a sketchy person. Damn it, take a left, said the voice. Adam hesitated briefly, then turned left, heading into another alley. He's speaking through. Mind whisper, he thought. It would be very difficult to find this person in such a crowded city. No, it would be borderline impossible. If I pay attention to searching for this person, I might not be able to focus on escaping the guards. Damn these voices, they're getting louder. Louder. H-A-H-A-H-A. He burst into a crazed fit of laughter. A few moments later, he once again started to move. The voice spoke to him once again, you really are mad, take the next right. The frown on Adam's scarred face deepened. Does he know me? He wondered. Suddenly, a possibility emerged, and he couldn't help but think, could he be the person Elder Zhenren asked me to meet? All this seems so. His thoughts came to a halt when the voice spoke once again. Enter the alley to your left, then scale the building. Adam suddenly froze in his footsteps. Scale the building, don't stop, the voice screamed inside his mind. They're still after you, they're almost there. Adam gritted his teeth, then finally entered the alley to his left. He looked up and sensed that the buildings on either side of him were at least a dozen stories. It was easy to scale them by jumping from one wall to the other. He turned back around and noticed that the main road was still crowded. If he really was being followed, then the guards would soon arrive. What are you waiting for? Do it now, you have 5 seconds. Adam's hands involuntarily clenched into fists. Can I trust him? 4, 3. Do it now, 1 second. Exactly 1 second later, a small group of city guards entered the alley. But unfortunately for them, Adam had long since disappeared. The one leading the group raised his head and scanned the windows overhead. He found nothing suspicious. Then he turned to the main road on the other end of the alley. From the rooftop of that building, the view stretched endlessly across a sea of towering skyscrapers that gleamed beneath the pale moonlight. Magical lights and paper lanterns mingled together, painting the cityscape in a surreal blend of oriental and modern architecture. From this height, Yuanchi looked less like a city and more like a living organism. But Adam didn't have the time or the patience to admire the beautiful view. After scaling the tall building and landing on the roof, he had finally come face to face with the owner of the voice that had guided him here. His jaw nearly touched the floor, and if he had eyes, they would have popped out from the sheer surprise. The owner of the voice, a cute little beast, looked at him and scoffed. What? Never seen a panda before? Yes, it was a little panda, a talking panda. This was the mysterious helper who had assisted Adam in escaping the guards. He was so speechless that he simply remained silent for almost a minute. Stop staring at me, the panda roared. Anyways, we need to get down soon. The city guards patrol the skies of Yuanchi too, you know. Taking tiny steps, the panda skipped towards Adam, then nimbly climbed his back. Then he sat down on his shoulders. The panda glanced at the strange rucksack back on Adam's back for a brief moment, then lost interest. All right, go straight and begin your descent after the 3rd building, said the panda. Adam gulped involuntarily. Finally, he came back to his senses. Oh, the panda rolled his eyes. Oh, please, drop the act already and do as I say. We're still not out of danger. Adam couldn't help but frown at the meaning behind those words. With utmost vigilance, he followed the panda's words and jumped off the 3rd building. Are you crazy? At least, give a warning before you do something like that. The panda was livid. After Adam landed on the ground, the two arrived at yet another dark, secluded alley. This one felt much quieter than the ones he had visited previously. Adam circulated the mana in his body, ready to fight should things go south. Right at that moment, he heard footsteps approach him from behind. He quickly turned around, extending his sphere of resonance. And the moment he found out who this person was, he was utterly thunderstruck. In fact, he was so shocked that he ended up speaking, "It's you." The figure approached him with a faint smile. Then he replied with a light chuckle, "It's been a while, Adam." The figure slowly became visible in the dim lights that reached the dark, secluded alley. He was a tall man with a muscular build, scars covering his exposed arms. He had a receding hairline, and his brown eyes carried the weight of myriad life experiences. "It's been a while, Adam," the man said with a faint smile. It was none other than the owner of the Jade Lantern in Hisaki Ikinomiya. He took another step forward, then greeted with cupped fists. "I see that you've learned our language." Adam was so shocked that, for a few moments, he didn't know what to say. He only snapped out of his daze when the panda jumped off his shoulders and sauntered towards Hisaki. Then the cute little creature climbed onto his back and settled down on the burly man's shoulders. Hisaki patted his head and gently said, "You did well, Zayomo, I know," the panda replied smugly. Then he extended his hand. Hayasuki simply chuckled in response, then gave the little guy a small piece of bamboo to munch on. Watching the strange scene unfold before him, Adam was utterly dumbfounded. "Wait a minute," he muttered incredulously. "Not only did you teach that thing to speak the human tongue, but you also taught him magic." GRR. Zayomo was livid. He angrily threw the bamboo at Adam and roared, "I am not a thing. I am a panda. Pandas have feelings too, you know." Adam effortlessly caught the bamboo, but now he felt really bad about hurting the little guy's feelings. "I apologize," he said as he walked towards him. Then he handed him back the bamboo. HMPH. Zayomo snatched the bamboo away, then began munching on it. "At least you have some common sense. I suppose I'll forgive you." Adam's lips twitched incessantly as he watched the little guy enjoy the bamboo without a care in the world. At last, he turned towards Hisaki, who was silently observing him with a faint smile. "So you're the one Elder Genren wanted me to meet?" he asked in an even voice. Suddenly, a lot of things started to make sense to him. "I see," he murmured. "No wonder he was so friendly to me when we first met." As Adam started to connect more and more dots, he suddenly felt the urge to laugh. And so, he laughed and laughed and laughed. Zayomo flinched at that reaction. "This man is crazy, he kind of is," Hisaki sighed. "And you?" Adam looked at the man with a wide grin. "Did you also have an ulterior motive behind helping me when we first met as well?" Is that why you sneakily guided me towards Jingyun? What is this? Some sort of fucking test? Oh, he said the F word. The panda's mouth went agape. Bad human. Adam ignored the little fellow, his crazed gaze boring into Hisaki. I suppose you could call it a test, Hisaki replied after a few moments of deliberation. Adam scoffed in displeasure. Count yourself lucky. I won't kill you since you once gave me food to eat, sake to drink, and a place to stay. But if you appear before me again. He left his words unsaid, but the threat was nothing if not obvious. With that said, Adam turned around and walked away. Zyomo remained silent, his gaze shifting between Adam and Hisaki. He knew things had gotten serious just now because he felt a very ominous feeling from the masked man. Don't you wish to know the reason? Hisaki's words echoed in the alley, but Adam ignored him. A moment later, Hayasuke's words made him freeze in his footsteps. We have long awaited a man who would one day appear in our lands out of nowhere. He would not cross borders, nor sail across distant seas to reach us. No, he would emerge at the summit of Mount Hashigane, like a ghost. The moment Adam heard those words, he felt as if an invisible weight had been thrust upon his shoulders. Emerge atop Mount Hashigane like a ghost. He wondered, stunned. Does he know about the portal? No, that should be impossible. I made sure to alter the runic formations around the pagoda atop Mount Hashigane, preventing anyone from entering from outside. Even a mana core magus would find it difficult unless they knew the exact workings of the runic formation. So then how? Adam suddenly recalled telling Hisaki that he had come from Mount Hashigane when asked where he'd come from. At the time, he didn't think that the man would believe him since it sounded so ludicrous. Don't tell me. This entire thing is based on a misunderstanding. How can he even believe something so ridiculous? Unless… Adam slowly turned around, facing Hisaki. He deeply looked at the man, then asked in a solemn voice, "What do you know about Mount Hashigane?" Nothing, Hisaki truthfully answered, knowing full well that what he said next would likely alter the course of history. Mount Hashigane has always been an enigma to the magi of Yenlu. Many mana core magi have ventured to the summit to uncover its secrets, but none of them have succeeded. They all speak of an ancient pagoda that they couldn't enter. He paused for a moment, then added, they also spoke of a kitsune, a creature of magic said to be the guardian of Mount Hashigane. Adam remained silent for a long time, then said, that still doesn't explain your actions. Just because I once mentioned that I came from Mount Hashigane, you believed me. I could have been lying. The prophecy also said that this man would be an outsider, Hisaki said with a faint smile, and that his arrival would herald great change, a storm that would sweep across these lands. A prophecy? Adam scoffed. Soon he couldn't help but laugh out loud. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was for anyone to divine his fate. The eternal soul lotus rendered all prophecies concerning him null. Every attempt at divination met only nothingness. Soon, he shook his head and turned to leave. What a waste of time. Watching him leave, Hisaki clenched his fists involuntarily. Of course, he knew it all sounded ludicrous, but it was the truth. Our lands are in great danger from outsiders once again. We need your help, Adam. Find someone else, Adam muttered coldly, almost about to exit the alley. Hisaki gritted his teeth and finally said in an act of desperation, we need you. We need you to fight the cult. Damn it. Adam froze in his footsteps. The aura around him changed rapidly, turning bloodthirsty and tyrannical. He turned around and coldly muttered, what did you just say? A tavern owner, a blind man, and a panda entered a bar. Hisaki guided Adam to the bar counter, weaving through the packed crowd. This seemed to be a very famous inn in the outer ring. As such, there were many people in here. From time to time, Zyomo would sneak glances at Adam, who had donned his stealth cloak and covered his head with the hood. What a scary man, the panda thought to himself as he munched on the bamboo. I've never seen Hisaki-san so frightened. For a moment, I truly thought that this madman would have killed him. As for me, I would have probably lived. I'm a cute panda after all. Adam was in a terrible mood at the moment. The Cult of Bones was his biggest enemy, so the moment he heard their name, he seemed to have momentarily lost all rationality and almost engaged in his crazed impulses. If not for the white-robed Adam warning him, he might have really done something crazy. The constant ravings of the faceless mask made him highly emotionally unstable. But I was right, he thought to himself. The Cult of Bones really does have a presence in Yenlu. Hisaki had promised him to tell everything about the cult, as well as the secret organization he worked for. Adam didn't believe his claims about there being a prophecy related to him, but he did believe that the organization Hisaki was a part of had been secretly fighting the cult's influences in Yenlu. He believed it immediately. The cult was a parasite, dipping their poisonous fingers in every continent. Adam knew that they wanted to get the magi of all the continents of Tron under control before the planetary alignment. They had tried to do the same in Ravenfell 3 years ago, so Adam did not doubt that the cult would use the same tactics in Yenlu as well. Adam noticed Hisaki speak to a bartender, upon which the latter momentarily turned his gaze towards him. Then the bartender nodded before allowing them entry to the kitchen. Hisaki, Zyomo, and Adam entered the kitchen and then headed for the basement. Then Hisaki pressed a certain point on the wall. Following that, he weaved a set of hand seals. A few moments later, the wall parted on both sides, revealing a secret passageway. Xiaomo turned towards Adam with a smug look. Hee, bet you've never seen anything like that. Adam remained silent. He was in no mood to talk. How rude, the panda pouted. After entering the secret passageway, the three descended further underground. The air grew cold and the faint scent of damp earth lingered. When Adam extended his sphere of resonance, he found several invisible barriers erected. They're very careful, he mused. Finally, they arrived at an arched wooden door. Hisaki knocked on it in a particular sequence. Then, a voice echoed from the other side of the door, asking him for the passphrase. Only after Hisaki answered correctly did the door open. He then turned to Adam and said with a faint smile, "This is one of the many safe houses of our sect within Yuanxi. Elder Genrin is a part of this sect, too, I'm guessing," Adam softly muttered. Hisaki chuckled wryly. "What do you think?" With that said, he turned around and entered. Adam could already sense several presences inside, some of them in the mana vortex rank. Although he didn't sense any hostility from anyone within, he didn't let his guard down. Should anything happen and he was ambushed, he would immediately summon the Staff of Calamity and blow a giant hole through the safe house. But to think they have a spy in the Beihua sect, he wondered. And not just any spy. The man is the Elder of Finance. Just how influential is this sect? The moment he entered the room, Adam could feel all eyes were on him. Some watched him with fear, others with hope. Some looked at him with skepticism, others with fanaticism. He didn't care. It was a little awkward, sure, but he didn't care about their gazes all that much. All that reaction just because of a stupid prophecy that might not even be true, he thought to himself in ridicule. Under everyone's mixed gazes, he found a chair and sat down with his back facing the wall. Then he got straight to the point. "Tell me everything you know about the cult." The cult. An elderly man at the mana vortex rank stepped forward, leaning on his wooden cane. He turned to Hisaki and asked, "You told him about the cult?" Yes, Hisaki nodded after a brief pause. He seems to have great enmity with the cult. Ho, the elderly man laughed heartily. One of the younger magi brought him a chair and helped him sit. The elderly man gazed at Adam with his kind, murky eyes. "You really are the one from the prophecy. I am certain of it now." Adam was in a terrible mood. He almost snapped at the elderly man, but at the last second, he viciously bit on his tongue and got his emotions under control. "Old man, I will be honest with you," he began. "You shouldn't place too much hope on that prophecy. Because of certain things, it is nigh impossible to divine my fate. If I were you, I wouldn't bother too much about that prophecy." The moment he said those words, the magi in the room glanced at each other with a startled look in their eyes. Hisaki turned to the old man and murmured, "Grand Elderly, could this be the reason?" The elderly man, Li Shuren, stroked his long white beard. I see. It all makes sense now." Adam frowned. "What does?" "Our first sect leader, the man who founded our organization, Lao Ren, was the greatest diviner to be born in our world. In his lifetime, he had made many prophecies, most of which have come true with shocking accuracy." Grand Elder Li began. "There was a prophecy about the ghost of Hashigane. I'm sure Hisaki has already told you about it. But did he mention that this prophecy was the most cryptic of all of Lao Ren's prophecies?" Adam could understand where the old man was getting at. The most cryptic of them all, and the reason it is vague is that I possess the lotus. He thought in shock. If this is really the case, then how extraordinary was Lao Ren as a diviner? He glanced at all the magi in the room, and suddenly they all seemed to be covered in a cloak of mysteries. Hidden in the darkness, they all looked at him with hope. Adam couldn't help but ask, "Who are you people?" Grand Elder Li gently smiled. "We walk in the dark, so the world may bask in the light. We are the Shadow Sect." Adam could feel the man's convictions from those words alone. "The Shadow Sect," he murmured. Everyone in that room lived true to the ideals of this secret organization, to walk in the dark so that the world may bask in the light. Adam lowered his head, deep in thought. The Brotherhood never could enter the lands of Yenlu, he wondered. They had deemed it too difficult to operate in a clandestine manner here, given how xenophobic the people of this continent were, but it turns out. Yenlu has always had its own secret order, the Shadow Sect. They're very much like the Twilight Brotherhood. However, soon his expression darkened under the mask, but even an organization as influential and powerful as the Brotherhood was infiltrated by the cult spies. Half of the upper echelon turned out to be loyal dogs of the cult. He couldn't help but wonder, is Shadow Sect the same? I have to be careful. They already know my real name. Grand Elder Li, Adam began, his tone polite. "I would first like to inform you that you shouldn't place much faith in that prophecy." Li Shuren chuckled. "Whatever you say, young warrior." Adam's lips twitched. "These guys are adamant about making me the ghost. Are they crazy?" He shook his head and sighed anyway. "Tell me everything you know about the cult." His expression turned solemn and he added, "And I mean everything." "We were hoping you'd tell us." Grand Elder Li gently smiled. After all, they are an organization from the lands beyond Yenlu. Adam remained silent for a long time. At last he said, "Before I begin, I wish to know something." "Go on." Adam's voice turned solemn. "You've planted spies across the 9 great sects and clans. How certain are you that others, more specifically the cult, hasn't done the same to your organization? Grand Elder Lee chuckled. Rest assured, young warrior. He paused for a moment, then added, the members of the Shadow Sect excel not in combat, but in information. Since the founding of our organizations, all our sect leaders have been diviners. You know what these magi specialize in, don't you, young warrior? Adam nodded, to glimpse the heavenly secrets. Indeed, the elderly man nodded. I dare say with utmost certainty, when it comes to the school of divination, the Shadow Sect stands at the forefront. There is nothing we do not know. Our eyes and ears reach all across Yenlu. Adam scoffed. Yet you want me to tell you about the Cult of Bones? Yes, Grand Elder Lee didn't take offense. After all, you've faced them more times than we have. You know more about them than we do. Adam burst into a crazed fit of laughter. Hisaki's lips twitched. He quickly said to the elderly man, he's like that. He's not laughing at you. Please don't mind him. Most fascinating. Grand Elder Lee chuckled. Adam's laughter came to an abrupt halt, and the next moment his behavior did a complete 180. Forgive me, he said coldly, but I don't trust you enough to share important details with you yet. He then turned to Hisaki and added, let's not forget, your people haven't been very forthright with me. I hope you can forgive Hisaki, Grand Elder Lee said with a faint smile. He was only doing what he thought was right. So what do you know about the cult? Adam asked in a flat voice, getting back to the point. We know that they've been distributing evil techniques to the magi of the unorthodox faction, Grand Elder Lee began. These techniques are foul and evil. They can bring people back from the dead and make them do their bidding. Necromancy, Adam muttered in a cold voice. That's them, all right. Just like how you guys stand at the forefront of the school of divination, the bastards from the Cult of Bones are experts in the school of necromancy. He paused for a moment, then added, so that's it. The cult has been secretly helping the unorthodox faction. And what? You're expecting a war. That's not all, Grand Elder Lee muttered in a solemn voice. Through our spies in the Arcane Alliance, we've learned that the cult has close ties with the hidden ruler of Yenlu. Wait a minute. Adam frowned. Hidden ruler. I thought this continent was divided into the orthodox and the unorthodox factions. The Orthodox faction was governed by the Arcane Alliance, which is made up of the 9 great sects and clans, whereas the Unorthodox faction was governed by 6 great organizations. Where did this hidden ruler come from? We deal with information, Adam. Hisaki chimed in, so we know better than most. I'm afraid even the leaders of the 9 great sects and clans are not fully aware of this hidden ruler. They may suspect, but they aren't certain. A terrible foreboding feeling welled up in Adam's heart. So you're telling me the Arcane Alliance isn't governed by the 9 great sects and clans, but secretly controlled by this hidden ruler. Not just the Arcane Alliance, Grand Elder Lee said in a solemn voice. This man, he secretly controls even the unorthodox faction. That is why we refer to him as the hidden ruler of Yenlu. For one man to be in control of an entire continent, that too the biggest continent on this planet. Adam couldn't even begin to fathom just how powerful this person was. He was stunned for a long time. At last, he couldn't help but ask, this hidden ruler, who is he? Arcane Alliance headquarters, Inner Ring. Hidden deep within this grand building lay a secret throne room. It was vast, silent, and bathed in dim azure light. On a raised platform at one end of this chamber, a lone figure sat languidly upon an ornate throne, his posture relaxed yet commanding. Shadows clung to his figure, concealing his features, but the faint gleam of his dark eyes hinted at something ancient and powerful, something that watched and ruled over everything in the darkness. Hidden ruler of Yenlu. Currently his gaze rested upon the lone visitor who had just stepped into his throne room. The visitor was a tall man, wearing magus robes prevalent in the West. His black hair had a vibrant sheen to it, and his striking brown eyes flickered with vile and cunning. This man was none other than Marden Benton. It is a great honor to meet you. Marden pressed his hand against his chest and gave a light bow. Inwardly he thought to himself, this is the true ruler. His presence is overwhelming, so this is the man designated as one of the special threats by the Lord. The hidden ruler observed Marden with boredom. Then he spoke in an emotionless voice, your head is raised too high. Marden's eyes narrowed. Excuse me. The words got caught in his throat, and suddenly he found himself in a world of pain. The next moment he collapsed to the ground, blood pooling underneath him. Much to his shock and horror, he realized that his legs had been severed from below his knees, and now he lay prostrated on the ground. In an instant, terror gripped his heart, and he was covered in cold sweat. When did he? Right at that moment, the hidden ruler's voice echoed in the throne room, much better. This fucking psychopath. Marden cursed inwardly as sweat poured down his face. Pain was an old friend, and so it was manageable, but the dread. Even the cult leader hadn't evoked such terror inside him. Marden couldn't even see the man's attack. One moment he was talking to him, and the next moment he had collapsed to the ground, miserably lying in a puddle of his own blood. For a brief moment, a horrifying thought entered his mind, is he going to kill me? But soon he started to calm down. There was too much at stake here. There was no way the hidden ruler was going to kill him over something so trivial. After gathering his thoughts, he finally relaxed. He exhaled a deep breath, then said in a steady voice, "I apologize for the disrespect, my lord. It wasn't my intention." Seated on the throne, the hidden ruler's eyes flashed with boredom. He rested his chin on his hand and muttered, "Go on." "I beg your pardon," Marden asked, head still lowered. "Go on, show me your blood magic," said the mysterious ruler. For a brief moment, Marden's eyes flashed with rage, but he quickly strangled that emotion. Any emotional intent displayed before such a powerhouse was easily noticeable. Still, he couldn't help but feel extremely agitated. "Bastard, so that's why you cut off my legs," he thought to himself. Forcing a smile on his face, he said, "Of course, my lord." Then, weaving a set of hand seals, the blood that had pooled underneath him came alive. It transformed into dozens of thin tendrils that shot towards his severed leg. Watching this, the hidden ruler's eyes flashed with a flicker of amusement. Soon the blood tendrils drew Marden's severed legs closer to the stumps. Before long, the severed legs had fully attached themselves to the ghastly injury. Following that, the blood vessels reconnected, the muscles and tissues were healed, and finally the bones had begun fusing. Within a few moments, not a single drop of Marden's blood remained outside. Not even a speck could be seen on his clothes. Through blood magic, he had absorbed his spilled blood and healed his injuries. Marden slowly got to his feet. There was a slight loss of sensation in his legs, but even that would be fine in another minute or so. "Interesting," said the hidden ruler. "Your skills are not bad. I see why you're a part of the cult's, what was it called? Inner circle." "Yes, my lord," Marden stated, head still bowed in deference. The hidden ruler hummed softly. "So why are you here?" "I carry a message from the lord," Marden humbly said. "The lord?" the hidden ruler asked with an arched brow. "You dare refer to someone else as lord in my presence? Tell me, are you tired of living?" Marden felt a chill crawl down his spine. The more time passed, the more he found it difficult to hold a conversation with this man. "I apologize." Thud, his words got caught in his throat when he felt another sharp pang of pain radiate through his body. Marden's gaze landed on his severed hand, blood gushing out from the clean cut. Once again, he was shown the difference in power between the two. "Choose your words wisely," said the hidden ruler, "or next time it's going to be your head." Marden's face turned cold, but in the next instant he forced a humble smile. "Yes, my lord, I apologize once again." Leaving another hand seal, he grabbed his severed hand and then reattached it. A few moments later, there wasn't any spot of blood left on the marble floor. He bowed once again, then said, "I bring a message to you, my lord." The hidden ruler's eyes flickered with amusement once again. "From whom?" "From the cult leader," Marden muttered in an even voice. "Go on." Marden took a deep breath, then continued, "The time is nigh, my lord. The cult leader wonders when you'll begin the next stage of the plan." Suddenly, the temperature within the throne room fell drastically. "Is he telling me what to do now?" Marden's heart skipped a beat. "Of course not, my lord. He simply wishes to know when you'll begin." The hidden ruler deeply looked at Marden, his dark eyes emotionless. Several moments of tense silence permeated the room until finally he spoke again. "What's the rush? There's still enough time for the next planetary alignment." "I see," Marden softly murmured. "Then I shall relay this message to him." The hidden ruler lightly chuckled. "Tell that bag of bones that Yen Lu will usher in a new war before the end of this year." He then raised his head, his gaze seemingly passing through countless obstacles and settling on the vast, mystical lands of Yen Lu. "These lands have known peace for far too long," he murmured, his voice low and cold. "It is time for that to end. All it needs is a spark to ignite the flames of war." "Do you need our help?" Marden humbly suggested. The hidden ruler found those words slightly amusing. "What is your flimsy cult going to do?" In the next moment, his words turned cold. "Teach the men from the unorthodox faction how to create jiangshis." Marden's heart was gripped by terror once again. He couldn't help but think in alarm. "He knows we've been dealing with the unorthodox faction." "What's the matter?" the hidden ruler whispered. One moment, he was sitting on his throne. The next, he was already standing beside Marden. Finally, his appearance was revealed. He was a tall man with long, jet-black hair cascading over his shoulders. His facial features were finely refined, and his dark eyes seemed to draw in all light. Draped in loose silk robes that left much of his upper body exposed, he exuded an air of laid-back composure. But to Marden, this man was nothing but a ferocious beast in human skin. "Did you think I wouldn't know you have been interfering in my lands?" he asked again. Though there was a faint smile on his lips, his eyes flashed with blood-chilling coldness. "Forgive me, my lord," Marden lied through his teeth. "The cult leader told me that he'd already discussed the matter with you. I did not know that this wasn't the case." The mysterious ruler arched an eyebrow. He stroked his chin and mumbled, "Are you lying?" "No, that shouldn't be possible. You're his puppet after all." A moment later, his eyes narrowed. "I see. So that bag of bones thinks he can meddle in my affairs, and there won't be any consequences." Though Marden appeared calm on the surface, inside, a wave of emotions was churning in his heart. He had never been so close to death as he was now. He knew damn well no matter what he tried, he would not last in a fight against the mysterious hidden ruler of Yen Lu. He was completely at the man's mercy. Right at that moment, the man's cold words echoed in his ears. "Very well. I'll kill you right now, then send your severed head to him. That should send a message." But soon he wondered, or should I kill all 5 of you from the inner circle? Marden's biggest fear had materialized. He knew the Cult of Bones had truly underestimated this man's influence. They never thought that he secretly controlled not just the Arcane Alliance, but even the unorthodox faction. Information transfer to and from Yenlu had always been difficult. And that was why such an error had been made on the cult's part. But to be honest, they had never imagined that a single man could hold dominion over the entirety of Yenlu. Marden was mere moments away from being killed. He had to think quickly if he wanted a chance to live. Moreover, he knew that the hidden ruler was capable of achieving what he just claimed. This man would have no problem slaughtering the 5 elders of the inner circle, even if they faced him together. Damn it, Marden screamed inwardly. This man intended to kill me from the very beginning. He was toying with me since the moment I set foot in this chamber. Fuck, what do I do? If I die now, then all my plans my revenge. No, I refuse, it'll be useless, he murmured. The hidden ruler, who was about to behead Marden, suddenly paused. You can kill me and the others of the inner circle now, but it'll be useless, Marden continued. With a calm look on his face, he finally turned towards the hidden ruler and looked him in the eye. The cult leader will replace us the moment you kill us. He doesn't have a shortage of mana core magi. The hidden ruler deeply looked at Marden. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a peculiar light. His lips curled into a faint smirk, and he asked, "You aren't under his control, are you?" Marden knew that his survival hinged on his following words and actions. So no matter how frightened he was underneath, he displayed the exact opposite emotions on the outside. In fact, he went beyond. His lips curled into a smile, and he said, "Oh, what gave it away?" The hidden ruler glanced at Marden for a few moments, then muttered in a low voice, "Most interesting." He lowered his raised hand, the one he was about to use to kill Marden. He took a step back, clasping his hands behind his back. His dark eyes flashed with intrigue, and he asked, "So what do you suggest?" Marden involuntarily heaved a soft breath of relief. He paused for a moment, then answered in an even voice, "I can tell you where it would hurt him most. Outer Ring, Yuanshi." While Marden was scheming with the hidden ruler of Yenlu, in the underground safehouse of the Shadow Sect, the conversation between Adam and the sect members continued. A tense silence permeated the room as the subject of the conversation was none other than the ultimate hegemon of this continent, whom no one knew anything about. "So how long has he remained the hidden ruler?" Adam asked in a grave tone, his face underneath the mask shadowed by a perpetual dark frown. "The exact time is uncertain," Grand Elder Lee muttered solemnly. "We have only recently come to learn about him, after our spies managed to infiltrate deep into the Arcane Alliance. But what?" Adam pressed. "If I had to make a guess," the elderly man continued, "then based on all the information, as well as our divination attempts, it is safe to assume that he has been ruling Yenlu since the dawn of the Arcane Alliance." "Are you telling me?" Adam's heart trembled. "This man, this hidden ruler, he's almost 1,000 years old." Grand Elder Lee remained silent. Everyone present in the room had grave looks on their faces. Adam couldn't help but think to himself in alarm, something doesn't sit right. The Arcane Alliance was established almost 1,000 years ago. If this hidden ruler has been secretly controlling Yenlu since then, wouldn't that mean he was already a Monocore Magus 1,000 years ago? The lifespan of a Monocore Magus is around 1,000 years old. The upper limit of their lifespan is 1,200 years. Old man Acadia was nearing the end of his lifespan. He was almost 1,200 years old at the time of his death. At the time, he looked like a decrepit old man. If the hidden ruler had already become a Monocore Magus 1,000 years ago, then that means prodigy amongst prodigies. Just to confirm, he muttered in a shaky voice. The hidden ruler, he was already a Monocore Magus 1,000 years ago, right? That's right. Hisaki nodded with a solemn look on his face. So this man has been a Monocore Magus for 1,000 years. Adam's lips curled into a wide grin, a monster, and then he burst into a crazed fit of laughter. A few moments later, he abruptly stopped and slipped into deep thought. None of the other magi in the room judged him for his strange behavior. They were almost used to it by now. Heh, a stifled laughter escaped Adam's lips. It was eerie, and all who heard it felt a chill. "Tell me," he began, "how many major wars has Yenlu seen in the last 1,000 years?" Hisaki frowned at that question. Grand Elder Lee answered in an even voice, "There are always bloody skirmishes going on between smaller sects and clans. And because of the existence of many rogue magi from the unorthodox factions, I would say blood is spilled on a daily basis. But if you're talking about major wars..." "3," Hisaki chimed in. "There have been 3 wars in the last 1,000 years that have embroiled all of Yenlu. We call it the Great War. All the organizations of the Orthodox faction had engaged in war with all the organizations from the unorthodox faction. Well then," Adam's lips curled into a crooked grin, "you all can expect a 4th Great War sometime in the future. Definitely within the next 90 years, maybe even sooner." 90 years, Grand Elder Lee's eyes narrowed. "That number seems oddly specific." Adam chuckled in a deranged manner. "Well, you wanted to know about the Cult of Bones, yeah. Fine, I'll tell you." He inhaled deeply, then extended his hands in a theatrical flare. Those bastards have something big planned for this world. And by world, I don't just mean Yenlu. I mean literally the whole world, this planet, the entirety of Tron. What does that have to do with internal wars in Yenlu? Hisaki blurted out, his face turning dark. Oh, it has everything to do with it. Adam shrugged. He paused for a moment, then continued. You know, since the moment I set foot in this land, I've noticed a faint difference between you lot and the Magi of the West. I realized that you were stronger physically than your counterparts from the other side of the world. Adam chuckled again, then said, one reason is that you all put a lot of emphasis on martial arts and honing the physical body. And the other, according to my hypothesis, is because you all study the way from a very young age, isn't it? Yes, it is our way of life. Lee Shiren nodded matter-of-factly. The strongest of our magi are not just warriors and arcane spellcasters, but they are also scholars and philosophers. Almost all sects and clans teach their disciples the philosophy of the way from an early age. Yes, I figured as much. Adam nodded. Anyways, that makes the Magi of Yenlu very powerful, but also a big nuisance to the cult leader. How so? Hiskai asked with a deep frown. You see, Adam thought of the right words to say without disclosing too much about the planetary alignment or the existence of devils. The cult leader seeks world domination. He wants to get all the continents under his control. Yenlu is a big hurdle because of the existence of comparatively powerful warriors across all arcane ranks. So if my guess is correct, he is allied with the hidden ruler of Yenlu to get the Magi of this continent under control. If this hidden ruler truly controls not just the Arcane Alliance, but also the unorthodox faction, then my guess is very likely to be correct. By now, most people in the room already had a general idea about what Adam was alluding to. Realizing that, they were shocked and horrified. Don't tell me, Hisaki murmured in a low voice, a drop of sweat trickling down the side of his forehead. It all makes sense now. Adam laughed. Yes, it is a brilliant plan, but it was only possible because of the hidden ruler's power. No one else could have managed to accomplish such a feat. His lips turned into a wide grin, and he said, this monster, has been secretly pulling the strings for 1,000 years, manipulating the Arcane Alliance and the unorthodox faction into endless wars, slowly wearing down their strength. He has been weakening Yenlu from within, preparing it for an easier invasion from the outside. That is his plan.